Alright, hold up, our story kicks off with this absolute beast of a handyman, just casually slapping together a whole house like it's nothing but a Lego set. He's got his hammer out, ringed by rabbit people, and he's thinking, yep, another day at the office, doing the same exact stuff I did back in Japan. Again, there's just one tiny but huge twist. He's doing it all in a totally different world. So how in the world did he end up here? Let's rewind. Back in his old life, he was the MVP of a rural home center. We see him staring like a corpse, dead-eyed, mumbling that his job is basically just to stock, well, everything. A battered truck pulls up outside the store, and the brand new hires are practically vibrating with pure energy. Trust me, this isn't some run-of-the-mill hardware shop. It's the countryside's one-stop depot for basically everything you could need. The boss, straight-up suave anime protagonist vibes, like he took a wrong turn into retail, draws a hard line in the sand. If a customer out in the sticks needs something handled, they handle it. No debate. And when he says anything, he really means anything. No joke, it's straight-up heavy machinery repairs for tractors, landscape gardening, you name it. These guys don't just pitch ideas. They jump into full-on construction, surveying, and run the management too. The whole local community can't get enough of them, because they're the ultimate jacks of all trades. That hopeless hero just sinks into his thoughts, staring at his past like, you know what, it's not as bad as I thought. Then boom, an ominous black screen slams down. Until today. Oh yeah, you can feel it, right? Our guy's trudging home, grumbling that his middle-aged body is getting soft, and admitting that pulling all-nighters is wrecking him for real. Then boom, the dirt under his feet ignites with a shockingly intricate magic circle. Travel, his vision starts to twist, his body finally quits, and he realizes a full collapse is seconds away, like the universe just hit end on his free trial of normal life. A gigantic pillar of blinding light explodes from the ground like it's tearing reality open. His muddy work boots slam straight into the epicenter. And boom, this guy gets blasted straight into the air like an ice sky rocket, wrapped in pure, no-holds-barred reincarnation energy. When he finally snaps back to reality, he's trapped in a dead silent, empty void, so lost he can barely even understand what's happening. Before the fear even hits, he notices something way worse. His pants are suddenly so loose they feel like they're about to fall off. The universe didn't just teleport him, it tossed him straight into an express, get-a-better-body nightmare, and right as he's fighting to keep his pants up, magical feathers start spawning out of nowhere and orbiting him like they've got their own mission. Because naturally, they did. A radiant celestial being sweeps down from the glowing sky above. The unsuspecting hero just stares, jaw dropped, as a woman walks up and names herself Goddess Victinius, and when she locks eyes with him, she smiles and tells him, "This time, you're excellent." And just like that, she wipes out the biggest promotion of his life, because he's been picked to get reincarnated in Alastasia, a world packed with swords, magic, and monster-slaying chaos. Our story kicks off with our unsuspecting hero jolting awake, not in his own bed, but sprawled in the middle of a forest, and the very first thing he sees is bunny ears. Sure, his brain is still freezing over like it's rebooting, desperately trying to figure out whether this is a dream, or if he's just brutally, horribly lost. Instinct snaps into place, and he does exactly what anyone would do. He reaches out and gives those fluffy ears a gentle touch. They're warm, they're soft, they feel real, and the girl he's dubbed Ojo-chan is completely freaked out. She makes it crystal clear she's not some fashion trinket, she's straight up from the rabbit race. And that's when reality smacks our boy like a freight train. He's passed out cold, and he's straight up isochide. He's dropped into a brand new world called Alastasia, and it's nothing like anything he's ever seen. And then it hits him like a punch to the gut. Wait, what? Our main man snaps into a full-blown meltdown. Panic hits him hard, dashes out for shelter like it's life or death, and the fact they've got zero plumbing from the ground up is way too savage for him to handle. The tiny bunny girl just stands there, totally stunned as his meltdown spirals out of control. Bracing himself, he blurts out, "Can I tag along with you?" She's nervous as hell, and she blurts that her village is exactly full of human lovers. Our hero, the eternal optimist, instantly spirals into the bleakest thoughts about how different species treat each other. Then panic kicks in, and he drops to his knees, begging her to at least let him greet them first. Right in the middle of their little debate, an uninvited guest crashes the scene. A snarling, ripped, completely unhinged hoblin. This isn't some weak little slime. This thing is a certified killing machine, and it's staring at you like it wants blood. The bunny girl snaps at him to run. This isn't just dangerous, it's way out of their league. She's shaking with terror, screaming at him to run, right now. She tries to shove him off, telling him she'll be the distraction so he can get away. Brave as hell, but honestly, it's a terrible plan. Then she pushes him away, and blurts that it's way too dangerous to drag this monster back to her village. But seeing her try to throw herself away just flips a switch in our boy's head. Seeing that look of pure terror on her face, He can't even think about leaving her behind. This absolute unit unleashes his inner Leroy Jenkins and bursts into loud screams just to snatch the goblin's attention. The beast bites on the trap and swings that massive club, trying to splatter him flat. But our boy slips out at the last second, and the goblin's blast-driven impact wipes the ground clean where he'd been. He just barely dodged being turned into paste. Panicking for a lifeline, he scrambles for a plan and frantically rakes his brain for any useful skills, then hits a brutal truth. Nothing. With desperation hitting like a wrecking ball, he blurts out the only thing in his head. He screams, "Eat this." And he hurls a plastic water bottle straight into the goblin's face like a fired-up missile. The goblin just cackles, completely unbothered by that pathetic little projectile. Then our hero's soul practically rips out of his body as he realizes he's royally screwed. Then the impossible hits. Watch the hobgoblin take one step and immediately slip on a water bottle, and face plants into a rock, conking itself out cold. Maybe the most iconic win in Ice Sky history. Our boy freezes for a beat, then smirks and asks if he should call the fantasy police to save the scene of the crime. Right when he's about to celebrate that ridiculous win, someone sneaks up and smacks him from behind. It's a goddess, and she's furious. She snaps at him for being reckless, and the fact that he almost died only makes it worse. This is Victinia Sama, the deity who dropped him here in the first place. She leans in and straight up asks how he's still breathing, reminding him he was supposed to put the skills she handed him to use. And bam, right there we get a quick flashback. The day before he died, Victinia's laid out the entire reincarnation deal. A god from Earth made a bet and lost, and now the cost is sending our 36-year-old hardware store worker into the world she rules. Our guy's panicking, convinced this is some dream, until she grabs his face and yanks him straight back into reality. To help him stay alive, she hands him a blessing that could save his life. The blessing hits as a 3-count M, unlocking a brand new chance to reskill with grant tickets. Our hero's a hardcore gamer through and through, and he's absolutely buzzing, because with these, he's about to level up and snag real skills. Right when he's about to cash them in, a way tougher goddess crashes the moment. Hera, calling Victinia's out for messing up. Turns out Victinia's wasn't supposed to hand him 3 tickets at all. He was supposed to give him 8 tickets. Hera snatches the shady goddess and spills everything that's going on. She rushes in with an apology for her husband, Zeus, because somehow he's the one who made the bet with Victinius's god. And that's when Victinia tried to pull a fast one on our guy, covering up her own divine mess. Once he stepped into the new world, even the gods lost their power, so this was his only shot. Harry rips into Victini as a useless goddess, furious that she tried to swindle him out of 5 tickets. To fix everything for real, they drag out a full-on skill gacha machine. So this is how the gods pull it off, huh? Hera, delivering a proper apology from her husband, hands our main guy 1 extra ticket. And then, since the Victinias caused all that chaos, she tosses in yet another, stacking it up to 10 tickets total. Our boy S about to kick the door down and get this show rolling. The results are wild. He just scored appraisal level 3. Mercenary, he took apart the 4th and then tore down 2 more. Mining's 3. Leatherworking level 3. A star-ranked item box. Blacksmithing 2, crafting 3. He's forging his way up, skill by skill. Healing magic 1. And boom, logging 1. It's the ultimate DIY starter kit. And the goddesses are breaking into a cold sweat as they realize his skills are way too pathetic and low-level. He also snatches a star-rank map skill, then the goddesses just breathe out, finally relieved it's all over. Victor, still reeling, gets Victoria's, still salty, snapping at him for ignoring her, and she lays it out. Those tickets are outrageously rare, and only divine power can forge them. She basically tells him, this is a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot, so don't you dare waste it. She drives the message home. This new world is pure brutal survival. Kill or get killed. Hesitate for a second, and you're already dead. And right now in the present, Victinius slams the final word of her lecture shut. So he takes her advice, dives in and checks his status. Status open. And you won't believe it, after that wild goblin brawl, he leveled up, and his stats are already looking way more beefy. Then he tells the goddess, I'm still waiting for that bunny girl I met, she better come back. Victinius is utterly stunned. What's a human doing hanging out with a bunny girl? That's unheard of. She tries to boss him around, but our hero snaps back fast. He shuts down the meddling goddess and declares this is his life now, and he'll live it his own way, you go my dude. Right then, a whole squad of bunny folk burst onto the scene, shouting for Ojo-chan. The little girl bolts over to them, safe and sound, and they immediately thank our guy for keeping her protected from that stray hobgoblin. They're stunned he took it out solo, but this calm badass just shrugs and says it tripped and face-planted on a rock. Technically, that's not a lie. Then he blurts, so, what do I do now? And can't stop worrying, could he really stay in their village? To his surprise, they beam and greet him with open arms, and he's so ecstatic it's almost hard to breathe. They're just blown away that a human is willing to risk his life for one of them. He and the little girl he saved still haven't had that proper, nice to meet you moment. She thrusts her hand out like, I'm May. Now it's his turn, no excuses, the spotlight's on him. With a real, warm grin, this absolute unit steps forward and introduces himself, Nerumi Masaru. They slam their hands together to seal it, and just like that, a brand new friendship is officially born. His next step is a total mystery, and every road ahead is packed with brutal challenges. For the first time, our hero finally breaks free and lives his life on his own terms. Right now, a brand new adventure is about to kick off. Right and straight back into the chaos. Quick recap, our main man, Narumi Masaru, got those intense, sick eyes. The goddess overseeing his transfer. Yeah, she screamed, shady from the very start. She handed him skills through a literal slot machine, and this absolute unit hit the most brutal fail of all. A spectacular dud with zero offensive skills. Straight out the gate, he barreled into a goblin staring him down like it wanted to murder him, until a ferocious rabbit girl swooped in, saved his hide, and dragged him back to her own home base. Welcome to Rabbit Village, everybody, get ready, because the story is about to hop into full action. It's quaint like a whole lineup of tents that look one strong gust away from getting absolutely wrecked. This is it, folks, right here is where his brand new life explodes into existence. In a campsite that's been through hell and still can't catch a break. This tiny village of around 100 people is barely holding on, and everyone's just fighting tooth and nail to survive. May, his savior, grins from ear to ear, basically shouting, congrats, the whole village just adopted you. Our hero stands there, soaking it all in, staring at those flimsy rope fences like they'll snap any second. And he thought, yeah, these guys are getting crushed out here. You're dead right, buddy. Time to meet the boss. They march into the main tent to greet the village chief, then bam, it's just another human. Talk about a twist. The chief had brushed off rumors that a human saved May, until he finally saw it with his own eyes, and pure disbelief hit him hard. Masaru stays polite to the bone, bows deeply, and thanks him again for the help. But the chief just waves it off, like, nah, don't stress, you're good. You put your life on the line for one of us, so believe me, we owe you everything. As a welcome gift, the chief decides our boy is moving straight into May's house, where he'll stay with May and her mom. So yeah, this living situation was about to get painfully awkward. But May's beaming and chirping, if it's just Chan, I'm totally fine with that. And just like that, our hero flashes her a sweet head pat, while the chief steps in and tells him to chill out and help in any way he can. No pressure. But this guy doesn't get to relax, no way, no time. His mind instantly goes into overdrive, blasting him with flashbacks to his old life, clocking in at a huge home improvement center. Suddenly, his weird non-combat talents, agriculture, blacksmithing, and construction, snap into place like the world finally makes sense. A light bulb practically explodes above his head, and boom, he finally spots something he can do. Without skipping a moment, he whips around to May and the chief. With the wild confidence of a mad genius, he slaps the truth down and declares, I'm gonna upgrade this wall village. Their jaws dropped like they'd just seen the impossible. The chief shoots in right away, saying, whoa there, buddy, I love the drive, but you can't just stride in and start tossing promises that'll spark a panic. And our boy clocks him with, yeah, I'm not exactly good at reading the room, but... He bursts into this massive speech, screaming that he can't just sit there and do nothing. Back in his old life, every time he tried something new, people tore him apart and chewed him out for it. But right here, right now, he finally gets to go all out. Hope is practically shaking him to the bone, and the chief clocked it instantly. This guy isn't playing around, he's dead serious. Sold, the chief flings his hands up like he's defeated and says, all right kid, what are you hitting first? And just like that, Project Upgrade Village got the final green light. But before anything else, he's gotta put the goods to the test. All right, let's find out what these skills can really do. He yanks up his status menu, and it pops open looking just like a sleek tablet. But he kicks things off the easy way. He borrows a knife and uses appraisal on it. Instantly, he unlocks a whole stat block right then and there. Honestly, yeah, that's insanely useful. Next up is pure skill cut chaos. This thing can slice right through trees, and the description insists you don't even need tools. So he spots a huge one and slams his hand onto the trunk, and focuses. Nothing, no sound, no motion at all. Then, for a split second, terror rips his soul right out of his body. Then wham, the top half of the tree just nukes itself, cleanly chopped off like it never existed, with a nasty delay in the skill and the catch. It immediately burned through 6 whole stitches of his entire mana pool. Yikes. Alright, I can't just spam it. He mutters it, then the story jumps straight to building skills. He puts his level 4 masonry to the test by snatching some random rock and going to work. With a tiny asterisk pop asterisk, the stone remakes itself into a perfect cube right in his palm, no tools, just pure busted up Minecraft logic. Then he sprints back to the log he just chopped. Now it's time to put my woodworking to the test. This special skill can instantly dry wood. This is a massive cheat code. Normally, that whole process takes months, no years. He can't stop wondering, can something this impossible really be pulled off in an instant? He braces hard, all right, here it comes. And then May's loud shout cuts right through the moment. Dinner's ready. She stumbles onto our hopeless hero, dead to the world, knocked out cold, and that mana cost. Brutal, like it took everything out of him. He jolts awake, dazed out of his mind, and realizes he totally went too far. He shoots a quick look, then realizes the log is bone dry. It actually worked. When he heads back to the house, May's mom Ruru swings the door open and welcomes him in. Warm, loud, and like she's been waiting. May is gushing to her mom, singing May's praises to the sky, telling her how he rescued her and absolutely smashed those goblins. Ruru's kindness pours out as she tells him their home is simple, but it's still theirs. He should grab it like it's his own. As they all crowd around the table, tearing into their meal, it finally clicks in his head. Now he finally has a home in this world, right where he belongs. Sure, he might not have every answer, but he's going to fight for these people with everything he's got. Because starting tomorrow, this village's whole improvement plan goes from talk to action, officially kicking off. All right, hang on tight, because here we go. Our guy and his brand new rabbit folk buddy are standing in front of their village, and they're about to kick off the biggest home makeover of their lives. All right, it's officially go time. Our main man, glowing with total DIY dad energy, declares the first order of business. Operation Lock This Place Down, do it. Step 1, beef up their ridiculously flimsy fence, and the bunnies are all fired up, ready to swing into action. The whole village is buzzing like a live wire. Everyone's heard the chief's bold plan for improvements, and they're practically shaking with excitement. One of the locals is totally confused. He blurts, "Why are we kicking things off with the fence? We can handle a few goblins. Easy." But our unsuspecting hero isn't stopping at a simple upgrade. He goes big, huge, blasting out a grand plan. Not just a better fence, but a full stone guard. Before anyone even dares to ask where they'll find the materials, this absolute menace casually drops that he hit a little rock collecting mission with May this morning. But one of the bunnies drops a scary good point. They just don't have the manpower to drag that whole cliffside back to the village. Our boy smirks, manpower, and with a flick of his item box skill, he eats a whole mountain of stones onto the ground like we don't need backup at all. The rabbit folk are totally stunned, mouths hanging open as they whisper that they thought the item box was some kind of everyday skill. He just blurted out one of his cheat codes, and this guy still tries to play it cool like it's nothing. Yeah, right. Anyway, let's start building. As the bunny jumps in, it can't wait, starts stacking rocks like it's building a Jenga tower on the spot, and our hero has to shout a timeout right there. No way, if you build a wall like that, one hard gust will knock it down. Then he jumps in and shows them, fast, how to snap together a section that locks perfectly, like it was built to survive anything. He kicks off a full-blown construction seminar, because the real trick isn't just stacking rocks. You've got to trip them up, slot every move in just right, like you're snapping the pieces of a puzzle into place. You shove smaller stones into the gaps, and that locks the whole thing in place, so it stops shaking and almost never crumbles. But hold up, because the real monsters aren't done yet. I'm talking about the biggest attacks. He reveals his master plan. He's going to cram the wall's core full of pebbles. It makes the material insanely strong, and it lets rainwater run straight through, so the ground won't erode. Seriously, this isn't just a wall, it's a masterpiece. Don't sweat it, he says, grinning like a seasoned TV host. I'll show you the right way to build a solid wall. Even if his real teaching skills still need a little fixing, that confused, wide-eyed look on the bunny girl's face tells you everything. Naturally, everyone's dying to find out how he's basically a walking encyclopedia of construction knowledge. Our hero effortlessly deflects the problem, then insists he just wants to help fix their whole food situation. He's about to build them a real stone furnace, so cooking turns easier, safer, and way more dependable. This suggestion sparks outrage so fierce in the women of the village that everyone says they're basically demons of the kitchen. Our hero's soul almost jumps out of his body when he realizes he just stepped on sacred ground, so he backs up in panic. Nope, my mistake, you guys are in charge. And it totally cracks them up. The new plan clicks into place. Now he's the one taking the heavy lifting for that furnace. But he's got to team up with them to grab a few more materials. A shopping list lay there, clay, grass, and sand, like the ingredients for something big. He tells them straight up, clay is basically harmless on its own. But toss it into sand and grass, and suddenly, you've forged a super strong reinforced composite that can take a beating. The girls are completely on board, and May wastes no time. She rips into action and sets up a wild gathering party right away. Pumped on their success, they start blasting out even more requests. Tables, chairs, forks, and spoons. set up for the entire village, no one left out. Village life rolls on, and our main man, now the official handyman, just nods along to everything like, "Sure, I got you," turning into the village's go-to personal IKEA. He even pitches the idea of a roofed gathering space, so everyone can sit down and chow down together. Finally, the moment hits. Everyone blurts the question burning in their heads: what was his job back in his old world? And the grand, jaw-dropping reveal hits. Turns out he's just a regular dude who worked at a countryside home center. All this god-tier crafting knowledge, I swear it comes from lurking those shelves and wrestling with weekend DIY warriors. So now this news hits and everyone's getting amps in their veins, because the Home Depot hero is here to save the day. And just like that, the ultimate construction montage kicks off. Every single person in that village bands together, pitching in side by side to make it all work. Building frames, mixing materials, and even mastering the ancient art of using chopsticks like a pro. Everything turns into wild, joyful momentum as each and every person jumps in and helps push things forward. The whole community is rallying together right now. They raised their brand new home with their own hands, brick by brick. After days of brutal grind, it's finally finished. The Great Wall of Rabbitville looms tall and proud, proving in one blazing sight just how hard they all worked together. The new gathering spot is going crazy, packed, loud, and buzzing with energy. Everyone digs into mouthwatering food, thrilled as the brand new furnace fires up fresh, delicious heat. And every upgrade hits like a knockout, massive success all the way. The village chief strides up, his voice cracking with emotion as he pours out a heartfelt thank you. May swoops in and crushes our boy in a joyous hug, yelling that his whole plan worked out massively. For our hero, it's one of those truly wholesome moments, because for the first time, he's finally found a place he can call home. Back inside Godot Vision, the goddesses are glued to the screens, and one of them is snapping out of control, ranting that our boy is way too stubborn and wasting effort on all this pointless work. But the other, Karma Goddess, finally spills the real lore. Most folks in this world only get 1 or 2 skills, and then our hero rolls in with 11, a total freak of nature. And for over 400 years, this world just stalled, like time got stuck and never moved again. And they're begging for someone to blow the whole mess open, someone who acts like a detonator. And right now, our unsuspecting hero is the perfect agent of chaos, and back on the ground, the celebration keeps blasting on. But this guy's brain never clocks out. He's already mapping his next projects, rebuilding houses, and most of all, he's building himself a toilet. This sleepy village is on the verge of turning into a whole city. Then right in the middle of the meal, he blurts out the classic ice guy question. "So, are there any slimes lurking around here?" There the bunnies finally admit it. Yeah, it's real, but they're wedged at the very bottom of that cliff, and they can't climb their way out. Our boy finally exhales, visibly relieved, because his next huge move depends on it. But he's determined to forge a special kind of hardened soil floor. Then he blurts out another, "What even is that?" question like, "Is there an ocean anywhere near here?" And just like that, the party collapses. Every single person at the table freezes, and the whole room drops into dead silence. The vibes crash to rock bottom as one of the girls talks, and her voice drops to a near whisper. The ocean's the place every single one of them fled to from right here. And just like that, the story slammed into a way more serious lane, right off the coast. So what the heck happened out there by the sea? Alright, let's jump back in. Our boy drops into a serious talk with the bunny folk, and the mood instantly turns heavy. May admits they used to live near an ocean, about a wild 10-day journey from where they are right now. The chief's voice shattered with raw emotion as he finally spilled the gut-punching truth. Humans forced them out of their home. The room's energy crashes straight to zero. Our main guy and May are hit so hard by this reveal, they can barely breathe. But for our poor unsuspecting hero, the dominoes start falling into place. He mutters to himself, just like I knew he would. Then it hits him, he just kicked open a whole nightmare of a can of worms, and guilt crushes him for digging up those brutal memories. But the moment a spark of fire flashes in his eyes, he decides he owes these people everything, and he'll turn their lives around, even if it means digging through their haunted past to grab what he needs. Next, it hits him. Those memories are tied to that place, and they're wrecking people's hearts, so he bluntly tells them he won't be asking for their help. Without even blinking, this absolute beast slams both hands on the table and declares, "I'm going, alone." With a grin that screams brave and absolutely unhinged, he declares his destination, the ocean. Then the next morning, right as he's packing to leave, May steps in and grills him, demanding to know why he's so determined to take this trip alone. Right when the trip gets brought up, she insists she's going with him. Then our hero shuts it down on the spot, telling her she can't fight and has to stay back with her mother. May snaps back that he only beat the goblins because they stumbled over their own feet, and the harsh truth lands so hard his face gives him away. And right then the chief strolls in, drops the hammer, and tells May to listen to Masaru, because she's no fighter. Then he locks eyes with our boy, wears a stern face, and thrusts a gift into his hands. The armor set is complete as hell, full kit. The chief's got just one favor. If he meets any humans, make sure they hear the rabbit tribe is alive and thriving. Our hero snatches up the quest on the spot, no doubts at all, and swears he'll dig into the truth behind what really happened in their old town. After a final goodbye that still had a tear in his eye, he thrusts his fist to the sky, totally geared up, and raring to kick off our next adventure. And just like that, he's gone. This guy rockets through the wilderness for days, his map skills turning every twist into easy directions, until at last, his target finally pops up on the horizon. The ocean, yeah, he finally made it, and on the way there, he even grabbed a quick little side quest. Alright, quick flashback. Right before everything went down, our hopeless hero got jumped by a pack of sketchy, scummy bandits. They close in on him, convinced they've finally found a pushover. One of them even slips into his space, acting friendly. Big mistake. Our boy immediately KOs the guy with a brutal right hook. The other bandits yank their weapons out in a panic, totally stunned that anyone would dare show them that kind of disrespect. A few moments later, the whole squad is out cold on the dirt, face first into defeat, and our main man smirks like, turns out these so-called bandits were even weaker than goblins. That's just humiliating. He remembers that shady line about bad people having no rights, and then he shuts it down fast, because that's not the life he's living. Instead of laying him out for good, this dude whips out healing magic on the same guy he just knocked cold. Yeah, our hero is so damn kind that there's no way he could ever be a cold-blooded killer. So yeah, he just swipes all their weapons and herbs for payment, and then lets them go like it's nothing. They live, he pockets the loot, and it's a win-win. Right in the middle of everything, his map suddenly chirps. He's tracked the signal. And there it is, this seaside town where May and her people once called home. He slips in disguised as an adventurer to investigate, only to find something is horribly off. The watchtower's totally empty, and the entrance looks mauled, like beasts tore into it. He tiptoes inside, and the second he does, boom. This whole town's been smashed over, goblins everywhere, and they're roasting marshmallows around a bonfire right in the middle of the street like it's the wildest party ever. Wait, our hero just freezes there, and the chaotic goblin raven folds and collapses right before his eyes. Alright, so our boy trips over what looks like a goblin-made company picnic from hell, and he hits them with his dead serious, so, are you all working overtime right now? My dude, I don't think they're getting paid time and a half for this mess, because the second he cuts in, he clocks that clever banter won't save him, seeing those guys look beyond annoyed. With no other choice, this absolute unit snaps into a battle stance, practically yelling at the top of his lungs, Comet and me. He realizes they've got the numbers, but he's hiding a secret weapon that could flip everything. Without even blinking, he whips his sword around and straight up crushes the first goblin that dares to get close. Yeah, he might not swing any wild, offensive magic, but give him a sword, and he unleashes real swordsmanship like it's his secret weapon. Then bam, A-Club smacks him before he can even react. And it turns out his swordsmanship is just the kendo we do to kids, recognized by the system, making his so-called epic fantasy power nothing more than an after-school club thing. But hey, if it works, it works. He snaps back with a flawless wrist strike, a true kendo classic, and drops one of those little creeps like it's nothing. The goblins look totally stunned, and our guy finally clicks into gear, gripping that sword like it belongs there, feeling its weight and craving the next fight. Right when his confidence rockets to the top, a massive shadow suddenly drops over him. That's when the final boss music slams in. Then a goblin knight on a laughably oversized, completely unhinged legboard charges straight into the party. This is the kind of nightmare that crawls out of your worst dreams and grabs you by the throat. Our hero dashes aside at the last second, as the beast barrels straight through the area like a living, furry freight train. But the moment he clocks the guy, he realizes this is the village boss, and suddenly everything flips from bad to pure apocalypse. The Boar Rider duo charges back around again, plowing straight through everything in their way. This thing is insanely fast, and our main guy barely squeezes out a dodge for the second charge. He digs his heels into the ground, ready to take the next hit head-on. But that brutal charge slams into him and flings him through the air. He realizes he's totally screwed. His sword won't even reach the goblin perched on top. He thinks about grabbing the board head-on, but at that speed, it's a guaranteed pile-up. One crash and it could rip his arms clean off. Hold up, an accident. Suddenly, it clicks in our hero's mind like a light bulb popping on. The goblin boss cackles, totally clueless as a chaotic scheme ferments in the shadows. This is basically a speeding car with the brakes cut. So tell me, what do you do with a speeding car? You slam it to a stop, and I'm immediately going to. The goblin catches his shout and just stares, completely baffled. Then R unleashes his deadliest trick, his item box, and drops a giant log straight into the boar's charging path. The beast and its rider don't even get a second. this brutal roadblock slams down and wipes them out instantly. With the boss finally gone, our battered hero drops his sword into the dirt and takes a breath. The last goblins just freeze in place, their little minds utterly shattered. Now it's just the little guys left, easy targets, the small fries. Then a chilling thought slams into him. What if they bolt and scream for backup? He charges in at full speed, wiping out the last pests before they can even squeal. Right when he's about to finish the job, a fully armored knight on a charging horse slams in and demands to know his name. And this is the vice captain of the greatest kingdom army, and the look on his face says he's not here to smile. Right when our boy finally catches his breath after wiping out a whole goblin army single-handedly, trouble shows up again, because a fresh squad rolls in like they own the place, all official and serious, and their leader jabs a super shiny sword at him, barking, "Who are you?" The top boss, calling himself General Cook, flashes this ridiculously cheerful grin, and suddenly, the whole room's tension melts away. Then he says, "We were the cavalry sent to wipe out the goblins, no questions asked," but it's clear someone already crushed them first. When the general surveys the total massacre, he's stunned speechless. Then he turns to our hero and demands to know, "Did you do all this alone?" His knights are freaking out, charging this many goblins solo. What are they smoking? The general's jaw drops as he admits he'd heard rumors about a goblin rider, an enemy that doesn't play. But then this absolute unit standing in front of them shrugs it off like it's nothing, totally unbothered. The interrogation kicks off, and they start drilling him, his age, his job, his skills. But our guy's stumbling over every answer, clearly not used to this kind of spotlight. General Cook spots that raw, untapped power, and instantly offers him a spawn knights. Then goes totally fanboy, blurting out that he once read a manga where the hero gets promoted right from the very start. But this guy doesn't even flinch. He just smacks him back with a brutal, straight up, "Sorry, I kindly refuse." This guy digs in, refusing to budge, flexing that his purpose is what hauled him this far. And the general doesn't get offended at all. He's absolutely ecstatic. "Amazinks, you've got a steel will like nobody else. And honestly, this dude is completely unhinged, and I'm loving every second of it." Masaru, the ultimate pragmatist, pivots fast and demands to know where the villagers are. The general snaps orders at his men, "Go find them right now, because they're probably lurking nearby." Then our hero drops a wild, off-the-wall request. He wants someone to clean up the goblin corpses, and the knights are totally thrown for a loop, like, "Wait, what?" Then he rips into a full-on public service announcement about proper corpse disposal. Dig a hole, burn the bodies, keep disease away, and make sure wolves don't come sniffing around, then bury the ashes. Honestly, it's a way more thought-out plan than you'd expect. The soldiers are totally stumped. Like, do we really have to take orders from this random, ridiculously hyper-competent weirdo? Meanwhile, in the god realm, the goddesses huddled around their divine monitor are straight up losing it, watching everything explode before their eyes. They're totally freaking out. What the heck is happening? One of them lets out a full-on scream. They can't even process what they're seeing. Knights of the kingdom are straight up talking and teaming up with their Ice Sky hero. They try to make sense of it. Yeah, goblins are pathetic, but that goblin rider should have been terrifying, even for Masaru. They yank up his earth resume, and it's pretty average. He was great at kendo as a kid, solid boxing in high school, but nothing on their screams, one-man army. Then it hits, and one of the goddess statues finally gets it. Look, it's not Masaru, it's this world's physics that are totally wrecked, and his usual earth-level strength. Here it's basically god tier. Panic slams in like a wave you can't dodge, and one goddess loses it completely, because she just realized this is the absolute worst-case scenario. If they let him stay like this, he won't just become a hero, he'll be the spark that blows up the entire world. Back on solid ground, Masaru blissfully ignores the world-ending power simmering inside him while he watches the villagers come back. Village Chief Garv is practically showering the general with thanks, but the general snaps back fast. "Nah, that's all on our main man. He carried the whole weight." The general hands Masaru the village reward straight to him, and our boy, never one to refuse free goodies, eagerly says yes. But the chief breaks down in tears, sobbing that the village lies in ruins, and they've got zero money left to hand over. Masaru waves it off. He's not after cash at all. He only needs water bottles, wooden boxes, and a pile of seashells. The general squints at you. "Seashells? Are you seriously telling me that's what you're using for that dirt wall you're building?" Then one of the knights leans in and practically urges the chief, "Just give the guy what he wants. End this before it gets worse." The chief nods and says, "We're still taking those boxes, no matter what, because our village has no water source, so we have to haul water from the ocean anyway." And that's when our boy drops the real bomb. "Wait, chief. You don't have to haul water to the village, do you?" With a sly grin, he drops the bomb. He knows their little secret. A fully functional well, perfectly hidden right beside the garden. The chief's expression drops into pure shock. Everyone freezes, stunned out of their minds. "How did you know?" The knight's eyes narrowed at once. hold up, I thought this village was supposed to be barren and totally waterless. The whole vibe flips in an instant. Those villagers are suddenly on display, grabbing anything they can, from pitchforks to sickles, and yeah, they don't look friendly anymore. One of them lunges forward, screaming that Masaru ratted them out to the knights, and now they're all doomed. The farmer slashes in with pure murderous rage, but our hero doesn't even blink. He snatches the blade out of the air like it's nothing, smashes the wooden handle in half with one hand, and glares back like, "Congrats, you just made a colossal mistake. Alright, buckle up, we're diving back into the chaos." After our hero wiped out the goblin welcoming crew all by himself, the local knights finally storm in. The blonde one points at that heap of villagers like a disappointed dad, then looks straight at him and goes, "You did this while we were talking." Nothing, our main man just bursts into a villainous cackle. What else could I say? They jumped me, and yeah, the goblins just hit harder. But Garv isn't buying it. He snaps that the hostility only sparked because our hero dragged their shady secret into the light. Then he whips around to face the tied-up villagers and growls, "So, what are you doing next?" Now the knights' faces cloud over. Hiding the well and attacking someone gets you executed, and I'd normally have them put to death. He pauses just long enough to let that hit, then drops the final twist, turning their freedom into chains, slavery. The villagers snap completely, and it's like their souls just burst out of them as they start clawing at the air, begging for their lives. But while they're panicking, our unsuspecting lead flashes this ridiculously smug grin, like he's already plotting something chaotic. He steps in like a pro, slams the brakes on everything and shouts, "Hey everyone, hold up, wait." This absolute unit tells him to just wipe the whole incident from his mind. So yeah, the catch is simple. Answer a couple questions, then do him one tiny favor, and the knights are totally thrown off like, what the hell is he cooking up? Then he drops the bombshell. 2 years ago, this village belonged to rabbit people, so where did they all go? Garv instantly breaks into a cold sweat, scrambling to win the other knights over. So you're really just gonna let them do interrogation like this? But Eldam, his own superior, snaps him to a halt with one brutal command. Then our hero lays it all on the table. "Some people actually believe in me," he says, eyes turning icy, "and I've got to answer one question." He's not snooping for fun, he's doing it for the rabbit people. The other knights shoot Garv and the village chief strange looks, and you can practically hear the thoughts clicking. Yeah, these two are absolutely hiding something. Eldam finally realizes he's boxed in, and that this guy means business, so he cracks, throws up his hands and says, "All right, I'll talk to you." He kicks things off with a wild story about the last king's massive expansion war from 5 years back. He swears they crushed the fight, pulled off the win, and then the rabbit people scattered and ran, like a neat little fairy tale with no mess at all. And right on cue, our boy shuts it down, calls it bull. This wasn't snagged by some country, he snaps, dead cold. The humans did it, pirates. He rips the horrifying truth wide open. Those rabbit people who didn't run for it were dragged away in chains and sold into slavery. And to this very day, their people are still stuck in grief. This shocking truth makes Garv completely lose it. He snatches our hero by the collar, eyes blazing with pure, unhinged rage, "Release all the rabbit people. Now." Right as our main guy calmly says it can't be done, Garv's logic circuits instantly fry to a crisp. "Then I'll show up, grab their spots, and drag them into slavery." And that's it, end of story. Our hero's patience evaporates the second you say, "I can't do something like that," after you grabbed innocent rabbit people and turned them into slaves. His voice rips upward, trembling with rage. "Tell me, are you built to take whatever you want as my slave, or what?" The facade is gone, now it's pure, unfiltered rage, and you'd better not mess with me. He blasts them with a verbal firestorm. "You murderous invaders don't get to touch us. This is justice, and I'm saying it loud." The knights are nothing but statues right now, totally frozen and totally blindsided by this level of intensity. Then just like that, the storm blows over. Our guy gulps in a breath, apologizes for snapping, and tells them, straight up, that he'll give them all the time they need to decide. Then boom, he opens a portal and just strides out like he owns the place. Yeah, he bursts through that portal and gets nailed with a huge smack right from the princess. "What are you doing, idiot?" She snaps, grabs him and yanks him away, straight into a full-blown meltdown. "Why are you picking a fight with them? Are you trying to burn down a whole country, Andy? Because you're seriously making me cry." So yeah, our hopeless hero is done with this day, and don't get it twisted. I'm not hating you. You dragged me here without my consent, remember? He tells her to just lay low, but she's freaking out, because fighting an entire army, that's terrifying. She's totally stunned when he admits he can't either. Her face freezes in pure disbelief. No way, is it really that bad? He snatches her hand, yanks her out of her panic. "Wait, just hold on. Let me explain what's happening to my body." He locks eyes with her and hurls the next huge bombshell. Straight up, in plain words, he could take on a whole army. The princess's brain just hard freezes, pure shock, and it's honestly hilarious. So there's our guy under the stars with a literal goddess, and she straight up detonates the biggest truth bomb. Yeah, you can take down an entire army all by yourself. And his face just screams, come again. Then the goddess drops the bomb. When they reincarnated this guy, they had to reshape his body to handle magic, and yeah, they went a bit too far. Just a little. Then she shrugs and drops the bombshell that his magic recovery is now at the spirit class. Like it changes everything, while our hopeless hero is left to feel it means absolutely nothing. So she lays it all out for him, telling him he's basically on the same plane as creatures that are asterisk, literally forged out of magic. Magic hits and the buffs keep stacking. His physical strength is absurd. He's draining barely like it's nothing, and his magic slides under control way easier than flipping a TV remote. The look on our main man's face, priceless. He's thinking, yeah, I might have clocked one or two of those. And just remembering the wild, unhinged stuff he's done, you can practically feel his soul sweating. She keeps going and she tells him straight up, once he starts leveling, his stats are gonna get flat out ridiculous. This absolute unit finally clicks. He's been sprinting through life like a level-capped starter character, bouncing around so long he never even noticed he'd been doing it all along. The goddess looks genuinely heartbroken, kinda late with the apology, don't you think? Like out of nowhere, a violent flash of light rips through the moment and cuts their sweet little heart-to-heart short. Boom, next morning, Captain Cook and the boys race in to meet Masaru and throw down a proper greeting. Cook is already spiraling over what comes next, snapping, look, I get it, those villagers let the beast folk walk free, but other towns won't be anywhere near that forgiving. Our boy is the kind that solves anything without breaking a sweat, so tell me, do you've got a list of where the other beast folk are? You know how it is, of course we do. Now let's go sit down with the bigwigs and talk it out. But Masaru clocks it instantly. Cook's acting way too calm for a negotiation that tense. He leans in and asks, what's going on? And Cook just smirks and goes, honestly, I was totally sure you'd solve this by punching everyone. People are catching on fast. Our hero's chaos-fueled solutions are spreading like wildfire. They hop into a carriage and race straight for Cook's home base, the City of Knights. A few hours later, they finally crash into the coastal kingdom's base. There's this city called Patarium. And yeah, this isn't exactly a 5-star resort. Masaru scans the streets and mutters that this is a city of kings. Right, if you ignore the fact it smells like questionable hygiene. Seriously, it's like this place doesn't know what sanitation even means. On their way to the main hall, a knight blurts out that they're about to hit an identification check. And right away, our boy starts sweating bullets. His face turns chalk white. You want to know why? Because this absolute unit never bothered to get an Adventurer's Guild card. They finally crash through the guild doors, and the receptionist is stunned. Wait, you don't have one. Everyone gets one the moment they turn 12. Luckily, Captain Cook talks it down, and they stamp the papers for his registration on the spot. Masaru slaps his hand onto this legendary, god-tier magic device. Then it starts automatically summoning the card for him. The receptionist tells you it's locked down tight. Fraud can't touch it, and your personal data stays hidden, with only your name and any criminal record showing. He snatches that shiny new card, buzzing with excitement. Finally, he can be a real, legit adventurer. Then he slaps the card and boom, stats explode onto the screen, and the whole room erupts in chaos. The knight's jaws are dropped to the floor, eyes popping like they've seen the impossible. This isn't what a normal person's status screen looks like. One of them just snaps and screams, what the hell? Masaru, poor clueless guy, blurts out, is it weird to have this many skills? Knights are practically shaking him, screaming that it's abnormal. Most folks only have 1 or 2 TBO skills, but you've got a whole library with 5 titles. Our guys rush in to play it cool, hide the screen and go, oops, little mistake. Nothing to see here. He's on his knees begging them, yeah, forget all that. The real point is I'm not a spy, right? So please just let it slide. But the damage is already done. Cook's men are spiraling into full-blown panic, because now they know nobody's ever going to believe their report. They shove him into the assembly hall, demanding he meet the boss right now. Our hero is about to march straight into the lion's den, and he is absolutely not ready. They burst into the meeting room, and right there, sitting like he owns the whole place, is an absolute unit of a man. He stares up like he could curdle milk with his glare. So yeah, you're really here. Meet Lancelot, the guy who runs the whole damn city. Masaru sera zeruper or Enyael. This negotiation won't be easy, because the aura coming off this guy is on a whole other level. Lancelot doesn't waste a second. Get ready, you're not here for pleasantries, you're here for the beast folk. Then he fires off straight at our boy, because you showed up empty-handed, no money, no items to trade, and that means you've got 0 leverage. He shoots forward, eyes wide, because this kind of ridiculous offer Masaru's about to throw out has his real curiosity on full blast. So tell me what's the real prize our main guy brings? Not gold, not power, knowledge. He unveils his big master plan, boost their food, create jobs, and level up everyone's quality of life. His very first concrete example: he yanked those bumpy, back-breaking horse carriages into a smoother ride. He yanks out the ultimate ice-sky weapon, a blueprint for a leaf spring suspension system. The whole room goes silent, like everyone just got hit. Lancelot's eyes narrow like he understands, but you can tell he's not fully buying it yet. He gets the offer loud and clear, but he's pure practical. There's no way I'm trusting something I can't see with my own eyes or touch with my own hands. So Masaru fires back with a counteroffer. He'll stay in the city and prove his knowledge actually works. Until he proves himself, the beast folks stay chained up, because if he fails, he's trapped right along with them. Lancelot is betting Masaru's entire future on this one shot. No hesitation, our boy shoots the words out like a lightning strike. Then it's tea. Masaru doubles his promise. He swears he'll fix the sanitation and the carriages, no excuses. Lancelot actually cracks a grin. He's not the villain, he just spots a great deal when it's right in front of him, grabs a citywide upgrade, and dodges a beastfolk rebellion at the same time. Now that's a straight-up win-win. But here's the catch: regular folks aren't gonna take it well when we unleash the beast folk. Masaru, always the showman, throws out a wicked challenge. A duel, him against anyone who dares oppose the plan, and if they lose, they've got to shut up and swallow the result. Lancelot feeds off that wild energy. Honestly, it's a brilliant idea. But hey, he insists, there'll still be a whole bunch of idiots who refuse to swallow defeat. Punching random folks won't win anyone over. He has to take down the strongest fighter in the city, the one victory that can't be argued with. With a wicked grin, Lancelot yanks his massive sword free. So what do you think? Let's spar. Our hero's expression says everything. His soul just got yeeted straight into the stratosphere. Alright, let's kick this off. Lancelot's knight commander slams right up to our guy, jabs a sword against his throat and growls, "So you wanna spar with me?" And yeah, subtlety is totally not on his menu. The second our main guy gripped that sword, something in him snapped clean in half. Lancelot clocks it instantly too, and that dude's grin goes fully unhinged. He's a total battle junkie, and now he's just locked onto his brand new favorite weapon. Right as we roll on, our hero cuts in. "I'll do it," and Lancelot is through the roof, while the shady advisor in the back wears a smug grin, acting like his whole scheme is landing exactly how he planned. Lancelot, itching for a fight on the spot, demands where we should start. Then our clueless hero slams the brakes and says, "Whoa there, big guy. We'll set a date and time." And then he pivots so hard you'd swear he's about to snap your neck. Meanwhile, I'm about to start giving everyone a lecture on hygiene. The whole room went dead silent as sparks flew and everything short-circuited. Sanitation standards for a study session. That wasn't homework anymore. That was the epic duel they'd been waiting for. This absolute unit roars that they need to haul in every scrap of Avrian they can find, because he's seconds away from unleashing the most revolutionary truth this kingdom has ever heard. And first, he tells you to wash your hands. Lancelot agrees, but our boy slips in. The perfect jab. Attendance is mandatory, even for the big shots. No way the bosses get to set a bad example, right? And that passive-aggressive punch, absolutely glorious. But don't get it twisted, the duel is still absolutely happening. So yeah, class is rolling, and our main guy steps up in front of a room full of confused knights. Then he drops the bombshell. The biggest problem we've got is our total lack of proper sanitation. He kicks things off like, "This is common sense, so do it. Cook your meat, boil your water, and for the love of God, clean your damn house." The knights are scribbling this down like it's forbidden magic, and our hero can't stop thinking, seriously, I'm basically handing them lessons a kid in primary school could teach. One of the knights is utterly stunned that he can just whip up a lecture like this out of nowhere. And this guy just keeps talking, saying basic cleanliness is the shield that stops plagues from spreading, so people don't get wiped out. And yeah, around here that's basically a wild, radical idea. And right here, this is the final straw for Lancelot. He locks in, stares him down, and fires off the million-dollar question, "Masaru, who are you really?" At last, Lancelot clicks. This info is pure gold, and the deal is wildly lopsided. Now he's staring at our kid like he owes him big. He just smirks and says getting indebted isn't exactly professional. "Oh, you think you're so clever, Lancelot." Our hero spots the opening and lunges for it. So damn refreshing, he grins. Then with a smooth tone, he asks right away, "So, could you lend me your smithing workshop?" He's already got a mile-long plan of fixes he wants to roll out, starting with the horse carriages. Lancelot nods and agrees, but then warns him. This capital has snapped up every great blacksmith, so the whole place is basically a wreck that needs fixing. They burst into the workshop, and fix-upper is the biggest lie of the century. The inside is a total disaster, buried under a mountain of unurials, and our hero's soul basically bolts out of his body in pure terror. "Pineapples, give me a pineapple." He snaps, screams at the top of his lungs, and totally loses his cool. He turns into full-on Gordon Ramsay on these knights. Unacceptable. he snaps. You call this a workshop? And by the end of the day, he's demanding a complete inventory of everything. Today, Lancelot steps up to defend his men, snaps that they've been coasting on the bare minimum, and insists that's absolutely not good enough for our guy. Then the story rips us into a flashback, his old life at a giant home center, where he kept tens of thousands of items perfectly lined up and running like clockwork. That careless move feels like an insult carved into his soul, so he jabs a finger at the commander and snaps, "Lancelot, handle the back. Get your men and get this whole place under control." With an absurdly dramatic pose, he declares, "All right, watch me show you what real inventory management looks like." And just like that, the massive cleanup kicks off. Knights haul crates, sort supplies, and do it all under our hero's sharp, expert direction. He's out here naming hammers, nails, and even hamsters. Wait, what? But they line up the organized materials so neatly, it's almost mesmerizing. Slaving away late into the night, refusing to stop. And finally, ITS Yash. The workshop is spotless now, everything's perfectly organized, and you can finally use the place. While he's sorting, Masaru stumbles on a pile of brand new fantasy medals. Black steel, crimson ore, and more. Things he's never laid eyes on before. The shady advisor shows up again, face tight with rage, whining that he's trapped in a brutal contract, stuck buying mountains of this useless ore. But while everyone else sees trash, our boy spots treasure and thinks, watch me turn this junk into something crazy by experimenting to forge powerful new alloys. Then he drops a full-on metallurgy 101 lesson, showing them how to forge bronze by melting copper and tin together. The advisor's mind is totally blank, as Masaru suddenly starts rambling about making stainless steel. Once the workshop is finally spotless, Masaru jumps into the fun. He opens his smithing skill menu, level 2. That skill description is insane. He can melt, shape, and form metals without a single tool, just raw ability, and the second he sees it, he clocks exactly what it is. A straight-up cheat skill. He realizes these skill tickets are insanely powerful, and now it's all about nailing the practice and the precision. He crushes his power into 2 iron ingots, ready to bend reality to his will. If I can pull this off, I can conquer anything, he thinks, so he decides to begin with something small. A few hours later, he's just sitting there, eyes locked on a knife like it's about to strike first. He's not even using the skill. He's dissecting it piece by piece, figuring out exactly how everything locks together. Then it clocks in, wait, hold up, maybe I've got the skill for this. Could I just make it myself? That urge to build something with his own 2 hands hits way too hard, so he snatches the tools. With a fierce look of focus, our boy dives straight into action. He slams the metal into the forge and cranks it until it burns hot. And he drives the metal into shape, hammering it with ruthless, practiced blows. Then he plunges that blazing blade into water, snapping it hard with the same tricks he learned back in school practicals, like he's living his best life. He lifts his creation high, grinning like he just won the world, and then Lancelot is right behind him, jaw dropped in total disbelief. Lancelot stares, utterly lost. How long have you been standing there? Masaru snaps, and it turns out the commander's been watching for ages, stunned that our hero can actually forge weapons. Masaru stays cool as ice, brushing it off like, it's just a simple blade, and I can do way better than this. Lancelot stares in awe, and tells him he's got huge expectations, because he fully believes he's about to do something great. But then his gaze slid across the table to something else. Our main guy flashes a sly, confident grin. Yeah, that one, and he says, I'll reveal it tomorrow, be there. Meanwhile, he's out here trolling the most powerful knight in the city, and it's pure gold. Lancelot just stands there, stunned, trying to wrap his head around this unstoppable storm of talent he just ran into. That night, he finally sinks down, wiped out from a brutal shift, yet glowing with the kind of satisfaction only hard work can give. While he works, he's boxed in by his own creations, an army of well-crafted pulleys and buckets. Damn, he shoots a thought through his head. I might have pushed it a little too far this time. But this is his kind of joy. He lives for building things that actually help people. It's his real, burning passion. Tomorrow, he's heading into town and teaching everyone how to use them. But for now, the night's still green, and this metal smith has plenty more forging left to do. You or the 5th art? All right, let's jump in. Our boy doesn't wake up to coffee. He jolts up to a blonde girl screaming in his face. He's totally stunned, and the first thing that actually makes sense in his head is, wait, who in the world are you? My guy's clueless as always, and then boom, a mysterious girl shows up, and it's basically an Ice Guy Tuesday. Turns out she's just here to deliver mail, because all the real knights are too busy cramming and studying. Yeah, sure, studying, right. Either way, she's got a message for our totally unsuspecting lad, and trust me, it's a real doozy. In 3 days, he's stepping into a duel with Lancelot, the guy who looks like he chews boulders for breakfast. And yeah, attendance is mandatory. The sheer panic on his face, unmatched and honestly priceless. Then the girls start whispering that Lancelot's a full-on battle maniac who's way too obsessed with our hero. While our guy's armor is basically drenched in sweat, the blonde just cackles like this is her favorite show. Meanwhile, his friends keep yelling for a medical team on standby, like telling someone, "Don't worry, jump off the cliff. The ambulance is waiting at the bottom." But fear, nah, he swells his chest, spits out a confident vow, and swears he'll do his absolute best to not hurt Lancelot too badly. The absolute audacity. The girls are left totally stunned by this ridiculous flex, but he just leans in harder, doubling down and swearing he'll give them a small demo of exactly how strong he is. And yeah, you gotta respect that bluff. Commitment like that is no joke. While that's happening, Lancelot's posted at the training area, just waiting, probably praying our main guy shows up, fully geared, ready for war. But what's he see instead? Our boy is standing by the well, seconds away from giving a full-on home improvement presentation. Lancelot showed up for a duel and basically walked into a TED talk. This guy snapped into action, packed the place with a huge crowd, and turned his pre-duel nerves into a full-blown product launch. He's such a natural showman that he calls out for a volunteer and gets one to jump right into his demonstration. A woman steps in, and he leans in close, grinning as he promises his new invention is so easy, even a kid could run it. Then he starts blasting into a super detailed rundown of a hand pump, showing how you prime the water and how vacuums do the heavy lifting. To them, this is basically forbidden sorcery. He slams a few pumps into the handle like it's about to unleash something. And bam, water erupts like a geyser, blasting everyone's minds wide open. The crowd goes wild, screaming it's magic, but our hero smirks and calls it a pump, then casually declares he's rolling them out across the whole city. But hold up, this infomercial isn't done yet. Up next, a plan to revolutionize horse carriages. He dives under the cart and instantly pinpoints the problem. This thing's built with the most basic, bare-bones design imaginable. Just wheels strapped to a frame, one slip, and your spine is getting shattered. So he snatches out a whiteboard like a veteran engineer and lays out his massive plan for a spring-based suspension system, right on the spot. Lancelot's face screams brain fry, but our boy, he's locked in, practically itching to build. He's furiously sketching blueprints while Lancelot just gapes, utterly lost. The man's craving blood, but fate slaps him with a physics lesson. Now the construction montage kicks off. And just like that, prototype number 1 is finally done. Masaru pitches the idea of a test ride, and even with Lancelot utterly baffled, he still nods and agrees. They launch into motion, and the cart skims over the rough ground like it's slipping away from trouble. Lancelot's soul almost pops right out of him, then it all clicks. The machine actually works, and he's gliding through futuristic comfort like he's dreaming. Then our hopeless hero fires off even more facts, breaking down the different suspension types like it's the key to everything. He's not just building a better carriage, he's paving the road for a whole new automotive empire, dropping plans for shock absorbers and bigger models that could change everything. The other knights are snapping, already plotting their cushy new road trips, while Lancelot is still trying to wrap his head around the fact that his duel got hijacked like it was an episode of Pimp My Ride. Masaru hands Lancelot the next ride, and you can literally see respect spark in the big guy's eyes. Lance, true pragmatist, snaps that they'll need skilled craftsmen to keep the new tech running, but our guy is already 10 moves ahead, promising he'll teach everyone himself. Now watch him spring the trap. He drags up that old conversation about balance deals. Checkmate, Lancelot realizes he's been played, and he immediately demands to know what Masaru wants. And our main man just lays it all on the table, this mind-blowing tech. He's trading it for a peace treaty, stop the invasions on beastfolk and humans, and shut down the ore grab too. The air turns heavy with tension, like something is about to snap. Masaru locks eyes with him and snaps, "That's it, that's all." Lancelot's stunned for a beat. Then he nods, agrees, and they lock in the deal that's about to flip their whole world's future. Old Lancelot straight up says he can only promise peace within his own city, but if that's all it takes, then wow, it's a monumental win. As he storms out, Masaru leans in and thanks him from the bottom of his heart. But Lancelot, the total battle maniac, cackles in his face and hammers home that their duel is still happening in just 3 days. Even when everything else shifts, some things stay locked in place. Now that the deal's sealed, Masaru finally exhales, relief flooding his chest. But his day's far from done. Right away, his own people crowd in, buzzing with excitement over every new invention he's cooking up. This absolute unit is totally wiped. Every last drop of magic and social energy is gone, and now all he wants is to crash and sleep. He crumples onto a pile of women, groaning through his exhaustion, because teaching new tech to people wipes him out in both his mind and his body. Later on, he stares back at his old life, and the craftsman who drilled everything he knows into him. He's sprawled in his room, staring out at the night sky like it's got answers just waiting for him. As he starts mumbling that old, kinda cringe poetry to himself, like it's stuck in his head, right then it hits him, he's not alone anymore. Goddess Victimias is perched on his roof. She leans in and asks, "So that poem, was it from your hometown?" He finally confirms it, straight up. And she, being wildly nosy, blurts out, "So who was that about?" Out our boy finally spills his heart, telling her about his first love. Love at first sight, then a total disaster when he couldn't confess in time. By the time he finally gathered the courage, she was already engaged to someone else. And he still smiled, patted her on the back, and congratulated her like a total champ, even while it burned like hell inside him. Then he drops the craziest coincidence. The rabbit kid he met is Daimai, just like her. Victor Victimia's face twists with real, genuine pity for him. It hits him, and suddenly Masaru snaps back to a memory, realizing the crucial truth behind what she told him the last time they parted. He tells her that meeting the rabbit people has pulled him back from the brink, and handed him a whole new purpose. He pours out heartfelt gratitude for bringing him into this world, and she flushes so hard, she gets completely swept up in it. She hits him with that soft, bleeding gentle smile, like a warning he can't ignore. While, fully swept up in the chaos of the moment, he blurts a sharp, "What's wrong?" and snaps her right out of it. Then it hits him pure genius, and he still thinks she's a useless goddess, but he blurts it out by accident, out loud. Her face instantly crumples and he rages about it, then tries to save it by saying he's grateful anyway. She decides to drop it, and just like that, everything's fine again. With a fresh burst of energy, our hero grabs his momentum and heads straight for the smithy to push his work even further. The grind never lets up, like it's got its teeth sunk into you. As he strides off, he shoots a quick look back over his shoulder. The goddess watches him disappear, smiling as she thinks, "The moon's gorgeous tonight, isn't it?" That quiet little feeling hits hard, like the perfect way to end the night. All right, buckle up, because for 5 straight days, our main man has been running on nothing but fumes and pure grit. When he wasn't out there helping the victims of that total chaos, he was locked in as a blacksmith, hammering, prepping, and sharpening for the fight of his life. And just like that, Duel Day explodes on the calendar. Every single person in town shows up, cramming the Colosseum so full it's nearly bursting at the seams. This isn't some random brawl, this is the season's biggest showdown, and it's about to kick off. Suddenly, the man of the hour, Lancelot, shows up, and you can tell he's genuinely impressed Masaru didn't just take the money and vanish. Masaru keeps his cool with a shrug like it's no big deal. "I didn't catch a word about any duel, but now it looks like a full-on festival has exploded into town." Before Lancelot can even spit trash talk, this absolute unit demands a roll call. Where are his subordinates? Lancelot snaps back, "Where's my sword? You promised you'd upgrade it." And right when he goes for him, our boy snaps back without missing a beat, then lands the most legendary line, "Oh sorry, I broke it for reference, my bad." Lancelot's whole world instantly implodes. But don't freak out, our guy came ready for battle. He chows down on a brand new black sword and hands it to Lancelot, swearing it's way tougher, even if it's a downgrade from a short sword. Still, beggars can't be picky. This unsuspecting lead swung in with his own weapon, acting way too cocky, like he didn't see the danger coming. Lancelot bursts into a wicked cackle. "Nice, right? That'll make your defeat even cuter." And our hero only smirks back like, "Yeah, I'll do my best to hold back." This smack talk is getting hot. Lancelot leans in and warns him. The last person who underestimated him ended up eating every word they said. Then he leans in and grills our boy about what he's been through when humans beat him. Masaru answers with a stone-cold none, and this guy is an absolute savage. They trade words back and forth, and Lancelot finally admits the truth. This guy's power is the real deal. But the chatter's done. Both of them already know this is about to explode into a full-on brawl. They stride into the arena like it's war, ready to throw hands and settle it right now. The crowd absolutely explodes with cheers. From the VIP box, our boy locks eyes with the messenger girl, and she's cheering like a spotlight, radiant, glowing, impossible to ignore. A tiny spark of motivation never hurt anybody, right? The announcer blasts the crowd into a frenzy, calling out the fighters, Knight Commander Lancelot versus Adventurer Musaru. The rules couldn't be clearer. It's every fight one-on-one, no teams, just you and your opponent. The duel only ends when one side throws in the towel, or simply can't stand anymore, and they promise it'll be a fair, honorable showdown. Then their eyes snap across the arena and lock like a challenge. The tension is so thick it could slice through steel, and the Raphaels start, then it's on. Their swords slam together, and for a breath, it looks like they're dead even, powering up with the same brutal force. So yeah, Lancelot is genuinely stunned. His face contorts into a wild, unhinged grin, like, "So their asterisk is someone who can match me in strength." Then he leans in and snaps, "Come on, show me what you're made of." Lancelot detonates a downright ridiculous storm of attacks. Our boy is getting absolutely crushed, throwing himself in front of every hit, while Lancelot just barrels through with raw brute force to force the win. That one swing hits so brutally, it wipes out the stone floor under their feet like it never existed. He's sweating bullets, staring at them like, "Bro, are you seriously trying to kill me right now?" Lancelot stops mid-sentence, eyes narrowing as he realizes you're a total oddball, and he blurts, "So you're strange, huh? You've got the strength and the experience, but man, your technique is pure garbage." George, he's not wrong. Our boy is basically blurting power on the spot, no real skill behind it. He knows it, this traditional sword fight is already a losing hand, and his body just can't move like a real swordsman. All right, he realizes he's toast in a straight-up brawl, so our main guy panics into a new plan. Get creative, because he's no warrior. He's been clocking in at a home center for years, soaking up every weird little trick. Now he's ready to flip that ridiculous know-how into power, and this is his ultimate move. Move, skill, I'm Bucks, he roars, and the sky erupts as logs start raining down. The VIPs are utterly dumbfounded, because not a single one of them had skilled user on their bingo card for this fight. Lancelot's just standing there, stunned. "What are you doing? Are you trying to trip me with all this?" But our boy is just getting started. Sane skill US kicks in, and boom, woodworking, smarts, something, and construction skills all fire at once. In a heartbeat, the scattered logs and loose spare parts whip through the air and snap together into place across the arena. Lancelot spins around, frozen in jaw-dropping shock. Now he's not stuck with trash. He's blazing through life with fully functional sage weapons all around him. Our boy flexes some full-on galaxy brain strategy. His crafting skills are so sharp, he builds deadly complex machinery on the fly, turning a clean sword duel into a straight-up warzone. The catapults roar to life, and Lancelot has to scramble for his life as colossal projectiles come flying his way, one after another. He twists out at the last second, barely escaping being completely crushed. The VIPs are freaking out, and the blonde lady swears he's only stalling. But her companion spots the truth in a flash and erupts in a scream. "Lancelot, yeah, that wasn't random chaos. It was a trap, and our boy has built this massive ballista, lining it up to blast the Knight Commander straight between the eyes." Lancelot suddenly realizes they've funneled him perfectly into a kill zone, and if he so much as twitches, he's getting skewered. Two huge arrowheads slam into position on both sides of his head, locking there just before they could turn him into a shish kebab. He's pinned there, flat out trapped, and completely helpless. And the Knight Commander's body locks up, frozen solid, trapped where he stands. The whole crowd freezes, stunned so hard they can't even breathe. Lancelot is shoved to his knees, pinned there with zero chance to move. Our boy strolls right up, presses his blade to the commander's neck, and just like that, this is finished. Lancelot is seething. He's sure he got played, and he's betting that if he can just crush back into close range, he'll turn the tables and win. At this point, the only thing he can truly trust is his own arm. If he would just swing that sword. God, he yanks his weapon again and again, but it refuses to move. He gasps and drops his gaze in pure terror. Our hero's black sword, the one he gave him, is yanked into place and magnetically clamped to a giant black slab that just burst up from the ground. He got trolled from the very start, and the whole VIP section can't wrap their heads around what they're witnessing. Our boy mapped it all out, every move, every second. The announcer's voice blasts across the arena. "Matt Shover, the winner is Masaru." Then Lancelot is left kneeling in the dirt, totally and completely crushed by the sheer power of home improvement. All right, let's jump right back into the chaos. The dust finally clears in the arena, and Commander Lancelot locks eyes with Masaru, wearing that wild mix of respect and how in the world did this kid outplay me. It finally clicks, every clash, every feint was engineered to shatter his sword, and our main guy just flashes the smoothest, most smug smirk like he planned it all. Yeah, the secret's officially out, and there's no putting that genie back in the bottle. With the whole stadium staring, they finally step out for their post-game chat. Masaru blurts out his confession. "Yeah, at first I figured your blade would just shatter, but I had to make sure." This absolute unit then rips open the whole truth behind his insane 5D chess play. He admits he'd borrowed Lancelot's sword earlier, secretly tested the steel, and now he's swung back to realize the defibrillate in his hands is the real key. That spring-loaded arrow trap, total misdirection, just to get close enough to bisect the commander's weapon. And yeah, this was a full-on gamble from the very beginning. And our boy keeps going, explaining that even Lancelot's massive ballista arrow was nothing but another trick to control where he moved. He basically trolls the kingdom's strongest warrior by leaning in and going, "See this? Winning isn't only about your sword skills, it's all in the gear you swing with." And if that isn't the ultimate flex, This guy just thrusts out the absurdly overpowered sword he forged. And here you go, consider this my thanks, sealed into a token for this duel. Lancelot, utterly stunned, grips the blade, and he plants a test swing that slices the air almost in two, then bursts into a cackle, stunned by the raw power now in his hands. Ha, you might be right. Handing this to me before the duel would have been a terrible idea. Then the vibe flips. Lancelot suddenly gets dead serious for a heartbeat. He calls himself a berserker. He's a battle addict, chasing that adrenaline like it's his lifeline. But once he kept leveling up, everyone else started looking like cannon fodder. He towered over his comrades, and eventually nobody was left who could even challenge him. He found himself stuck polishing his sword every single day, so bored it felt like his soul was melting. Our boy leans in hard as the commander finally admits the truth. He's been carrying the whole organization on his back, running it solo, because nobody else could keep up. A real, heartfelt grin bursts across Lancelot's face, and suddenly I get it. Today was wildly interesting, because for the first time in forever, I actually had fun. He tells Masaru they'll clash again someday once our hero has leveled up even more, but our clueless lead is basically like, nah, I'd rather bail for real. Once the brawl was over, Lancelot spun toward the roaring crowd and delivered his promise to the last word. Swear on Commander Lancelot's name. I'm calling Masaru the winner right now, and I'm demanding Alal's enslaved bisfolk be freed immediately. He and Masaru shoot their arms up like they just won everything, and the crowd erupts so hard they can't even breathe. Freedom. Later that night, Masaru and his crew kicked back in a tavern, chatting and trading gossip about how he used his production skills to crush people in battle. They're baffled about how this guy has every skill under the sun. Then bam, their souls rip out of their bodies. Commander Lancelot stands right behind them, radiating raw authority. The knights instantly start sweating buckets, convinced they're about to get obliterated, and Lancelot snaps, "Calm down, idiots." Turns out, he's not there to punish them at all. He grabs the two knights who dragged Masaru into the city and orders them to spill every last detail they know about him. Lancelot scans the official report, and it doesn't click. His level matches, but the numbers say he has 20 skills and a title holder status, and that gap from the norm is downright unbelievable. He knows that a level 16 kid playing at level 7 speed against a veteran is a giant, flashing red flag, because the knights wouldn't even let a level 60 in, not to mention someone like this. Finally, Lancelot hangs his head and mourns that his bond with this wild, fascinating kid is already gone. Right when he's wallowing in self-pity, a shady figure slides into the doorway, and a one with a sly smile snaps. So tell me, Oji-sama, isn't there someone who could be sent as a messenger? A few days later, our hero finally grins. He's ready to tear back to the village. He's chatting with Lancelot, double-checking that the beast folk are finally free, then he's about to bolt. But Masaru spots something is seriously off. Lancelot's got this massive, gnarly black eye plastered across his face. Dude, what's with these bruises? Did you get jumped or something? Our guy is totally thrown off like, who the hell hit an absolute unit like you? Right on cue, a brand new challenger storms in. It's the tavern woman, and she is not messing around. Ara, isn't that supposed to be cute for a woman of marriageable age? Lancelot Dono. She straight up dropped him with a beatdown. Lancelot wastes no time. He introduces the rascal as his 19-year-old niece, Adelina. She flashes a sweet, polite intro like it's all smiles, while everyone's still reeling from the fact that she just coded her legendary uncle. Our main guy is totally out of his depth. Lancelot is trying to talk him through it, but Adelina is glaring at him like he's done this on purpose. The commander flat out admits he's pawning his wild niece to Masaru, saying she's desperate to broaden her horizons, and insisting our hero has to step in and help build the new village. A perfect reason to finally kick his chaotic relative out of his life. Meanwhile, Adelina keeps her eyes on Masaru, sizing him up, and she looks absolutely captivated. Masaru just laughs it off. Haha, you really do have Lancelot's blood in you. He agrees to let her ride shotgun for a few years, while he hammers out the village and gets it up and running. So it's that simple, right? Wrong. Lancelot snaps straight into overprotective uncle mode, snatches Adelina and shouts, "If you tell me not to go, I'll cut to two, I'll cut to my view. Just try not to lay a single finger on her, are you?" After that jaw-dropping goodbye, they finally break apart and go their separate ways. Masaru yells, "We'll meet again," and storms off, dragging his brand new companion, who's just a little bit unhinged. After a grueling journey, he finally snagged every last material he needed. They finally slam through to the village gates. Masaru flings his arms wide and yells at the rabbit folk waiting there, "I'm back." The reunion is finally here, and it's about to hit like a punch to the heart. Our hopeless hero blurts out the good news fast, and the beast folk just stand there, absolutely stunned. He leans in and tells them, We've got a ton to plan and a whole lot to talk through for what's coming next. But we'll deal with that later. Right now, something bigger is calling. Just for today, he flashes a warm smile and says it like a promise. A tiny rabbit girl, swamped by emotions, snaps and bursts into tears, then lunges at him, smashing him with a huge, crushing hug. It's celebration time, so the whole place is getting loud right now. Now it's time to soak up their brand new freedom and go all out. As the party rages on, a familiar notification suddenly flashes for our boy, World Development, bonus Resavid. He cradles the crying girl to his chest, and pure relief lights up his face, because he really did it, and he reshaped the world one broken sword at a time. All right, let's crash right back into the chaos. Masaru's back in the village, and he's not coming home empty-handed. He looks like he just wiped out a whole small nation. Around the campfire, the crew finally clicks into place. So now that the human kingdom is playing nice, they can throw open the doors and welcome every last freed beast folk. But Elena, pure pragmatist, can't shake the dread. We just handed them a mountain of advanced tech. What's stopping them from turning it into an army and marching right back over here? Our main man just shrugs it off, because he's already locked in a peace treaty, and his answer to every problem is simple: go bigger. He drops the bombshell. This isn't just some little village expansion. They're raising a full-blown CID of beast folk. The next morning, May tries to yank a super sleepy Edelina out of bed. This absolute unit is already on his feet, hammering through emails. Wait, what emails? He yanks up his status screen, and there it is, a message blinking like it's about to blow up. It's Aera Sephora, newly arrived goddess on the scene, who steps up and introduces herself as the younger sister of that shady goddess who just yeeted him here. And since she's the goddess of civilization, she's so blown away by how fast his world's developing that she slaps him with a bonus package. Our boy's brain flatlines for a split second, because wait, there's more than one god. He instantly decides he likes this new one way more. She's got real common sense, unlike her totally unhinged older sister. A wild, brilliant idea snaps into his mind. This could be dangerous. If he keeps running these development projects, he might just keep raking in divine rewards. He double-checks his skills, and bam, every single one shoots up a level, and the drive in him hits full power. Raring to go, our hero rounds up every rescued rabbit person and calls them all to a town hall meeting. He cuts right to it. Good, you're all free, he says, but then his voice drops. We've got a massive problem. With 200 fresh residents arriving, the village's population is about to triple, and panic is already brewing over food, housing, and defense. With the swagger of a guy who's got every cheat code in his back pocket, he fires off his big proposal. Let's build a CIDE. The whole crowd goes dead silent, stunned out of their minds. Then the chief snapped back first, blurting CEI, and can anyone even tell me that's possible? Masaru shoots them a heart-melting, god-tier grin and swears he'll build a safe, inclusive, smile-packed city, just for them. And just like that, the whole crowd buys it hook, line, and sinker, while the chief just shakes his head, finally conceding, yeah, this guy's legit. But our main man isn't done. He steps forward and drops a truth bomb, saying there's something he hasn't told us yet, and suddenly everyone's staring. He takes a deep breath, knowing it's either going to work, or it'll get him branded a lunatic. The truth, the gods dragged me here from another world themselves. Cold, dead silence hangs in the air, and our hopeless hero is sweating bullets thinking, yeah right, no one's going to believe this wild, ridiculous story. Then the crowd erupted, no shock, just a storm of questions. Which god brought you here? And does this mean your knowledge came from some other civilization? The chief just bursts into a cackle, totally unbothered. Of course we believe you, because this is a world built by people like that, you dummy. Gods, that's just everyday life here. Masaru's jaw drops to the floor. They don't just trust him. When it comes to these people, he's family, the protector who lives right beside them. That sweet, heartwarming moment gets instantly crushed when the air erupts with a wild storm of questions about his world, about the gods, and about what humans are even like. With the pressure crashing in, he panics hard and blurts out a crazy promise. All right, I'll forge bronze statues of the gods and prove it later. We'll talk at dinner. He snaps into action and orders the crowd to scatter into tasks, desperately trying to slip out of the interrogation before they break him. While the masses are kept busy, he spins to his two most trusted allies, Adelina and May. He's got a super-secret mission lined up for them, and once they're in, they'll help him craft Slake Lime. Both of them just lock eyes on him, totally blank-faced, then one asks, what the heck is Slaked Lime? And just like that, our boy grins, claiming it's their secret weapon for building up the city. He drags them over to a busted-up furnace he's already built, and it's ready to roar. Turns out it's ridiculously simple. Toss seashells in a pot, stack wood underneath, and set it ablaze. Then he whips them over to the bellows, just a plain wooden box that blasts air straight into the fire. He tells you this tiny contraption is going to blast air through the tube, and it'll crank the furnace heat past 1,000 degrees. The girls are totally lost, sweating like crazy. The world feels like it's 1,000 degrees, and they can't believe how in the heat they're trapped. Masaru fires off some quick science, saying water boils at 100, and iron won't even think about melting until it's way past 200 degrees. Adelina, sharp as ever, blurts out the obvious question. All right, smart guy, how do you MESMER it? And our hero doesn't even blink. He just blurts, I have no idea. Then he explains, theory's cool, sure, but safety and using it the right way matter way more. Adelina keeps pressing him, hard, demanding to know what proper usage even means. Masaru suddenly turns philosophical, saying tech can either shower you with fortune or crash everything into total disaster, purely depending on how you wield it. It all boils down to one thing, responsibility. He ruffles both their heads with a calm, reassuring pat and tells them, always weigh the consequences, no matter if you win or if you crash. It's about owning your mistakes, then using them like a map to push yourself forward. The two of them stare on, clearly shaken by his little speech. With the lesson finally over, he fires up the group, telling them to get the furnace running right now. But he can't stop. He's got his own mission, tearing into the work, prepping the land so their brand new city can rise. He shows up at the site and can't stop grinning, because the ground is unnervingly flat, like some huge battle just got wiped clean a second ago. He shrugs it off like, of course, his cheat skills hit him with yet another ridiculously convenient side effect. Perfect spot, solid bedrock high above everything, just like the chief promised. But here's the catch, digging through that much bedrock alone is brutal, and only his rare processing skills can pull it off. He corners the rabbit folk and demands their help. He crunches the numbers in his head and realizes clearing even a tiny bit of space just guzzles his MP like crazy. If he keeps going like this, it'll take him days of non-stop grind to clear the whole area. Panic starts clawing at him. Desperation hit hard as he darted his gaze across the area, then his eyes locked onto those cliffs to the north like they held the answer. Earth, and then it slams into him, a gut-punch realization that shakes his whole world. His soul nearly bolts out of his body. How in the world could he have forgotten this? The one thing he's been chasing this whole time, his top priority above everything else. He spots it, the ultimate Isekai starter pack item, and slan. An entire colony was just sitting there, silent and hungry for discovery. All right, let's jump right back into the chaos. Masaru's getting blasted with praise from the village chief, and it's not polite either. They're so grateful they're basically talking about building a statue just to honor him for helping their town level up. The chief is going full blast, making it crystal clear. She trusts him completely. So how does our hero hit back at all that heartfelt gratitude? He unveils his latest masterpiece, a giant, wiggling, gelatinous blob packed inside a box. The crowd instantly goes wild. This dude just strolls into the village with a slime like it's no big deal, and nobody has a clue what to do. But our main guy doesn't panic. He's got a plan, explaining that sure, slimes are magical beasts, yet he's bringing them in for one super specific, super important job. He's been digging through research, and now he wants to tame this little guy, just to find out if he can really learn to be a good boy. Yeah, he dug into non-hostile monsters, figured out how to use them like real resources, the same way you degrab wood or stone. And his ultimate galaxy brain dream for this slime, listen to his inner voice screaming it like it's the whole point. He wants to build a toilet. The chief's brain basically fried at the idea, using magical beasts like they're a resource. That concept feels totally foreign to her. But our boy doesn't stop. He insists they have to test what the slime can digest, and even more, uncover its weakness so they can take control. But he's not done. This absolute unit is also planning a lizard farm to fix their food problem, and the chief is so blown away, she just gives him the green light on everything. And that's how Masaru's slime research diary kicks off, right from the first page. At first glance, it's squishy and see-through, and somehow it climbs like a wet noodle with zero shame. Honestly, it's weirdly cute in this dark, blobby way. On his very first test, he stuffs his face with a box of garbage leaves, wood, the usual, then chucks it into the enclosure. And look at that, this little guy starts chowing down, slowly taking it all in, and boom, the experiment works. A few days later, our hero is flying high. He's convinced this thing won't have any trouble with human waste, and he's practically glowing with excitement, but his grin dies when he sees the slime shriveled into a lonely little pancake. He panics and bolts over, shouting for Slime-chan. He snatches it up, and it's bone dry. Turns out the poor thing is totally dehydrated. Crisis averted, he drops the slime into some water, and it balloons right back up like nothing happened, totally good as new. And that's when it hits. Slimes crumble when they get dehydrated, and now he's got the perfect way to keep them under control. This kicks off a wild, bigger theory. What if slimes are basically the world's own water filters, gulping up filthy water and spitting out crystal clean liquid? Our boy's practically buzzing with pure excitement, This world is a goldmine of secrets, just waiting to be uncovered. Good news, those villagers aren't afraid of the slimes anymore. Bad news, now they're treating them like cute little pets. One-chan's already asking if she can keep one, while Masaru scrambles to remind her, these are still dangerous monsters, not fluffy kittens. The chief looked completely wiped out, like this guy's chaos never gives him a single peaceful breath. She yanks him aside, eyes blazing with worry, like she can't stand the idea he's drowning in more than he can handle. But he's already 10 moves ahead, mapping out how he'll run the whole city before anyone even realizes what's coming. He tells her we're gonna need way more materials, especially lumber. So he leans into the gathering team and begs for a favor, help him scour the place for tree seeds and fresh saplings. Then he blows their minds with the wild, revolutionary idea, tree planting. He tells them it's the secret way to haul in wood without wrecking the forest, something he snagged from his home-centered job back in his old world. In this world, the girls stare at him like he's magic. He's thinking 5 steps ahead, playing full 4D chess with forestry. He's even plotting to plant fruit-bearing trees. The chief asks Agus right then when he's finally leaving. Yep, I'll go alone, he boasts, way too cocky for someone who doesn't know the whole story yet. Now cut to the next morning, because Adelina and May are already packed, ready, and weirdly way too cheerful. Our hopeless hero tries to shut her down, but Adelina floors him with flawless logic. This is the perfect chance for them to dive in, explore and learn. He still fights to say no, but May barrels in with the ultimate move, the tactical guilt trip hug. His resolve snaps in an instant. Yeah, there's no doubt now, this is straight up coercion. So this brand new trio charges straight into the woods, together. Masaru lays out the plan, grab wood, watch for edible plants and seeds, and make nature the cohabitation point from the start. Then he launches into this shockingly cool rant. Back home, overdevelopment wrecked everything, and now he's determined to live in harmony with this world. Right then, embarrassment hits him hard. He realizes he sounded way too cheesy. The girls can't stop gushing, it's just ridiculously adorable. Adelina goes for a playful whack, and it totally catches him off guard. Once the pep talk ends, they snap into action, ready to hit the wild and forage. After a while, Adelina keeps stacking lumber, stacking so much it becomes downright insane. But then it clicks, Masaru has slipped away, and both of them realize it at the same time. Suddenly, the zillang of swords slices through the air, and he's locked in a brutal fight with something. No hesitation hits, then they explode into a sprint straight for that sound. They spot our boy right in the middle of the fight, before they even get a chance to ask what's going on. He shoves a huge, slimy, wriggling thing straight into Adelina's face. She snatches it on instinct, eyes wide with pure terror as it clicks. She's got something filthy and wet in her hands. Their synchronized screaming hits like music, beautiful, terrifying, and unforgettable. Masaru saunters right up, and with a smug sorry, he doesn't even try to hide it. I figured you'd dodge. Turns out the monster was even worse, just a colossal worm crawling out of the darkness. Then he starts geeking out hard, bragging that these worms are straight up gold for the soil. Turns out they zip around using earth magic, which is exactly why the streets never get littered with tunnels. May swears that even scraps of the worm are priceless, used to craft those high-end bows and armor. That muscle stretches like it's made of rubber, and it refuses to quit, strong, tough, and built to last. Adelina calls out the big obvious hole in the business plan, but here's the kicker. Almost nobody can actually hunt a worm. Everyone goes still, and all eyes snap to Masaru. The way he just did it is like he was hauling out trash, while May practically radiates like she's glowing. Our hero just shrugs, like, yeah, sure, we're definitely adding magical beast hunting to the chaos list. Talk drifts to hunting more normal food. Then May's ears snap upright like she just heard something unbelievable. A massive shadow lunges out of the trees, and she goes stone still on the spot. The fear blazing across her face is so intense you can practically feel it in the air. Masaru recognizes that look instantly, and it hits even harder than her reaction to the goblin. This isn't normal fear, it's next-level terror. Here she snatches his shirt, her fingers jittering with intent. Tears blazing down her face, she screams, "You'll die. And trust me, this is the fight you absolutely do not step into." He takes it deadly serious and vows, "I'm not fighting." But he needs to see what they're really facing. He orders them to stay put while he slips out to get a clear look. He leans in, cautious, and peeks through the foliage like he's expecting something to jump out, only to spot a colossal bear tearing into a horse, claws flying. Oh shit, that's all he can think, as the monstrous bear unleashes a roar that shatters reality. So yeah, today is absolutely not gonna be an easy one. Alright, buckle up back into the chaos. This guy is living his best life in the woods, right up until a 10-ton ball of furry death starts hunting him down. His soul is begging to escape as that unhinged, drooling monstrosity crashes through the trees, hunting for something human-sized to rip apart like a chew toy. Thinking fast, our hero hurls himself behind a tree, clamps his breath tight, and prays to every god that'll listen. Then slides down, totally drained, convinced he's finally safe. As he gasps for breath, he scrambles to make sense of what just hit him. Yeah, that was a bear, but nothing like any bear he's ever seen. This thing was a full-on magical beast, like a roided-out nightmare ripped straight out of a video game. Then boom, he catches the collateral damage. A warped, six-legged horse corpse, totally wiped out, and he can't help it. He pulls out his appraisal skill to figure out exactly what kind of nightmare he's looking at. The results flash on screen, and right there, a brutal assault, savannah horse appears, basically a horrifically mutated beast pumped full of magic. That demon bear wiped it out and started chomping like it owned the place. But now the real mystery hits. Why did it bail mid-meal? Like it suddenly remembered something way too important. And just like that, right on cue, the sky answers his call. Rain starts falling. He realizes this is his escape signal, so he shuts down his search for the day and hauls this absolute beast to the chief. Back at the village camp, he lays out every single horrifying detail of that terrifying encounter. The chief just glares and nods. Yeah, that was a demon bear. No big deal, like dropping walking apocalypse into conversation. He says these things are basically forces of nature, unstoppable, and that they used to show up every few years, smashing everything in sight. All right, just like that, the chief thanks our hero. Practically relieved, he pushed those evacuations at the exact right moment. Yeah, but our boy is still stuck on one thing, why that bear ditched him. The chief tells him the bear was probably full, and once it senses rain coming, it just bolts. This rain isn't just weather. It's the spark that kicks off the legendary rainy season. A brutal downpour slammed everything so hard the forest and plains vanished under a giant, knee-deep sea of water. Turns out even the demon bear can't move freely, so while everyone else exhales in relief, a totally different shock slams into our unsuspecting lad. He snaps to his feet and marches out of the tent like he's on a mission, and the chief just stares, totally baffled, demanding to know where he's headed. The chief instantly fears the worst. Are you really telling me you're going to take it on all by yourself? But our hero isn't even thinking about the bear. He snaps. The real emergency is the food. He refuses to choke down another bland bite of village rations. His Japanese taste buds are basically rioting, so he springs out of the tent on a mission. He sprints into the downpour just as the plains start getting swallowed by rising floodwater. He's not out here hunting monsters. He's chasing flavor until he clocks it. Something moves in the murky water. Suddenly, a gigantic crab rockets toward him, its claws snapping shut like jaws of steel. Does our boy panic? Nah, he whistles, yanks out some rope from his item box, flips the beast onto its back with killer precision, and ties it up like he's done it 100 times. He hoists his prize high with pure, glorious triumph, like he's just blasted into victory in the beach crab jet. This absolute unit instantly realizes those flooded plains are basically a buffet, delicious edible monsters, like a giant gazami crab. As soon as the crab lets loose, it rockets into a frantic catching spree, yanking in a jeweled scissor crab that sparkles like it's carved from emeralds. He's gone full possessed, snatching garland poison toads, green moss crayfish, and even a stealth python. Because this isn't survival anymore, it's basically the pilot of a wildly chaotic ice sky cooking show. Right as he's celebrating his haul, a shadow pops up out of nowhere, Victinia herself, looking bored out of her mind and bone dry even with the monsoon raging, and our hero nearly jumps out of his skin. Then he asks how she's not drenched, and she smirks that her god barrier keeps the rain off her skin. Of course, our main guy instantly starts craving one too. He teases her, asking if she came to munch his hard-won crabs, and she shuts that down fast, denying it immediately. Spotting the opening, our guy flips on the charm like a switch. Just us two, he says, and then he offers to cook for her. She grumbles at first, but she reluctantly gives in. With a flick of pure handyman magic, he scraps together a temporary base in seconds, roof on, seating ready, total flex. He grabs the bewildered goddess by the look and orders her to hold tight, while he whips up a gourmet crab feast. He rockets into work, laughs with a huge grin, and starts prepping the meal like he's about to change everything. Once the crab starts to boil, the goddess leans in, eyes locked on him, totally captivated. He's so locked in that he doesn't even clock his bunny ears, drooping under the humid air. In a shockingly soft moment, Victinia stretches out and gently dries them off for him. He starts getting flustered, and she immediately bonks him on the head, yelling that he's rude. And she keeps insisting it, like this is just her selfish excuse. A selfish little reward for all the hard work he poured into the village. Yeah, sure. For a split second, everything goes soft and still between them, like the world finally holds its breath. And just like that, dinner hits the table. Hot, crackling boiled crab, straight from the pot. And there's Victini, probably never tasted mortal food in her life, fighting for her life against that tough shell, while our hero, a total gentleman, teaches her the one trick to popping the leg right out. She takes one bite, and boom, her whole universe detonates. The umami hits, the sweetness follows, and suddenly she's floating in pure bliss. She dives in and starts devouring it, and before he can even mumble, "You should pay yourself," she's already barking for seconds. Still chewing like it's no one's business, she asks if she can pack some back for her sister, Ain. Our boy can't stop himself from throwing those jabs. "Yeah, I remember her. The one with way more common sense." He nods and smiles, saying he'll keep it fresh, and stash it safely in his item box. Victini brims with amusement as it watches him, basically saying, "Watching you is never dull," because he can turn even simple tools into swords. She swears it's some god-tier power, but he just shrugs it off, because it's not some special skill at all. It's simple know-how he picked up from his wartime job fixing things around the home center. He lays it out. He used to work at this gigantic store that practically sold everything under the sun, from plants all the way to building materials. He dove headfirst into woodworking, mastered electronics, and even learned how to lay bricks. Name it, he learned it. And just like that, PTSD crashes in. He starts going off on his lazy manager, who forced him to memorize every new product, dumping this giant pile of information he never even thought he'd need. He's trying to dodge the workplace trauma, but then Victinias brings up the bronze statue of him and says she's insanely proud. But that snaps the vibe right back to reality. He admits the beast folk won't get even a warm welcome if that demon bear is still out there rampaging. Then our hopeless hero finally tells the truth. He wasn't out there on some heroic hunt earlier. He was just sprinting for his life because the bear was right on his tail. Her and Victinias isn't having it. She barrels right into his space, her voice shaking, and she flat out refuses to accept anything like that. With tears streaming down her face, she screams that after everything he pulled off, even the impossible, she just can't bear the idea of him being weak. Seeing her teeter on the edge of a breakdown, our guy can't resist. He decides to mess with her. With a sly grin, he asks what she'll do if he actually runs off, especially since they already built that glorified heroic statue of him. And when he does, it shatters her. She jabs a trembling finger at him, fear and fury twisting across her face as she spits out, "I'll never forgive you." Then this absolute unit smirks, pats her head like she's some kid, and whispers that she's a truly useless goddess. Yeah, she heard every word, and oh man, this is about to get asterisk wild. Alright, let's dive back into the chaos. Our boy has been busy turning this sweet little village into Fort Knox. They're slinging mud everywhere, thumping it onto the walls like they mean business, gearing up for a full-on monster mash. Then Masaru rolls in to inspect the whole mess. The rabbit folk are damn proud of their brand new entrance, and honestly, it's looking straight up impressive. Said our main man nods like he just solved everything, and then he points out they even built lookout posts, so those little monsters can't ambush them anymore. Lancelot demands more stone, and this absolute unit, who's been clearing land like a one-man construction crew, just grins and goes, "Yeah, I've got more than enough to spare." He takes a breather and admits it. Sure, he wanted to grind levels, but there's something seriously satisfying about fortifying the village instead. And come on, his stats are straight up unfair. His titles scream professional overachiever, and his skills list is so long it could wrap groceries for a week. Honestly, why throw hands when you can build the whole world with engineering, farm crops, and forge weapons? Nothing. Later that night, our hero is devouring his food when a wild thought slams into his brain. He needs way more firepower, so he tracks down the local rabbit folk and asks if any of them can throw fire magic. So yeah, the vibe is basically, not really. May thinks the fox people might have a few magic users out there, but she's still not convinced. Adelina jumps in and says, "Most beast folk are all muscle and action, not talking with their hands." And that's when it hits Masaru. He's been stuck in this world for a while now, and he's barely seen anyone so much as lift a finger with magic. May can only think of 2 people back in the city who could make even a little water, and that bombshell instantly shatters our poor guy's mind. He starts yelling in his head at the useless goddess, furious that she dumped him into a so-called world of swords and magic that's got basically zero magic to show for it. Suddenly, as if it's in sync with Q, his divine message tablet blasts out a raw, ear-piercing BP. He just received an email from the goddess herself. Everyone crowds in like, "What the heck is happening?" staring at the glowing screen in total shock. The whole point is this. In this world, magic and science just slammed into the same brick wall. Turns out the races have all quit researching magic, so the goddess wants Masaru, the brave weirdo herself, to light the spark and kick off a brand new magical renaissance. And when he hears it, his face basically screams, "You've got to be kidding me." With a shaky laugh, he blurts out to the group that the only magic he can do is a tiny bit of healing. But the goddess wasn't trying to hype him as some solo hero. She wanted to teach the magic's core rules so everyone could learn them too. And the second he hears the word teaching, what hits him first? Build a school, period. He instantly flashes to a bright, modern Japanese classroom like it's burned into his mind. A full-on educational machine kicks off at age 6, and the ambition behind it is completely unhinged. Atalina can't stop wondering what kind of wild tech exists in his world, and how different it really is. And our main man pulls out the perfect show and tell. He whips out his smartphone. The girls just lock onto this shadowy black rectangle, like it's about to expose a secret. He reaches for the power button, and of course, the battery's totally dead. Then right as panic starts to creep in, the Apple logo flickers back to life. He kicks off a non-stop tech demo, showing off an insane device that lets you talk to people clear across the world. Plus, it can juggle thousands of songs, snap pictures, and even record videos. With this fire hose, you can play games and surf the internet like it's a giant dictionary. And meanwhile, that girl's brain is getting cooked, fried by the non-stop overload. Seeing them slip away, he throws caution to the wind and decides to just show them. Then he grabs a quick selfie with Adelina and May, and the moment it's taken, they're completely hooked. Before long, they're all tinkering with the calculator, jamming to music while everything spirals around them. Suddenly, Masaru snaps back to reality. Wait, what? He totally got derailed by his 21st century toys. Like, the magic is the mission, but he doesn't know a single thing about it himself. So he does the smart move. He marches right up to the air, starts yelling for the goddess Victimias. And then bam, she warps in and lands right beside him like it's nothing. She's stunned to the core that he knows she's been spying on him, and he just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Then he cuts straight to the truth. So you tricked me, didn't you? Victimimia's bombshell reveals our unsuspecting hero's been using magic this whole time, without even realizing it, because when he clashed with Lancelot, he was secretly pumping his sword full of magic the whole fight. He was pulling the exact same move when he fought those bandits in the mountains. This wasn't just skill, he was warping reality. She tells him his God-given powers are nothing mystical at all. They're basically a gamer's UI for magic. His brain flashes what he wants, shaped by his game knowledge and even stuff he picked up from home improvement stores, and then bam, that image turns into reality. But real healing magic in this world isn't just a spell. It's a whole medical science, and you'd better know your stuff. Masaru finally clicks. His slotting skills were always weirdly perfect, like they'd been custom-made just for him, convenient to the bone. Victimias asks him if he remembers that rush, when the energy surges through his body, the moment he activates his skill. She tells him that if you truly understand how to strengthen the flow, then picture it as a living source of energy. You've just learned the absolute basic rule of using magic. Our boy's ready to go all in, and Victimias shoots him a slightly shaky thumbs up like, you got this, maybe. She tries to play it cool, but her words trip over themselves, like, I'm not scared. And then her sister from the Gov magic scolding hits her hard, real fast. When Masaru gets a little too cocky, she immediately shuts him down with a divine fist, right on the spot, to remind him who's really in charge. She finally spills the truth, cheeks warming up. She's only helping because her little sister is the goddess of magic, and since she's the older one, she feels like she has to step up. Masaru just grins, right up front, and says he's got zero complaints about her stepping in. And right then, our hero kicks off a total plunge into the world of magic research. Meanwhile, the village defenses finally stand strong, and a calm peace washes over everyone like a deep exhale. Turns out the demon bear they'd been gearing up for never showed up at all. Masaru's laughing in total disappointment, while everyone else just exhales in relief. They're convinced they can smash the extra defenses next year. The village elder is still absolutely blown away by Masaru's brand new weapon designs, especially those arrows. Our boy lays out his ruthless reasoning. He stuffs the weapon with backward-facing barbs, so once they bite, pulling them back out becomes an absolute nightmare. Then, with zero warning, he casually suggests lacing the tips with poison to make them hit even harder. Adelina is horrified, shouting that his weapons are merciless, but he just shrugs like it's nothing. Survival never looks pretty. Next, check out this bow carved from Trent wood. It looks absolutely unreal. But here's the catch, this bowstring is brutal, so the rabbit folk archers can't even pull it back. Even Lancelot, the certified beast, is shaking and straining like crazy just to drag it back a tiny bit, and the sheer effort is ripping his soul right out of his body. Then Masaru steps up, lifts his bow, and keeps firing like it never ends, pouring that fresh magic straight into his shot. He snaps the arrow loose and lets it fly. It doesn't just hit the target, it wrecks it, plows straight through, and snaps a massive tree clean in half, leaving everyone frozen and speechless. This guy's basically a walking siege weapon. Right when they're still trying to process this totally ridiculous show of power, suddenly the emergency alarm erupts into a non-stop blare. A scout on the lookout post is losing his mind, screaming for demon beers, because they're sweeping the area, searching every inch. A bone-chilling roar booms from the northern cliffs, rattling every single house in the village. Everything's torn apart, like the universe ripped the floor out from under them, and that threat they swore was gone is suddenly back, right in their face. The chief whips around to Masaru, eyes hard as stone. "Can you do it?" Masaru grins like he's itching for a fight. "You bet I can." He snaps into commander mode on the spot, barking orders and driving everyone into position. He grabs Adelina's attention and tells her straight up. He's handing the village's defense over to her, and he's gone. She leans in and drops a quick, reassuring head pat on the bunny sisters. And then he announces that the very first official demon bear hunt is about to. Once his crew was locked in, this absolute unit barreled ahead, ready to take the hit and face what's coming. All right, hold on, because the demon bear's counterattack is finally roaring to life. And while the girls crowd the sidelines, one of them scrambles to channel some pure, positive energy. That tiny bunny girl is trying so hard to trust our main man, but her face is yelling, "We're screwed." Because yeah, pretty sure we're all gonna die. And yeah, her fear makes total sense, because Masaru is staring down a monster that looks like it swallowed a grizzly whole, and then he hits the gym and grinds for a solid decade. That monster's totally unhinged, roaring like it's losing its mind, and the way our hero breaks it down. Yeah, he's pretty damn pissed, you feel it too. He grins because his prediction, aiming for its eye, hits dead center. And yeah, it's a weird kind of pride when a 10-ton ball of furry rage is about to slam into you. But don't sweat it, this absolute unit's got a plan, and it's downright genius in how simple it is. He's about to turn himself into a squeaky decoy, luring the big guy straight into the trap zone, while the bunny archer squad on the cliffs rains covering fire from above. This is a fight they straight up can't lose. The whole village's fate hangs by a thread on this crazy plan. He doesn't even hesitate, he snaps the signal, and we're ready for the first volley. At last, the archers loose their arrows, whoosh, and a gorgeous storm of pointy death streaks straight toward the beast. Then it crashes straight into its eye, right on cue, just like they planned. The rest of the volley slams into its hide, shredding it until it's basically a giant, furious pink pincushion. Again, the bear trips and stumbles through the mess, clearly having a terrible day, but it's nowhere near done. Right here is where our hero's real job finally kicks off. With the swagger of a man courting death, he starts heckling the monster. "Over here, catch me if you can." And just like that, he launches a deadly game of tag. Like it was scripted, the bear snaps, loses control and lunges forward, swiping those scimitar-sized claws in wild arcs. Masaru barely slips out of danger, like seconds away from disaster, and something feels terribly wrong. That bear is starting to slow down, and that's when it hits him, his secret sauce. He smears the arrow tips with brutal ground toad poison. It's a total wild card poison, but it's definitely pulling off the trick. Spotting his opening, he throws up the signal for another strike, second volley. A brand new storm of arrows crashes down from the sky, tearing the weakened monster to pieces in an instant. The demon bear gets hit with shaps non-stop, and at last it buckles, crumpling under the brutal onslaught. It coughs up one last, pitiful scream, then everything goes dead quiet. Victory, the whole squad goes wild, screaming their heads off, because they really pulled it off. Our main man checks his status, and damn, the exp and stats jump through the roof. He practically radiates smug satisfaction. The village gets saved, the whole place gears up for a massive celebratory banquet, and right now it honestly feels like we're sprinting straight into a happy ending. And peace ice ash, just as everyone starts to loosen up, the dead bear's head jerks up, and our hero's victory grin vanishes into raw, full-blown terror. Because right behind that first corpse looms his bigger, greener brother. This ain't the same bear at all. This is the final boss's final boss. Yeah, his friends are screaming his name at the top of their lungs, but he's totally stuck, like he's been turned to ice. The new bear doesn't waste a second on niceties. It snarls and hurls our hero away with one savage, brutal swipe. You can almost hear his ribs crack as he rockets across the battlefield. Then the horrifying realization slams into him. There's more than one. He slams into the tree like a ragdoll, gripping his side as pain hits hard. "Wow, this is bad," he gasps. And honestly, that's the understatement of the century. Before he can even catch his breath, the monster is already back on him, crashing in again like it never left. He barely scrapes together a block, because the follow-up attack detonates the ground where he was just standing. To make it even worse, the bear hurls earth magic at the bunny archers and traps them for good. The beast launches a full-blown massacre, and it picks them off one by one while they're completely helpless. And you swear it can't get any more chaotic. Then a third bear crashes the party. This fight went from brutal to a total wreck in seconds. An arrow slams the second bear right in the eye, and instead of stopping, it just gets more furious. It straight up snaps the shaft in half, and then it just keeps going. But our hopeless hero isn't finished. Pain hits, and then a sly smirk snaps onto his face, because he's still got a few cards tucked away. His friends are yelling for him to run, but this dude is so stubborn he refuses to die. He's got the beast locked on him, and he's still fast enough to do something about it. Now all he has to do is bait it toward his backup traps. He drags his shattered body past the breaking point and bolts for escape, pure desperation driving every step. He rockets through the woods, adrenaline blasting through his veins. The bear is right on his heels, snapping its jaws a breath from his face. He's right there, so close, but his body is crashing out on him. This is bad, really bad. He stumbles, crashes to the ground, and collapses, totally drained. He's been fighting to heal himself, but it still won't cut it. He's only 100 meters away from reaching his goal. Game over, whole. Broken and beaten, he stares up at the monster, choking on guilt as he apologizes to his friends he couldn't save. Right when he's about to swallow his fate, a voice cracks out of nowhere. So you're just gonna quit like that? Seriously, how boring. Out of nowhere, a shadowy figure streaks past him like lightning. It's Mei-chan, the blonde girl from before, now blocking him from certain death. She flicks up her defense and casually blocks the demon bear's apocalyptic claw swipe, like it's nothing. And somehow, she even trolls our boy to his face, claiming he looks kinda weak. Then, right out of nowhere, she fires off a wild burst of energy that shreds the ground flat and freezes the monster in its tracks. She flicks a confident, almost predatory grin back at him. Hope you don't mind me barging in. Our tomboy just slid into the chat to flex. Alright, buckle up. Masaru's having the worst day of his life, and he's getting pinned down by a demon bear the size of a minivan. But right when he's about to get turned into Monster Chow, Adelina crashes in like a nightmare with an axe bigger than her ego, ready to carve this thing into a rug. She strolls up without breaking a sweat, pokes the bear and mouths, "Aren't you supposed to thank me first?" Then lands the real dagger. "You should thank Mai-chan. She's the reason I made it in time." Oof, right in the pride. Meanwhile, back at camp, the whole squad is freaking out. Mei-chan is fighting to keep herself together, forcing on a brave smile, yet you can still see the worry gnawing at her from the inside. She's locked in with that 1,000-yard stare like she's already staring down whatever's coming next. Adelina's sister leans in and fires off a pep talk, telling her it's fine to stumble through misunderstandings, because their bond is strong enough to survive every storm. But you know what? Right when their friend might get mauled, they still need that classic heart-to-heart, and Mei-chan nods along, remembering Masaru said the same thing. Then the vibe shatters, Adelina's sister goes rigid, and I swear I heard not one, but two roaring cries. And it isn't an echo. She realizes that one of those roars came from a completely different bear. That's when Mei-chan's composure explodes. Her whole world goes blank as she clings on and desperately pleads, "Wenison, please, I beg you, help Oni-chan." Flashback to our hopeless hero spreading his plan to the crew. This is a one-shot, no backing out, and it's gonna hit like fire. Right now, we finally see what he meant by spicy. This demon bear is an absolute beast, all pure muscle and untamed rage. Age, Masaru, the ultimate gentleman, tells Elena to back off and shield the fragile girl. Then she just fires him a look like, "Dude, I'm literally gripping a battle axe," read the room. Right before they can even start arguing, the cavalry crashes in. Every single squad member bursts out of the woods with weapons up, ready to fight like war just got declared. So they raise their spears and swords, no more waiting. It's go time. The leader roars, "Don't falter, charge." Our boy is totally stunned. He realizes they all showed up because Meccan rallied the troops. Their plan is shockingly simple and insanely genius. They're gonna shove that giant teddy bear right off the cliff, straight into a pit of massive spikes. It's pure teamwork. Everybody digs in with everything they've got, pushing together until it counts. The bear teeters at the edge, and one paw slips out from under it. And then boom, it just won't go down. That ridiculous beast claws the ground like it's glued there, refusing to budge, and the whole plan starts to crumble. But right when panic claws at him, Masaru snaps his muscles. "Great job, guys." He roars, and somehow he's suddenly there, out of nowhere. He steps forward and demands, "Where is it? Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay. Hand the rest to me." This absolute unit pauses for a heartbeat, soaking in the strength of his friends. Then he's fully healed and finally ready to go all out. He stares the monster straight in the eyes, then grins and goes, "All right, here I go, bearer, run." The bear rockets forward, jaws gaping wide, and our main man erupts in a scream. "E8, my ultimate move." Move? What's his ultimate move? A sword slash? Some wild magic? Nah, he yanks out a huge, ridiculously giant log and jams it straight into the bear's mouth. The monster gapes its jaws wide, and the log slams into them, splinters flying in its face. Masaru grabs the log like a springboard and launches himself into the air. "It's over," he screams, and swings his axe down in a brutal, legendary arc. The impact is so brutal, it blasts their booties clean off the cliff. As they dive straight into the spike pit, our guy stays ice calm and mutters, "With this unhinged genius set it up." Then he smashes into the bear's face, blasting off using its body like a springboard. He rockets through the sky, bursting into safety just in time. As the bear barrels on, still locked in its non-stop ride, straight toward Pinkushinville. He even throws in an apology. "So yeah, Bear Kun, I'm genuinely sorry." The demon bear gets brutally crushed as those spikes tear it apart. Atalina's unraveling. She's screaming his name like the world just ended, convinced he's truly gone. Just then, a voice slices through the panic like lightning. There he is, dangling off the side of that cliff, bruised, battered, and still smug as hell. And you're acting like I'm dead or something. This dude's got pure nerve, and the second he's seen breathing, everyone barrels in, screaming with relief like, he's alive. They lay it all out, and the way they show their relief is brutal. Right away, they beat the life out of him for making them think he'd scared them to death. Adeline lays out his wild plan, and then, right in midair, he summons a log out of thin air to smash his fall and pull himself back to safety. Masaru flashes a grin and taps the log like it's solid gold. Are they not the most reliable things around? The second demon bear gets erased from existence, and the whole team explodes into cheers, because they just won. Our hero stares out at the world, and suddenly exhaustion and relief slam into him, like, so that's it, we won. He starts swaying on his feet, like the ground beneath him can't hold him anymore. Then he just face-planted and dropped cold, passed out from sheer exhaustion, and started snoring right there on the spot. The entire crew was left totally stunned, like their brains couldn't even catch up. But Adelina just smiles warmly, like, yeah, this is totally you, I guess. She leans over the sleeping hero and whispers, thank you for everything you did, Masaru. With the fight finally sealed and victory in hand, it's time to head back home. Yeah, after we obliterated that demon bear and watched the chaos explode, you'd think our crew would finally breathe. Nope, now we've got a city to build, and survival isn't optional. The whole squad is buzzing with victory, and Masaru is just soaking it all in, straight up wearing that hero of the hour look like it was made for him. And guess who's up in heaven, glued to the cheap seats? Goddess Victinius is stalking her favorite mortal on GodTube, and she's absolutely furious with what she's seeing. Yeah, even Hirosama, the guy who's never impressed, has to swallow his pride. Fine, Masaru crushed it, and she's finally starting to notice his grind. But hold on, right when the brain resets, she snaps back and remembers she was fully bracing for this guy to get obliterated, going from calm to full-on chaos as she screams, let go of me. Masaru is about to get killed, girlfriend, you're days late on that panic attack. Victinius just blasts her with the universe's deadliest weapon, then freezes her in place with that silent, smug stare. Cornered, Hira forces a calm smile, pretending her sudden obsession with Masaru is just supporting her apostle. Yeah, sure. But come on, we can all see the real motives, and they reek of something shady. Trying to dodge the topic, Victinius pushes them to talk about the city's growth, especially the moment each statue is finally finished. They clink their glasses and celebrate like their champions just won everything. Down on the mortal plane, our heroes are right there, clinking cups in celebration, cheering their victory and raising a toast to the future of their brand new home. It's a full-on party, celebrating the demon bear's total smackdown. A few days later, once the hangovers finally fade, our main guy claps his hands like, all right, phase 2. We smashed that bear, so now it's time to roll out the city development plan. The beastmen just locked eyes with them, their faces frozen in a raw, unreadable mask, like the hype was one-sided and never getting returned. One of them gulped and finally dared to ask, what's with those strange white lines and all those weird partitions carved across our land? This absolute menace points at the massive, perfectly lined-up grid that runs straight toward the mountains. He's basically taken their backyard and turned it into a massive, living blueprint. With a wicked grin, he smirks, oh this, let me break it down for you. Now our guy is locked in. He's in full presentation mode, jabbing at the sky like some TED Talk wizard. The moment someone asks why they can't just plop houses anywhere, Masaru hits them with some serious urban planning wisdom. Then he drops this genius idea called land readjustment, so smelly workshops stay far from homes and traffic flow gets locked in. Then he adds that splitting everything into separate zones makes disaster control, fires, even those twisted crime plots, way easier to handle. And for his grand finale, it's the sewers. He's building a top-tier sanitation system with underground passages so they don't have to rot in their own filth. Adelina even recognizes it from a lecture she once sat through on advanced water treatment. A bunny man, eyes wide with terror, blurts, so you're telling me we've got to poop inside now? And our hero shoots back, no way, that's a big no. Then he paints this brutally vivid picture of deadly diseases and raging plagues wiping everyone out, unless they finally step up their hygiene and get it right. That terrifying story hits hard, and just like that, every single person jumps on board. But then boom, new trouble hits. A beastman steps in and points out the housing plots are so small they can barely fit a tent, so why won't they build them bigger? Here Masaru's grin is straight up chaos. He drags the suspense out, then drops the truth. They're not putting up shacks, they're building 2 cursed stone houses. The crowd goes completely wild, 2-story stone houses, meant for them. It's like a fantasy inside a fantasy. Adelina puts it bluntly, yeah, even in big cities like these, buildings like that are for businesses or inns, not for everyday people. Masaru then tears into this world's ridiculous building class system. Commoners huddle in mud huts, while nobles flaunt brick houses, and you can tell he's about to smash that whole pyramid wide open. Fueled with pure fire, the whole town throws their fists up and swears, "Let's build our dream homes." Masaru hustles them over to the prototype he already slammed together, an enormous wooden frame, tall, proud, and begging to be tested. He kicks off the briefing and lays it out fast. These partitions are the bare-bones foundations for the houses. The wood's carved with insane precision. Every piece snaps together like a flawless puzzle, no nails needed. Once the frame is standing, they'll slam in stone and fill those walls fast. And what seals the whole thing in place? No magic at all, just Masaru's secret recipe. A paste brewed from seashell, hemp, and seaweed. Adelina's jaw drops. This isn't just ground, it's basically concrete, and she blurts, "So, was this your old job?" Our hopeless hero pleads, "I'm not the mastermind, I'm just a delivery guy for craftsmen." And then he soaks up every scrap of their knowledge like a sponge until it all sticks. He may not be a master yet, but he's got the know-how to turn basically anything into a win. That's when Mei-chan blinks and asks, "So, you're a bad guy?" Because yeah, some of what he did sounds downright illegal, yet he doesn't even bother denying it. Pat just smoothly pivots, shrugging it off with, "If it helps them, who cares?" Then he gives her a reassuring pat, and just like that, the whole team snaps back on track. With morale through the roof, they hit the ground running and get to work, ready to team up and build the most magnificent city imaginable, together. Then comes an epic construction montage that builds the hype brick by brick. Frames shoot up, stones get hammered into place, and in the blink of an eye, a whole neighborhood erupts from the dust. 1 month later, the first street is finally finished, and it looks absolutely unreal. Masaru grins and declares it's finally time to unveil his biggest invention yet, the modern toilet. He proudly shows Mei-chen the right way to sit, but she's totally thrown off. She's completely thrown off by this bizarre display, so she backs away inch by inch, like she's scared to even blink. She muttered that he was disgusting under her breath, and our hero is left utterly stunned, totally clueless about why she reacted like that. He shakes it off and goes, "Screw it," then starts churning them out in mass quantities anyway. As they stride through their brand new city, Maiken can't help but stare in awe at everything they've built. And she also reminds him they still need farms and industry, calming him with a gentle nudge, "Don't burn yourself out." He swears he'll team up with everybody, and that he'll finally stop charging in like a maniac, pulling out a sweet smile from Machen. But just as they're finally catching their breath, a guard comes charging in full sprint, screaming that everything's gone wrong. They sprint straight for the gate, and it's not because they're short on supplies. Panting hard, the guard stumbles forward and drops the bombshell. Humans are at the gate, and every single one of them is knocked out. Masaru's face snaps into total, jaw-dropping shock. The freshers, "All right, let's jump straight back into the mess." Turns out those rumors about the collapsed humans weren't fake at all, they were brutally, terrifyingly real. And right away, Masaru spots the armor, those same shady knights who got yeeted out of the post town. The grizzled veteran leader leans in and confirms it. Yep, they're the king's guard for real. And they're absolutely getting crushed out there, like it's brutal. He shows up and introduces himself as Fried, and he's absolutely stunned, because our main guy just pulled off healing magic. Masaru stays stone calm, tossing out his name like it's nothing, like it doesn't even matter. Then boom, the door gets ripped open, and out marches this total drama queen named Adelina. She drops the bombshell that she's Lancelot Dono's niece, and the knights immediately go feral. Turns out our hero's wild. Ridiculous exploits have already sprinted all the way to the capital. The elder steps in, placating everyone as he explains this brand new alliance is still razor-thin and fragile. And Masaru cuts in, grinning like, "I've learned not to blame every human for what a few idiots do." Fried finally spills the truth, why they're trespassing at all. A top-secret mission straight from the king, meant to crush and subjugate a mutated beast. First, he lays out this one-horned demon horse, dark as night, 6 legs, and you can practically see the lightbulb moment pop over everyone's head. But our guy just shrugs like, "Oh, you mean the dark horse?" Then he grins, "Yeah, I already handled it." Fried's soul tears out of his body, and he blurts that his elite squad got wiped out by a demon beer, so they had to retreat for a whole week. He forces himself into hero mode, warning Masaru that this place is way too dangerous, and that he needs to head back with them for his safety. No hesitation, this absolute unit smirks and casually drops the biggest flex of the century. And yeah, the demon bear. We wiped that out too. The look on Fried's face, pure total shock, is absolutely priceless. Masaru goes for the jugular, trolling him even harder by offering to show him the corpses of Boichi monsters, lying right there in his dimensional storage like a smug trophy. Fried finally snaps. He blasts out, screaming, "You've got it with you." The bunny elder instantly clocks his panic. This isn't some random grab at a corpse. He's hunting it for a reason he can't afford to hide. So Fried formally demands the monster parts. Our main man stares him straight in the eyes and shuts it down fast. Sorry, that's a no from me, dog. Adelina's soaking up the chaos, whispering that our boy's up to something shady, while Fried Flash just flashes a grin that screams trouble. And this is where the real fun kicks in. Masaru blows into the room with the wildest sales pitch of all, bragging that sure, the bear gobbled most of the horse, but the leftovers are top-tier, prime-quality materials. The bones feel unbreakable, and the skin is perfectly smooth. Right when it's about to explode, the fried one is shaking with raw anticipation. Our hero slams in the final hit, then blows the horn like it's the victory scream of the whole battlefield. Bingo. Fried lunges for a deal, swears the materials are worth a fortune, and even promises to toss in the bounty reward on top. But our boy already cracked it. This isn't about money. The knights are chasing that horn like it's pure gold. Fame, glory, and even political leverage, the kind you can't buy no matter how rich you are. So this guy freezes, weighing every move. Take the cash right now, or use it as a weapon to pull off some colossal favor. Forget the money, he makes his move, and I'm telling you, I'm coming with you to the capital. The whole room goes dead silent, like everyone's breath got ripped out at once. He lays down his terms and says he'll come to the greatest himself, then negotiate the price for the materials face to face. Fry nods along but shoots him a warning. Royal negotiations are brutal business. Masaru just smirks like he's already ahead and he's like, don't underestimate me. He flexes and flashes his trump card, and I grin, because I used to be a broker at a home center where I learned one thing. Negotiation always hits like a blade. And just like that, the deal snaps shut. Later, Masaru blurts out that he's got a dip for a bit to tackle a project. And yeah, even when it doesn't go his way, that little pouch shows up anyway, looking adorably irresistible. He swears to her this trip is all business, there will be zero fighting. And what's this urgent project? Easy, he's slamming together a huge, multi-story house from the ground up, like it's no big deal. But wait, this isn't some ordinary house project. He's dreaming bigger, slamming plans for a full-on public bathhouse, and who knows, maybe even a sizzling hot spring. Our modern Japanese hero stands up and basically declares it like a law of nature. A real bath is a must, no debates, no excuses. The girls are totally stunned and buzzing with excitement because they finally won't have to scrub themselves with that freezing cold water ever again. Adelina, the ultimate realist, snaps that heating a bath that enormous would be a total logistical nightmare. But listen, our main man's got a secret weapon up his sleeve. He's tracked down a real, legit hot spring. Then he launches into a mini science talk, explaining how geothermal activity works. He bragged that his ridiculous map skills led him to an underground river of lava, right beside a water vein. You know how it is, when he's already plotting his huge build, the sky decides to throw its own chaos at him. Right then, Adelina snaps him back to reality. She reminds him of the shrine he promised to build for the goddess. The bunny girls refuse to budge, but Masaru is totally dodging his work and stalling on purpose. And just like that, speak of the devil, boom, the goddess herself rips through thin air and announces she skipped work for the sole purpose of seeing him. Before he even realizes what's going on, she clobbers him on the head for slacking on his divine duties. Turns out, even goddesses can get petty as hell. She's not coming alone. She brought her envoy too, a brand new girl named Isla Safira. While her boss is an absolute hurricane, she stays calm like she's nailed to the ground. Alright, let's kick this off. This guy's just minding his own business when a gorgeous new face crashes in and asks, straight up, if he's with the Victinias. And no, she's not some random stranger. This is Sephiral Victinius' sister, and she's stepping up to spill the truth about the world's future. Isla shoots them both a look on this casual Tuesday, and like the more polished sister, tells them to ditch the dull stuff and just settle in for a real chat. And she's like, so you guys, then snap, she flicks her wrist and a portal just pops into existence. Out pops a fully set table with chairs, all ready for tea time, straight up absolute flex. Our main man, ever the nerd, clocks it right away as a dimensional storage skill, but Isla just grins like, you're thinking way too small. She tells you, here, nothing is set in stone. You're supposed to bend those skills and use them your own way. Victinius tries to steer the talk back to how insanely good Masaru's production skills are, but this absolute unit has a different game. He totally trolls her by switching subjects to building her a statue. And just like that, the divine goddesses snap, composure gone, they both explode into screams. AT is, of course, what Ed absolutely needs, right? But the girls are absolutely buzzing, already imagining their marble selves in every detail. Masaru says he'll need some references, and Catchadley jumps in, offering to send a pic she snapped from her status screen. And the picture he sends, Victinia is decked out in a full bunny girl getup, a souvenir from her punishment game, and she's absolutely mortified. As panic explodes all around, our hopeless hero smirks and fires back. I wouldn't need these numbers if you just tell me straight. The girls lose it. Delete it right now. Without pausing for air, this dude lunges for the kill shot. You're 3 sizes. Isla's scandalized, she calls him shameless. But Victinia's is so obsessed with statues that she nearly says yes, until the shock hits and she realizes he just played her. And then smack, the goddess snaps, and Victinia blasts a ridiculous wave of holy power straight into his face. The magical energy hitting him is absolutely unreal. So dense, it blows away everything he's ever felt before. A colossal pillar of light blasts up into the sky, blazing so hard everyone across town can see it. The girls burst over in a panic, terrified to the bone, begging, "Is our boy still alive, still in one piece? He survived, but that raw power still has him rattled." Meanwhile, Victinius is blaming my fault. Then he snaps, "Yeah, you just tried to obliterate him." The villagers are losing their minds over a sudden light show that explodes out of nowhere. Then the goddesses themselves turned up, sweeping onto the scene right in front of the crowd. The townspeople are totally stunned, because this isn't a rumor anymore, it's a full-on divine visitation, right there in front of them. They drop to the ground on the spot and start worshipping right away. The goddesses are wildly awkward about it all, blurting out that they're not used to getting this much attention. Masaru snaps at them to get it together, then presses, "So why are you really here?" And the huge, divine reason they came, yeah, it's simple. They're hunting crabs and they want to chow down. Yep, Victoria admitted she told her sister about those mouth-watering crabs, then used the statue job as a total lame cover, just to sneak back down for a snack. With the opening in sight, our main guy strides forward to the crowd and declares he's been handed a divine mission straight from the goddesses, to boost the town's food supply. He's waving around 2 all-powerful beings like a shield. Then boom, he launches an agricultural revolution, and yeah, it's straight up genius. He paints the big, unstoppable dream: expand the farms and plantations, and lock in their food supply for good. He slices the workforce into 2 crews, one to scout the local plants, and the other to kick off the build the moment they're ready. With a jolt, this guy snarls out orders, and suddenly the whole village springs into motion. Isla warns this will be a brutal grind, but Masaru grins and spills his real plan. It's not just farming, he's remaking the entire city, planting parks everywhere, building gazebos, and setting up real gardens to turn the whole place into something breathtaking. And why they built statues and shrines there, turning it into the perfect vacation spot for that unstoppable pair of goddesses. The bribe hits just right. Wait so I can chow down on crabs every single time I come to play. They're already all in, hands raised as they pledge 100% support. Our boy finally clocks it. He just turned his hometown into a divine resort, and guilt hits him like a tidal wave. But the second he saw those starry-eyed faces, he nodded and swore they'd get a crab feast every time they came back. After bribing the goddesses with seafood and getting them to play along, our hero jumps right into action, asks for a favor, and points straight at Esla's shady magic from earlier. He swears he'll break it all down in detail, after the crabs, of course. Then he leans in and tells Victinius, "I'll send you a message when the moment is right for my next move." She snaps into motion. She's figured out he's about to ride for the capital any day now. And just a few days later, they finally stormed into the capital city of Greats. Inside the castle walls, a guard burst into the throne room and told the king that Commander Fried had finally returned. Then we lock eyes with the king, pure villain energy, seated on his throne, shooting one chilling question: "Did you manage to get your hands on it? The mutated beast's horn." Oh yeah, this is about to go full chaos. Alright, buckle up, we're back. 2 weeks later, our crew finally rolls into the capital, and Fried is getting spoiled with the 5-star treatment right at those massive city gates. But our main man, Masaru, is straight up spiraling. Fried is trying to be a serious knight, and this guy won't stop whining that his butt hurts from a non-stop 7-day carriage ride. Fried instantly snaps him back to reality. Sure, they're fast, but it's still just a carriage, because someone panicked and ran off during their last mission, so they even squeeze in a quick detour to meet the local rabbit folk leader. And finally, our heroes are back on track, right where they need to be. Magaru, the leader, lays it out plain. Her people are trapped in a nightmare when a shady crew swept in and dragged a whole bunch of them into slavery. So yeah, she's got zero interest in trusting any outsider. The whole town's boiling over with grudges and envy, and honestly, that's the perfect vibe to kick off a brand new city. But the second our hero spots his favorite rabbit people in trouble, he jumps in and agrees to help set everything straight. With that mess finally sorted, Fried lays out everything. First he checks in with his sister, then he charges straight for the castle to meet the king. But Masaru Chaos in a human skin won't listen. He's dead set on hitting the shops first to grab a Jeffu fruit. The moment Fried clocks another pointless side quest is coming, his soul practically rips out of his body. But this absolute unit only smirks like, yeah, before I see royalty, I've got to confirm one thing. And bro, this is about to get asterisk good. So they march straight into the Adventurers Guild, and the place is packed. Hardened warriors, grizzled veterans, the whole room buzzing like trouble, about to hit. A bright receptionist flashes a grin and asks, "So, you're here to pick up a quest?" Then Masaru just stares, serious as stone, and blurts, "You know what? I've always wanted to try being an adventurer." Then he drops the performance, leans in like it's a secret, and goes, "All right, purely hypothetically, what's the going market price for materials from a one-horned mutated beast?" The receptionist, way too used to oddballs, just gestures him straight toward the materials counter. The guild expert spills everything, common monster bits, a few silver coins, some rare loot. Then if you're lucky, it might even be a gold coin. Dragon-level materials. Oh yeah, now we're in the big leagues, starting at 100 gold coins per piece. He powers through, then boom, he finally reaches the mutated beasts. Insanely rare monsters, crammed with wild magical energy, and so brutal that even the king's own guard struggles to stand up to them. Just one shard of that mutated beast would fetch thousands of gold coins at auction. Masaru's brain starts crunching numbers, and the whole system crashes with a brutal error. He tries to play it cool, but inside he's losing it. 100 million yen, and that monster head is chilling in his inventory. On the way to the castle, Fried can only stare in pure horror as our boy slips into an unhinged, villain-level cackle. That poor knight is practically on his knees, begging, "Please, don't cause any trouble, I'm begging you." And Masaru just stares back like, with the most innocent look imaginable. They finally burst into the throne room, and the guards shout their arrival to His Majesty. The room is so gigantic it swallows you whole, making you feel tiny, powerless, and completely insignificant. The unit marched on as the king towered over them from his throne, looking like an unstoppable absolute beast. The king's eyes snap onto them, like a trapdoor just opened, and our hopeless hero suddenly stands face to face with the ruler of the entire human race. Fried hisses at him to kneel on the spot, but Masaru is already sprinting through calculations, hunting the trump card he's got ready to unleash. In front of the entire royal court, he just bluntly yells, "I refuse," and the guard and Friedrich practically have a stroke on the spot. The king, way more intrigued than furious, leans in as Masaru strides forward and introduces himself with 0 honorifics, just straight up, Masaru. The king breaks into a wild cackle, swears he loves the kid's nerve, and promises to forgive that insolence, because right now, he's in a dangerously good mood. But then he slams the hammer, and Masaru better be careful. If he wrecks my good mood, you won't like what happens next. A cold shiver crawls down Masaru's spine as the king barks for the report. Fried fires off the plan, explaining that Masaru wiped out the mutated beast all by himself, the one that had been terrorizing the beastmen. To prove it, Masaru dramatically drags the monster's severed head into the throne room, right onto the floor. The king's jaw drops, he's genuinely blown away by it, calling this unexpected, handsome gift exactly that. With that troll-tastic grin locked on his face, Masaru says it again, "I refuse." The whole room freezes in terror, silence hits like a punch. "This isn't a gift," he snaps, grinning through it. "I'm here to negotiate." Then he drops the bomb, "I'll trade the head for a favor." But the king isn't amused anymore. He bears his royal power and snaps at Masaru. A subject bows to the throne. They don't stand on the same level as the king. The whole room tightens with pressure. This terrifying aura crashes down so hard that even Masaru has to admit it feels just like Lancelot's unstoppable power. But just like that, the king shuts it down, snapping out of it and apologizing for pushing things too far. He can't stop himself. He laments that being a ruler picked by the gods is the loneliest kind of curse. This is the opening Masaru had been waiting for, and that's hilarious because he's like, "Hey, you know that little bird. During your coronation, you were so nervous you tripped over your own name again and again." The king's expression locks into stone and my grin, absolute, unfiltered chaos. And then bam, the king snaps completely, losing every ounce of control. He hurled himself upright from his throne and erupted in a furious scream, then cut off, caught in the moment. Wait. Yeah, he demands to know who spilled Masaru's top secret, painfully embarrassing story. History, dude doesn't even answer. He just yells, "All right, let's kick off the real show," and calls up a twisting vortex of dark energy. Out of the portal strides a literal goddess, Victinia's, towering over the king as his jaw hangs slack. She whips around to Masaru and teases him like, "Are you really treating a goddess like she's optional? Her summoning me only when it suits you?" Then, boom, our boy just dropped the ultimate flex right in front of the most powerful man in the kingdom. All right, let's jump straight back into the chaos, because we kick things off with the king of Gratas, staring like he's just seen a ghost, while a unicycle freaks out across his throne room. Room falls silent, His Majesty's totally dumbfounded, stammering, "What on earth, who is this man?" And honestly, you can't blame him. because he's suddenly flashing back to when he was 30, kneeling in worship before that glorious, heavenly goddess. So yeah, seeing that same goddess just casually lounging in his castle, with some random dude, absolutely fried his royal brain. He's losing it inside. Why are they throwing a tea party right in front of me? That's the crazy part. Masaru's just lounging around, sipping tea with the goddess Victinias like they're old college buddies. She's telling him that another goddess, Hera herself, was blown away by how much he's been improving, and Masaru, the king of smooth moves, is just letting it all sink in. Victinia whips out a glowing projection, boom, showing that yet another goddess, Esla, is already working on his request. Next, Isla gets mobbed by the bunny girls, and suddenly it's hands-on chaos. She's covered in dirt like it's her job. Meanwhile, our main guy is freaking out like, wait, a goddess is doing manual labor for me, is that even allowed? And right then, Victinias just shrugs it off and goes, she's a good goddess, like the details don't even matter. Suddenly, the king snaps. He strides forward, roaring that goddesses have no business meddling in mortal affairs. He blurts out maybe 2 words before he realizes he's screaming at a literal divine being, and then his whole body just gives up, like everything inside him collapses. Wait, no, oh my ease. Too late, my dude. Victinius drifts down like a smooth landing, grinning with non-stop apologies. My apologies, action finally, he says, king of greaters, while we're still so caught up in our talk that we don't even realize what's happening. The king's sweating bullets. Yeah, time really flies, and now let's cut straight to it. So what's the real story between you and this guy? Why? Victini smirks and tells him, you're my apostle, so yeah, technically I'm your superior. Then she tilts her head and adds, but lately, you've been getting me crabs. The king's mind just flat out blue screens, and then an apostle shows up delivering seafood. Like, what is even going on anymore? Masaru decides to step in and calm everything down. Yeah, right. I'm just your average Joe, he says, throwing out the most painfully unconvincing hand gestures like it's supposed to convince anyone. Inside, this absolute unit is freaking out, thinking, no way, I can't just tell him I'm a transmigrator from another world. As he realizes he's messing up the explanation, he whips his head toward Victinius, desperate for help. She presses a finger to her lips, thinks for a beat, and drops an absolute bombshell. We are friends, I guess. The king's jaw drops because France is still immortal, and somehow he's got a god watching over him. Our boy spots his chance and lunges for it, straight up declares that as her friend and follower, he wants to build her a statue. Victinius' eyes blaze. She whips around and orders the king to cough up the materials, and the poor guy gets totally steamrolled. Just as he's about to speak, a fresh player barges into the game. Then another goddess, way more terrifying, materializes out of thin air, yanks Victinius by the neck and snaps, "You're overstepping your authority, Victinius." The chill goddess is freaking out now, because Harasama just showed up and she is not pleased. Hera snaps that it's 24 hours or you're getting nothing, then hauls Victinius away, and even as Victinius gets yeeted into another dimension, she screams back, "Don't forget my crabs." And just like that, poof, they are gone like a blink of light. The king just stands there, stunned by the wild chaos he witnessed, replaying it in his head, because his final thought hits like a punch. I can't believe they're friends. Now I want to be friends with Masaru too. So yeah, fast forward a bit, and our guy is getting a formal face-to-face sit-down with the king. He brings the statue up again, and demands permission to build it in the capital, and he plays it cool, claiming the goddess's sudden order left him feeling totally taken advantage of. With the king fully on board the Masaru hype train, he slams his fist down and vows he'll personally handle the negotiations to honor the gods. But here's the twist, this king comes with a condition. He's desperate to figure out why Masaru is so hooked on stealing the horn from that one-horned mutated beast. Then he whips out a royal scepter and boasts it was forged from that same material. It's a time-honored tradition. Every brand new king has to receive one. The king admits he's past his prime, tells everyone to get ready for the next ruler, and says this responsibility is his sacred duty. It's one massive, jaw-dropping speech that hits like thunder. But our main man won't take it. He stares at the scepter, and right away he clocks that something's seriously off. Without hesitating for even a second, he flexes that appraisal skill like a pro. Results flash on screen. Bingo. Turns out that scepter isn't carved from some twisted mutated beast at all. It's forged from a unicorn horn, packed with a brutal detoxifying power. Our boy just baited the king into a massive bluff. Then he calls him out straight to his face, and the king's composure instantly shatters. Deal S done, the king mutters, this is completely busted. The king tries to save his pride, leaning in and asking Masaru straight up if he thinks he was just trying to fool him. Our hero flips into full business mode and lays out the rules of the game, schooling the monarch on how to strike a real deal. Because negotiations aren't about exploiting trust, they're about finding common ground. The king is left speechless, swearing on the goddess that the tradition is real, then quietly admits that tricks are part of the whole game. He's honestly blown away by this guy's character. So he pushes for a fresh, no BS deal. This time the kingdom will officially hunt the beast, and Masaru gets the hornet's cost. In exchange, the king gets first pick on whatever legendary item Masaru forges with it. But our boy smirks, yeah right there, it's a deal. They seal the deal with a hard handshake, and boom, business is flying off the charts. With the deal sealed, the king leans in and demands, so what's next? Next, Masaru has to restock, and the king hooks him up with a place to stay in the capital, then even hands him a personal guide. We cut to a library. Zack, this poor knight, is yanked away from his books like he's in trouble. Fried, his buddy, slams the news in his face. He's been ordered to escort a VIP, who literally just struck a deal with the king himself. Zack isn't thrilled about it at all. He's clearly not buying it. He can't believe it. Some nobody just got a one-on-one audience with the king. Then right on cue, our hero strides in, waving the king's official recommendation letter like it's a weapon, and he grins, I'm Masaru. Take care of me. But he's not finished. Then he leans in and goes, oh, and I'm counting on you for the workshop stuff too. Zack's brain basically fried on the spot. 1 second he's a librarian, the next he's a tour guide, and then bam, a personal assistant, all in 10 seconds flat. He just freezes there, totally lost, while Masaru shoots him a sketchy, I know everything smile. Oh yeah, this is about to get seriously awesome. Alright, buckle up, this business is already a mess. Our boy is getting the full grand tour from his new buddy, Zack, and let's just say he's being way too friendly for comfort. Then Magaru snaps, I'm just a customer, why are you trying to put me up? And Zack only grins, then steers him straight into his family's store. And when they finally reach the place, oh, you're not gonna believe what happens, boy. Anyway, that store looks like it got pulverized in a hurricane's rampage. And yeah, the hurricane totally won. That sign is clinging on by a thread. The whole place looks like a disaster zone, and then, right on cue, our hero's soul rips out of his body. Zack nervously admits his dad's doing his best, but let's be real, business isn't exactly booming. Then our main man jumps into investigation. He grabs a brick, fires up his appraisal skill, and bam, it's high quality. He whips his head around and realizes this place is pure perfection. Logs cut like a machine, stones stacked just right, and Zack's dad, a total master craftsman. But here's the catch, Zack has zero clue how to run a business. So once Maguru realizes the legendary, broke artisan is the key, he orders Zack to introduce him to his dad. Zack drags him outside and barks, old man, at the top of his lungs. And there he sits, totally crushed, like an absolute unit who looks strong enough to bench press a whole house. This dude is getting absolutely crushed, and you can see it plain as day. Suddenly, the old man snaps. He roars that there's not a single coin left, that they won't even have enough to eat tomorrow, and then he throws the bricks aside like they don't matter. Our boy's head just blurts, ah, there it is. Yep, classic deadbeat father. So swallowed by his passion he lets his family go hungry. A real-life starving artist. Trust me, the situation is worse than it even looks at first glance. The dad finally comes clean. Every worker ditched him because he couldn't cough up wages for 3 straight months. Zack blurts, where's my sister, Shawnee? And his dad just mumbles that she's gone to work at a rival workshop. Zack snaps completely, absolutely losing it. He swings a brutal punch straight into his old man's face, then erupts in rage, screaming that he's nothing but a useless dad. While the family drama rages on, our clueless hero snaps into business consultant mode, asking about Diana, only for the dad to shrug like it's no big deal. Maguru drops the hard truth. If your products are the best in the capital, then why aren't they flying off the shelves? He calls it out, this store looks straight up haunted, and that first impression chases people out fast, because no matter how high quality it is, trash presentation ruins everything. He starts mapping out his plan, starting with tight inventory management, so customers can finally see exactly what they're buying. With that brutal business lecture finally out of the way, we slam straight into the castle. Our hero is cashing in that fat paycheck from the beast subjugation mission, like he just survived the wild and got paid for it. But he doesn't just snatch the money and vanish. He pivots on the spot and locks in his next business deal. He barges into the king's court and starts haggling with the king himself to sell the kingdom's surplus grain. Then he leans in and promises to buy every last bit of their extra barley, wheat, and soybeans. After a bunch of heated back and forth, they finally lock in every last detail. Negotiation is over, lock it in, the deal is sealed. The king's advisor is straight up stunned by what our boy can do. Then boom, the king spills the real reason behind his secret stash. He's stockpiling for military invasions. Our main guy shuts that down right away, straight up telling the king that sending expeditions is just burning resources for nothing. He insists real prosperity comes from building your own realm from the ground up, not from dragging others under your heel. This absolute unit then straight up dares to lean in and toss the king some advice. He starts laying into the most powerful man in the country, schooling him on political philosophy. He points to the beastman city he's building and says, "Look, different races can live side by side, build a booming economy, and thrive without invading a single soul." Then the air turns ice cold. Our hero leans in and slips out a carefully veiled threat, warning the king not to ever look down on other races. You can practically feel the pressure climbing higher and higher. The king is visibly rattled, sweating buckets, as he meets our hero's intense stare. As soon as the mic hits the floor, Magaru declares, loud and clear, he's done. The king crumples into his chair, utterly drained after that brutal verbal beating. He whips around to his servant and demands to know, were his choices dead wrong? The servant basically shrugs and admits, yeah, the kid's got a point. Fueled by inspiration, the king snaps into action and decides he has to see this beastman city with his own eyes. And in one massive leap of growth, he declares, we're bringing pens now, no more swords. Back at the crumbling shop, our boy comes back from that meeting, so ridiculously successful it feels unreal. Zack shoots him a warning right away, straight up tells him to behave in front of his sister. Magaru bristles with personal outrage, insisting, loudly, that he's the very definition of logic. They're met by Diana, Zack's sister. She's a total sweetheart. Magaru can't stop grinning as he stares at the warehouse-packed floor to ceiling with supplies. He's already scheming up a way to turn all this raw material into straight-up profit. Diana slides a one-of-a-kind ceramic plate right into his hands. Their dad's prototype for lightweight armor bombed, pure genius, but it cost a fortune to make. Then she shrugs and admits she already booted her own dad out for trying to remortgage the house again. This girl is an absolute savage. They dive straight into it, groaning over the crushing debt they're buried in, and they're desperate for one miracle customer. Right on cue, our hero shoots his hand up, big customer. Say less, I'll buy the whole store. So yeah, Zack and Diana just can't believe what they're hearing, and it feels like the gods themselves just dropped a blessing on them. The moment the deal's sealed, he's sweeping up everything he wants. But right as they're celebrating, this dude slams them with a classic cliffhanger. He leans in with a sly grin. All right, listen up, will you hear my proposal? All right, brace yourself, because Masaru's about to pitch a business plan so insane it could actually pay off, and he's aiming right at two talented siblings drowning in debt. With zero warning, this absolute unit swings his arms wide and lays down the deal of a lifetime. So me and you, your dad too, come move to our city. He's not trying to take them on a date. He's hunting them down to join his world-shaking, ambitious project. Our main man is cooking strategies 5 moves ahead, already seeing mountains of gold this partnership could hand him. Diana's like, wait, what? You want us to pack up and leave the capital, our home? And the moment she hears it, she's convinced this proposal is totally unhinged. Masaru goes, it's changed, and then flashes a grin, saying he needs their help to build the legendary Beastman City. And that benefits package, it's premium. He's promising guaranteed meals, unleaded work, and even a cushy brick-making gig for their dad. The whole corporate deal, isekai style. Diana's still not buying it. Abyssman City, you're serious. She calls out the glaring flaw in his plan, because yeah, they're human, and this is a city packed with almost nobody, a place they don't know a single thing about. Yeah, it's out, but our boy has a comeback for everything. He shows off his royal ties and swears he'll get the king's permission to hire any human craftsmen who are struggling just to make ends meet. This dude practically buzzes with pure excitement. More manpower, faster city growth, and he's absolutely soaking in that rush. Zack's face screams, I just bit into a lemon, because he's one of the notes sold to kick off this huge vision. Diana tries to bring some logic to the table, telling Masaru they'd have to master brand new skills for a project like that. When Masaru spots he's about to lose them, he spins on his heel like a pro salesman. Back to the supplies, he demands a 10% discount, and just like that it's sealed. Smooth as silk, ridiculously smooth. Zack nods along, then shoots back. Do you pay us fully in gold coins? Because he wants to wipe out every last debt in one legendary, all in drop and never deal with it again. Diana gets a gut-punching bad feeling about this, especially since the one they owe money to is totally shady, but with no backup plan, they head out anyway. They storm into the loan shark's office, and he's already fuming. How many times do you plan to pound on my door? He snaps. Maybe he spots Diana right away, and boom, he turns greasy with suspicion, assuming she's here to squeeze him for more cash. That creep leans in, tries to sell his help like Diana's just got to insist. And yeah, this guy is absolute trash. Right before this gets any darker, Zack cuts in fast and tells him to back off, because they're here to settle their debt, not get harassed. And that's Masaru's cue. He hurls this giant bag of gold onto the counter, and the coins explode out in a glittering rain, making the loan shark's jaw drop clean off. Zack lets out a breath of relief. Finally, they're slipping out of that crushing spiral of debt. But that sleazeball just smirks. Nice work pulling this together, he says. But no, it's still nowhere near enough. Zack snaps into a full-on spiral the second the mood tanks. He's yelling, How in the world do we still owe more? The lender stays calm and tells him straight up, this isn't random, it's tied to your father and that warehouse you rented. And guess what? Turns out their dad had slipped in unauthorized renovations. We talk it out using a ladder to prop up a wall, then rip a hole in the ceiling to slap together a makeshift bedroom. Meanwhile, this guy basically wrecked the whole place without a single shred of permission. Masaru's soul rips out of his body, and his gut feeling was right. They were already too late to stop the dadpocalypse. Zack feels completely wrecked as he realizes Nungfather's crew has screwed them over again. Later that night, our hero is wiped out, completely exhausted, like he hit his limit. But this absolute unit skips sleep entirely and decides the best way to unwind is to launch a massive shopping spree. Retail therapy, baby, go on, shop like your heart is on fire. He leans into a stunned Diana and tells her, this isn't some game. I'm hunting top quality goods to drag the best craftsmen to my brand new city. This isn't just Hown. This is the future metropolis he's aiming to build, stone by stone. He's dreaming huge, building a future city that'll eventually outshine the capital itself. While the dad's happy just making bricks, Masaru is powered by nothing but pure, wild joy, building things because it's just plain fun. Then, the moment she hears his totally unhinged ambition, Diana feels something snap into place. She studies him again, eyes shining with fresh respect, and a sly little smile tugs at her lips. The moment hits you with a sweet, unexpected warmth. But Masaru drops the bombshell. He's heading to the markets first thing in the morning. Diana instantly steps up, offering to guide them and promising to show him the absolute best spots in town. She's also ready to plug him into the other craftsmen, because this is a golden opening she absolutely can't waste. Fed up with non-stop accounting, she finally steps away from the numbers and officially joins the shopping crew. This is gonna be wild, I can feel it. The very next day, the marketplace explodes with non-stop energy. And right now, our crew is smack in the middle of it, snatching up everything they can before it even thinks about getting nailed down. Zack just stared, stunned by the insane mountain of stuff Masaru pulled out. Jude's wallet is basically a black hole. They've stacked textiles, piled up seasonings, and even hauled in rare vegetables just for the feast. And a goat, yes, the Wadao goat, and Zack's brain just fries completely. Oh, and it doesn't stop at the goat. He scoops up horned rabbits and cutter quails too, basically building a whole menagerie of mutated, probably dangerous livestock. Masaru is bursting with joy. He's finally starting his own farm. The rabbits taste incredible, the quails are laying eggs non-stop, and the goat keeps the milk flowing, while Zack just stands there, utterly crushed by the total chaos. Zack grabs Masaru and pulls him aside, begging him to understand his fear about his sister moving to this city of madness. Masaru just stands there, totally baffled. Zack, you're not coming with us. Click, then he throws another bombshell he somehow forgot to tell you about. Zack, because of his deal with the king, has been formally named captain of a brand new unit. And get this, he'll be the city's ambassador. And Zack's just standing there like, I'm sorry, what? But the poor guy's getting hit with a full-on existential meltdown. Like, when did he even become a captain? And Masaru just keeps trolling him, grinning that they're totally on a first-name basis now. Just like that, Diana bursts in on a sprint, scanning the room for Masaru. She's decided for real. She's officially saying yes, accepting his offer to head straight for Beastman City. Property or not, trouble was always lurking. So she marched straight to the Merchants Guild to sell off what they owned and get everything back in order. She slaps the official assessment papers into Masaru's hands, like it's the start of something big. As he reads the document, his face twists into full-blown terror. Thanks to their busted-up house. Yeah, all because of Dad, they're getting zero money, and now they're stuck paying demolition fees too. That debt keeps sinking lower and lower, like it's got claws in him. Alright, let's jump right back into the chaos. Pals, Own, Zack and Diana are posted outside the Merchant Guild, and you can practically see the worry hanging on their faces. Just as Masaru tried to seal the deal, everything went sideways, so on cue, our main man stumbles out the door. The second they lock eyes with his face, they already know it's over. This guy looks like he just got handed the bill after a royal princess night out, and you can practically see his soul fleeing the moment. Zack, poor guy, blurts out, what happened? And it turns out the Shadaijan Guild are trying to smack them with a laughably outrageous demolition fee for that old store. So the land's trash, the building's garbage, and now they're demanding our hero pay to rip it all down. So Zack fires the million-dollar question, what are you gonna do? Without blinking, this absolute unit snatches a comically giant mace, glares like pure vengeance made flesh and says, isn't it obvious? Oh yeah, he's exploding with rage. He yanks out a weapon that looks like it could flatten a fortress and snarls, and trust me, it's been ages since I've seen him this mad. Alright, listen up, this isn't a drill, because the DIY god just called in violence. We cut to the crime scene, this busted old building, and Zack says the moment the guild basically slapped him with a pay or leave ultimatum, our boy hit rock bottom. They tore him apart completely, and refuse to see any worth in that property. So if someone's hit with ridiculous fees, what does a sane person do? They strap on a giant flail and go full demolition mode themselves. And he unleashed one titanic swing. He'll make the roots gleam, cracking the wall. The whole neighborhood's reeling, people are out here whispering, why is this happening? Like some poor bystander isn't just witnessing a disaster, and Zach, the most loyal friend alive, doesn't even flinch. Oh, he's just hunting a house today. Normal stuff. But this isn't some mindless rampage. Our guy S got a plan, and he lays it out. That crushed stone can be recycled into gravel later, so it's zero waste and maximum efficiency. He's even firing up his construction magic to whip up dust covers just to mess with the neighbors. And honestly, he's the most considerate, wildly unhinged demolition expert you'll ever see. He even slides Zach a full-on, pro-level demolition blueprint, and Zach's expression screams, "Oh no," because I swear I don't see how he gets any more of a menace, but somehow, here we are. Right then Masaru blurts out that Jack, the ambassador's son, is coming to visit, so he grabs the moment and puts him straight to work. And just like that, talk about a surprise helper. Diana's dad, the blacksmith, strolls in like it's nothing. Turns out our boy hired him for the job, and Diana's jaw drops in pure shock. Zach is completely stunned, blurting out, "So what else could we possibly be doing?" And this is where the master plan finally explodes. Masaru isn't just trying to save a few coins, he's sharpening petty revenge into a weapon. He's going to turn those salvaged materials into a brand new top-of-the-line blacksmith shop, then sell it right back to the merchant guild for a huge payday. It's a glorious, no-mercy troll move. If Diana's dad flashes that absolutely psychotic grin, the guy is practically buzzing out of his skin with excitement, getting back at the guild and raking in a huge payday. He's totally in. Zach can only stare as this crazy father-daughter bonding moment explodes, relieved his dad is still himself. Said, and once the plan clicks into place, our hero declares, "We are done here, now it's time to sprint back to Beastman City." Zach braces for the chaos he knows is coming, admitting that sure, he's used to Masaru's wild schemes, but they still hit like a nightmare every single time. Masaru, the king of trolling, nudges Zach to give his girlfriend a real goodbye. Then Diana goes beachhead with an unstoppable blush. At last, her dad just cackles, because he knows they're only cooking up excuses to hit the drinks later. And what a wild ride it's been to the capital. Our guy somehow talked the king into it, grabbed a massive stash of resources, and most importantly, pulled in an army of top-tier craftsmen to build his new city. After a string of tear-soaked, heartfelt goodbyes, we cut to his last showdown with the king. The king hears that Masaru's shopping spree sparked a wave of complaints all over town, while our guy just blurts a sheepish, "Oops." Even his majesty's already heard the news. The brand new armory's being built just to sell weapons to the guild. He nails it instantly, that this is a parting gift, a tiny thank you present for all the trouble they went through. And honestly, what a masterpiece. A 3-story stone building packed with jaw-dropping displays. But the best part, the king has snapped and can't stop laughing at the store's high-tech security, an anti-theft system with a dropping iron cage, and there's no way out. Utterly legendary. The king stared in awe, fully shook by what he was seeing. He doesn't just admire Masaru's moves as smart business. He sees them as a massive leap that kicks the entire kingdom's economy into a brighter future. And just like that, he drops some seriously wise advice. Because while Masaru's got crazy talent, he can't take on everything by himself. You've got the troops, use every single one right now. The words land like a punch. Our hero finally sees the truth. The king's right. If he wants a real city, he has to empower his people to prosper even when he's not there. He bows and thanks the king for the wisdom, even though the king's been rambling to himself the whole time. As his final flex, the king offers to ship in some tough, high-spirited people for a culture exchange. And Masaru's one rule, no exceptions. For the love of everything holy, don't send your sister. With a crushing handshake, they seal the deal, bang, and a brand new partnership is born. But the king freaks out the second. He even imagines another drinking party with Masaru's crew. He's already seen enough chaos to last a whole lifetime. Now we're right back in the present, time to move out. The caravan they're loading is so massive it's unreal, like a living monument to everything our hero has achieved. A whole crew of adventurers, plus that unstoppable elf and dwarf duo, stood there, jaws on the floor, stunned by just how massive the operation really was. They're an 8-person crew who threw in the towel on adventuring and chose to settle down in Masaru's brand new city. This absolute unit is over the moon that they're here, already plotting to hand them the keys to training the city's brand new security guards. Riled up by the crowd, our boy grudgingly gives in and agrees, reluctantly, to deliver his departure speech. With a shaky breath, he steps up to everyone and gives a real, heartfelt thank you that hits straight in the chest. He talks about their journey like it's destiny. Building a city isn't the endgame. It's how they carve out a real home for all of them and their friends. We watch the faces of every ally he's gathered, right down to the king's side. To his closest companions, the ones he trusted with everything, he swears that the days coming next won't be easy, but they'll be packed with fun and pure joy. Then, with one last thunderous shout, they launched into action. The grand caravan rumbles to life, a whole moving city of pioneers blazing toward their brand new home. And just like that, the next chapter is officially underway. All right, let's jump in. A few days have slipped by since our crew bolted out of the capital, and the energy is perfect. With an open road stretching out ahead, great company by his side, and somehow, wild boar that sounds downright sinful, this isn't a dangerous quest at all. It's a full-blown gourmet road trip. Everyone's buzzing with excitement, except Annabelle, who's been stuck in that carriage all day and is starting to feel utterly cramped. Meanwhile, Zach, the ultimate wingman, locks in and decides this is the perfect moment to mess with our boy about that fresh elf encounter. Just then, Annabelle panics and fumbles hard, while our main man throws it off with a laugh, until their teasing gets cut off the second they spot the river they were hunting for. The sun's sliding toward the horizon, and that's the perfect moment to kick up camp for the night. Next thing you know, our boy and Noria dive into action, sweeping up supplies together like the ultimate power couple. As camp finally comes together, the boss leans in and demands a status update on where they are. And this absolute unit casually pulls out a hilariously detailed full-color map like it got beamed straight from a satellite, then points and goes, "We're about halfway to the next city, right on schedule." Noria and the boss just lock eyes with the map, like their brains are buffering in real time. Noria, an elf who's lived through ages, has never laid eyes on something this advanced, so when the boss just lets out a heavy sigh, it's basically his way of saying, with dimensional storage and all those other freaky skills, this guy can't shock me anymore. Our hero just shrugs it off, laughs that the beastman he crash-landed on was chill as can be, and somehow, the man makes friends wherever he goes. Once the day's travel finally wrapped up, everyone was buzzing, already craving dinner and roaring to hit the road again tomorrow. Time to cook. Masaru slaps his hands on the inventory and checks what he's got, and decides their meal needs a little more fire, so he goes hunting for wild birds, and Noria, the resident expert hunter, is thrilled to help. Without even a blink, she locks onto her target hiding in the trees. With one smooth, no-look motion, he yeets an arrow straight through it, clean as a whistle, absolutely perfect. She whips her head back with a smug little grin like, "Yeah, I'm that good." Zach's jaw drops in pure disbelief, and he grumbles that his own bow is basically just a glorified stick compared to it. Noria leans in and says these aren't ordinary birds at all. They're infamous thief birds, the kind that snatch travelers' gear the moment they can. But here's the crazy part. This criminal life comes with a secret perk. They're unbelievably delicious, and just like that, everyone's on board for a full-blown bird hunt. Zach looks ready to tap out, but our hero steps in and shuts it down. "Not yet," he says. "I've got a plan." Then he whips out a bow that screams sci-fi, sleek, brutal, and straight-up dangerous, and just casually offers it to Zach. Like everybody's jaw drops, and Noria is hit the hardest, sputtering, "Since when did you turn into a bow expert?" She grabs the weapon in a flash, instantly clocking the insane quality of the materials. This thing is an absolute beast. Masaru smirks and admits he built it for himself, because Mithril can't handle his ridiculous strength, right? Noria snaps back, calls his bluff, and dares him to draw the weapon. But our boy instantly backs up, muttering that he must have tightened the strings too much, and insisting he's not an elf, so there's no way he could have done it. A total cover story. Still, he steels himself, takes a shot, and targets a far-off tree. You can practically see the PTSD from his past accidental mass destruction blazing in his eyes. So please, I don't want to hit anything out of control. Right on cue, a giant bear lumbers into the shot, straight behind his target. Perfect. He releases the arrow, and the power is completely unhinged. It rips straight through the tree, and a brutal sonic boom slams through the air right behind it. Seriously, this shot hits with so much raw power it's unreal. From the arrow's flight path, a brutally human scream erupts across the forest. Our hopeless hero's soul rips free from his body, and I slam into Samun. Not again. That scream wasn't a joke for even a second. Everyone snaps into motion and bolts straight for the sound. They crash through the trees and hit a scene of total chaos. Another caravan is getting mauled and swallowed by a monstrous pack of wolves. A lone hooded figure gets separated from the others, and right now he's minutes away from becoming dog food for that vicious-looking alpha. Noria scrambles to set up a clean shot, but the brawl is so chaotic she can't find a single opening. So what does this guy do? He snatches the closest log and goes for it. He barrels into the chaos like a runaway freight train, plowing a wolf aside as he charges through. He drops in hard right in front of the hooded figure. Right there stands a dark-skinned girl, frozen, staring at him in pure disbelief. But when our hero finally makes his grand entrance, the whole pack doesn't exactly bolt in fear. He swings that log and wham, it lands with a chunky chud, and the wolf doesn't even blink. It's like he swung at that statue, as if it had personally insulted him. Noria snaps out a game-changing warning from the back line. Jet away, Masaru, they're golems. Arrows, sure, that's the proof right there. But arrows and swords are totally useless against these monsters. That night he just saved them, and now the survivors are begging him to fall back and retreat. But pride clenches her feet, so she charges in anyway, sword slashing, only for the blade to clang harmlessly off the golem's hide. And once Masaru realizes this fight is pointless, he does the only smart move. He snatches a wolf golem and slams it in front of him like a living shield. But now he's basically a flashing beacon. Before he can even blink, the whole pack floods in and swarms him instantly. His friends stare, frozen in sheer horror, and the knight reels in guilt, convinced his death is the fault of her. Then a voice slices through the chaos, sharp, unbearable, "Don't bite my neck." Nighttime fogs his mind, all right. Masaru's voice comes out muffled. "No way, there's a hole in my underwear." This dude is getting ripped apart by rock monsters, and the only thing he's obsessing over is keeping his briefs from getting shredded. He staggers upright, covered in chomping golems, and tells that girl to run back to her friends like everything's fine, because of course he's got this. Then he whips his gaze to the golems, and something terrifying sparks in his eyes. "How dare you," he rips into the air, "because my synthetic fiber underwear is a priceless relic here, one you can't replace." He's officially lost it. He yanks the golem gnawing on his arm and starts smashing with it like a club. He rips through the whole pack, smashing rock against rock like a wrecking ball, unleashing a full-on tornado of raw rage. Golem parts explode through the air as he methodically rips apart every single last piece. When the dust finally clears, he's still standing there, cool as ice, quietly testing out his brand new combat techniques. Later, Zack drops the news: no one died. Our boy lays out exactly what he's thinking. He powers up his body with magic, but it still isn't enough. And here's the punchline: when that golem bit him, his spirit class magic recovery skill kicked on, and those wolves were basically powering him by trying to bite and eat him, letting him bulldoze straight through their whole pack. The irony is just perfect. Right then, the leader of the group he saved strides up to him, ready to thank him. It's nighttime now, her hood is down, and she's rolling alongside a smaller dark elf who looks just as badass. The little one sinks into a deep, respectful bow, thanking him with every bit of gratitude for the wild rescue chaos. "All right, buckle up. Our crew just yanked a couple of dark elves out of trouble, and now the leader is piling on the gratitude like it's the only thing keeping the peace alive." But the second she puts on that formal act, our main guy clocks it right away. She's the same race as Annabelle. Annabelle is having the worst day ever. Meanwhile, the dark elf knight is thriving, because she's built like a fortress and Annabelle's built like a sleek, aerodynamic plank, and the tension between them is so brutal you could slice it clean in half. Life, sensing the catfight brewing, tries to smooth things over and plays diplomat, telling them he's fine with both. Yeah, right, because when a woman asks what you're comparing, that's not exactly the right move, buddy. He's yanked off right away for a real talk, and you already know it means he's about to get absolutely yelled at. So once the family fight finally calms down, they jump straight into action. Because why were these dark elves getting ambushed by a gang of rock monsters? The leader hesitates like she's about to back out, but our unsuspecting lead flashes a grin and tells her it's totally fine if she doesn't want to talk. That's all the younger one needs. She spills the truth. They're basically homeless, scrambling just to find a place to finally settle in. With the cutest puppy dog eyes you've ever seen, she throws the million-dollar question. "So, can we please join your group?" No hesitation for a single nanosecond. This absolute just goes, and goes hard. The whole party's jaw drops. Dark elves are scrambling for words, stunned at the monster-sized burden they're being told to carry, but our boy just shrugs like, "Yeah, it's fine." Annabelle just lets out a heavy sigh, stunned by how wildly impulsive he is. Zack and Theodore just stared at the new recruits and basically said, "Yeah, welcome to it. This is our life now, and we can't tell if we're blessed or doomed." With Tao finally gaining 2 fresh members, the caravan rumbles into place at last, straight into the Beastman city. It's a full-on homecoming showdown. The kids pile on our hero, and the whole place welcomes him back like a living legend, while Adelina can't help it, grinning and admitting he's still as unpredictable as ever. Still, he demands to know where the chief is, and Adelina points him straight toward the housing area. The chief lays eyes on the huge crew Masaru hauled in and just freezes. Then our boy shrugs, casually introduces the craftsmen, and adds, "Oh, and we grabbed a few dark elves on the way here, like they'll only be wrecking things for a bit." Isn't that just wow? They're totally stunned. How can a city this advanced be hiding deep in the mountains like it's been waiting for them? The leader is absolutely stunned, blurting out that this whole idea of cooperation between beastmen and humans is nothing short of breathtaking. She's still giving off a shady vibe about our main man, like she thinks he's been pulling strings behind the scenes. One glance at the real smiles and the trust shining on every face, and she knows, this place is legit, like she's seen 1,000 times before. The look people wear when they don't just follow their leader, they fully believe. Later he finally clocks it, no names yet, so he blurts an apology like, "Sorry, we didn't even introduce ourselves." The younger one, Emeralda, and the absolute unit of a night is Irina. Masaru just grins and ushers them back home like it's no big deal. That night the whole city goes absolutely wild. Bonfires crackling, feasts piled high, and one massive welcome party that goes all out. Just when our hero is finally relaxing, a sudden gut feeling hits him out of nowhere. And then boom, who should show up but the goddess herself, looking more radiant than ever, La Cifra. Turns out she's been teaching the local kids this whole time while he was gone, and now they're finally stepping in, giving her a much-needed break. She's beaming from ear to ear, and she tells Masaru that every kid finally learned the magic she promised. Then she admits, totally shocked, that hanging out with mortals has actually been way more fun than she ever expected. Then she hits like a cannon blast. She's finished here, it breaks her heart, but she has to go. She poured out every last lesson she had, and now her role as the teacher, playing that part, is officially done. Wake S got him panicking like crazy. "You're the god of teaching, so don't you dare run out of material." And he blurts out a reminder about the crabs, but Isla snaps that the gods have a strict non-interference rule, and she's already pushed past the limit. Yep, she finished the job, and damn, it was a blast. Now it's time to go. The contract gets sealed, mission complete. Then our hopeless hero suddenly sparks with hope. He stares her straight in the face and blurts out, "Starting tomorrow, you've got to give Emmy exclusive one-on-one magic lessons for an hour every single day." Isla's totally thrown off. She sputters that it breaks the rules, but this guy just flexes his huge brain like, "Got the aptitude." And suddenly it's, "Cool, then you're getting taught right." "Yeah, and since I live right here, I'm entitled to your lessons, too. Then I'll just take everything I learned and pass it on to everyone else." Isla's left speechless, because he just cracked the ultimate loophole. In their contract, he points out there's never been a deadline. He shot her a straightforward question. Why would he bring all these craftsmen together if he wasn't getting her full cooperation to help build the city? Her brain just short-circuited. He outplayed her, tricking a literal goddess. And somehow she's totally fine with it, because it finally clicks in her head why a god would willingly step down into the mortal world. She nods and agrees to the lessons, and our boy braces himself for some straight-up divine tutoring. Deep down, he's completely unraveling, like his mind is sprinting off a cliff. The very next morning, the bell rings and class begins, because Isla is already set to summon him at the break of dawn. She tries to lay out the basics of releasing magic, but Masaru's like, "Oh, I've got this," and he rockets past the theory. Sorry, he just pops to his feet and goes, "Look." And he's about to unleash that power for real. He finally snaps, then a towering pillar of pure magical energy explodes out of his body, and Isla's soul basically rips right out of her body. Yeah, that's what a reincarnator power is, ridiculous like that. Our boy finally cracks it. His magic actually clicks now, and he's so hyped he decides to go full send and test some wind magic. He casually summons a freaking tornado out of thin air. A bunch of poor beastmen, just trying to get through their day, get ripped away and vanish into screams of pure terror. Then the next few days turn into a total blur of wild progress. He masters the spheres. Mirrors flashed, the earth walls shook, and lightning magic ripped through the air. Yeah, this guy wasn't just tough, he was a full-on monster. On the 8th day, our guy is on edge, waiting for his teacher to finally show up. He's getting more and more pissed. Under his breath he growls that a goddess can't be late, then he warns her with cold, looming punishment. And right on cue, a goddess drops in, but it's not Isla. A brand new, shady-looking goddess materializes in front of him and calls herself Victinius. Oh boy, things just got messy fast. Alright, let's jump in. Masaru is out in the woods, just trying to be left alone, when boom, a goddess drops out of nowhere. Meet Victini, Isla's older sister. She's here to answer his request and help with his magic studies, but the second you see her face, you know this won't be a nice tutoring session. She's cackling like she's daring someone to resist, and our main guy's soul is already wobbling, halfway out of his body. And right after a quick check-in on why everyone's suddenly glued to his status screen, Vine bluntly tells him to stop slacking and get his act together, and while the ladies are busy bickering, the new teacher walks in like pure business. Yeah, she lays out the whole plan, magic compression training, and if he messes up, the fallout won't just be bad. It'll be way worse than the tornado he accidentally whipped up last time. Then, to make the lesson stick, she gives him a quick physics crash course from his old world, shows him a compressed gas cylinder getting wrecked, and how the cork absolutely yeets itself through a wall like a missile. Yeah, that's the kind of power we're messing with, no stress, my dude. All right, she's like, okay now, go on, gather your magic. Our hopeless hero clenches his teeth and tries anyway, pouring everything he's got into the moment. And for half a second, he actually squeezes out a thick, dense ball of energy. Then, without a shred of control, this magic sphere just nukes itself, blasting off into the woods like a wild rocket, and the guy faceplants onto his butt, staring in total shock. Victoria clocks the problem and realizes this is way harder than she ever expected. Good grief, she snaps, unimpressed as ever, calling that student completely useless. Then she bluntly calls him out. He's failing because he has zero frame of reference for this kind of magic control. Oh, she pivots. Tell me, Masaru, what are you good at? Arb is frozen, looking like he's getting grilled on quantum physics, and he blurts out, eater management and making things. Suddenly, a light bulb pops over Victinia's head, and she blurts it out like, wait, stop obsessing over your raw power. Think like a craftsman. First picture the vessel, then pour the kombagic into that exact shape. This is exactly the kind of thing our main man gets in seconds. Bam! The whole concept locks in instantly. To make things that are. Alright, round 2, this time forget that vague ball of doom. This absolute unit cracks out that once forged, ridiculously massive sword, and then he gathers the magic, shapes it with pure imagination, and turns it into something real. And bam, a massive, blazing blade of pure energy erupts in his hands. It actually worked, he's left speechless. He whips around to his new teacher, eyes wide, and blurts out, "Thank you so much, your advice really helped." Victinia's is hit with that genuine gratitude and completely freezes. Then, for the first time, she looks flustered. She starts up her full tsundere mode, muttering that she's brooding over nothing. But the change is crystal clear. She's ready to spill everything. Yet our poor guy gets so distracted that he loses control of his magic. A wild gust of wind blasts out of him, and he goes tumbling head over heels. Victinia's, blazing bright red and drowning in embarrassment, snaps at him. "Hey idiot, snap out of it and lock in your focus." Our hero is down on the ground, apologizing hard because he just ruined the moment. Victinia's tries to steady herself, then brings up how the city was built, and that instantly yanks Masaru straight into a full-blown flashback. We spot him in a workshop, face twisted with rage. What the hell is this? And he screams as he swings a knife up in his hand. He told a crew of craftsmen to forge 3 identical knives for a real test. Then they handed him a pile of clothes that weren't quite blades at all. He breaks it down for them, clear as day, and when I said make it the same, I meant it, not some sideways version. The local craftsmen are scratching their heads and insisting those hammer marks and polished shine are handmade charm. But our guy won't buy it. This isn't art class, this is manufacturing. So yeah, he doesn't just talk. He yanks a tool right out of his world, a plain little plastic ruler. A what? No, listen. It's a ruler, and it snaps measurements into place with razor-sharp precision. He slaps the ruler against the knives, and suddenly those micro little millimeter gaps, and all the messy inconsistencies, jump out, way too small to spot with the naked eye. The craftsman's mind is exploding. He's never laid eyes on a tool like this. Masaru tells me that at his vocational school, they had to craft parts with a margin of error so tiny, it was just 1/20th of a millimeter. Because the local guys who do it all by eye can't even wrap their heads around that kind of accuracy. Then talk about a flex. He whips out a blade he forged himself, built from scratch with those primitive tools. He presses the ruler to it, and the craftsman's jaw drops, perfect. No gaps. Even the thickness and the length line up with this impossible, razor-precise accuracy. Masaru tells them the whole point is simple. Test their skill so he can teach them fresh techniques. And now the craftsmen have caught the light, and they're totally on board, practically begging him to show them his ways. The flashback cuts off, and Masaru leans in telling Victini it was pure chaos, wild as hell, but somehow still a blast. Her response, pure deadpan cool, like it didn't even flinch, just served the story straight up ice cold. Classic is how it starts. They keep chatting, hunting for the perfect land where the shrine can be built, while he lays down even more brutal city building schemes. Our main man feels it. This place hits different, like he's finally got a home to belong to. Back in the ovens, Isla is just trying to relax when her sister sends her a message. It's basically a note that says, "P.S. Looks like you want to spill some sorrow, so don't hold back, take this chance." And Isla immediately snaps into full denial mode, straight up caught. She's freaking out, gripping at any thought she can, begging herself that the real reason she wants to see him is that at all. Deep in the forest, Masaru snaps back into action, returning fast, right when everything feels off. And Victini's totally different, like, in a way you can't ignore. But when she says his name, the softness in her voice hits like we've never heard it before. She tells him she'll be in the city more often, and begs him to greet her with that warm, welcoming smile. Whoa, where did that come from? Our unsuspecting lead is totally thrown off by this sudden personality flip, like his brain just short-circuited. "What?" is all he can blurt out. She blushes, waves it off fast, and insists it's nothing before he can press harder. The two of them set off together, and the air crackled with fresh, reckless romantic tension. From her divine throne, Isla watches every moment explode before her eyes. She lets out a soft sigh, totally melting at how adorable her sister is every time Masaru is around. But then it's go time. Her sister demands she dig into that incident with the dark elves. She yanks open her celestial database. Glowing magical screens burst to life in front of her. She starts digging for answers about the elves Masaru saved. She moves on until she goes hunting for the beast that attacked them, and her screen screams, "Not found." And yeah, this is really bad. She suddenly gets this icy chill, realizing there are parts of the world God can't control or even fully understand. What on earth is going on here? Seriously. A truly terrifying omen. Dark elves got attacked by a total unknown. Something so wrong it shouldn't exist at all. And with that chilling mystery hanging in the air, the curtain drops for now. Alright, let's kick this show into gear. Masaru is out here keeping the whole neighborhood smiling and full, using those totally ridiculous hunting skills, and even smoking meat for everybody. The locals can't get enough of it. They're praising the elves, swearing they're so dependable they want them to stay in those woods forever. Speaking of elves, our main man barrels into Emeralda in town. She's just finished up her ranch work for the day, and she's all smiles saying everyone's finally settling in nicely. But she wears a serious expression like a warning sign, and you can tell something huge is about to hit. A heartbeat later, she tracks him down and blurts out what she needs, and just like that, he plays the perfect hero, tell her to swing by his place after dinner. Later that night, the air turns heavy. Emerald wastes no time, cuts straight to the point, and tells him she has an urgent matter she needs to talk to him about. Turns out she's got company, she's not alone. Soon she hauled in a friend, and right after that, she drops the first bombshell of the night. "I'm Emeralda, Queen of the Dark Elves." Our boy's brain totally blue screens, because he's been living with literal royalty this whole time. The Queen finally breaks it down. She's from Stenzen, and that's a solid 10-day trip from here. But one day, their home got wiped off the map by those same unhinged golems. We'd seen them before, and that's when an entire country vanished like it never existed. Zack can't even process it. Somebody erased the entire kingdom from existence, like it was nothing. Meralda finally admits they bolted to the Beastman city to regroup, but now she's done hiding, and she's ready to strike back. She has to find out what happened to her homeland, no matter what it costs. Then it hits, she locks eyes with our hero and drops the huge request. Take them back to Stenzen. Masaru tries to process this wild demand and blurts the big question. Why did anyone even attack them in the first place? But the truth is, they have absolutely no clue. Zack tosses out the idea of a grudge, and our boy instantly slams it down. Dark elves are usually ice calm and totally in sync with nature. So yeah, it makes absolutely no sense for anyone to pick a fight with them. The Queen's guard snapped that it was a full-on blitz. The enemy was already inside the castle before she even made it back, and only a handful of people managed to slip out alive. This is where our main guy flips into detective mode, grilling everyone for every last detail about the golems. The guards swamped, guarding the Queen like crazy, yet she still remembers spotting animal types, wolves, bears, and monkeys. And then she blurts out that magic word, the single word that sends a cold shiver crawling down our hero's spine: spiders. You can practically spot Masaru's ex's shattered soul, while Zack, totally clueless, blurts out, "Yo, you figured something out." Our hopeless hero forces the most fake smile ever, then tries to slip out of the conversation: "Spiders. Nope, I'm out, to my room, bye." But Zack won't let him slide. He calls him out on the spot. "So you're really scared of spiders?" Masaru starts sweating, stammers about his grandma, and his skin turns green. And honestly, his excuses are just pathetic. They called it out, backing him into a corner, until even the elves refused to back down and challenged his bluff. Zack is absolutely losing it, cackling because this massive beast is terrified of a few 8-legged freaks, while Masaru spirals and yells that he's just a normal human who hates creepy crawlies. He tries to squirm out by rambling about city development, claiming he doesn't even know who the final boss is, like any excuse will save him. Right when he's seconds from bailing for good, his phone dings, like the gods just sent him a message. It's from Isla Saphira. She's on a mission, and these golems are so mysterious even the gods can't explain them. If he investigates, he scores a skill coupon. Yeah, a skill coupon. That was all it took. Just like that, everything changed. That fire's back in his eyes. Masaru slams the table like a thunderclap, and his fear vanishes instantly. Then Ivy snaps, "All right, I'm taking full responsibility. I'll help you." The whiplash is real. Everyone reels, totally stunned, as this sudden surge of courage hits out of nowhere. Our boy, strutting with greed-fueled confidence, announces he's beaten his arachnophobia, and then vows to lead them straight to victory. He snatches a totally bewildered Zack and drags him in for a test drive. Behold the Masaru human-powered carriage special. This wild, glorious tricycle meets carriage hybrid, engineered and built by Masaru with his own hands. The elves don't just doubt them, they fully trust nothing. But our boy flexes hard, showing off his custom-made leaf springs built to crush the bumps and soak up every hit, the real top-of-the-line stuff. The safety test is about to kick off, right now. So who's the guinea pig? Yep, poor unsuspecting Zack. Buckle up tight. Masaru grins and warns him, this is gonna get dangerous. And when Zack hears it, his face practically screams, I regret everything. But without even a second to think, our main guy yeets them down that hill at full speed, and Zack is screaming for his life the whole way. They were absolutely soaring. The elves just stand there wide-eyed, as they can't believe how fast it all happens. Suddenly, a horde of goblins slams shut the path. Masaru doesn't even blink. He cackles, rams through them, and turns the carriage into a goblin-smashing battering ram. It's total, unfiltered chaos, straight-up carnage without a single mercy. They screech to a stop, and Zack suddenly looks like he's been aged 10 years in seconds. He tells the elves the ride is weirdly smooth, but then admits he might need therapy for all this. Zack is totally convinced our boys can turn pure chaos into genius engineering. Masaru won't stop, he'll keep leveling up, one upgrade at a time. That night, while Masaru was elbow-deep in his death trap mobile, the door swung open. Goddess Victinias had come to visit. He flashes her a casual, hold on, and dives into his own thoughts, plotting how he's going to raise crabs. The goddess shows up, her expression so cold and unimpressed it makes his new hobby feel instantly pointless. He asks what's going on, and she wastes zero time. She's here to strike a deal. That's the most shady plan I've ever heard, so wipe out every last living thing in Stenson. Hold up, our guy is totally rocked. She's demanding he go all in and commit mass, so what do we do now? All right, hang on, we're jumping in. The big day's finally here, and Lancelot is grilling our boy like crazy over his brand new invention. But then, right away, he clocks that something's seriously off. Our main man looks way more crushed than a goblin who just lost his favorite shin-kicking rock. But Masaru, pure showman, totally sidesteps the moment with a grand reveal, flinging his arms and yelling, "Behold, my masterpiece." And what is this glorious beast? The Masaru Special, an all-human-powered tricycle carriage that looks like it was forged in a cave with nothing but scrap metal. This absolute unit brags about everything: a lightweight frame, top-tier pedal parts, a comfy seat packed with feather cushions, and even a trunk. Seriously, Tony Stark would be jealous. Meanwhile, Irina's speed scanning the supplies, because this trip is meant to last 10 days and you packed basically nothing. Our boy just smirks and taps his dimensional storage. Don't stress, he's got food and water stored up to feed an army. Then he snaps at Zack, help Irina get those bags loaded up. But wait, Irina's smile crumbles, and you can practically see her soul clock out for good. Yeah, she's not showing up. She drops the bomb that she's staying behind, and she already settled it with Emeralda. So she slams them with a brand new, insanely heavy mission. Head straight to the Dark Elf capital, and witness the truth with your own eyes. She demands they witness the tragedy that's crushed her people, then swear to carry that pain forward, like it's a promise carved in stone. Yikes, no pressure at all. Then straight up emotional whiplash. She blurts that she wishes she could go because it sounds like a blast, and before anyone can blink she screams, yes, like she's signing up for the mission herself. This girl is chaos, and I'm obsessed. Adelina practically throws her hand up to take her place, but Emeralda cuts her off in a snap. Nope, you're doing homework. We're studying how to be an administrator. Rough luck, kid. And everyone's like, yeah, this is for the best. And even the Beastman chief drops in just to say Adelina has to learn the ropes. Lancelot starts needling Zack, cracking that he doesn't look very knightly, and that jab instantly lights a fire in Zack. He just has to get every one of Lancelot's training secrets. The crew keeps trading punchy jokes and friendly shots until they finally buckle down and get to work. Lancelot doesn't play around. He fires off a messenger on horseback with a letter that spells out the attack on Greiter. He's treating this like the absolute worst-case scenario. Like, what if the whole kingdom is already gone, wiped clean off the map? All right, our move is a tight 3-man recon crew. Slip in, snatch the intel, then vanish before anyone notices. But our hopeless hero is pure business. No emotions, just business. Let's get this done faster, then I'm outta here, like a real champion determined to finish and go home. Irina nods and grants her blessing. She's sure the three of them are more than enough to pull this off. After trading a few rushed goodbyes, they brace themselves and start their journey. Irina screams out the destination, Stenson, and without a second to think, Masaru rockets forward and slams the pedal on that ridiculous contraption like a freight train, blasting straight through, as a completely stunned Lancelot gets left choking on dust. Next, zoom in on this guy's face. Pure determination burns there like a wildfire. The people he left behind are trapped in non-stop screams as he disappears over the horizon, and Irina, she's totally unfazed, like this is just another normal day. The carriage jolts forward, and hurls dirt everywhere like a bomb just detonated. Elsewhere, Goddess Wenisama is having the kind of day that's gone horribly wrong. She looks totally wrecked, slumped over the table, while her attendant hovers and panics over her condition. She finally blurts out the truth. Her heart is crushed, and she can't bring herself to forgive what happened. Right at the end, hope flickers. She clings to our boy with everything she's got, whispering, "Be safe," like her whole world depends on it. Back on the road, the trio tears through days and miles, carving across massive landscapes in their super trike. The road stretches forever, but they grind through it, and somehow they finally make it. From a nearby hilltop, Lancelot jabs his finger toward the capital, where colossal towers rise and stone-solid buildings stand shoulder to shoulder. Irina blurts it out, her voice cracking with hope like she can't wait to see what happens next. Our main man just stares on with a grim look like, "You're not ready for what's coming." They all remember Emeraldez's words, and their eyes shine with pure anticipation for that magnificent city. Then they finally see it, total annihilation. The capital is damaged, it's been wiped clean, erased from the map. Irina's expression cracks as she gapes at the smoking ruins of her home. It's a brutal wasteland of broken concrete and crushing despair. Irina bolts for the city, but Masaru clamps onto her wrist and yanks her to a dead stop. She's in full panic mode, yelling that they've got to tear through the rubble and find any survivors left. But this cold-blooded bastard just tells her, straight-faced, that it's pointless. "Trust me, there are no survivors in the capital." That line snapped the air like a whip, right at Serena and Lancelot's necks. They're totally stunned, like their brains just short-circuited. Irina totally snaps. She demands to know how he could say that when they haven't even stepped into the city yet. Right before things explode, Lancelot swoops in like the ultimate bro. He shoots Irina a reminder. Masaru S never lied to them, so they need to hear him out. They drop into their seats, and Irina wastes no time. She goes straight for the jugular, demanding whether God had ordered her to wipe everyone out. Masaru doesn't deny a thing. He just admits he already knew the city was wrecked, and that's exactly why he'd been so crushed before they even left. This is way too much for the Irina. She snaps in fury, screaming that the gods haven't touched the mortal world in thousands of years, and that all of this is pure nonsense. She snaps that this is a total waste of time, then gears up and launches her own search for survivors. But Lancelot blesses his heart, snaps everything into place. "A goddess, huh?" he mutters, and the moment that clicks, the depression finally makes sense. He buys it instantly, no questions, no hesitation. His logic is rock solid. No regular guy could pull off ordering a night like that, so Masaru's gotta be the real deal. And he even straight up tells Irina that the freaking Kingi himself already recognized Masaru as a divine apostle. Masaru tries to play it cool, claiming his bond with the goddess is just friends, and honestly, that only makes the whole thing feel even more suspicious. At last, Irina finally calms down, nods, and follows his lead. "So tell me, what do we do next?" Our boy tells her to hold tight and keep her eyes on the rest of those enemy soldiers from right, where they can't reach them. Then he hits everyone with the most unhinged plan in history. He's not just going to fight them, he's going to unleash something brutal and finally wipe out the capital's history for good. His eyes blaze with chaotic fire as he lays out his targets, the golems, and even the capital itself. With a relaxed grin, this absolute unit casually goes, "I'll blow them all up." Lancelot and Irina just stare. "Yeah, that's all of us too. Duty's really not having a good day." "All right, buckle up." Our whole crew's huddled by the campfire when Masaru fires off the most unhinged plan ever, and Irina just freezes, staring at him like her brain can't catch up, because he's about to do something that destroys Stenzen. Masaru, stone-faced, just nods once, because if we want to fix all this mess, that's our only real move. Irina snaps back instantly, totally losing control. "Get out of here. Why can't we just go smash the golems in the city?" "Ready?" Zack jumps in right away, backing her up. "Yes, that's way too much, Masaru. There's absolutely no way Emeralda would ever sign off on something that absurd." But then our boy slams them with the ultimate Una reverse. Like boom, "I've already talked to Emeralda. I got her permission," and Zack's jaw hits the floor. Masaru tells them he got the green light from both the goddess and the queen the moment he took the job. No last-minute panic, no sudden choice, just a pre-approved demolition mission stamped and ready to go. Flashback to just a few days ago, and the air is so tense it feels like it could snap. So yeah, Era is absolutely going at the goddess Victinia's, roaring, "You want to wreck our own land and you're asking us for permission." Then the goddess breaks down, heart aching as she tells them the city has no allies left. Everything's gone except the golems still standing. 3 weeks have passed, and those things haven't moved a single inch, and yeah, that's a painfully bad sign. So now Era's fighting back tears. "After we lost our people and our castle, you're trying to snatch away the very last home we've got left." She charges straight into the goddess's face, channeling pure rage. "Because you built the world doesn't mean you get to tear it down. Answer me." Me, the goddess, can only manage a shaky, pained I'm sorry, as if it hurts to say. But that's nowhere near enough to cover for so much of an error. Then, out of nowhere, Queen Emeralda crumples to the ground and clutches Masaru's arm for dear life, wrecked with panic as she begs him to save them, convinced even God has left them to die. And just like that, our boy gets totally blindsided, trying to wrap his head around the full-blown chaos exploding in real time. Without missing a beat, this guy whips around to Sawyer and hits her with the most classic hero line ever, telling her he's sure fate sent him here to save them. He swears to the queen that he'll rebuild it all, and he'll make every single thing she dreams of, right up until the day arrives. Then he rushes in to fix the damage, whispering to Sora that Victinius loves this world more than anyone alive. He knows that's a brutal request, but once the dust finally clears, he's praying she'll dig deep and forgive the goddess. Then right there, he shows his real motive with a soft, gentle smile, and I just can't stand the thought of my friend wearing that kind of expression. And boom wham, that goddess is left speechless, her heart totally stolen. No matter if the fear spikes or the panic fades, she chooses to trust him and fight for that brighter future. Still choked up, the goddess blurts out, "This is my last request." Back in the present, Masaru blurts out the whole deal, because the queen wants Irina to see Stenzen's danger with her own eyes. Irina's totally baffled, thinking she's just stuck doing chores, until our main man steps in and clears it up. He's about to run the plan, and Irina plus Zack are his backup and his eyes in the sky. Saw stares into the horizon, her heart aching as she remembers home. At home, she asks one final time, "Are you 100% sure there aren't any dark elves left?" And he nods, absolutely certain. With a tear-streaked smile, she hands him the city's last moments and dares him to carry them. Zack and Irina vow to stay glued to his side, no matter what fate throws at them. With his resolve forged into steel, this absolute unit cracks his knuckles and gets ready for go time. Zack and Irina slip into place for lookout duty, while the rest of the team scatters. And then our boy throws himself off the cliff like, nope, he's done with kings and knights, so now it's time to do something wildly insane. He rockets through the forest at full speed, because this non-stop exhaustion has finally hit its breaking point. At last, he finally arrives, staring down from above at the shattered ruins of the capital. He locks onto the golems, and because of his training, he instantly feels it. Something is horribly wrong with them. A sinister wave of magic spills off them, and that crushing power has to be destroyed before it overwhelms everything. And that's it, his choice locks in, because this whole place has to be wiped out. And he can still picture the queen's tear-streaked face, like it's burned into his mind. Fists clenched, he vows, "I don't ever want to see her like that again, so I'm ending this." All right, let's burn it all down and blow the whole thing to pieces. So how's he pull that off? Using the method he dug up from light novels back on Earth, obviously. Get ready, because this is where premium isekai science starts cooking. The plan sounds simple, then spirals out of control. Build a fuel-air bomb, and start by scattering a superfine, flammable powder into the air. The whole trick is nailing the perfect powder-to-oxygen ratio, because one wrong measure turns it into a massive, catastrophic blast. With that insane air control power, this is straight-up kid stuff. He hurls up a giant dome that blankets the whole city. Then he twists the air inside the dome, cranking up the oxygen until the whole space turns into a flawless pressure cooker for an explosion. Next, he yanks open his item box. He grins, yanks free a swirling vortex that's nothing but pure chaos. This guy's moments away from dropping a freaking mountain of wheat flour on the whole capital. Yeah, seriously, a flour bomb. Up on their perch, Zack and Irina are totally stunned. What is he doing, making it snow? The whole city is getting blanketed in a fine, white powder. Now we hit the grand finale. Masaru clenches his fist, pours his magic into one burst, and shouts, "Ignition." He's about to scorch the oxygen, the flour, and every last scrap of that corrupt magic. Then he whispers a silent goodbye to the city, wishing he'd gotten to see it when it was still at its prime. He swears a solemn vow to the city's ghosts, and to everyone who lives there. "I'll do everything in my power to make that moment finally arrive, I promise." And with one last breath, he says, "I'm sorry." A deadly cloud of fine powder detonates, and wipes the whole valley clean. Like the fallen capital of Stenzen just got scorched into a blazing goodbye. All right, let's jump right back into the chaos. Last time our boy straight up annihilated an entire town, and now all that's left is a ridiculously massive crater, stretching as far as the eye can see. Zack and Irina, his companions, can only stand there wide-eyed, staring at the pure wreckage. Irina, the ever-optimist, basically goes, "So, we're rebuilding the capital after all this, right?" Zack promises her they've got this, then the whole squad freezes in shock. Masaru, the one and only, is already back, looking totally unruffled. Yeah, he weirdly shrugs it off, like, that blast, it was a bit much. He says he had to dump all his magic into heat resistance, then he totally ate the fall and crashed into a cliff. My bad. The party's huddled in hushed whispers, completely baffled, Like, wait, is there even a limit to what this guy can do with his hands? This dude literally yeeted himself off a cliff to dodge a nuke he created. Yeah, I guess that's his standard Tuesday. Then boom, our hero's divine phone starts ringing like crazy, and it's a call from God himself. Esla demands he report to her right now. As Irina delivers that dramatic, "Until we meet again," you can practically feel it. Something even weirder is about to explode into their lives. Without missing a beat, he rockets forward. He totally blanks on the fact he's right in the middle of a golem investigation. Then a fresh message from Isla hits, and boom, he's gone. This absolute unit is parkering across the city rubble, and one wipe of that movement just obliterates everything in his path. The message spells it out. These aren't just golems, they're monster corpses that devour magical energy until they turn into living statues, and the look on his face screams, "What did I just get myself into?" Then he spots something super shady. Half of Isla's message is missing, like someone ripped out key details. He gets another message from her right away. She's taking over the investigation and only wants him to bring back the fragments. Totally not suspicious, because this guy can feel she's hiding something from him. And just like that, he realizes his quest is over, and with no other option, he's forced to turn around and head back. He's about to back out, then bam, a little PS flashes at the bottom of the message. Isla wants to lift a depressed friend's spirits with dinner, and she needs Masaru to snatch that mouth-watering crab before anyone else does, plus the payment, through a skill ticket. Then bam, he spots a woman sobbing, and it hits him hard. This whole mess still has real consequences. The message keeps rolling, and Isla swears she'll do anything she can to help him. Then our hopeless hero's eyes nearly pop right out of his skull. The system trolls him with a super motivational picture of bunny girls, and he instantly goes into spam typing. "I'm not feeling anything improper, sure, buddy, sure." He needs a minute to cool his jets. Right then, Zack storms in and asks, "Were you thinking out loud?" Because he's here to talk about the exact same thing. Zack blurts that reinforcements are coming fast, and they've got to come up with a story for that giant crater where the town used to stand. Both of them lock eyes, and neither of them blinks, like their minds just went stone cold empty. That's right, folks, neither of them has a plan, and it's chaos. They instantly clock the mess they're in. Staying put is the only way to help clean it up, and that means they're stuck having to explain themselves. They're trapped both ways, and our guy is freaking out because he's sure May is going to blow her top any second. And just when he thought he was safe, speak of the devil, an insanely furious May appears right behind him, like she's moments away from ending his whole career. She snaps, "I've been waiting for you," and the anger in her voice says she's done with his excuses. Zack's eyes flash with pure genius. He blurts out, "Why don't we just leave?" And just like that, our heroes pull off the deadliest tactical move on Earth. They sprint straight away from their problems. 2 days later, the King's Royal Guard finally crashes onto the scene, and their commander, Friedid, is completely stunned by the apocalyptic wreckage. They spot just one lonely signpost, still standing amid the rubble. It's Masaru's note, basically going, "Yo knights, don't worry, I handled the monsters for you," then finishing with, "You're welcome," like, what a complete power move. He even dares to invite them to a nearby coastal town, leaving the commander totally baffled. Meanwhile, the crew is already scheming their next strike, racing to the nearest port to disappear and lay low. Masaru's already cooking up a plan to flex his brain and convince yet another city to jump in and help rebuild. Just as they roll into town, a massive commotion explodes in their faces. The entire area is just one huge construction zone, cranes looming everywhere like they're about to tear the world apart. Suddenly a voice slices through the chaos, Erdem, and there it is, Captain Cook with him, who can't wait to see him. Zack steps in right away to apologize for the total chaos Masaru keeps unleashing. Then the arena spots someone else with them, Isla, right there in person, looking completely unimpressed and firing off. "Are you guys gonna break more stuff?" Cook snaps the truth, the entire mess of construction, it's all Masaru's fault. He handed out shovels and water pumps to the whole town, and now everybody's gone full DIY, building like there's no stopping them. Our main man gets completely derailed, launching into a wild rant about his grand vision for a garden path. Cook suddenly snaps to it, "It's my curse," he cries. "The moment I see people building something, my body just goes on autopilot." All by himself, the man's got an unstoppable craving to dive into home improvement projects. While Cook and Erdam agree the only priority that matters is smashing Masaru's curse before it wrecks them. As Masaru gets yanked away by the townsfolk, Irina stands there, eyes locked on him, looking like she's piecing something together. She admits that she knew he helped build the Beastman's town, but what he's doing here, this is something completely different. She always imagined him as an unstoppable warrior, someone she could lean on no matter what. But now she stares at that goofy face and realizes he's probably feeling completely unworthy, and that stings. The DIY curse is in full chaos. Masaru gets yanked from one project to the next without a second to breathe, fixing stairs and mounting those closet rods in place. But before he can finish, he gets ripped away in a flash, teleported right into a huge empty arena where nothing moves. And his soul rockets out of his body the second it happens. Wow, why is there an arena around here? A deep voice crashes through the air. Come on, isn't it obvious? A hulking brute steps out of the darkness, gripping a sword as long as a surfboard. So you're here to bargain for my help, right? All right, Absolute Unit tells Masaru, you want a favor? Then show some respect, or don't even bother. Then wearing a terrifying grin, he growls, let's fight. The warrior strides forward, unleashing pure intimidation that hits like a thunderclap. All our hero can think is, seriously, did you forget to train those brain muscles all this time? Then bam, the challenger is revealed as Commander Lancelot himself, and he's grinning like he's about to turn our boy into a fine paste. All right, let's jump right back into the action. Our boy Masaru steps into the arena, and Lancelot is already out here roasting him with trash talk. That dude's basically yelling, you've been ghosting, so stop hiding and swing those swords, let's fight. Lancelot's vibrating with pure chaos, ready to throw down right now. The peanut gallery clocked it instantly. Our main man wasn't playing around anymore. He had that serious, different energy. Lancelot, Puerto Rico's commander, wasn't just ready for a fight. He was built for it, a full-blown berserker who lived for the rush of battle. But hey, at least he's an honest psycho who actually stands by what he says, something most people can't even pull off. Realizing things are about to get deadly, this Absolute Unit wastes no time and runs a quick pre-fight check of his stats. And holy moly, his soul practically rips out of his body from sheer shock. Back in Stenson, that tiny incident finally paid him back with a huge delayed exp dump, and now our hero's freaking out inside. Last time they clashed, he was only level 16 and they matched evenly, but after that boost, he's so ramped up he's scared he'll accidentally turn the commander into a fine red mist. Lancelot is grinning from ear to ear, basically pouring out how going all out is the ultimate show of respect. So when Masaru sees there's no way around it, he just goes with the flow. Then Lancelot leans in and goes, you know, you talk just like my niece, Edelina. And our guy, sensing the perfect opening, leans in and trolls her like it's his mission. He even backs her up, says she's doing great, and reminds her she saved his life before. Then he blurts out the real bombshell. She's helping build his town. He's talking like she could stay there for good, and maybe, just maybe, they'll even end up married. The sheer audacity, he shot back immediately, saying of course it was up to her. But the damage is done. Lancelot, now a very concerned uncle, steps in and slaps a condition onto the fight. If he wins, Masaru will have to send Delina over for the full story, because he refuses to let this guy swindle his niece. Masaru fires back with a much smarter demand. If E wins, Masaru gets to borrow some carpenters, and once those stakes are locked in, the rematch is officially on. Up in the stands, the whole crew is on edge, because they know Masaru gets scary when he's fired up, and they're honestly terrified about whether their commander's gonna be okay. Down below, two warriors lock eyes, and the battle is about to explode. Lancelot decides speech is for nerds, and screams his message the only way he can, by stomping the ground so violently it shatters. Masaru's eyes bulge wide in pure shock. Lancelot charges ahead like a freight train, smashing forward so hard that stone and dust explode into a roaring tornado. He's staring like he's completely lost it, pure unhinged energy on his face. The impact from their first clash hits, so hard the shockwaves slam all the way up into the spectator box, and everyone's left staring in total disbelief. Lancelot lunges in and crushes our hero on the spot, roaring that he'll never be able to win. Masaru, the ultimate smartass, goes for a quick hustle. Hey, can we just call this a win for me? You backed out last time when I challenged you. Right on cue, Lancelot blasts back with a thunderous, hell no, you fool, then whips his blade into a vicious swing. The commander launches into the air, unleashing a brutal overhead strike that's meant to end it all. He's pressing Masaru so hard it forces him to react fast. He throws up a block, but the hit blasts him backward and his back, left wide open. A mistake. Like, Lancelot spots the opening and launches into a full-body tackle to shut it down. Yeah, sure, but our boy is faster, and he just barely slips past the danger at the last second. Lancelot's sword slammed into the empty ground like it was hitting air. They crash back into the fight, blades blazing as they slice through a wild, chaotic blur. The crowd staring in disbelief at what they're witnessing. Right when the fight heats up, Lancelot cranks it to max. He enchants his sword with magic and blasts out a brutal energy wave that gouges a deep trench straight into the arena floor. It's done, he cackles like a madman, grinning because he's already won. But Masaru is built different. He threads his way through the storm of magic-infused slashes like it's nothing, turning the solid stone floor into Swiss cheese, like it got blown apart in an instant. His friends are sweating buckets, but our main man is somehow riding out this totally ridiculous onslaught like it's no big deal. Masaru flat out calls it. Lancelot's savage swings are throwing him off balance and costing him his footing. Lancelot finally admits that Masaru is leaving him in the dust, crushing him with sheer strength and blazing speed. Then he swings the accusation, saying he learned those moves from beast men. And here's the kicker. Masaru realizes that no matter how insanely strong his stats are, Lancelot's raw experience, sharp technique, and ruthless killer instinct are something else entirely, and suddenly he can't match that veteran's smooth, flawless moves. Lancelot slams our hero down to his knees and snarls, "This is MI stage." He's in his element, and he's ready to lop off Masaru's head, unless he throws in the towel right now. The commander erupts in a full-blown tirade, shouting that big numbers aren't worth a thing unless they're used to smash monsters, and that a real warrior's power gets forged only through the grind of battle. He even taunts our boy, laughing at him for using magic just to grow. And that's when it breaks him. Masaru's done with these experience-beat lecture stats. He snaps, a dark aura bursts from his hand, and he shouts, "If this is what you want, I'll pour out everything I've got." Lancelot spots that skill item box instantly, realizes Masaru's about to try crafting mid-battle, and rockets straight at him to shut it down. This absolute beast starts ranting at full volume about anime and manga from his homeworld. World where people talk about summoning endless weapons from the sky. Lancelot just stands there, jaw dropped, totally baffled. Like, what in the world is this guy even talking about? Masaru blurts out, "I can open my item box anywhere, and I can make it any size I want." Taking the wisdom he'd soaked up from Isla, he rips loose with his real, absurd power. This isn't some random item box. It's a full-on home center, packed with every material, every bit of know-how, and the god-tier power he needs to make it all happen. Lancelot's jaw drops clean off his face. So our hero stares up at the sky, shouts "build," then grabs what he made in the item box and drags it out in front of everyone. With a smug grin, he lets it slip. He's been dying to say a line like that for ages. And then, from portals ripped open in the sky, an entire army of giant, fully loaded ballistas comes raining down. Lancelot just glares at the sky, where that absurd overpowered shot is locked straight on him, and he blurts the only question that really matters: "Can you keep going?" Dude, you have no clue. Everything's set, and that ruthless commander Lancelot is about to throw down. He calls out that the battle's begun, nonchalantly, while admitting those dozens of giant ballistae locked onto him weren't even ready until now. And that's because Masaru, our guy, straight up conjured them out of nowhere like it was nothing. Lancelot's jaw drops because he finally realizes this guy just built a whole arsenal of siege weapons right there on the spot. Meanwhile, Masaru's crew up in the stands are completely losing it, shouting that he's a god. And even Lancelot has to admit, it's honestly pretty mind-blowing. But our main man just shrugs it off with pure, smug confidence. Like, "God, nah, I'm just a regular guy who clocks in at a home improvement store, you idiot." Then he drops the challenge like, "Yeah, you see all this, so you still wanna dance?" Lancelot, not a twitch, he's totally unfazed, and this absolute unit starts dropping his resume. 100 spearmen, 100 bowmen, and viving encounters aplenty. Our broken hero finally snaps. He grabs his chance for the first strike, and declares he'll unleash air control magic to slice the ballista strings clean off. With a snap of his wrist, a wild volley of arrows, as tall as telephone poles, rockets toward Lancelot with a screaming fury. His own men are losing it, screaming for their commander to bolt for his life. But Lancelot, he just stands there, unshaken and silent, no flinch, no fear. Then he starts swatting those massive projectiles out of the sky like they're nothing but annoying flies. His men can't even blink, they're staring like they just saw a ghost. This guy's a total one-man army. Then Masaru clocks that he's up against a certified lunatic, and yells for the second barrage. This time, every single one of them fires at the exact same moment. The arena floor rips open in a savage burst, blasting splintered wood and metal everywhere. But once the chaos finally clears, because every single person's soul slips out of their body, Lancelot stands there untouched, not a single scratch on him, while debris rains around his feet, and this guy's power level is straight up unhinged. Our boy is totally stunned, yelling, "Are you kidding me?" as he fires the final volley. This time, Lancelot doesn't even bother blocking. He just strolls right through the hailstorm of death, slipping every bullet like it's nothing. He's so bored he starts ranting mid-fight like, "This isn't even a real fight, come on." Turns out, he's a battle supercomputer. He can tell where every shot's coming from just by the sound of the strings getting sliced. But he's basically Neo from the Matrix, slipping through every hit like it's nothing. Seriously, he's living his best life, yelling at the top of his lungs for even more. Masaru finally admits Plan A is a total disaster. No more time to waste. He has to slam together a new plan right now. Lancelot is closing in fast, but right before the fight can end, our hero goes for broke with a massive gamble. Suddenly, a blazing vortex of wind tears through the air around him. Lancelot just freezes, staring at them like, wait, what kind of new trouble is this? Instead of a sword, our main man yanks out a huge metal pole and starts swinging it like it's nothing. Seriously, Lancelot is totally baffled, and a rod. He rips his massive sword through the air like a wrecking ball. But Masaru steps in and shuts it down perfectly. Boom, the impact rattles the whole arena, and that pole doesn't even bend. This absolute unit proudly shows off its prototype shaft, packed with magic-conducting metal, and tells you it can swallow anything Lancelot throws at it. Lancelot's instantly hooked, but he's still the same deadly master swordsman. He barrels into Masaru and just crushes him with sheer, flawless skill. And it kept hammering the point into his head. A great weapon can't fix a missing skill. He shoves our boy's weapon aside like it's nothing and boasts, it's over, I've won. With Masaru on the defensive, you can feel it coming, time is all that's left. Then Lancelot catches it, something feels seriously wrong. Why's he stuck playing defense only? He's not even trying to launch a counterattack. And right in that tangled moment, a terrifying truth crashes into his mind. Masaru bursts into one last, desperate scream as the plan finally clicks into place. Lancelot finally gets it, but the moment he does, it's already way too late. Yeah, that pole wasn't just there to stop anything. Masaru stretched it so far it could reach up into the sky like it was meant to touch the clouds. Lancelot snaps his eyes up, and ice-cold fear floods his veins as a colossal shadow crashes out of a portal in the sky. Our boy jumps in and admits it. Since he can't fire off projectiles like the other guys, he had to get wickedly creative. He cracked open his sky storage and dropped a massive chunk of bedrock he'd been hoarding, like a meteor on a timer. And that whole defense play was nothing but a stall job, meant to bait the orbital strike into the right spot. Lancelot's face screams pure, unfiltered terror, and that's when you realize Masaru's true ace is finally here. Yeah, if he can live through a literal meteor, then he's got this. A whole city block of rock slams into the sky and rockets straight at him, dropping at terminal velocity like the universe wants him gone. There's no escaping it, there's no way out, no way around. The whole arena, every last person inside, stands seconds away from getting wiped off the map completely. Just as the rock is about to smash him, our guy screams the ultimate cheat code, *item box. And just like that, the meteor blinks out of existence like it never even touched the sky. The announcer, looking like he's about to keel over mid-sentence, slams the verdict. Masaru is the winner. Later, Lancelot's body locks up as his brain screams, wait, did I just get inches away from becoming a pancake? Then our hero crumples to the ground and blurts out the truth. He was bluffing the whole time, and he really had no other way out. Then he suddenly reappears with the smuggiest grin ever, and he goes, a win's a win, now listen, because you're about to hear me out. And that's how you crush a duel using psychological warfare and the promise of extinction-level catastrophe, because fear is a weapon. All right, friends, let's dive right back into the madness. After that utterly ridiculous duel, Pip starts interrogating our guy about the civics. You totally used your item box to summon that drock, didn't you? She's sure he cheated, by preloading his attacks up in the sky like some kind of hidden weapon. Before he can even get a word out, Lancelot whips around, jabs a finger at Pip, and screams that HER is cheating. Then Pip and Lancelot instantly start squabbling like kids who just got caught after losing tag. Masaru, the real winner, is trapped right there in the worst spot, watching his soul visibly tear away from his body like it's giving up, because he's completely sick of this nonsense. Lancelot finally caves and calls a truce, grumbling that Masaru can have this one, because he's coming back with a rematch on his mind. He glares, snaps off in a rush, and tells Masaru, it's your turn to talk. Listen inside. Lancelot wastes zero time, slams his palm on the table and snarls, so you wanted to talk about a mess? Fine, out with it, what did you mess up this time? Now the whole crew crowds around the table, and our boy locks in with this dead serious stare. Yeah, he's about to drop a full-blown incident report. Without missing a beat, this absolute unit slams Aum's shell and shatters the whole room's vibe. Stenson is already fallen. The room freezes dead silent while everyone stares, utterly stunned. Stenson is the royal capital, the safest, toughest fortress in the whole kingdom, so tell me how it could have just fallen like that. Lancelot totally snaps. He grabs Masaru and screams that this isn't the moment for their pointless duel, then rages that if Masaru had known, he should have dealt with it already. Our hero says it with the most unbothered face ever. Oh yeah, that. And yeah, it's not fully settled, but we wiped out every last monster before we even got here. Then he lets the slack-jawed knights in on it. He basically smashed everything to pieces with a giant explosion, like it's totally normal. Still stuck on everything that just happened, Lancelot blurts out, so what are you ** really here for Masaru? All right, our boy lays out his plan. He's here to beg for help for the refugees, and push to open a trade route with the Beastman town so they can rebuild. Right away, Lancelot's second-in-command snaps back, insisting this is a city of knights, full of their own people who need to be protected. But Lancelot can't stop staring at this trade deal. It smells like a huge opportunity. He's got one huge worry, though beastmen were dragged into slavery and treated like animals by humans. You really think they're just gonna nod along and trade with us? And this is where our main guy really flexes. He flashes Lancelot that crazy 1000-watt grin and goes, "Lancelot, you don't actually want it, right? If you do, then just ask." It's the friendliest threat I've ever seen. Lancelot, the battle-obsessed maniac, reads it at once and instantly backs down. Then his men finally start getting it. If this trade route really works, it's a massive win for their own town too, not just the kingdom. It's an organization built to rush in and save people the moment they need it. Realizing this is a total win-win, Lancelot grins wide and formally accepts the proposal. The universe just handed him the perfect ending. But Masaru isn't finished. He's got one last, personal request ready to hit. Then he shoots the question, can he borrow the meeting room for one whole night? Lancelot's eyes narrow. He can't shake the feeling this reservation is shady and up to something. But our boy grins and blurts, "I want to throw a small party with my friends." And right as Lancelot's brain short-circuits for a split second, he instantly snaps, "Invite me." Masaru nods, then drops one tiny, ultra-important condition he won't budge on. He doesn't want some crabs, he demands mountains of them. And when that sudden fire ignites in him for crustaceans, everyone around him is left totally stunned. One of the knights blurts out that they don't really eat crabs, but he swears he knows a secret spot. Lancelot's eyes blaze. This isn't some party favor anymore, it's a brand new challenge. So yeah, they shut it all down for the day, and our hopeless hero gets escorted straight to his lodging. In the morning, Lancelot promises he'll lead him straight to where the crabs are hiding. The next morning dawns, and Masaru's standing on a gorgeous coastline, already geared up to go fishing. He's rambling like a fanboy, insisting he's only ever seen this kind of thing on TV. Suddenly, Lancelot and his whole knight squad crash onto the scene in full battle armor, definitely not beach party attire. Lancelot jabs a finger at a creepy, black-stained island and swears it's the target. Then our guy squints closer and realizes those swarms rushing toward them aren't fish at all. And these aren't just any bees, they're bigger than people. Masaru's losing his mind because he's sure they're the ones hunting. The knights snap their weapons into their grips, no fear, no hesitation. Lancelot bursts into a cackle and declares, "Yeah, this is exactly the hunting ground I meant." Then he points them out, those spotted army bees, a brutally dangerous monster that paralyses its prey and hauls it back to the nest, still alive. They're basically a flying death sentence waiting to strike. Lancelot taunted Masaru, saying that if he craved those crabs so badly, he'd have to fight his way past the bees to get them. With that battle cry, Lancelot slams out the command. His knights form a tight defense right now. The enemy of humanity is marching straight for them. A whole swarm crashed down on them. The fight's exploding right now. Knights are hacking through the air, slicing and dicing those giant bugs out of the sky. Why? Because Arena bursts in like a storm and unleashes pure chaos. The knights are clashing and winning, moving as one, perfectly synced, like a coordinated strike of death. But one bee slips through and dives straight for the arena's back. Just as it's about to strike, a bolt rips out of its side and blows the thing apart in midair. The shot screamed through the air right from Zack. He smirks and lifts a slick bow gun in my face, like it's already fate. Masaru shoved it into my hands before we even came here, swearing it fit me perfectly because I'm skilled. Honestly, what a legend. And Lancelot is blown away, then it hits him. Where the hell is our boy? He spots a sign buried in the sand. I'm headed to the island. Don't search for me. And Lancelot's jaw drops so hard it might as well hit the ground. He peers over the water and spots an absolute menace, gliding right toward the nest of giant killer bees. Inside the nest, the queen bee sprawls on her throne. Then a notification snaps the moment in half. A tiny elf girl darts up to him and hands over a glowing tablet that lights the whole room. The queen stares at the screen, and there it is. A message from Masaru, a formal dinner invite. The audacity is unreal. Back on the island, our hero finally makes it. Then he yanks out a familiar piece of gear, the one he hasn't touched since day one. With a snap of light, he slips into a full-body high-tech suit that screams, "Beekeeper," more than it whispers, "Cypher." He clenches his fist and vows to his future dinner. "Just you wait, Victinias. I'm gonna cook up something amazing for you." All right, buckle up. Our boy just found himself face-to-face with a honeycomb the size of a small car, and the crazy part, he's sitting on enough honey to feed a whole kingdom. Bad news, he blasted the nest with smoke to KO every last bee inside. And yeah, that was honestly a genius move. So yeah, the real problem is, he totally forgot the bees lurking outside the nest. And let's be real, his home invasion did not get a warm welcome. They're screaming for axes, absolutely livid and itching to turn our guy into a human pincushion, but this absolute unit wipes his own stealth clean. He's got a mission, and an apocalyptic swarm of giant killer bees isn't about to stop him. And just like that, flash forward to the very next day. The gorgeous goddess Victinia's arrived at the agreed meeting spot, eyes sharp with worry that our hero might have starved to death somewhere along the way. Then boom, he pops out looking sharper than ever, fully dressed to welcome her into a sizzling, full-on dinner party. This dude's got a full spread ready to roll. He flashes her $1 million grin, and there isn't a single scratch on him. And who's that buzzing around the kitchen? It's her sister, Isla, blushing bright and grinning like she's just won the lottery. Victor Victinias is on full alert, already chewing on what kind of shady scheme is about to go down. She's all like, "So you're that magic teacher, huh?" And then I blurt out, "I'm only here to keep a promise," because the ice in her voice could have frozen lava solid. Our boy just smirks through it, but she snaps that he's going to regret every second of this. With zero hesitation, our doomed hero whips out his item box and hurls a platter of food straight onto the table. Victinias, sure it's a trap, lunges in and bites down to test for poison. Then that "totally sister, don't mess with me" vibe hits like a brick. There she hesitates, then takes a tiny, nervous nibble. Her soul rips right out of her body. That flavor slams her skepticism out of existence. She's left gaping, and the only words she can manage are, "What kind of sorcery is this?" And our main man, with a laid-back flex, casually drops his secret weapon. Every meal he made was powered by that legendary honey, the same stuff he'd risked everything to get his hands on. He goes full nerd, rambling about every step of his cooking, while she's just trying to wrap her head around how divine that taste is. Isla's eyes turn misty as she realizes this massive grand gesture was all meant for her. And honestly, it's seriously the most wholesome thing ever. She's been through so much, and you can see how deeply that moment touches her heart. She tells him, "We'd be happier if we ate together," and she vows to lift his spirits after everything he's just been through. Our guy, cool as ice, tells her he's just relieved to see her finally looking better, and that flawless compliment hits so hard she practically freezes mid-breath. But the appetizers are gone. Now it's time to bring out the main dish. He lifts the lid on a steaming, glorious mountain of seafood. The sisters are practically buzzing with excitement, demanding he serve them right now. This guy lets out a defeated sigh, realizing he's been roped into serving as a private chef for two goddesses. He snaps open a crab leg, takes one bite, and decides to fully commit to the chaos without looking back. He shoves a piece toward Victinia's, and the poor thing suddenly launches into an out-of-body trip right at the dinner table. Our hero is totally thrown off by this completely unhinged reaction. And yeah, Esla clocks it instantly, and jealousy hits like a truck. She wants the full Lord Masaru feeding experience too. Our boy's sweating bullets, swearing this is a crime of conscience, because two ravenous goddesses are barging in, right through new doors inside his heart. After that chaotic, delicious meal, Ella can't stop smiling, so she decides to hand him a quest reward. It's a skill ticket, like a key that opens power. Basically, it's a gacha ticket for a brand new power. She unleashes her divine authority and blasts out a whole swarm of magic cards. He just has to choose his fate. He taps one and bam, a brilliant flash erupts, sealing the skill as his. Everyone scoots closer, eyes locked on him, desperate to find out what insane new power he just unlocked. He snaps open his status screen, and it screams Precision 6*. Alright, it's not exactly mind-blowing. Hold up, there's more. The stick technique, the spear technique, and the staff technique. The girls are completely stunned, like divine power wasted on a few dull, toast-like weapon skills. Isla's mortified, but our gentleman just flashes a smile, thanks her right away, and tells her any gift is a good gift. Isla totally misreads the vibe, blushes hard and blurts, "Is this kindness, or is it love?" Love, yeah, that's the switch. Victinia snaps into action. So what the hell is up with these guys and relationships with this guy? She goes full protective big sister mode, blasting them with loud, scolding screams like they're back in middle school. Then her eyes lock onto him with that terrifying, prophetic stare, and she declares that in just half a month, judgment will crush him for toying with a god's heart. 2 weeks later and boom, the prophecy hit like a thunderclap, proving it was real. And right there it is, judgment incarnate. Irina and Zack standing there, looking absolutely furious. They demand to know where he's been hiding. Our hero scrambles to explain his wild adventures, those brutal duels, hard negotiations, and the nights where goddesses hit his parties. But Zack just deadpans, saying he's busy fishing. Yeah, he's off to mess around on a tiny island and that prophecy. It's all just his furious friends talking. But they can't waste a second arguing, because a massive journey is coming, and every last prep has to get finished now. The whole town's buzzing like a live wire, gearing up for the next huge adventure. Alright, let's kick this thing into gear. Our boy just tore an entire Beastman town free, and now it's time to build from the ground up. because folks are lining up like crazy, ready and hype as hell to finally get their own house. Adelina's getting swamped by all these people, but our main man Lancelot has already gotten word out ahead of time. Masaru's the walking sunshine, grinning like he's got it all figured out, telling everyone he's got control, laying out aquaculture, livestock, and a whole lineup of businesses, so no one ever goes hungry on his watch. The entire place is exploding with chaotic good energy, like everything's spiraling into glorious madness. Two adorable beastmen kids come sprinting up with shining eyes, thanking our hero for freeing them and giving them a real home. And honestly, that moment is pure wholesome magic. Then the chant hits them with the million-dollar question, what's the name of this town? And just like that, the gears in our heroes' minds screech to a stop. A few days later, the leadership crew huddles in a strategy meeting, mapping out trade routes and hammering out every logistics detail. They're all debating how to make pickles and fish paste, like the real life-or-death town-building stuff that keeps everything running. But while everyone else is locked in, Masaru just stands there, staring like he's trying to burn the moment to the ground with his mind, frozen, silent, and glaring hard like it's personal. Adelina's jaw drops, she's totally baffled, and she blurts that weird little remark like she has no idea how serious everything is. Friends saying that was a total disaster. Our boy snaps instantly, slams the table, and roars that the name is everything, because the fate of all the tourists hangs on it. He goes on this completely unhinged rant about how he named his online guild with daggers in it, and then got ganked non-stop. And now the pressure is literally smashing his brain with a migraine. Seeing this guy about to flip his lid, Adelina pushes him to take a breather and get his hands dirty. Maybe hauling wood or scooping up some goat droppings will snap him back to himself. Instead, you watch him grind, eyes locked in, refusing to slow down. They're tinkering with their brand new pulley system, like they're about to pull off something huge. But it's no use. He's just frozen there in a puddle, soul totally gone, still paralyzed, stuck in the middle of that brutal naming crisis. A full week crushes by, and our hopeless hero looks absolutely wrecked. His eyes dart in circles, his body won't stop twitching, and the man is finally falling apart. Then boom, Adelina and Zack burst in, grinning ear to ear, and shout that during the excavation Zack had planned, they've uncovered something huge. Masaru tries to play it cool, and right on the spot he acts like he's been on top of what they're talking about the whole time. Smooth, like ridiculously smooth. He yanks up his map skill and checks the project. Looks like their little digging operation is actually paying off. And there's Adelina, taking charge of a wildly ridiculous magic contraption, basically a fantasy tunnel-boring machine built for her world, and she shrugs like it's nothing, saying, not bad. This absolute beast of a tool drinks in the operator's own magic, and just vaporizes rock and dirt, carving razor-perfect tunnels like it's nothing. Masaru tells me he reverse-engineered the tech from a giant worm monster he hunted, and yeah, somehow he and Esla team up to build this crazy beast together. There's one brutal catch. It only runs on some insanely rare magic stone, and it burns through the fuel at a horrifying pace. He's just about to pull the drill out of the ground when Adelina tosses him a casual threat, like, if it backfires and ruins her face, Lancelot will end him himself. Yikes. With that warm thought in his head, the machine keeps digging. Zack's starting to doubt, but our main guy's rock solid. He's used his map skills to pinpoint the exact spot like a laser. Right on cue, the machine thuds into something with a brutal *tunk*, and Masaru hears it instantly. And right when he thinks it's nothing but rock and treasure, what rips through the silence next isn't gold at all. It's a voice roaring from the depths, yelling, "You idiot." Then bam, the hole erupts and out storms the most furious figure imaginable, the goddess Victinius herself. All of them are frozen in place, staring like they can't believe what they're seeing. She barrels right into Masaru's space, yanks him into the moment with a shake, and demands to know if he's finally picked a name for the town. Right before he can even get a word out, the ground starts convulsing like it's alive. Victinius snaps that she's been stuck butching over his tiny digging stunt, and his ridiculous indecision is pulling her away from her divine duties. Then kaboom, a giant geyser of water explodes out of that hole, blasting everything in its way. They didn't just stumble on water, they hit the mother lode, a steaming hot spring. While Zack and Adelina get blasted to bits, Victini just tosses up a divine barrier like it's nothing. No panic, no blinking. The crew snaps to attention the second they see it. The moment they hear there's a hot spring visited by an actual goddess, they're already plotting. This is about to turn into the most expensive 5-star tourist trap ever. Even Victini steps in and gives our boy a rare compliment, saying he actually does something good, once in a while. But that jaw-dropping win only drags Masaru even deeper into despair. He's officially broken inside. And now, it's not just the town name he needs to nail, the hot spring's got to be named too, and the pressure has doubled overnight. As their leader's mind keeps snapping, the rest of the world can only stand there in sheer horror, powerless to stop it. He just mumbles, "I'm gonna rest for a bit," then staggers away like he's completely crushed. He drops to the ground on the cliffside, completely spaced out and barely holding on. Right here is the exact place where he first touched down in this world. While he's lost in memories, a portal tears open in midair and Victinia storms out. He figures she's back to chew him out again, but she shuts him down, says chill, and you can tell she's not mad. Yeah, she's jealous, plain and simple. Our boy is totally thrown off. Why is a goddess suddenly jealous of him? She tells you, yeah, I'm the god who built this world, but I can't name a single thing in it. That power, it's locked in the hands of the mortals who live here. No matter how fiercely she loves what she made, she still can't leave her own mark on it. And in the end, her name will only survive in whispers and legends. And that's when it finally clicks for Masaru. As a mortal, he wields a power she, yes, the literal creator class, can't touch, and with it, he can carve a permanent mark into this world. With that realization hitting him like a thunderclap, our hero snaps bolt upright, eyes razor sharp, the heavy depression wiped clean from his face. Then he erupts in a scream. Atiatit. He stands tall in the street and roars out Ventalia, the town's name, loud enough for everyone to hear. Victinia says the name out loud, and admits it actually sounds kind of amazing. Masaru tells everyone how he forged the name, by smashing together the names of the goddesses from his old world. It's a tribute, his way of leaving a permanent mark for her, and when it lands, she's totally speechless. He's like, "I'm not finished yet," and tells her that once the hot spring is built, she can drop by and hang out anytime she wants. Overwhelmed by emotion, she reaches out and softly clasps his hand. She slides in close, like she's about to drop a secret that changes everything. Whisper shot them a heartfelt thank you that hits straight in the chest. Our clueless hero blurts out, "What did you say?" And she instantly plays it cute, teasing him for being unexpectedly bold. Then she sticks her tongue out, demanding a real apology for every bit of trouble he caused, while this absolute unit is completely flustered. As the blazing sun rains down on their freshly christened town, Victinia beams with a bright smile, declares herself a useless god, and you can still tell, she's absolutely thrilled, like she hasn't felt this happy in forever. Now hold up, everything grinds to a stop, and we slip into a dark, ominous space between dimensions. A hulking, shadow-drenched giant in terrifying armor grips a Pictureu while holding Victinius, and he mutters the name of the new town like it's a threat. So, who is this monster? And what does he want? Because we're left hanging on a cliffhanger the size of a disaster. Alright, buckle up, our main man. Just relaxing in his brand new town when his night buddy Zack shows up like he's about to vanish for good. Zack lays everything on the line. He's turning back toward the capital. He's clutching a report on the whole Stenzen mess, and he's sending back every single soldier the king loaned him. Masaru, the ultimate troll, cracks a joke that he's already carved a huge goddess statue as a parting gift for the king. But this absolute unit instantly realizes his buddy is wearing straight-up misery. Zack admits it, sure, the soldiers adored Ventalia, but they'll be back in about a month. For our hopeless hero, months feel like an eternity. His eyes blaze the second he starts firing off his next dozen DIY dreams, from a temple build to a full-blown hot spring, because this man is a one-man construction army. Zack tells him, "Don't freak out. I've got the big scary commander, Lancelot." After their little duel, Lancelot leaned in and gave Zack a friendly warning, so he could keep his eyes locked on Masaru. "Hold up, other commander, don't beat around the bush. You mean you're spying on him? And honestly, can you blame them?" He lays out Masaru's absurd resume, building siege weapons, dropping bedrock from the sky. This isn't engineering, it's god-tier fury. Zack even straight up says that if Masaru felt like it, he could probably wipe out the entire country. And here's the real twist. Zack draws a hard line in the sand between people who can act and people who just talk, and right now, he trusts Masaru with everything. The commander, though, is all business. If that trust is misplaced, he'll lock in, do his duty as a knight, and trust me, that's when things turn. Later, that super casual threat makes our guys sweat bullets, but Zack quickly steps in. He's only saying it because they're friends, just a heads up between bros. He leans in and warns Masaru not to mess a thing up while he's away, and then they lock eyes and smash into an epic, manly handshake. Naturally, our main guy instantly starts spiraling over how intense that handshake was, because of course he does. Right as Zack's crew is about to roll out, this absolute beast slams to a stop in their path and offers them a killer shortcut. That shortcut screams for your attention. Follow the trail marked by a massive sign, "Monster Nest ahead, walk in if you dare, but enter at your own risk." Just like clockwork, a crew of shady, hooded goons springs an ambush on them right in the woods. They're boxed in from every side, with nowhere to run. But before anyone can even get a sword out, a swarm of wind-cutting quails rockets in and dives on the ambushers, carving the air open with razor-sharp strikes. The laid hoodlum is totally thrown off. These monsters feel like they just crawled out of some other world, from a whole different region. The birds pinned them down hard, terrified, confused, and utterly trapped. And right there, our boy snaps into action. Then he flashes a little flex and lets out a chill, casual whistle. Right away, the whole flock of killer birds snaps calm and swoops over to him like loyal pets. Then the hooded guys flip out, yelling, "Yo, you can control them." Masaru just stares at you with the straightest face ever and points back at the warning sign. "So tell me, did you not see it? I'm running a monster breeding program here, and that kind of nerve is downright legendary." And once he clocks they're no bandits, he slips into their territory like he belongs there. Back home, they learn the refugees are from Stenzen, the city that got mysteriously erased by a pillar of light from the heavens. Tall coincidence, right? They're dead broke, starving, and they're chasing a rumor about a brand new town. They're shaking with fear, because one wrong step could mean punishment for trespassing. But our hopeless hero just flashes that grin, taking the punishment like it doesn't hurt, because this is a free land, and everyone's gonna be thrilled to have you here. He whips around and demands they follow, because he's about to drag the real truth out of the rumors for them to see. Then boom, the grand reveal hits, and he swings his arm straight at Vintalia, his masterpiece. The refugees' mouths fell open, because this town looks like the freaking royal capital. They're totally stunned by the spotless streets and the tall, multi-story buildings. And yeah, the rumors had been a wild understatement. Just then someone blurts out, "Hey, who's the man in charge?" Adelina whips her finger straight at Masaru. Then snap, she flips on the spot. "Is bringing migrants here without even asking me," and the town manager is absolutely seething. Masaru tries to play it cool, but Adelina is already crunching the numbers, panicking over housing and how to feed dozens of brand new people. At the temple, he shrugs it off, claiming he only builds things and just lives up on that hill. But this only throws the refugees into even more confusion. Like, who's heard of some guy living in a temple with shrine maidens? Our hero panics a little, because suddenly he can't just explain his direct line to the goddesses. So he shrugs it off like it's his specialty, brushes past the whole thing like it's nothing. "Yeah, it's a human move, don't stress, just call me Masaru." Then he slams another bombshell on the elf, Emeralda, telling her that her queen from Stenzen is right here too, and that nobody will ever go hungry again. Adelina, the queen of efficiency, decides it's time for a welcome dinner, full of introductions and first impressions. But here's the snag, she calls the newcomers out and makes it brutally clear they're, let's say, absolutely filthy. They cringe and quietly confess it's been around 10 whole days since their last bath. Oof. No sweat for our main man. He flashes a grin and volunteers to crack open his brand new hot spring early. He swears he was basically on his way to the final exam anyway. Cut straight to the examination. It's just him by himself, soaking in that perfectly crafted Japanese onsen he finished building, like he finally gets to breathe after all the work. The guy's living the dream, kicking back in the steaming hot water and soaking up the satisfaction of his own handiwork. He launches into a full monologue, freaking out that the town is expanding so fast it's basically turning into its own nation. But just as he thinks he'll get some peace, a voice slices in and roasts him for craving privacy, because it's the goddess, Victima. He whips his head over, and there she is, soaking in the hot spring, completely unbothered and relaxed. The second he realizes he's not the first one in here, his soul practically rips free of his body. Then she's like, "Wait, so we can just talk like this, right? Alright, let's dive back into the chaos. This guy just built a brand new top-tier hot spring, and the moment he tries to relax, a literal goddess named Victinias shows up, swimsuit, missing. She's chilling in the steam, happily talking about recharging her magic, while he's out here trying to become one with the water, submerged up to his eyeballs. He's trying to act cool, but inside his head, it's basically a screaming alarm going off in squeaky, panic mode. Yeah, this is exactly what the narrator labels as a hard encounter. And honestly, what they call an understatement is the understatement of the century, my friend. And Victinias is just sprawled on a rock, totally chill, like she's not even aware she's serving everyone a divine front row view. Look, this absolute unit's scrambling to make sense of it, like, oh well, she's a goddess, so she probably doesn't even get shame like the rest of us mortals. Right after that, she locks eyes with him and fires off. "You like what you see, do you?" And the troll level is so insane our boy's soul practically rips out of his body in straight-up, stammering terror. She cackles and calls him weird for being this flustered, then keeps flexing from her rock throne like she owns the whole world. Panic in his eyes, he blurts out, "Don't stay there, it's a terrible idea." Then he points it out, a geezer's right nearby. He tells them he built it with his own hands just to warm the spring, but it's still a little shaky, and he's terrified that the town's booming crowd might stumble on his secret paradise. Speaking of the population, it's a total mixed bag brawl now. Gnomes, dwarves, leopies, and every other fantasy race you can think of. Even Victini's jokes drop for a second, as it points out the real reason everyone's rushing here: safety. In this chaos-filled world, beastmen and every other race keep getting slammed with invasions, until their cultures are wiped out like they were never there. Once he sees she's right, he realizes this cozy little hideout can't stay safe for long if they keep hiding away from the world. So he drops the biggest bombshell of the day. Everyone has to band together, unite the whole area, and forge their own nation. Then Victinia's instantly perks up. So you'll be the king? She asks, because she can't let it slide. He's already doing everything, running the whole place like he used to run his home center job. That hits him like a mini PTSD hit. Memories slam back of his old bosses, treating him like a disposable toy. Still, he'll admit it. He loves cracking out solid work and building things from scratch. And he's even joking about how he'll finally get paid for all the chaos he's dragged through. Just when he's totally stunned, the goddess flashes a dazzling smile and chirps, "Of course." Our guy is utterly baffled, like, "Are you serious right now?" Usually, she admits she can't hand him money or step in too hard, but then she grins and offers up other rewards instead. She starts rattling off every good deed he's ever done, helping Esla, then even building her a temple. Then she leans in so close her breath tickles his ear, and her voice drops to a whisper, "So tell me, what do you want from me?" His brain totally fries. He scrambles to convince himself she's a goddess, so she couldn't possibly mean that, but the panic is hitting him hard and it's not stopping. He tries to bolt, but she yanks his arm tight, refusing to let him wriggle out of the awkward moment. Right then, like the universe nailed the punchline, his own warned geyser blew its top straight beneath him. A brutal jet of scalding hot water slams him skyward, and he's shrieking like his soul is on fire. He crashes down hard, the back of his head slamming the ground, only spared at the last second by his protection magic. He drops right onto Victinia's head, and she loses it, cracking up laughing like crazy. Before he can scramble away, she snatches his hand and pins him there, totally trapped. She tilts her head up at him, totally unshaken, and presses again. "So you're telling me there's nothing you want from me at all?" Then finally, she grabs his hand and steers it straight towards something absolutely, unbelievably fascinating. Just as it's about to get worse, slam, Adelina and the crew rip the bathhouse doors wide open. They freeze in their tracks, staring at the shockingly compromising scene right in front of them. In half a heartbeat, Adelina's mind snaps into place. Then she goes full nuclear, shrieks pervert, and blasts a tidal wave of water magic straight into his face. Our hopeless hero gets blasted sky-high, Team Rocket style, into the stratosphere, and a bunch of Victinias casually tells a worried Adelina, it's all a misunderstanding. Later on, a battered, bruised Masaru Hard is still at his post, fully paying for what he did. Adelina tries to tell him the charges are gone, but mortification crushes him so hard he can't even bring himself to listen. The chat snaps right back to that whole, "let's build a nation" idea. Everyone crowds around a table, firing ideas back and forth, and the elves jump in too, because to them, this is the surest road to peace and safety. Our main guy calls out the one glaring hole in their plan. None of them know the first damn thing about politics. Emeralda blurts out that Adelina's been teaching her. Apparently she's got real experience back in her home country. They start tossing around wild ideas for tourism, map out logistics like a war plan, and even debate the tax rates. Their biggest exports were monster meat, goat milk, and preserved food. No fancy empire, just a scrappy little beginning that still mattered. Adelina challenges Masaru on the spot, demanding he crunch the numbers to see if their economic future even holds. But he dodges the question like a pro, then snaps everyone's attention to the real, urgent mess. Now they've got to pick a king. The whole room freezes for a heartbeat, then bursts into a collective H-yorch wave that hits everyone at once. Everyone points straight at him, and suddenly it's clear. This town was built by him, so of course he's the one who has to lead it. But this guy shuts that down instantly, flat out refusing and claiming he's not cut out to be king, because every time he's put in charge, he'd just ditch the throne to chase quests. He's the heartbeat of this whole town, but no crown and no chain can hold him down. He deflects again and points at the rabbit elder, only for the elder to shut him down instantly. Then he sketches the perfect resume for their future leader, someone with iron will, a real sense of justice, and the muscle to enforce it. As he talks, everybody's gaze drifts across the table, and then lands dead center on Adelina. She's totally blindsided, eyes darting around like a deer in headlights, because the moment she registers it, she realizes she's been nominated. All right, crack that cold one, because one whole week just rockets by, and Masaru goes from lowly shopkeeper to full-on politician practically overnight. He snatches a megaphone and barks an order to almost everyone in the settlement to flood the town square for a huge announcement. His crew is crammed in the back, completely stunned by this sudden power grab, but Masaru flashes a sketchy grin and tells them to brace for a brutal surprise. And what a shock! Our main man casually walks up and announces to the whole town that he's swallowed every surrounding land and just formed a whole nation. The whole crowd's jaws slam to the cobblestones. Adelina and the girls can barely breathe, stunned that this guy went from building a fence to founding a country in one wild leap. The entire place detonates into chaos, but Masaru stays ice-cold and snaps, "Quiet down," so he can lay out his master plan. Look, this isn't some childish power trip. He lays it all bare. Building a nation isn't about ego, it's about security. They pulled off a 4D chess play, getting Grutas, the giant neighbor, to officially back them. So with a formal alliance, no one can invade them, turning this place into the ultimate safe haven for everyone who's escaped here. And it means they can protect themselves from any future disaster without begging anyone for permission. Yeah, the girls finally click, and you can practically see the genius political masterplan landing. But it's not just about defense, it's about cashing in with paid muscle, building a trusted brand for their goods once they rise as a nation. In the middle of the crowd, one guy blurts it out. If people believe their work is top tier, they'll lock in steady prices and build a real, rock-solid economy. Masaru slaps the ball into their hands and tells the workers' guild that their new home's reputation, and everyone's future, hangs on what they do next. No pressure, right? The whole crowd is vibrating with electricity, and everyone's jacked up for this brand new chapter. Then out of nowhere, some guy throws his hand up and drops the million-dollar question. So, who's gonna be king? Everyone's eyes snap straight to Masaru, but our hopeless hero just stares back annoyed, like they're asking the dumbest thing imaginable. Without even pausing, he snaps the megaphone right at a totally stunned Adelina. Then he hits the final trigger. Suddenly, she's being crowned Ventalia's very first king, not a queen, and he just yeeted the entire fate of a nation onto her shoulders like it was nothing. And the whole crowd erupts. She's got everyone with her, chanting her name at full volume. Adelina gets totally blindsided, demanding, "So why not me?" But Masaru just drops the hard truth. Nobody here cares about her past. They've already chosen to trust her now. The townspeople rush to his side, yelling, "We love Masaru, but he's never here. He'd make a lousy king." And honestly, that's a brutal, fair review. Adelina bursts onto the stage, and for one wild second she just stares, because she can't believe she's royalty now. She cracks that she doesn't know if she's truly cut out to rule, then spins that doubt into something straight-up epic, because getting a front-row seat to watch this nation rise sounds ridiculously awesome. Then she drops her one and only condition, legendary stuff. Make this place fun, and if I start getting bored, I'm quitting. The best monarch ever, and now the real grind finally kicks in. Straight into the dull stuff, paperwork. Our main guy is already knee-deep in logistics, wrestling with budgets and foreign relations like it's an avalanche. He throws down the gauntlet to the guild master, demanding a full-on communication network that can't fail. And the moment Queen Adelina is crowned, she wastes no time flexing her new power, snapping that every guild leader must show up to the next meetings. Suddenly, a letter pops into the room out of thin air, springing into place like it's straight out of a cartoon. It's a congratulation card from the shady goddess herself, soaking up all the credit for their success, until she slips in the fine print. To make the official crowning ceremony legit, she has to show up in person. Then Masaru's soul rips out of his body in an instant, and a visit from God is the very last thing this guy wants. Looks like it's officially road trip time. Our crew is blasting to the kingdom of Greeters to take care of urgent business. Our boy is seething at this useless goddess. She dumps it on him at the very last second. So how are they getting there? Masaru rips open the Masaru Special, his absurdly over-engineered tricycle, and it's an absolute beast. The elf queen already looks worn out, bracing herself as she remembers every jarring bump in the road, while Masaru points the blame at those medieval streets, totally dodging the fact that his own wild engineering caused the chaos. And just like that, Masaru kicks off a full-on info dump about Roman concrete. And on his final adventure, he uncovered revolutionary new material that could change everything. He bursts with pride and announces his big discovery. Turns out it's rubber. The room freezes, nobody understands a word he's saying, yet he insists it all comes down to elasticity. And by forging tires for his tricycle, he'll make the ride glide smoother, faster, and way more powerful. The guildmaster wastes no time. His curiosity sparks the second he senses all the wild possibilities. Masaru breaks it down like a revelation. Rubber powers half his world, from hair ties to erasers. The stakes are huge. This could flip everything on its head. He realizes the gardeners have to be planting those trees right now. With a burst of pure adrenaline, our kid shoots out of that meeting and yells that he's racing to the carpentry workshop. His crew gets left in the dust, staring in pure confusion as he bursts out, "It's about work." Then he disappears like he never existed. Masaru slips into the workshop with a smug grin. "All right, crew, looks like we've got a ruler now. So tell me, what are we building?" Meanwhile, the carpenters are horrified, convinced he's demanding their tiny crew build a royal palace all on their own. Masaru lays out the blueprints for a massive, unhinged castle, and the panic skyrockets like crazy. The lead carpenter starts panicking, blurting that they're swamped. This plan is a total headache, and they have zero clue how to build something this complicated. Are you telling the US to build something like a temple? They swear they're just common folks, not pros, but Masaru can't resist and he goes, "Hey, you guys built the rest of this town, didn't you?" Then he brings them into his world and introduces them to DIY. They picture a world packed with expert craftsmen, but Masaru snaps the illusion. DIY is the whole point because amateurs did it completely and straight from scratch. Sometimes he drops the real lesson. Do it yourself. You master the skills, grab the materials, and build everything from the ground up. If I can pull it off, then you've got no excuse, because you can do it too. He launches into a thunderous speech, smashing the idea into their heads that this movement is all about taking ownership, and it's exactly what their new town desperately needs. Building this castle will be the town's loud declaration. It belongs to everyone. Masaru's town won't stay his anymore. It's gonna hit like a full-blown overload for everyone's tons. He drops the final challenge. Craft the town's symbol for their queen, and tell me that doesn't sound awesome as DIY. His speech lands like a critical hit, and the carpenters are fired up beyond belief. We take the job, we'll prove it or we'll die. They shoved him into action right away, barking orders to collect every single piece of material they'd need. Our boy S all in. He's got that anything for a new home, fire, and he's ready to work his butt off. He shoots a victorious fist pump in the air and bellows, "All right, let's DIY. All right, buckle up, back to the chaos." In the classroom, Istasama's slinging magic and dropping some killer 1-1 knowledge. The whole point, get that magical energy roaring, channel it through your hand, and boom, look at her go. She might actually pull it off. Istasama is completely stunned. Wow, that first person actually did it. And she absolutely snaps, screaming, "It's me," before her tiny body finally gives out, and she faceplants from pure exhaustion. Still, even down on the floor, one goal burns in her head. She has to get strong enough to help our boy, Masaru. Earlier, she tried to lend a hand on the construction site, but Masaru, the responsible adult, stepped in fast and told her it was way too dangerous. All the other kids start hounding their magic teacher to teach them how to build houses, and Istasama just stands there, totally lost like, "Jude, I do fireballs, not foundations." From her viewpoint, this is the real magic. Watching those guys forge a literal fortress with nothing but their bare hands. She's just locked onto the progress like she can't even blink, totally stunned, completely gobsmacked. Meanwhile, at the construction site, Masaru S in his element, foundations already locked in, and now it's time to slam those pillars up to the sky. The crew can't even wrap their heads around what they pulled off in just 2 weeks. Meanwhile, this absolute unit is already slapping the title Historic Monument on it and bragging like his safety standards are on another level. He's even got a custom-built crane right on site, turning the whole scene from fortress into full-on 5-star resort vibes. And the report goes out. Local builders are practically scribbling it down because they're admitting they never could have planned something this epic. They're still freaking out over his last brilliant scheme, floor heating, fueled by the local hot springs. They cooked up an entire building, getting hot with 0 open flames. Like, whoa, that's true next-level thinking. And now they're pushing for fireproof everything. Our guy just dropped the idea of a fire code into this world, like it was breaking news everyone desperately needed. Suddenly, a worker bursts into the planning room, yelling for Masaru with everything he's got. Terrible news, there isn't a single stone left for the roads. The guy's panicking like crazy, but our lead stays stone cold, cool as a cucumber. Good grief, he sighs, seriously, you should have told me earlier. Turns out, when you've got an actual mountain of bedrock sitting in your item box, running out of stone isn't even a problem anymore. But Masaru decides it's time to give them a crash course in civil engineering, explaining that stones on the road exist to spread a wagon's weight, so it doesn't just sink in. Then he casually pulls a bag of dirt out of thin air and the whole room freezes. Everyone's like, what? He slaps the thing and calls it a sandbag, then yeets it onto the ground with a loud thud. The wolf man is totally thrown off, like, what? We'll use this instead of stone. You gotta be kidding, right? Right, but our boy just tells him, watch. And then he lines up a whole row of these dirt-filled sacks like he's setting a trap. Then he yanks out a massive tamper tool, screams at the top of his lungs, and crashes it into them. The wolfman slams it into the ground, bam, and out comes a surface so hard it might as well be solid rock. When they realize what rock actually means, their minds instantly get blown. Masaru says it's cheap, it's easy, it never runs out, and it's got a ton of other uses, especially when disasters hit. But he smartly stops himself before the really grim details come out. The wolfman is totally stunned, staring in disbelief as he blurts out, how do you make this stuff look so easy? He admits they're always getting hit with wild new techniques from that guy, like non-stop learning, and all of it makes 0 sense. Our broken hero smirks anyway, because the real gap between them isn't power, it's experience. His big secret, he was just experimenting, testing every move to see what actually worked. With a huge grin, he practically shouts that it's all DIY, and admits he only figured it out by pure luck back home. Now that they've cracked the principle, they can finally go wild with it and get creative too. This sparks a whole fresh brainstorm, and they start firing ideas at each other. What else can they build? Later on, our main man's back at his desk, buried in fresh materials, and that familiar creative spark is blazing in his eyes. He decides to take the sandbag technique into his own hands and teach it to everyone himself. Soon enough, the entire crew locks in together, stuffing bags and stacking them like a well-oiled storm. Their teamwork was flawless. Meanwhile, time grinds on, and Masaru hustles over to see how things are going. The road is almost done, smooth and unshakable looking, and the crew is so fired up they don't even need him to lift a finger anymore. They shoot him thanks, grinning wide, because morale has never been this high. Later, he jabs a finger at one exact spot, and tells them to clear it for a reason so specific it's tied straight to his upcoming trip. Right on cue, the Wolfman spots it. Our boy's already packed, and he's walking out the door today. The mission was simple: hit the road to the royal capital, and get Adelina officially crowned as queen. When the talk turns to the future queen, she sweeps in with her whole entourage, regal as anything. She jumps right in, teasing and playfully scolding Masaru for showing up late, full-on queen mode, like she was born to play that role. But this guy isn't done. He's got a wild surprise lined up, and the moment he reveals his newest creation, the Masaru special model, everyone's gonna lose their minds. That carriage looks way too sleek, like it's dripping with ridiculous, next-level technology. He starts geeking out hard, pointing out the upgraded suspension and those all-terrain tires like they're pure magic. Adelina just rolls her eyes like, "Oh yeah, wonderful, we get it," and Masaru cuts in, reminding her, "You're about to meet the king, so you ready?" She scoffs like it's nothing, unshaken. Why the heck would she need to get ready for something like that? Pure confidence. Seriously, our boy can't stop himself from being blown away. Next, Irina simply smiles, because she knows that's exactly how her lady rolls. Right when they're about to bolt out the door, Adelina snatches Masaru's arm, and suddenly she's all rattled, red-faced, and barely keeping it together. You told everyone right, because she's demanding it right now. And he just jabs a finger at the massive crowd packed in there to watch them off. Every kid and villager crowds in, shouting cheers like they're about to witness history. The whole town floods in, cheering them on and straight up begging for souvenirs. Masaru lunges into the driver's seat and slams the door shut. "All right, we're out of here. Move." As the wagon lurches away, he yells back to the cheering town, because when we come back, Adelina will be a queen. With one last goodbye ringing in the air, they surge toward the capital, ready to shake the world and make it change. All right, buckle up, we're back in the chaos. Zack finally rolls into town, looking sharp as ever and ready to jump straight into duty. He collides with Captain Fried, and before he can even catch his breath, she snaps that he's late for the party. Freud swears that the legendary Commander Lancelot basically snatched him up for a training session, and then bombarded him with question after question about our boy Masaru. But wait, Fried says that as they traveled, the ground started trembling from some terrifying monster beast. Next, Zack's brain snaps into place like a lock clicking shut. Those spores dripping down Fried's face tell him everything. He knows that monster. Fried whips the conversation away fast, clearly desperate to dodge that exact nightmare again. So, Absolute Unit Zarcher strides straight into the king's chambers to deliver his report. But before he can even open his mouth and announce himself, a voice booms, "Get in already," and his jaw drops. This isn't some royal meeting at all, it's a full-blown crab party. Masaru, his whole crew, and even the king are tearing into giant crab legs like they're trying to outrun the end of the world. After that seafood feast, he finally snagged a seat and started stuffing his face, trying to catch up. Then Cade grinned and goes, "So you heard that monster too, huh? Funny how they beat you here." Masaru just shrugs and tells him, "Yep, we told the king it's the goddess's favorite food, so he wanted a bite." And Zack just stands there, utterly blown away that Masaru was casually shooting the breeze with the king like it was nothing. Then the aide hammers another bombshell. The king just named Delina the queen of Masaru's brand new nation. Adelina shoots Zack a quick, "Are you cool with this?" And he shrugs it off, claiming it'll be way more interesting than they think. Then he suddenly gets all wistful, muttering that she'll be way harder to turn now. Bro is down bad. Adelina totally panics, then realizes our boy was just trying to shoot his shot. Zack, still the consummate pro, hustled the conversation back on track and demanded to know, what's the official blessing for this brand new nation? But Masaru's crew just shrugs him off, "Don't sweat it. The king won't even be that shocked." And boy, they were way underselling it. Flashback hits. Masaru tosses out the founding a nation line, and the king's brain just flat out short circuits. He slams the table, and the boom of that sound rips through the whole hall. Everyone's acting like they're totally chill, like it's some normal reaction. Meanwhile, the king's spiraling into a full-on aneurysm, right in front of them. Then right now, everything turns serious. Masaru straightens up and says they've got to confirm a few things. First, Stenzen got utterly wiped off the map. The aide steps in and confirms it. Reports are real. The city got obliterated in a monstrous explosion, and somehow there are apparently no survivors. Then he slams the interrogation lamp on our poor, unsuspecting Lade, and boom, he fires two brutal questions at Masaru. How the heck did you make an explosion that huge? And how did you know for sure there were no survivors? Our boy's head is a full-blown panic storm. He can't exactly blurt out, "Yeah, a goddess handed me cheat codes," so he just scrambles to dodge the question. Just when the tension starts to crackle, the king finally steps in. "Easy. As long as you're honest with me, there's nothing to fear." He's betting everything that Masaru wouldn't touch power like that in his kingdom. And shockingly, Lancelot's been out there hyping Masaru like crazy, bragging to everyone just how insanely strong he is, so the king was already on alert. They tease the whole revive Lady Emeralda idea for a moment, then slam the brakes, because that nightmare can wait for later. The elf clocks the king's vibe, way more relaxed than the last time they crossed paths. That's when the king flashes a wicked grin. "All right, buckle up, because next we're diving straight into how a whole nation was born." Again, the king demands the full story, right now. Masaru, acting like he's fearless and clueless at the same time, smirks and says, "Some random guy gave us advice, so we turned this town into a whole nation, so what's the problem?" The king leans in close, eyes blazing, and tells you straight up, "You're trying to forge a whole new nation inside the land of the grotesque." And then cue Masaru's soul ripped free from his body, like something no one warned him about. And this is the first time he's hearing that terrifying detail. Thinking on his feet, this absolute unit tries to spin the story, then blurts out that a bunch of refugees moved into the area. So yeah, it's on gratis to make sure they're safe and fully equipped to live. The king spots the checkmate coming like it's already written in the air. "So you're telling me the one who's supposed to handle them is..." Masaru sets the trap, and if that's too much for you, then I guess you'll have to let me handle it. I'm like, he even throws up a peace sign like he's doing them a favor. Then for the finishing move, he leans in and hisses a whisper, showing the king the exact hand that wiped out an entire city of golems, and it's downright stupid to even think about putting the beastmen back into chains. Say the wrong thing and you're done, so think hard before you speak. This threat doesn't whisper, it blares like a neon sign screaming, "Don't mess with me." Zack is losing his mind in the background, and Masaru cuts in fast, saying this power play is exactly what they need. This is how he fights for every last person in his new town. The king is left totally baffled, staring at this completely unhinged diplomatic move like it's gone off the rails. After that brutal, stretched-out silence, he finally exhales with a tired sigh, and yeah, I get it. And he straight up admits it. Having an ally right on their border is a huge advantage for them. The real issue, he insists, isn't politics at all. He looks completely wrecked, like something's eating him alive. "Should I really be clocking this nation right now?" He jabs a finger straight at our boy and barks, "Prove it. Masaru, show me you're worthy of finding a brand new nation." The king snaps and makes it crystal clear. He knows Masaru isn't running the kingdom. But he's the pillar, without him, none of this stands. So go on, prove you're worthy. The entire squad just freezes. No words, no reaction. Masaru is utterly crushed. His mind goes pure static, like his thoughts are screaming non-stop in his skull. He was all set to let Delina take the test, because it wasn't his turn. He's got no big heroic speech ready, and he can't just pop another monster out of thin air, so what does he do next? His mind rockets back to his old life, the home center, and then it all slams into him. An idea so wild it could actually pull off the impossible. He plunges his hand into his pocket. This. He slams the card onto the table. "This is my card." He whips out his guild card like it's the ultimate trump card in a do-or-die poker showdown, and the whole room instantly goes dead silent. Everyone just stares, completely stunned, like they can't believe what they're seeing. Masaru's drenched in sweat, convinced he somehow beat the dumbest bluff imaginable. Then the king lets out a little chuckle, and boom, his smile snaps into a full-on maniacal roar. And right there, that's it, the answer I was dying to get. Masaru's completely baffled. He swears he was just making it up as he went. But then the king's inner thoughts spill everything. This was never a test of Masaru's philosophy at all. This whole thing was a razor-edged political chess match, and every move could have blown up the entire future. Just to sneak a look at Masaru's guild card and uncover the secret behind his power, the king bursts into a wicked cackle and thinks, "With this, I'll finally find out if his promises are real." Oh yeah, what a ridiculously shady move, and somehow it's pure genius. The king snatches the card up like it's the key to everything. He glances at the stats, and that's all it takes. And his face absolutely melts. His smug grin vanishes in an instant, replaced by raw no-mercy shock as sweat starts pouring down his face while he reads the numbers. This guy isn't just human, he's a walking nightmare. his stats hit 2 to 3 times the kingdom's strongest generals, and he's on a whole different plane from anything they'd dare label a hero. And his job, plus the disciple thing, the king doesn't even know such a title exists. The king doesn't miss a beat, he steadies himself, and suddenly his face turns into pure royal calm. All right, seeing this, I'll know you're worthy to find a nation. Then he raises his vow. I swear I'll walk the road ahead with you, side by side, as your ally. Masaru can't stop smiling, but the king's mind is already racing. All right, rule 1. Don't trust this guy, make him an enemy. He lets out a heavy sigh, admits he underestimated Masaru, and immediately calls out for his help. A knight storms in, the king snaps, then instantly flips the mood. You fool, get the decorations ready, we're holding a ceremony. Right when the chaos slams into its breaking point, a blinding light erupts and fills the room. Then a calm voice slices through everything. You don't need to make such a huge deal out of it. But it's the goddess, she's crash-landed from the heavens, and feathers drift down around her like falling starlight. She flashes a playful wink and tells everyone with total confidence, don't worry, everything's fine. The king barely escaped a negotiation with a demigod wearing a human mask, and now, in his own throne room, Tiaboya's real goddesses show up, because at this point, his soul has officially checked out. All right, hold on tight, because the very next morning arrives, and the whole city of Graters floods the public square for a massive ceremony. Masaru's already grumbling, saying this whole big ceremony feels like one of those awful school morning assemblies, and King Action just shrugs it off. He's all tradition, determined to do everything by the book so the goddess gets proper honor. The king strides up to the podium, his voice shaking the crowd to the core. Then he declares, today, a brand new alliance is born. He lifts a golden goblet up beside Adelina, the brand new queen, and they raise it together like the moment just went official. With a thunderous victory roar, he officially declares Ventalia a real, legit nation. The crowd erupts like a thunderstorm, papers blasting through the air like confetti, and yeah, this is a moment history will never forget. Still, even our main man couldn't help it. He actually admitted that speech was damn solid. But his mind slams straight into panic, because Victinius is a walking hurricane, and he's terrified she'll trip over the carpet or blurt out something absolutely unhinged and torch the whole vibe. Right on cue, a blinding light slams down from the heavens like a divine UFO. The goddesses sweep in with a thunderous grand entrance, looking straight up regal and untouchable. Victinia leans down and grins at the mortals, then officially grants her blessing, signaling that the founding of Ventalia can finally begin. Then she officially tore into Aelina, because she was ready to take on the very first ruler of their brand new nation. Adelina humbly takes it in, and the crowd explodes into cheers all over again. But wait, Victinia's isn't finished yet. She jabs a finger straight at Zack, the envoy from Gryder S, and slams him with a bombshell. Then she flashes that grin and orders, you're getting hitched to the new queen, and you'll back her as her prince consort, those are my orders. Then the whole world screeches to a standstill, like someone slammed reality's brakes. The king's jaw drops to the ground, and Zack and Adelina's minds just fry and short out. And boom, the whole city of Graters erupts, every single person in that crowd letting out one massive scream. Why not? But Zack is completely cracking. Wait me, brickmaker turned knight. He begs the goddess and she just stays calm, saying she got a message ordering her to do it. Then who even sent that message? Cut to Masaru, our absolute menace, flashing the smuggest, most troll-tastic thumbs up you've ever seen. Bro just played 4D chess and set up a political marriage for the memes. Total chaos erupts on the royal balcony. Everyone is screaming at Masaru, demanding he explain what just happened. This guy just shrugs like it's nothing. Then I clocked it. Zack was into Adelina and I thought, all right, friend time. I'm getting him the help he needs. The king's face turns pale and his chest pounds as he screams that a decision this massive can't be made on a whim. But when they ask Adelina what she thinks, she's insanely calm about the whole mess, like, still, if this turns out better for her, I guess I can roll with it. She whips around to a stunned Zack and grins. Yeah, I like you too, Zack, but you better train your body a bit first. Then she leans in, flexes on him, smirks and goes, if this gets boring we can just split up. Oh fuff. Masaru cuts in and tells Zack, man up or get moving. That's all the spark he needs. Zack's eyes ignite with sheer resolve, and he swears it under his breath. Just you wait, Adelina. I'm going to train so brutally hard you'll be begging me to stay right by your side. And she erupts into a wicked cackle, grinning like she's genuinely obsessed with his fighting spirit. The king looks like he aged 10 years in 5 minutes. Then he lets out a defeated sigh and accepts his fate. He steps into the spotlight and announces the nation's brand new power couple, Queen Adelina and her prince consort, Zale Tak. They drop to their knees before the roaring crowd, like a kingdom born from raw, unfiltered chaos. As the deal clicks shut, the elf girl can't even catch her breath. She's still trying to figure out what in the world just happened. But wait, where the heck is Masaru? Our hopeless hero kicks off his fate. He smashes the door to his workshop and straight up ghosts the after party. He figured if he stayed, that new couple would drag him into their business all night. And honestly, he's all about minding his own. He cranes his neck for some peace and quiet, then spots Victinius lounging on his roof like he owns the place. He nearly jumps out of his skin, and the second she does, she starts trolling him for calling a god so casually. He's like, so why'd you bail on the party too? And she just waves it off, saying she's not into human celebrations at all. Masaru snaps to the hot spring incident, trying to decode what she meant, and the second he brings it up, she completely loses her cool, convinced he's finally catching feelings. Nope, this guy is so thick-headed he might as well be a diamond, because his brain flat out misses the point, and she's just standing there going, are you kidding me? You still don't get it. She shoots past it and quickly steers the conversation straight to the festival. Masaru blurts out he wasn't having fun at all. Turns out he got dragged into helping some stranger with their food cart, and the truth finally slams into him. Wait, was I just being used? Next, Victinius lashes out calling him an idiot, then admits it's been pure fun just watching him, and even pitches that they should throw huge festivals in Ventalia too. Suddenly, our boy snaps into action, already mapping out the whole plan and most importantly, loading up on crabs. The two of them are flashing grins, practically buzzing with excitement for what's coming next. And right then, boom, a Slash shows up and snitches on her sister. Turns out Victinia's panicked over Masaru, and in that mess she botched the original message about the hot spring. Two goddesses immediately start snapping at each other, and our main man, he's completely clueless. He screams that he'll cook up the absolute best crabs ever for the founding celebration. He warns the goddesses they'd better show up. Then they take off into the night like it's already decided. Isla points out that those two never seem to shift, like they're stuck in the same place forever. Then the goddesses snap into full seriousness. This isn't a warm-up anymore, it's time for the real ceremony. Courtney steadied herself as Victinius tore the seal open, unleashing her power, and the magic gospel began to roar. A massive, glowing orb bursts into the sky, blasting a live feed of Ventalia's lands to everyone, so the whole world can watch what happens next. It's a divine presentation, straight-up god-tier PowerPoint. Victinius straight-up declares that this brand new nation has the gods' full blessing, and their total cooperation too. She steps up and sends a formal invitation to everyone, no matter their race, summoning them all to a big celebration in Ventalia. I swear from the bottom of my heart, I need you all there, she declares. The whole crowd tilts their heads in awe as she swears, we'll meet again, and then Ventalia hits like a thunderclap. What a legendary way to slam your new country onto the map. All right, our boy is back in the political hot seat, and this time, things are actually going his way. He's grinning ear to ear with the king like they're old war buddies, and together they seal a deal that locks in eternal cooperation. You love to see it, yeah, but don't get too comfy, because not everyone's feeling this sweet moment. Adelina's off to the side, and she looks like she just clocked something suspicious. Meanwhile, the king and our main man are locked in a mind-blowing 5D chess debate. Goddess statues on one side, brutal military shortages on the other. The king finally snaps and blurts that dark evil plots are creeping in. Then he tells everyone to drop the talk and get straight to business. The topic is trading, and the king shuts it down fast, claiming it's way too early to even bring it up. Right here is where our unsuspecting hero starts flexing mind-blowing, otherworldly know-how. He begins dropping bombshells about a patent regime meant to rake in massive profits. See, rebuilding a town isn't just swinging hammers. It's a full-on strategy game where every move counts. The king is completely stunned, like, dead stop stunned. Patent, what do you mean, patent? I've never even heard the word. So our boy practically yanks out a whiteboard and kicks off a full TED talk, explaining that a patent is a shield built to protect brand new inventions and techniques. It hands the creator full control of the profits, for a limited time, like a locked-in money monopoly. He even whips out a flowchart, lays out exactly how part of the profits funnels back to the inventor, so the king's head literally starts smoking. This absolute unit keeps going, saying once a patent hits the public, it sparks a whole chain reaction. Other minds jump in, build something even better, and suddenly it's a non-stop feedback loop of progress that levels up their entire civilization. The king is completely hooked, and he grabs Masaru like, so what insanely ridiculous tech have you cooked up this time? Our hero's eyes light up with nostalgia as he chats about how he loves whipping up creations, throwing out ideas for light bulbs and temperature control devices, like it's no big deal. He paints this wild world where anion, yeah, even a kid with a killer idea, can snag a patent and actually get paid. But the king clocked the political trap right away. He fears this scheme will let Ventalia, his own country, drain every last coin in profit. He just realized he's negotiating with actual royalty, and our guy immediately flips it back on them. So what do you two think is a fair split? The king hurls the first deal out the window. 10 years and only a 25% cut for the inventor. Decent, but it's nowhere near good enough. But then Adelina slides in with a straight-up unhinged counteroffer. Another 5-year I-term, and the profit gets slashed to just 15%. Our guy's soul almost punches out of his body as he spirals in his head, screaming, "What the hell? How are you supposed to survive on that?" Adelina lays out her absurdly long master plan. It's a sliding scale. 10% for the first 5 years, then it keeps dropping even lower from there. So yeah, her logic is simple. Don't chase a handful of inventors getting rich. Build the tech so it spreads everywhere, drops in price, and starts helping the whole kingdom. Before the king can even blink, our main man snaps to his next move, a study abroad program. He wants to launch engineering guilds all over the world. Let people sign up, study in his hometown, and learn by building, kind of like an exchange program, but aimed at forging a better future. The king reels back to what our boy said about using real human resources, and suddenly everything snaps into place. He tells them that once the grimy folks from drab, dreary Ventilia lay eyes on Grata's sleek, spotless high-tech city, they'll be so stunned they spark a full-on revolution, pure motivation lighting a fire in everyone. Adelina steps in beside him, nodding hard and saying the quality of life gap is absolutely wild, like they can't even handle their trash over there. They basically dare the king to come see it firsthand, straight up, come at me energy, like a power move with no fear. He snaps out of the way, and even throws in a flex about his past life, hitting everything from hygiene management to customer service. The king's totally in on the plan to learn magic and engineering, until one massive twist hits. He's heard Masaru's tech is the real deal, and the queen's been gushing non-stop with glowing reviews. But he's still not buying the deal. There's no way he's handing over the secret sauce without proof. It won't wreck his economy. This guy's grinning from ear to ear, totally sure he can win the king over. But the king isn't messing around. This time, he's demanding specific things. Masaru's got a brutal countdown. Just 1 week to teach the local craftsmen a brand new technique and crank out a real, tangible result. The king's face is locked in cold steel. This is his final exam. If you pull it off, he'll hand over his full authority and back every wild scheme Masaru throws at him. The pressure is crushing. Every single eye in the room is locked on Masaru. Even the king steps in and says he'll cover every cost for the project. Fired up, our hopeless hero puffs out his chest like he's daring the whole world to stop him. "I've got you," he roars, jabbing his finger at the sky like a full-on shounen hero. "I'll crush every last doubt the king has." In one tiny panel, the truth hits like a punchline. This guy is dead broke because he blew every last coin on magic beasts, and now he's chasing an ambition that's basically writing checks his wallet can't cash. Cut straight to the craftsman's workshop, where the whole place feels alive with the sharp scent of fresh tools and fresh danger. Our boy is pitching the plan with full confidence, but the craftsmen eye it like a trap, because this deal feels almost too perfect. Yeah, because right then, one of them spots him and goes, "Hold up, you're the genius who built that insane water-absorbing wall." And boom, his whole reputation hits first. The guild master backs him up, and just like that, bam, he's got a motivated crew raring to get to work. All right, here we go. Our main guy doesn't just build it. He decides he's gonna teach them how to build houses. He demanded a stretch of empty land so he could kick off his project. Then they drag him straight down into the slums. This place is a total disaster. Splintered wood everywhere, roofs caved in, the whole scene in ruins. This is the spot where people who just lost their jobs get dumped, left to fend for themselves. Where the world screams, ruin, our hero sees a door to something better, and this is his big chance to prove it, until right when he's about to take control, a voice cuts in, "I object." Out of nowhere, a tiny kid pops up and slams on their brakes, freezing them mid-step. Forget it, no help from strangers. He snaps, planting himself in place. "This is Uruk town. We'll renew the slum or sell this ourselves." He glares straight up at Masaru, steamed with offense. "I'm not a kid." And just like that, the little supporter hero you goes crashing in with a massive, chaotic splash. All right, let's jump straight in. Masaru lands in the grimiest part of town, straight up the fantasy version of a forgotten back alley. He's about to meet a kid named Roryu, small but overflowing with sass, when a random craftsman shows up out of nowhere, snatches him clean off the spot, and clamps a hand over his mouth before anyone can even say hello. The guy launches into a full-on scolding of Ryoryu, barking at him to shut his mouth. Then bam, the twist hits. Turns out this kid is the head honcho of the Craftsman Guild. Turns out that weirdly deep voice isn't a kid thing at all. He's just a tiny, tiny grown adult. He goes on to say Ryoryu are dwarves, a legendary race of master crafters, and their skills are so insanely op that they make regular grown men look pathetic. Turns out our main man just rolled in on the king's direct command to wipe these slums clean and rebuild them from the ground up. Ryorio, finally yanked free from his overprotective colleague's grip, wastes no time. His curiosity ignites instantly. He skips the small talk and zeroes in on this absolute unit, grilling him for his grand plan to save this disaster zone. Masaru drops his genius plan like it's no big deal. Cut the land, clear it out, and then slap up brand new houses. The other craftsmen just gawk at him, dead silent and unmoved, like their faces were screaming impossible. So what made him think that would work after 1 week? If it was really that simple, they wouldn't all be stuck living in a dump. Masaru catches himself and realizes he sounds like a walking textbook, so he flips the script. He says he's dying to learn about Ryoryu, but first they've got to deal with the slum mess. He starts grilling them with a full-on rant about how slums shape the economy and fuel discrimination and public health issues, talking like he's giving a non-stop TED talk. Wherever you are, stop messing around, just cut to the point already. So our hero lays it all out. Fresh houses, brand new jobs and upgrades to the whole infrastructure, the full game plan. Then boom, he drops the bombshell. All this knowledge is just theory from books because he's never even tried it for real. He says that shiny new houses are a trap, just a slick excuse to kick the current residents out, make the neighborhood look better, and tear their community apart while pretending it's for their own good. If they wanted to do it the right way, they'd have to drag in government money agencies, way past what they're qualified to handle. This bombshell nukes Ryu's whole worldview because his belief was simple. Crafting saves people, yet now it's also a tool for gentrification, and when that truth hits, it feels like his soul rips right out of his body. That poor dude is absolutely rattled, so he bolts out of there without saying a single more word. Masaru clocks that he just accidentally launched an emotional nuke, so he throws in the towel, tells everyone to calm down, and orders a meetup at the guild tomorrow to brainstorm. This unstoppable guy won't sit around. He storms into the slums himself to investigate firsthand. Later, up on a rooftop, he's staring at the city when bam, rhythmic banging starts pounding the air. It's not random noise at all. It's the crisp, unmistakable sound of a true master craftsman putting their skill on display. He tracks the sound straight to a battered old factory, then leans in and peeks inside. This place is packed with mind-blowing metalwork, so detailed it feels like it shouldn't be real. He grabs a chisel and bam, his appraisal skill detonates, revealing the stuff in here is pure top-tier ornament, fit for royalty, forged with crazy off-the-charts skill. All right, who's the unhinged genius hiding in here? He yells. And who suddenly pops up from behind the workbench? None other than Ryoryu. Ryorio is still fuming over that earlier conversation. Masaru is so hooked on his work that he can't stop himself, firing off the question, how did you even craft patterns this intricate? Ryoryu just shrugs and says it's all hand-carved, then casually flexes like, yeah, I've memorized the basics and drilled it non-stop, like that's normal. You know, as one does. Masaru breaks down his own methods, step by step. He strutted around, proudly showing off his handiwork on the signs. Ryorio starts firing questions at him, and the suspicion hits so hard it's basically screaming. Then he throws a full pity party, dropping his dead master's name just to bait Masaru into reacting. But our boy doesn't fall for it. He shrugs and says it's only natural to wonder who trained him to pull off skills that epic. Ryoryu finally breaks his silence, and when he does, he reveals the truth. His master was his own father. Later, his family were legendary carvers, until a beast tore them apart and he was the only one left standing. Now he carves just to scrape by. He tells you his dad was always right there with him, every single time he crafted. And that one connection was what kept his soul from shattering after the tragedy. That's why he throws his whole heart into his work. And that's exactly why Masaru's words land like a gut punch. But tell me, how could something meant to save souls, like building a home, turn around and hurt people instead? Masaru makes it crystal clear. This isn't about the crafting at all. It's everything about the situation around it. When the nobles swoop in and snatch the land, they kick everyone out, right on the spot. And if people take it into their own hands to upgrade their homes, it gives them real hope and the power to keep pushing forward. Masaru's eyes blaze with fresh fire as he swears he'll deliver a project that makes everyone happy. Ryoryu still isn't buying it. He snaps that you can't just expect him to trust someone that fast. So Masaru steps in and makes him an offer. Come to the guild tomorrow. I'll show you exactly what I can do. And then boom, the ultimate flex. He unveils a perfectly finished metal piece, so insanely detailed it looks impossible. Ryoryu froze in shock. He was carving T's with one hand while shooting the breeze with the other. His brain just can't handle it. The sheer casual mastery is absolutely overwhelming. Next morning, the meeting is back in full swing. Masaru cracks open the real problems, laying out the housing crisis, the job situation, and the safety they can't ignore. The craftsmen nod along with his assessment, but they're completely stumped, because they can't figure out how to create jobs. Right then, Ryoryu strolls in like he owns the place, fashionably late and totally unbothered. He flat out declares, "I'm not here to help, I'm here to confirm something." Masaru flashes this gigantic grin and then, "Let's keep this meeting rolling." But you can rate it in Roryu's eyes, he's in. He's about to unleash his god-tier skills and rip the slums out of despair. Alright, buckle up, we're diving straight back into the chaos. While Masaru's out there rewriting the world one industry at a time, his influence is spreading like wildfire, and the local construction crew is absolutely losing it over his brand new joint techniques. One of the builders can't stop staring, blown away that these plain-looking joints can lock the whole structure down insanely tight, like our main man's next level, earthquake-beating wizardry. Right then, Ryu bursts in, and the craftsman lets everyone know Masaru already bolted. He had to fly out instantly to pass his methods to other workshops. This revolution won't wait for anyone. Heck, even the guild master is stunned by how solid Masaru's construction designs are, and he straight up grabs Ryu to ask if that absolute unit actually got his proposal all the way to the king. Ryu flashes a triumphant grin and whips out a royal scroll, then gets it into the king's hands fast, and right away His Majesty gives the go-ahead for every one of Masaru's wild safety and labor reforms. The builder leans in and demands where our hero is headed next. Ryorio's eyes flare wide for a heartbeat, then she blurts it out. Oh, it's probably the glass factory. With that, she's gone. Ryoru rockets through the streets, heart hammering, and her brain screams one question. What totally unhinged move is he about to teach her at the glass factory? She knows the whole method is nothing more than blasting molten glass into a bubble, and then spinning it into a perfect disc. But the second it hits her mind, she thinks of the legendary etch-seek glass, this closely guarded, arcane dwarf secret that's basically locked away from everyone else. Yeah, for centuries nobody's cracked how the dwarves make that sheet glass, using some sketchy ghost stone nobody really dares to question. Then it hits her, Masaru's other ridiculous tricks, like that wild metal carving move that made the guild leader's soul bolt right out of his body. Once she realizes what this guy can do, she spots him and suddenly starts sprinting toward him. She storms into the workshop and freezes, because the room is packed with craftsmen who look totally dumbfounded. They're all frozen, staring at this massive, glowing molten above glass, dripping from a blowpipe like pure fire. Ryoryu's jaw drops in shock. So what the heck is Masaru doing? He's just casually gripping this gigantic glass beast with a calm, easy smile like it's nothing. The craftsmen don't buy it for a second, and Masaru shoots Ryoryu a warning. Once he kicks off this process, nobody can stop it. The workers keep muttering, "And you're telling me that thing, S about to turn into a sheet." The disbelief in this room is so heavy you could slice it like meat with a knife. Our boy says, sure, what they're doing right now with the glass is totally fine, but since her glass is this pricey dwarf-made import, I can't help wondering about it. So he's chosen to spare them the struggle and give them a way that's way quicker and way easier. But it hits Ryu like a lightning strike. She's basically trembling with shock at a giant sale on sheet glass. Are you serious? Masaru yells for everyone to lock in and pay attention. He's practiced the speech a few times, and it hits. Then he snaps open a hole at the tip of the molten glass bubble. Then chaos hits. He starts whipping that giant cylinder like a pendulum, smashing it outward to stretch it. When the shape finally snaps into perfection, he leans in and declares, "This is the cylinder method." Next, he snatches a tool and carves a straight groove straight down the inside of the glass tube. Ryoryu's completely lost, but our main man doesn't even blink. He immediately hurls the scored cylinder straight into a special flattening furnace. The moment the scorching heat hits it, the glass starts to melt and curl back along the line he carved. The method is unfolding right in front of him, and Ryoryu is left utterly speechless by how insanely simple it is. And finally, this absolute beast snatches a rectangular stone right off a stick. He leans in and presses the softened glass down, smoothing every ripple until it turns into a flawless, glass-perfect sheet. With a proud grin, he yanks it from the furnace, holds it up and declares, "It's done." And there it is, this giant, flawless sheet of glass, forged in minutes like it's pure magic. The whole workshop explodes with noise, craftsmen losing it, yelling that it's unbelievable, like they're witnessing something historic, and they know it with their bones. Masaru, the king of trolls, smirks and blurts, "Honestly, I just wanted to act a little haughty and tease you. What matters is whether you can prove you can do it." Ryoryu just stares, utterly starstruck, wondering if she could ever learn something this incredible. Masaru shoots her a steady, confident look that basically screams, "Hell yes, you've got this." Before she can even open her mouth, the workshop owner barges in and snaps that he'll be taught first. Right away, it turns into a total brawl. Every craftsman tries to muscle into line at once, while Masaru just lets out a long sigh and tells them to behave. Later, after they crushed a perfect day of the Industrial Revolution, our boy and Ryu end up on a rooftop, staring down at the city blazing beneath them. Up on the edge, they watch the construction crew down below swing into action, start snapping in brand new, locally made windows into the frame. A grueling day that had our dynamic duo breaking sweat and pushing through to the very end. At last, the big day finally hits, and the king himself comes rolling in his royal carriage to scoop up the guild master for the grand inspection. The guild master is drenched in sweat, yet he's pounding the king with confidence. Masaru didn't just meet expectations, he smashed them to pieces. Ryu's sharp as ever, and when her master tells her she nailed it and everything's perfect, she can finally breathe. No worries. The carriage rolls right up, the door blasts open, and there's Masaru, leaning out like he owns the place, shouting, "Hey, I brought the king." He slaps the king with this casual "yo," and the monarch's face is like, "Oh, you're asterisk that guy," and then he snaps, "Can you seriously act normal for 5 seconds?" Masaru waves the disciple off, shuts him up, and goes straight to work, telling the king to drop it and only focus on what the craftsman has truly made. The king, eyes narrowed with brutal doubt, tightens his stance like he's bracing for the next punch that's about to land. Our boy leans in and tells everyone, "This is what one single week of me teaching my new techniques to the local workers can do." And the second the king sets eyes on that finished masterpiece, his royal mask cracks instantly, pure shock takes over, his soul feels like it leaves his body as he roars, "What the hell is this?" All right, hold up. King energy rolls into the slums ready for dirt and despair, and instead, his royal jaw drops at the sight of a freshly paved street. Our boy Masaru just stands there, blazing with that "I told you so" energy, and then, like it's nothing, he casually fires a question at the king. "So, what do you think?" The king's jaw drops, because this place used to be a total dump, and now it's had the most insane glow-up. Like a full-on before and after, so wild, even a home reno show would gasp and cheer. Our main guy launches the grand tour, and right off the bat, shows off his first mind-blowing upgrade, those massive sheet glass windows. In a world where window literally means a hole in the wall, this tech hits like a meteor. Your king's jaw drops because now you can spot what a shop sells before you even step inside, and that idea, it's straight up mind-blowing. He shows you how everything, from weapons to bread, is lined up in crisp, tidy rows, right there for everyone to see. This absolute unit isn't just an architect, he's a full-on city planner, and Masaru makes it clear this is only phase 1. He'll hire even more people from the slums, build fresh houses, and blow the shopping district wide open. The king stared at the fresh new buildings, and right away they looked cleaner and sharper than half of his own capital city. But wait, Masaru then flexes hard on modern sanitation, unveiling a fresh drainage ditch and a public well, and just like that, he smashes the old habit of dumping sewage straight into the street. Our hopeless hero then throws down some 21st century wisdom at the medieval king, insisting that proper water management is the one thing that keeps a city alive and thriving. King Action is in total system meltdown mode. He surveys the renovated area and realizes this spot is about to become the kingdom's new blueprint, and somehow this guy picked up more about urban development in 20 minutes than his ancestors managed in centuries. He leans in and asks whether the local craftsmen have finally mastered these wild new skills. And the guild leader backs it up. Yeah, they're almost there, but our boy's level is straight up unreal. Masaru, the ever-on-the-ball project manager, bluntly orders them to copy-paste that design across the entire kingdom. The king is practically floating, praising it as brilliant and full of promise, then blasting out plans to launch new patents and open study abroad programs so the knowledge can spread everywhere. He shuts everyone down, and then hits you with the big question. "Wait, let me make sure I heard you right. You're telling me you single-handedly pushed our kingdom's progress forward by over 100 years. His crew instantly breaks into a sweat, frantically gesturing for him to just nod and flash a smile. Yeah, this guy's got zero chill. The king scrambles to make sense of it, guessing Masaru did all this either to chase fame or to see if his nation-building plans actually hold up. Masaru slams him with the most unhinged, chaotic excuse imaginable. "Manufacturing is my hobby." The king's brain just crashed, blue-screened mid-sentence. "So you built all this because you lost control and got swept away." That's the final straw. This king snaps for real, cackling like a maniac, and hurling Masaru the title of the biggest, most brilliant idiot he's ever laid eyes on. Once the laughter fades, the vibe crashes. Anne's smile wobbles as she asks Masaru if he's leaving soon. He leans in and reassures her, promising he'll stay a little longer to keep an eye on things. The king, listen close. "I've got advice you can't afford to ignore." I warned him, "Careful now, don't mess this up." Suddenly, the slums are worth millions, and every shady noble is scrambling to snatch a slice for themselves. But that's not the real threat. When the king leans in, his voice turns grim, and he points straight at the demon beast. Masaru's blood turns to ice when he recalls that nightmare bear horse monster he saw the very first day he arrived. The king's jaw drops. He can't believe he's actually laid eyes on one, proving these things are insanely rare. There, he breaks it down. Demon beasts are born when dark emotions twist the world's natural magic into something monstrous. And lately, the sightings keep piling up. Masaru even stumbled into 2 of them himself. And that golem attack, that's a downright catastrophic omen. The king's face hardens as he declares this situation is absolutely, deeply abnormal. And Masaru suddenly realizes he's right in the middle of a disaster that's already spiraling out of control. Yeah, the problem is spreading fast, and it's getting out of hand, and there's no way to know when or where it'll strike again. Meanwhile, in some completely different forest, a bunch of poor knights are getting absolutely wrecked, right as Satan's own reindeer come charging in. Dude, this is the demon deer, and it's way out of its usual hunting turf. The beast hurls a storm of lightning magic, and the soldiers get knocked airborne like their bowling pins getting wrecked. They shriek that its power level is sky high, and it's way too much for them to survive. Right as 2 demonic deer step up to finish the job, a golden-haired god drops out of the sky, Commander Lancelot, and the second he lands, you can practically feel his disappointment radiating off his squad's pitiful performance. He snaps at them to take this seriously, reminding them he's the only one here who can actually go toe-to-toe with this thing. He looks at the fresh monster outbreak like the perfect training chance, terrifying sure, but he can't waste it. His knights kick off with him chatting up a storm, bragging that Lancelot has turned into an absolute unit ever since his duel with Masaru. Then one of the knights bursts in, throwing a bombshell, asking whether the commander has told the squad about the wedding yet. Right before Lancelot even has time to react, the knight blurts it out. "It's your Nissy, Lady Adelina. She's getting married." As the words die out in the air, a demon deer spots a crack and explodes forward, charging straight through. Lancelot doesn't even blink. He snaps his sword and shield through the air and destroys them in one furious, clean strike. The news finally hits, and his expression flips into full-on, overprotective uncle rage. This marriage is a no-go, and he lets out a roar. The commander snaps and blurts out, furious, "Who's the groom?" as his squad scrambles to calm the rampaging demigod before he tears everything apart. Lancelot's been activated, and the next person in its path is about to get wrecked bad. 2 weeks later, he limps back into town, looking less like a hero and more like a guy who just survived a complete street-level disaster. The chief spots them first and erupts, shouting across the whole farm that Masaru and his crew have finally come back. The welcome wagon rolls in with full force as their carriage hits the central street, and cheers explode everywhere. Eula can barely keep still, bouncing like crazy, absolutely thrilled about carving out an entire new nation, and the hype is off the charts. But while everyone's busy cheering, our main man is missing from the scene. Yeah, until you spot him, tucked behind the carriage wheel like he just ran for his life. Seriously, the girls are totally stunned, whispering that the trip must have fried his brain. They're convinced he's scared of that non-stop little sister, that he finally snapped, and from the raw terror on his face, yeah, they're not wrong. His soul basically left the building. And speaking of the welcoming party, 2 of the key faces are nowhere to be found. That's because the self-proclaimed little sister and the self-proclaimed first disciple are already stuck in a nasty cold war, fighting tooth and nail over who finally gets the honor of looking after Masaru. This insane showdown instantly sparks a no-holds-barred challenge, a quiz game to crown the one true ultimate Masaru expert. And our hopeless hero is standing there, cheeks blazing in the background, fully catching on that this is their messed up way of showing love, while this guy is totally eating up every second of the chaos. Inside, it's go time. The chief slams everyone into a meeting to hash out the foundation ceremony plans. Right as they're about to begin, the king and queen suddenly drop a massive bomb, so huge that everyone freezes, because they want to get married on the exact same day. This absolute unit just freezes, staring in pure disbelief. Inside, his thoughts are absolutely screaming, "Are you kidding me? While I was out there grinding my butt off, you 2 were out there planning a wedding." The whole plan is pure chaos, a wild 3-day festival. Day 1 kicks off with a meet and greet party, then day 2 blasts off into the official nation founding ceremony. And on day 3, everything peaks with the royal wedding. This schedule is downright unhinged, no question. The chief is already freaking out about being shorthanded, but before the panic can even land, Masaru cracks his knuckles, flexes hard and promises he'll personally line up all the AOL materials and resources. He's diving straight into the toughest prep work there is, because his skills are built different, no joke. Then the king glides in with a special request. He's demanding some proper kingly bling. Not some dusty little trinket. This was a one-of-a-kind relic, a scepter unlike anything else. So what's our guy do? He taps into his inner nerd and fires off a pitch for the legendary 3 sacred treasures from his world's mythology. A legendary sword, a mirror, and a jewel. 3 insane symbols of power meant to be handed down generation after generation, and the royals adore them like their priceless treasure. With the sparks flying, Masaru fires up and declares that forging these sacred treasures is his one priority from here on out. And with that, he's out, straight up yeeting himself through the door to start preparing, while everyone else gets left eating his dust. The chief just smirks and says Masaru's unstoppable chaos isn't a bug, it's the raw power that forged their entire nation. And he even snaps at the other elders, telling them to come up with a plan to repay Masaru, like, everything, no shortcuts. Our main man is now sprinting through the very streets he built himself, and the townspeople are cheering him like a full-on hero. But his mind is already racing, scheming ways to forge divine artifacts like his life depends on it. He can't stop replaying the king's chilling warning about the demon beast, and now he knows he's got to sneak in a level up before it's too late. First stop at the partition, because we've got to sneak in some behind-the-scenes work. His design concepts are pure genius. This sword isn't meant to scream power, it's built to stand for protection for every powerless person they've saved. That mirror is going to be a masterpiece, showing the calm reality they bled for, and built with every ounce of courage. And finally, boom, the jewel. He imagines a star-bright miracle, an offering so perfect for the goddesses who brought him here. This vision is straight-up legendary. The actual execution can hit tomorrow's doorstep. He takes a rare beat to breathe, leaning on the balcony and staring out at the giant city he built from the ground up. Up and wow, it's surreal beyond words. Back on Earth, he never, ever could have pictured this. He makes a vow to himself. He's going to craft a special gift for the goddess to say thank you. Then the brutal weight of his to-do list hits him like a tidal wave. Our hero snaps into full-blown panic, clutching his head and yelling for help, because the workload is about to torment him in the most literal way. He can't stop wishing he could just use magic to clone himself or something. Out of nowhere, a calm voice slices through the silence. Then I'm stepping in, straight to help you. Masaru freezes on the spot, trying to shove it off as nothing but pure exhaustion. But then boom, he spots it, and a whole pile of sheets starts slithering across the floor all by itself. Then from the shadows, he crawls into view, pitch black eyes, a sinister grin, stepping forward and introducing himself as Masaru. And yeah, this version is the wrong one. Our boy's soul just totally cracks into a million pieces. Another Masaru. Alright, let's jump straight back into the chaos. Masaru suddenly finds himself staring down his own face. And boom, an evil, smug twin crashes in out of nowhere. First, this sketchy doppelganger leans in and warns, "This world is deadly," then admits he doesn't even have a role to copy anything from, whatever that really means. Our main guy's brain is grinding like crazy. He clocks right away this isn't some long-lost brother trick, it's fake. It's probably some mirror demon or other weird magic freak. Then the clone flashes his boss's grand plan. He's here to steal Masaru's labor power, and I'm like, bro, you could have just asked for an internship. Yeah, the second he clocks that it's a copycat, this absolute unit doesn't panic. He charges up and runs a quick diagnostic test. So how does he test a potentially lethal magical clone? He just throws the conversation off a cliff and pivots straight into an architectural contest. He launches into wild talk about furniture contests and building designs, and the clone just stands there, totally lost. His face practically screams, "I didn't come for a design documentary, I came for a fight." The bickering kicks off instantly, like they've been roommates for years. And the clone keeps getting more and more ticked off as Masaru pokes fun at him for being an otaku who works 8 days a week. Just like that, his clone fully snaps, playtime's done, and he raises a wicked dark sword and roars that his lord has ordered Masaru's execution. Our hero's soul rips out of his body like it can't stay put. He instantly spots that ominous magical aura. That same unholy power is what jolted those stone statues to life. And it's the dark elves, magic too, this clone is one of them. The fake nods and blurts it out. His master wants revenge for his fallen comrades, and this is the first step. Make sure Masaru dies right here, right now. Without a single warning, the clone rockets a whole workbench straight into our boy's face. Masaru barely even gets a second to register how brutally powerful this copy is. The clone rockets forward, sword whistling through the air like it's already sealing the kill. Masaru whispered a chilling goodbye, right as the creepy presence faded away. Yeah, but our guy isn't a pushover. He whips his blade up to block that strike, and the clone's dead in its tracks. The fake swings in from behind with a cheap shot, but Masaru zips out of the way like lightning. The clone hooks him by the chest, but our hero isn't about to let that evil twin lay a hand on him. No way. Then he snaps his arm out and bam, his magic surges, boosting him in an instant. Then he snaps his fingers and yanks a whole new rabbit out of his hat. He fires off healing magic, and the clone's brain just fries instantly, like you can literally see the spinning, loading icon staring back from his eyes. The clone whines that this is cheating, then scrambles to copy the skill, and brags that while Masaru's noble brain is trash, his own magic power is raw and way stronger. To prove it, he clamps onto Masaru's arm and snaps the two together with a direct link, then drops the truth that his power is locked right into his master. Then he unleashes a totally unhinged blast of dark energy, and our hero gets blasted into the air like a ragdoll. It's not some harmless blast. This corrupting power is leaking into the city's water supply, poisoning everything. Masaru realizes that shady magic could poison the whole world, so he snaps, "I'm ending this, and right now." Then he dives into his ultimate inventory skill and rips out a literal meteor like it's nothing. A chunk of rock suddenly rips out of the sky, screaming toward the ground, ready to smash everything flat in its path. The clone just cackles like it's nothing, dead unimpressed. Then it taunts Masaru, calling him flashy and stupid for trying to crush it along with the temple. He even spirals into full emo mode, blurting that he's depressed to be stuck copying some total idiot. But Masaru isn't buying the villain's big speech. He just drops the rock like, "Cool story," and lets it fall. As the giant boulder comes crashing down, a sudden thought snaps into his head. Wait a minute. His powers, like they were pulled straight from the goddess's gacha machine. So tell me, how in the world can this clone copy them too? Before he even has a chance to crack that puzzle, the clone snaps and starts blasting reinforcement magic over the whole building, straight up turning the temple into a giant weapon. With a horrifying grin, the clone swears this is the final chapter. His life ends here. And he throws one last goodbye to the wind. Reinforced beams from the temple suddenly burst outward like colossal spears, ripping through the air. And just like that, one of them lands a perfect hit, blasting Masaru right off the platform. The clone stares at the massive explosion lighting up the horizon, then throws his hands up like he just crushed the whole championship. He stares at the wreckage, grinning like he finally wiped out the original for good. Then his eyes snap wide and the shock hits him. What? There he is, standing in the rubble like it's nothing, totally unfazed, while our main man grips a ridiculously oversized, handcrafted cannon. Masaru casually brushes the dust off his clothes, smirking as he says, "You really sent me flying, so come on, fake me." The clone's losing it for real, screaming, "Govwo are you?" Pure shock hits both of them at once, and you can see it blazing on their faces. Just when the chaos couldn't possibly get worse, a whole squad of knights crashes in, led straight by the king himself, because he's been hunting for Masaru. The king stares at Tumosaurus and the broken city ahead, taking in the total wreckage like it hit him in the chest. And this smug, slow grin crawls across his face. The clone stares at the new arrivals, and you can practically see his mind clicking into place. Royalty, a whole kingdom to control, and yeah, this is about to get fun. If so, this gets even worse. All right, buckle up because it's go time. Our boy and his crew are just minding their own business when, boom, a boss battle crashes in out of nowhere. And it's Lancelot, the human wrecking ball, grinning like he already won. Lancelot's sidekick bursts in and tells us a clone of our main man just spawned in their house like it's the most normal Tuesday ever. This clone is basically Masaru in full power. Lancelot, the humble king of downplaying himself, shrugs and goes, "Sure, he's crazy strong and top of the food chain, but compared to me, he's just a little fish." This thing's confidence is unreal, like off the charts. Everyone's left totally baffled. Then Lancelot drops the truth. R has gotten wildly stronger, and his skills aren't just better, they've been fundamentally remade. He's basically hunting down the power-up, straight up sniffing it out like a bloodhound on the trail. Lancelot suggests a friendly duel to celebrate, but our boy has a way better plan, one that'll wipe out that ridiculously powerful pest. No warning, our unsuspecting hero snaps the whole story on its head in the blink of an eye. 1 second Lancelot is running his mouth, and the next he's chained to a massive wooden pole, his mind scrambling to catch up with what just hit him. Masaru snatches him up right away, cackling like, "This is it, perfect timing to test the wild ideas from my comic books." And the idea is absolutely unhinged. This guy built a giant medieval siege ballista just to turn Lancelot into a living missile. Lancelot's panic bursts into full glory the second he realizes they've strapped him to the projectile. With a maniacal grin, Masaru launches him like a missile. "Have a nice trip," he screams as Lancelot gets yeeted clean across the whole continent. He bursts into the sky, soaring over the city like he owns the clouds, and into the countryside, an absolutely beautiful storm of chaos. Masaru's just standing there, grinning at his handiwork like a proud parent. Then it slams into him like a freight train. He's a person, and he's the source of the info, not something he was set to kill. This app literally wiped his launch off the map, like it forgot it just sent a man, alive, into the stratosphere. Too late, Lancelot slams into land with the impact of a meteor, blasting a massive dust cloud into the sky. Meanwhile, the Masaru clone, let's call him Fakaru, cackles like he's won, convinced he's finally cut loose from his creator, and the moment couldn't be more perfectly timed. Lancelot dusts himself off right beside him like that cross-country dash was nothing, totally unfazed. Meanwhile, Fakru scoffs, "You're boring." Lancelot looks utterly crushed. He wanted a real brawl, not some knockoff trash pretending to be one. Fakru decides to flex. He blasts out Masaru's unstoppable magic power and brags that it's even stronger than the G-class. But Lancelot just smirks and says his own reinforcement magic can double that output. And his final technique would jack the power up to 30, basically turning him into a one-man army. Fakru taunted him, leaning in and firing back. "So what are you gonna do about it?" Oh, big mistake. Lancelot just disappears, then bam, he's back, blade at the clone's throat, whispering like he owns the moment. "I can see you." Before fake Ruel can even blink, Lancelot bursts into action, unleashing a raging storm of slashes. The clone's completely stunned, bursting into screams. "What the hell is this?" He desperately snaps back, growling, "Fuck this," as their blades slam together in a wild, chaotic dance of steel. Steel clashes as they lock blades, frozen in a heartbeat of pure tension. Still, Lancelot smashes through the stalemate with a brutal kick straight into the chest. Next up is the finisher. Lancelot swings his sword down with a brutal overhead slash, and the whole moment hits like a thunderclap. Fakru's arm got obliterated, like the impact shattered the ground beneath them. He just stands there, staring at the glowing orb left behind in his head, totally mind-blown, because this isn't at all how Masaru's memories feel. Lancelot leans in and casually breaks down what separates a duel from a real battle, because you never, ever let your opponent steal the first move. He lunges forward and then blasts the bombshell. He's 2 steps ahead, all because of his new skill. He grabs the dying clone and lays it out. Most people get just 2 or 3 skills, and if you've got more, it's a sign your talent never fully finished forming. But for a real master like him, those 3 separate sword skills vanished the instant they reached level 10. They fused together, then leveled up into something even stronger. And it morphed into something way more terrifying, Master Swordsman. And just when you think it's getting started, that was only the appetizer. Lancelot admits he mastered that skill long before he ever met Masaru, and ever since then, he's been leveling up without stopping. He rattles off this absurd stack of deadly skills he's collected over the years, from beast killer to demon killer, like it's nothing. That kind of power doesn't come from sparring, it gets forged in blood. He swears his next evolution, his next transformation, won't wait for fate. It'll hit the moment desperation finally breaks him. Caught in the brutal reality that he's about to be erased, Fakru's soul rips out of his body. Then, shaking with pure terror, he slams a colossal castle wall into existence. He frantically shoves more and more magic into it, yelling at the top of his lungs as Lancelot's attack surges louder and brighter. This attack is pointless. It wipes out that wall so fast it turns to smoke, like it was made of paper. As his final souvenir, Lancelot drops the skill name that sealed his fate, ***arbitrate**. And just like that, the copy vanishes, poof. Lancelot exhales, slow and heavy. Yeah, that was brutal. Real understatement of the century, my dude. And we're back with our main man, Masaru. He's laughing like he's lost his mind. "So, how'd it go?" he asks, all casual. At last, Lancelot simply jabs a finger at the Grand Canyon. He carved into the land with one wild swing. Deadpan as can be like, "You're a battle freak, huh?" Masaru gets hit like a truck when it finally clicks. Lancelot could have laid waste to the city at any moment. Hard, Lancelot tries grilling him about that new skill, but our kid just feigns ignorance, and Lancelot finally decides to appraise the clone's remains himself. He reaches for the glowing orb and taps it. Right away, it lights up like it's alive. Then the screen flickers, and boom, the info bursts in. It's a golem, forged by a demon, and it's got one job, to stick right by Masaru. Right when they're trying to wrap their heads around this sketchy new twist, the sky rips open, and a massive portal blasts through. A hooded figure drops down from the shadows, and our hopeless hero snaps into recognition instantly. It's the same boss who smashed into Stenson. A goddess descends from the sky, declaring with thunder in her voice that the world is about to collapse into ruin. Our poor girl can only gape in pure disbelief, as this totally insane threat barges in and steals the scene. Alright, let's jump straight back into the chaos. Masaru suddenly finds himself in a private, late-night meeting with the goddess Victinias inside the Ventalia temple. The tension is razor-thin. She doesn't waste a second, and she demands the unsuspecting answer to one terrifying question. How is the world about to get obliterated? But before the world-ending exposition hits, we get a fast flashback, pure H-roll energy. Some random guy straight up admits he leaked Adelina's marriage partner info, and Zack instantly loses his mind. His excuse, fate bro, that man is unhinged. Anyway, the second the present hits, Victinias turns ice-cold serious, tells our main man this whole mess is straight up from her long-term plans, and now it's time to talk strategy. Turns out the King of Greaters was the first one to piece it all together. Those rampaging monsters, the demon bear, they're not the real threat, just the warning signs of something far worse. Negative energy pouring into the world. In the midst of the chaos, an ancient Victini steps up and makes it crystal clear. They're up against something soaked in pure dark energy, an emotionless, unstoppable force that's hunting total destruction. She's the enemy we've all seen 1,000 times, then she drops the bombshell. The source of all evil, the Demon King. This absolute unit just snapped out of his nap, and now he's raring to go, full party mode. Even the gods admit it, this shady guy's look didn't just show up, it flipped the whole game. Masaru's scrambling to make sense of it all. Demon King, he blurts, and the wheels in his brain grind to a slow, terrified stop. His brain instantly flips into full gamer mode. Oh no, we're done for. This is a straight-up world conquest plan, and we can't just toss him half the world, right? Yeah, but Victinia's is way worse. Lao or not, it's the kind of problem that spells doom. For the gods, a Demon King isn't conquest. It's the shutdown button on civilization. Game over, no continues. So Masaru hits them with the million-dollar question. If this guy is such a threat, why can't the gods just snap their fingers and erase him from existence? She tells him the Demon King's arrival isn't some invasion. It's a full-blown disaster, like a hurricane of pure rage tearing through the world. It's a walking catastrophe forged from the world's poison, and once it finally finishes growing, it becomes a real nightmare. Suddenly, a light bulb flashes in Masaru's head. Wait, the one thing that can take down a Demon King has to be a hero, and before he can stop it, he realizes he's basically volunteered himself. Victinia just deadpans, "Are you daydreaming?" She obliterates his shonen fantasy and spells it out. No, there's no such thing as a hero. Turns out the world is moving along perfectly fine thanks to his production skills, and that's what makes him the catalyst. And here's the unhinged twist. This Demon King isn't chasing world domination at all. He's obsessed with Masaru. My boy's first instinct is to straight up bolt. So tell me, should I just ditch and run? But it's not that simple. These demon keys treat Masaru's push for civilization like a target, and they want it wiped out for good. So this guy snaps into action and pitches a foolproof backup plan for Get a Hero. Throw together a super squad of absurdly powerful monsters like Lancelot, then go hunt demons. But Victinia's size just exposed the fatal flaw. If they can't even figure out which dungeon the boss is hiding in, they'll never stand a chance against him. Then it hits our hopeless hero like a punch to the gut. Because the Demon King isn't just powerful, he can actually forge a fake Masaru, using his own body as the blueprint. But the enemy's identity is pure shadow. No one can trace him, and that mystery keeps him slipping through the cracks. With stakes this brutal, the Victinias step up and swear their bond has never mattered more. She snaps that Ventalia is now prime prey, and before the air can get any heavier, Masaru twists on his heel and fires back, asking if she's hyped for the upcoming founding ceremony. She admits she can't wait for it. As they head down the road, he leans in and reassures her, swearing that the ceremony will go on, and that the town will be protected. He knows this job is the brutal kind, but he's locked in, whatever it takes to stop the Demon King. That sudden burst of confidence feels totally wrong for Victinius, and her trust crashes in an instant. Then, in the middle of all that chaos, Masaru shoves his cheeks and snaps that his divine messenger powers aren't working right. She tells him to act like a real god, but then slips and admits his silly, goofy antics are actually calming her nerves. That's when he blurts out the message she missed, straight-up job quest from her. It's a delivery mission to a place so remote that even her gospel of God can't find its way there. Masaru wastes no time and labels it for what it is, a divine errand quest, and the moment he hears it, he's not thrilled in the slightest, snapping that he doesn't want to be stuck protecting some random city. Then a sly grin snaps across his face. He starts guessing this mysterious city could have got exactly what he needs for the ceremony, maybe the right dress for the right goddess. Yes, Victinias jumps in right away, swearing he'll give him a fair reward for all he's been through. As a parting gift, she thrusts a gorgeous magic stone into his hands, and it pulses with an eerie, ambient power. Then she leans in and demands he bless the jewel, pouring in a surge of her divine power. The second he spots the stone, that cute little goddess pops into his head, and he runs up to Victinias like, "So, do you like girly stuff?" When she hears it, she instantly gets flustered and blurts out that everyone loves pretty things, like shimmering rings or dangling necklaces. And then it hits him, this is it, his golden shot. "Tell me what you want," he demands, eyes locked in. He decides he'll crack the perfect reward on his own, then wraps it up as a letter to her, an S request. With that, he announces he's going to check on Zack, and storms off, leaving that poor goddess completely stunned. And Victinias is totally blushing, her thoughts spinning like crazy. Then he turns to me and asks what I want, right? She's completely rattled by this sudden twist, and you can practically see her losing her cool. And he couldn't help feeling a little buzz of excitement too, wondering what insane gift he's about to pull out of thin air. Right when she's drowning in her own thoughts, Masaru suddenly reappears, jumping back in like a prank and sending her heart into panic mode. "Wait, you're still here," he snaps, and it turns out our main guy actually took the quest with a straight-up plan because he knew exactly where to go. Classic, then he shows off those absurdly op skills, yanking up a full country map like it's nothing, with the destination now blazing clearly in sight. That target is pure chaos, a thriving underground city, tucked inside a massive lake, where the flow of magic is sealed off so hard it might as well be dead. I'm Thread City. It's brilliant, alright, let's dive right back into the chaos, because a few days later Zack gets absolutely smashed by the world's toughest personal trainer, Captain Eldam. This guy is yelling about warrior bodies, while Zack just collapses into a miserable puddle, unable to move a muscle. Like, wait, isn't this straight up bullying? Yeah, the fan club's glued to the sidelines, and Adelina's freaking out, begging everyone to go easy on him because she likes him exactly the way he is. But Eldam is totally unhinged. He basically calls his training a warped kind of respect. The more he likes you, the more pain he throws at you, and yeah, that's the choice he's making. Right then, Masaru strolls in like he owns the moment, totally clueless, but grinning hard because his crew's finally getting along. The girls instantly get flustered, and Tifa's still trying to wrap her head around Eldam's twisted logic. Why in the world is Zack getting special treatment? In this beautiful burst of solidarity, Liliana and Tifa lock eyes and realize, yeah, they're both here to help their master, not fight each other, and suddenly the rivalry melts away into pure mutual simping power. Eldam finally drops the truth. Yeah, he's heard about Demon Beast trouble, but that's not why he's really here. Nah, this absolute unit is just buzzing for a rematch. He's itching to square up with Masaru again, and he's not about to waste a single shot. But hold up, where's our boy? Turns out, the poor guy snagged a quest straight from a god and tore off to the mountains. And of course he didn't go alone. He brought the best guide in the business, the ever-capable Alina. Cut to the two of them lost in the wild, right there, staring at a secret trail only they could find. They kick off a brand new adventure and dive straight into a hidden underground passage. Image, Masaru's jaw drops. He realizes there's no way he would have stumbled onto this place on his own. Alina smirks and points out that the entrance is almost invisible, and without her, he'd be royally screwed. So you've been here before. The guy fires back, like he already knows what you're about to do. Alina leans in and tells him straight up. The Dark Elves have secret diplomatic ties with the people underground, and part of her job is to shadow Masaru like a bodyguard, making sure he doesn't do something reckless. They step in, and the cavern suddenly unfolds into a gigantic, sprawling underground world. It's pure epic mode, and Alina slices through the dark, lighting the way with her staff. Our hopeless hero instantly gets goosebumps, thanking Alina for pushing him to wear something light instead of that clunky armor. She lays it all out like a pro, an official mission built on diplomacy, perfect tailoring, and a lightning-fast run to grab silk. But Masaru's brain already clocked out. Then he spots a glowing mushroom, and his ADHD goes into full-blown chaos. A flash mushroom hits the scene. He blares out loud, totally losing his mind as he geeks out over how it reacts to magic stones. In seconds, he whips up a freaking awesome magic lantern, and Alina just stares, actually impressed for once. This dude instantly gets lured by some other shiny thing, and Alina has to grab him by the body and yank him back into the mission. He fires back immediately, insisting that detours and getting lost on purpose are the whole thrill of an adventure. He even straight up asks Alina if she ever stops to breathe, relax, and actually soak in the view while they're on the mission. She panics and blurts out, okay, maybe once or twice, but this time is totally different. Right then, she grabs the reins back, urging him to explore, but only in moderation. So of course, he rushes in and spots a weird flying manafish sealed inside a crystal, then snatches it up and adds it to his collection. Then he strolls off and starts poking something that's not a mushroom. Whatever it is, it squirms back at him like pure elastic. Alina's danger sense goes haywire. Don't touch that, she shrieks, because the camera pans and shows they've smashed right into a massive, colossal spider web. Then the floor drops beneath them, right as a swarm of colossal, multi-eyed spiders plunges from the ceiling, and Masaru's soul flat-out bolts from his body. He panics, then kicks one of the spiders, flying like it's the last thing between him and the end. A Hiji speeder screeches. He's screaming defiance at the rulers, totally losing it because he can't stand spiders. He pleads with Alina to act, because the creatures begin pulsing with dark magic the second it surges. But our trusty guide fumbles one move and gets slammed into the webbing, stuck fast. Those sticky threads cinch tight and grind her outfit into pure strain, like they're trying to rip the fabric right off her. So what's Masaru thinking right now in the middle of this life-or-death chaos? His brain totally fries, just a screaming chorus of panicked perverts, all fixated on Alina's wardrobe slipping at the worst possible moment. He snaps back for a second, then immediately starts shrieking about his arachnophobia again. useless as can be. More spiders keep swarming in from every side. A razor-bright slash of steel cuts through the web in an instant, and Lena's finally free. A mysterious samurai rolls in like a shadow, locks eyes with them and asks, "Are you guys safe?" The hero shouts at them to run, but Masaru's priorities are pure disaster. He's furious because this guy just ruined a precious moment. Then our boy corners the new guy and smirks, telling him that sword didn't really cut the web at all, it just tangled up. The samurai's face turns into a mask of pure shock when he realizes he can't move. He's stuck. Before he even gets his failure processed, the web snaps shut and he gets launched straight up, yeeted toward the ceiling. Masaru and Elena just stare as he walks away. Does she really deadpan like nothing happened? Me too. There's a savior now and he's fully gift-wrapped in screams, begging someone to come save him. Our duo locks eyes, completely stunned, like the universe is daring them with one simple question. Are you here to help or to get helped? All right, buckle up. Our boy lands face to face with a dude wrapped up tight in spider silk, yelling for his life like the world's ending. That poor dude is getting wrecked by the worst day imaginable. He's begging for help and swearing he'll do literally anything. Our main guy is about to throw down, until he realizes the hero's got no weapons. Then Elena just smirks and goes, "Here, take this." With zero hesitation, she casually summons a surfboard-sized sword out of thin air, like it's nothing. The webbed guy's mind just snap freezes because he realizes it's an item box. His skills are reading it, and it's totally his handiwork, the practice blade he forged, but never once used. And yeah, looks like today's the day he finally puts it to the test in the field. Next thing you know, it explodes into full-blown war against those eight-legged freaks. Elena zips around like a storm, tearing everything to pieces, and this absolute unit can barely hang on. His soul is shrieking, "I can't do this anymore." Somehow, pure miracle, they make it through, and the cave floor is strewn with crushed arachnids, while our heroes finally grab the breath they've been fighting for. The blacksmith's wheezing, practically confessing he hates spiders, like with his whole soul. Meanwhile, Masaru checks out his brand new weapon. It's a little strange, like it's built to yank instead of slash, but who cares? If it gets the job done, that's all that matters. Elena tells him this is a wild perk from his Forest Watcher skill. If he grinds a few more levels in swordsmanship and appraisal, he'll unlock its real shape-shifting form. Before they even touch the skill trees, they spot their captured bandit, fully out cold, collapsed in the middle of the monster cave. His priorities are completely unhinged, so they call a quick break to figure out what to do with him. Masaru can't even catch his breath. His skills are evolving like this, and it's blowing his mind. While our blacksmith buddy is still hogtied and replaying his own talent in his head, a mouth-watering aroma suddenly slithers through the cave. Every single head whips around at once. Wait, is that food I smell? Oh, it's not just food. Our guy is plating gourmet pizzas right in the middle of a dungeon, like it's nothing, and this absolute unit is showing off with goat cheese and seafood. The blacksmith is completely stunned. He says he was only hammering away, nodded off, then jerked awake to find a bandit trying to get 6 spiders off him. Masaru goes, "Wait, I saved you twice, so you better know what you owe me, my friend." And then he explains that the bandit tried to rob Dem, which is what originally set those spiders off. And that's when the blacksmith drops a bomb. So if those spiders showed up early, yeah, I owe you an apology. Wait, what? Spiders are friendly. Just as they're chilling, the bandit jerks awake at the worst possible second, yells for more cheese, and gets totally shot down. Elena nods and confirms it. Those spiders aren't enemies at all. They're allies for the people living deep in the underground city. Futa, the blacksmith, Haley's Masaru, has to be an insect tamer, honed for it by his clan. Our hero's mind kicks into gear, and you can feel the gears in his head start grinding. Futa steps forward and proudly introduces himself as an insect tamer from a family that lives side by side with spiders and moth demons deep underground. Then, just like that, Masaru finally gets it, and the world clicks into place. The special silk thread he's been hearing about, it comes from these very insects. Our unsuspecting hero immediately panics, convinced he just wiped out a whole neighborhood of friendly spiders. But Futa shrugs it off. Turns out those spiders had flipped and started attacking people on their own, and he was already set on taking care of them. No big deal. He even drops a final nod of respect for his fallen ally. Futa can't shake the feeling that the Demon King's power is leaking out, and that's why the local wildlife is going completely berserk. After they finally introduce themselves, Masaru spills the real deal. He's on an epic quest, with a messenger mission to forge ties with the underground. Futa is totally stunned. He meets a messenger for this brand new nation, and he can't believe it, like, it has to be a joke. Then Masaru drops the other shoe. Turns out the order came straight from Victinias, the goddess of creation, and Futa completely snaps, cackling like he's lost his mind. He slams the whole idea as hopeless, dead sure that nobody underground will ever buy a story that crazy. But the second Masaru says they're going, Futa's attitude flips on a dime. he jumps in with non-stop energy, volunteering to lead the way like, seriously, this is the least I can do. Man, that guy is rock solid dependable. He flashes a confident thumbs up, all fired up to take on the quest for his whole clan. While they're on the move, Chickly leans in and asks Masaru if he's cool with Elena, because demons and humans, they've been tangled together for ages. Our hopeless hero panics on the spot, stammering that dark elves are beautiful as he sneaks a glance at Elena. Futa nods with full conviction, straight up saying Elena's built like a powerhouse. Then, right on cue, Masaru's communication tablet pings. A divine message from the goddess herself suddenly appears on your screen, then it bluntly asks, "So, do you like dark elves?" Masaru's soul rips out of his body in pure terror, while everyone else just stares, and Futa swears he's probably texting his lover. So yeah, our main man has to spell it out. Nope, he's not talking to some random deity, he's talking straight to the goddess Victinia's. Futa freezes in shock because the joke hits him like a brick. Turns out it was the stone-cold truth. Truth hits him, and before Masaru can even blink, another message pops up from that petty goddess. Yeah, I don't think I lose on the whole being pretty thing. Even Futa has to admit it. This goddess on screen is straight up an absolute smoke show. And that's when Masaru finally snaps. He slams into the tablet and screams at that useless goddess to stop barging in while he's trying to handle an HR request. He snaps at her to go keep tabs on the Demon King case, instead of wasting time trolling him. After they finally managed to blast their message past the deity, the crew keeps moving, and Futa blurts out that they've arrived. And man, what an arrival, because right in front of them stretches a massive city, carved deep inside the cavern itself, packed with jaw-dropping Japanese-style architecture. Man, the view is unreal. Spectacular doesn't even cover it. Welcome to the underground city. All right, lean in. Up on that god plane, Ira is straight up losing it, screaming at her divine monitor as she watches our boy, and then she just shrieks, "What kind of working is this?" All the other goddesses are just hanging back, trying to soothe her, but Ira instantly panics. She blurts that it's not like she doesn't trust him, she just can't stop blushing hard enough to beat a stop sign. She leans in, shoots a cheeky wink, and tries to play it cool. "Come on, be a good girl. So yeah, you get what I mean, right?" "Yep, we get it, you're jealous as hell." The moment the other goddesses hear it, they start whispering that our main guy is getting way too cozy with Elena, and Ira's rage is so sharp it practically screams, pissed off, across her chest. But just as the tea party heats up, it all gets yanked to a stop when Hera, this brand new, way more terrifying goddess, arrives and declares that Zeus and she are here because the world is in real trouble. She jumps right in and demands a word about the Onion King, then casually grades Masaru for now passing, sure, but makes it crystal clear he's got to level up and start pulling better results like yesterday, ASAP. No pressure, my dude. Back on Earth, our unsuspecting lead and his crew finally touch down at their destination, the underground city of Kakyaha. And this place is pure fire. This hidden city looks straight out of ancient Japan, like someone stumbled on a real lost world. Masaru's soul slips out of his body in total bliss. Like the moment he steps in, the harmony hits him so hard he feels like he's finally found home. Their guide Futa turns to him and asks if he knows the culture, and Masaru blurts that it feels almost exactly like Japan. Futa tells him this city is a full-on cultural melting pot, built by immigrants from the Western continent who mashed all their styles together into one unstoppable mix. But our practical craftsman immediately clocks the weird problem. Wait, this is an underground lake, so why are all the houses built out of wood? He points out that the humidity should be chewing through all this wood, turning it to mold and rot like it's doomed to vanish. Futa just shrugs it off with a grin. We're not craftsmen, so why should logic even matter? He explains, this isn't about practicality, it's about holding onto the warmth of the earth we left behind. And it all comes down to the feeling, man. He swears they share the same blood as the dark elves, like nature runs in their veins through the trees. This whole philosophy is what makes the city feel like it's alive, like it's breathing right in front of you. Masaru can't deny it, this is seriously stylish. This absolute beast suddenly snaps into clarity and realizes convenience isn't a luxury. It's the key to everything. He's about to toss the quest aside for a moment and hit the streets like a tourist, ready to explore what this city can do. But Futa shuts that thought down at once, reminding him they're still in the middle of the mission. Report upstairs that they wiped out those spiders. Then Futa spills the truth. Everyone's keeping the whole spider mess hush-hush, so now they can finally relax and soak in the city like they earned it. He immediately whips the crew away from a certain spot, insisting there's nothing interesting up ahead. Yeah, that's super shady. That's exactly why our heroes can't wait to storm in there even harder. Suddenly, a bunch of guards burst in, grinning and congratulating him for how hard he'd worked in the district. They throw their gratitude at him, thanking him for making the whole area safe again. They even promise to throw him a party later, but Futa politely shuts it down. As soon as he gets distracted, Masaru and the girls rocket straight past the guards, and Futa's face goes full panic as he yells for them to stop. He bolts to their side, totally stunned, blurting, "What the heck are you doing?" Our boy doesn't even blink. He declares, "I'm a messenger, and I've got to see the big shot Futa reports to." Futa goes completely mute, stunned to learn this guy wasn't playing around at all. He'd been dead serious the whole time. Right then, a voice slices through the chaos, screaming so loud it shakes everything. A woman suddenly barges in, roaring that everyone needs to explain the noise happening right outside the patriarchal conference tower. She tears into Futa so badly, he can only bow his head and apologize for the mess he caused. Futa blurts out that the guy standing there, Masaru, just saved his life from the demon spider. The chief, and yeah, this intimidating woman has serious doubts. She's heard rumors that he lurks around food, and it's making her question him. Elena steps forward to question him, then drops the shocking detail that he's actually a messenger from God. Damn, the chief really does pull off miracles here. On one side, he saves her subordinate and even has that rare spatial storage skill, but on the other, any messenger from God talk feels like straight-up nonsense. She admits the stories have a hint of truth, but then laughs off the whole ridiculous claim. The second he realizes they're about to kick him out, our hero goes for the ultimate power move. He declares he'll bring the undeniable proof that shuts them down. He yanks open the roof, hauls out this massive pot, and starts cooking like it's showtime. Everyone in the room freezes. He's calling it advanced ritual art, and warns that even the tiniest slip can be deadly. After a few brutal seconds, he bursts out, "Pot time," and right there in the boiling water, this colossal crab explodes into existence. But wait, look up, a black portal tears open over the pot. From a burst of light above, a pillar of brilliance erupts, and the goddess Aera herself comes crashing down from it. She didn't come to deliver some holy prophecy, she came for the giant crab. Without so much as a pause, she snatches a leg, blurts itadakimasu, and dives in like she owns the place, while those stunned mortals just stare, frozen in shock. The chief's jaw drops to the floor, and she instantly recognizes the scene from the god's inauguration ceremony. Yep, this is the real, legit goddess, and right now she's acting like a starving tourist, and you can't deny that divine energy for a second. The chief finally whips back to Masaru, fully certain he's the real deal. Then she smiles politely and tells him to get out, because right now they're slammed with a full-blown berserk insect infestation. Turns out those crazy spiders that attacked Futa were just the warm-up, because the whole underground cave is crawling with them now. It's a monstrous mess, one that could drag on for weeks before anyone finally gets it under control. Hearing that our main guy spots his opening, he strides up like a hero and charges to wipe out every last berserk insect for them. He figures this is the fastest way to win big with the locals and rack up serious impression points. The guards snap instantly, offended out of nowhere, because they think this guy's mocking every sacrifice they've ever made. But the chief and Futa read the room. When they watched him handle 6 spiders like it was nothing, they couldn't ignore how practical and unstoppable he was. Futa's sizing himself up, and he's convinced his power matches the 5th seat of their elite warriors. The chief bursts out that this kid's arrival has to be a gift sent straight from the heavens. In the olden days, the heavenly gift didn't bless her at all. It just kept demanding even more sesame-flavored sauce for her crab. With that sorted, a fresh plan snaps into place. Masaru takes control of Futa's unit and storms straight into battle against the bugs. The chief slams down their main mission. This is what they have to do. They're about to team up for a daring operation. Snatch a rare giant silkworm moth crackling with electricity. All right, buckle up. Masaru just got dropped into a brand new underground city, and instead of a friendly welcome, he's getting yanked straight into a brutal corporate power fight. And seriously, what's that giant red mark on his face? Oh, it's nothing, just a totally friendly love tap from a god, straight from a crab. After a brutal briefing on the tower's political mess, our main man sprints toward the top floor for a clan leaders' council. Turns out this whole city's basically split between 2 rival clans, Fuga and Ega, and they hate each other with a passion. Ega, and speaking of guts, when it comes to the Ega clan, their grumpy old head Yuka is already glaring at them from the stairs like she can smell the nonsense. This woman is definitely not in the morning mood. She starts grilling them for the delay, but the way she talks feels less like concern and more like a passive-aggressive jab. Masaru, never one to read the room, instantly trolls her by playing dumb and acting, shocked they're bringing in a surface dweller like him to their secret operation. Sarcasm practically dripping off every word. Uka's face snaps from grumpy to pure thundercloud. She blasts him as a reckless chairman, screams that his brain isn't even on, and tears into him for messing with information security. While Futa tries to play peacemaker, Oka's rage is still blazing because Masaru dragged his dark elf buddies along again, and her own goons are revving in the back like they're in high school, clearly proving these two clans hate each other with a passion. Shocking, right? Here's the deal. The Fuga clan cranks out giant, creepy spiders, while the Ego clan raises majestic silkworm moths. So they can't tear each other apart over market share. They split the power, taking turns picking a chairman from rival clans, like the world's most dysfunctional homeowners association on steroids. Our boy just shrugs it off, but you can tell his mind's stuck back in Japan, where he used to brawl with his old boss non-stop. Some stuff never changes, I guess. He flashes back to his old manager, an unbelievably stubborn geezer who once handed him the most ridiculous job imaginable. This dude seriously told Masaru to go door to door out in the middle of nowhere and ask strangers what they wanted him to stock. And our hero's soul about yeeted itself right out of his body from how wild it was. But somehow it still worked out. An insane, roundabout trap that forced him to connect with the locals, like a full-on social engineering masterclass. Suddenly, we're right back in the present crisis. Futa drops the bombshell. 3 days ago, the silkworm facility got hit hard as crazed bugs swarmed in. Then a kaiju-sized moth slipped free, and they've been scrambling to fight it ever since. But the biggest, baddest one is still out there. Yuka immediately starts pointing fingers and demanding a better plan, but Futa snaps back fast. She reveals she has a fresh report from a witness. And the report is straight up insane. The caretaker spots black, shadowy sludge gulp down a bug, then a hand suddenly erupts out of it. We catch a split second of total chaos, nightmare fuel, when some shady figure darts off like they've got the cops on their heels. Yuka's frozen, staring like, what kind of curse is this? But nope, it's not a curse at all, the bug just snapped and went full berserk. The moment he clocks it, he realizes it's the evil clone Masaru's handiwork. So Masaru's whole plan gets shut down immediately. And you know what, you're short on fighters. Futa just shoots back with a grim, then look for yourself. And the view is downright terrible. Down below, a makeshift hospital sprawls out, packed with battered, broken warriors fighting to stay alive. They finally cornered the giant silk moth, but the price was brutal. 40% of their fighters vanished, even wiping out their top-tier badasses. The current chairman admits it straight up. Capturing that beast was the final ounce of power they had. If that monster gets free, the whole city is getting wiped out, no saving it. Yuka snaps into action, yelling that this moth is special, and that they've got to go all in. But our main man clocks right through her act. This old lady is terrified, she'll lose face and get roasted by her ancestors in the afterlife. The warriors who got absolutely wrecked were around level 20 to 30, and they basically fought her, while our guy just stood there getting pushed to the limit. This absolute unit strides up to the fuming clan leader, taps her shoulder like she's a kid, and coolly goes, "Don't sweat it, I can probably build this myself." Oka's brain crashes. You outsider. She can't even wrap her head around the pure audacity. Masaru is out here treating a city-ending monster like it's no big deal, straight up comparing it to his nemesis, Lancelot. Wait, did he just say Lancelot? The name hits like a spark, and the heavily bandaged warrior at the top of the stairs just freezes solid. Everyone whips around, Masaru's totally lost. Wait, who is this guy? The bandaged man steps forward and calls himself out. Zanji, the first seat of the warrior command, the real top dog. Zanji, even though he looks like a walking mummy, swears he can still throw down, because the moth rectum unleashes its lightning magic. Yuka erupts in yelling, demanding he stand tall like a symbol of the Iga clan's pride. Then Zanji slams her with a brutal question about his brawl with Lancelot. This was a no-rules slugfest, and Zanji flat out admits Lancelot let him win. Masaru's totally stunned. You won. Uksanji and Zanji explode into laughter, and Zanji almost cracks his own ribs laughing. Masaru snaps at him to calm down, but Zanji drops the bomb. He's got a healing skill. And to prove it, he reveals he knows Lancelot inside and out. Yeah, he's dueled Lancelot in a tournament every single year for a whole decade, and he's lost every single time. He respects that guy so much that he can see it instantly. He's just a soldier next to a real hero. With that, he locks eyes with Masaru and hits him with the million-dollar question, "Will you protect this city for us?" Yuka's jaw drops and she goes completely silent. Then Zanji drops a mind-blowing question on the old lady. What matters more to her, forgotten dusty history, or the people living, breathing, and fighting right now? She snaps, "You're a fool," but you can literally see her thinking gears spin, like she's already been checked and has the proof. Masaru just smirks. Maybe this stubborn old tough guy isn't all stone after all. But that sweet, heart-stopping moment gets smashed to pieces when a messenger bursts in screaming the monster is breaking loose, black lightning crawling over it, and now it's way stronger than ever. Panic spreads like wildfire, because that seal is seconds from shattering. Water, without missing a beat, Dunleash rips the tension into a mighty silence, and grabs control. She snaps out orders, evacuate the civilians, get the remaining soldiers ready, and then whips around to Masaru, dumping the whole crisis on his shoulders, and our hero just fires back with a calm, confident nod. Then he whips out his Hinge Grand signature like a trophy, and of course he can't resist flexing, claiming he could probably beat Lancelot right now. That kind of confidence hits like a spark, Yuka's just staring in pure confusion, while Sarah dives into potion prep, and boom, the plan is officially underway. Masaru doesn't care how wild the plan sounds. If it's a plan, he's all in. He throws a fist pump, fires off his legendary line, and tells everyone, "It's time to wake up and hit the shops, let's go." All right, buckle up, our boy and his crew are staring down a massive, sealed cave, and the locals spell it out. They've trapped silkmoth spiders inside that solid rock tomb. But now they've gone and carved out a little man-sized hole like it's no big deal, and they're all chanting, "Masaru-sama, your turn, go catch it." While our poor guy hesitates like he already knows this is gonna be brutal. The second he cracks the door open, he's hit with an absolute nightmare the moment he peeks inside. A giant moth monster that blasts out pure, no-holds-barred druid energy. And our unsuspecting hero gets absolutely wrecked. He was bracing for giant spiders, not Godzilla-level fury in a Frifficuson. One of his buddies slaps a hand on his back like, "Come on, for a god's hero, this is just another Tuesday, right?" Wrong, dead wrong. Just as he realizes he's about to get yeeted into the afterlife, this guy slams the brakes and yells, "Timeout," like it'll save him, strategy time. He's trapped in a tea that's about to turn him into practice ammo, until it's revealed the thing is an unholy beast. A silkworm, an immortal insect that's been lurking in this cave for centuries. He blurts the big question right away. So immortal doesn't mean you can't be killed, right? And thank goodness, nope, immortality just gives you a life that's insanely long. All right, crisis narrowly dodged. I'm the only one with a working brain cell here, so I demand a map right now. And would you believe it? This whole cave system used to be a colossal silk moth hatchery, a web of gigantic, connected chambers stretching on and on. A light bulb sparks in our hero's mind. He remembers that dust explosion trick, and he immediately starts cooking up an insanely chaotic plan. The plan is simple and totally unhinged. Trigger a massive explosion, then slam an air magic blast with a barrier so it won't turn the whole cave to rubble. Pure high-tech, high-risk chaos, and he's got to pull it off with help, because he can't do it alone. The locals are totally in, no hesitation. If it's about saving their city, they'll do whatever this guy demands. Our main guy is absolutely fired up. He knows this dust explosion is their biggest chance yet, and it'll take every single person on deck to make it happen. The whole plan shoots straight to the top brass. Then a frantic messenger barges in and derails the city council meeting on the spot. To make sure Chairwoman Foucault knows Masaru's plans are fully greenlit. All right, this is it. The silk moth capture operation is finally kicking off. Now she checks in with the other clan heads, and every single one of them nods like they're reading from the same script. Yeah, almost everyone. Lord Futhu, a grumpy old geezer, snarls about trusting some outsider, but in the end he gives in, because that's just how the Egger clan does things. With everyone's leadership locked in, they blast an evacuation warning across the entire city. Back at the cave, it's go time. Masaru and his crew are charging straight into the beast's belly without blinking. And just like that, the operation kicks off. The whole team squares up to the massive silk moth, and the disgusting spider guards it rolls out like a nightmare army. Elf warrior Alina and ninja Futa lock eyes and brace for impact. And our boy charges in front, his face screaming pure, unshakable determination. The silk moth rips out a huge egg sac from its abdomen in the very next moment. But our hero just smirks, like he already knew it all would happen, and I'm counting on each and every one of you. The sac explodes wide open, and a roaring flood of skittering spiders pours out like a nightmare tsunami. The frontline troops immediately sprint forward and lock into a tight wall. No way we're letting them through. Elena and her squad don't even pause. They explode into a whirlwind of death. They carve through the spider horde, locked in with surgical precision and zero hesitation, holding the line like it's their only heartbeat. Elena plants herself like an unbreakable fortress, her blade flashing non-stop as she shields the main team. She lays it all out in a split second. Stick with the plan and they'll stall the spiders, while Masaru and his troops charge deeper. So yeah, the intel screams that the big moth is zeroing in on him, meaning if he makes a move, it'll chase right after. So yeah, this absolute unit is the bait, and it's about to hook something big. Suddenly, the giant silk moth comes roaring to life, summoning 4 vicious orbs of dark energy. The frontline soldiers don't hesitate, they're raring to go. Believe in Masaru-sama, they roar and slam those bizarre devices into the ground. The monster rips open a massive lightning storm, but every bolt gets yanked straight toward the devices lying near it. Boy-de date. The soldiers are losing their minds, because this guy just invented lightning rods for real. Yeah, it's a terrifying prototype, but it works flawlessly. Our hero stares in awe, practically patting himself on the back for how brilliant his own handiwork is. The one problem, Those rods gulp mana like a starving monster, so the crew has to scramble and swap them out after every single blast. Then they move like a perfect machine, swapping out the spent rods before the next attack can even land. Meanwhile, a different squad slams earth magic into place, stitching up the ground like it never cracked. And everyone's strapped into insulated suits from wormhide. Our boy can't stop staring like, my production skills are totally busted, right? He finally bursts into the main cavern, and the silk moth's size hits him like a punch, so huge it steals his breath. The next move, lure it even deeper. But tell me, how are they even supposed to move a monster that massive? Back at the entrance, the soldiers are spiraling into full-on panic because Oro slipped away during the strategy meeting right after he said, "All right, we're good to go." Now nobody knows, are they watching a genius at work, or just a total idiot playing life on hard mode? The silk moth realizes its lightning plan is getting trolled, then snaps and headbutts the lightning rods straight out of existence. It charges straight up to the gear and slams its face into the equipment. Then everything snaps into pure chaos. This giant moth swivels around and starts tearing into their silk moths right inside the cave. Soldiers burst into full-blown confusion because everything just moves faster than they can comprehend. Why would you strike your own kind when every scream they let out is the exact moment that monster whips its focus to the entrance? It hammers the boulder blocking the cave and plows toward freedom like it can't wait another second. But right as it's about to slip away, a colossal stone hand tears out of the ground and clamps down on it. It's a massive, gigantic monster. The construct grapples the beast tooth and nail, pinning it down with sheer, overwhelming strength. But the soldiers clock the magic on the spot. Only one person could pull off a stunt this insane. The guy himself shows up with that smug grin still glued to his face, cackling like, "So, outsider Masaru, you really know how to shove people around." Turns out Zanji was bleeding out, but our boy slammed a healing spell into him and dragged him back awake. Zanji tells everyone Masaru basically brought him back, screamed, "Get to work," and threw him straight into the fight, right on cue, because he knew they'd need serious firepower to slam the silk moth back into its cave. With a thunderous roar, Zanji rips power through his magic, then yanks the stone giant into action to bully the monster around. He drives it deeper and deeper into the cavern system. He admits this is all he's got, so he's just buying time. He stares at a second silk moth and tells you, "The next move is yours, go on, lead it." He rips the silence apart with a brutal roar. "This is your huge moment, Futa." The camera snaps to Futa. He yanks his sword free, and his face hardens into pure, unshakable resolve. He's right on the edge, about to launch himself into the fight. From a safe distance, Masaru smirks like he knew this would happen. "Yeah, this was the plan all along." He points it at Futa. "Now show us what you've got." All right, the crew's staring straight into a cavern mouth. And then, boom, they spot a kaiju-sized silkworm moth getting chased through the dark by one lone guy waving a glowing lure like it's bait for destiny. Turns out, it was all just some outsider's wild, ridiculous scheme. And the rest of the squad was freaking out as this whole strategy started to land. One of them shoots out that shaky, "We've never even seen this Futa guy fight." But Masaru, our main man, apparently backed him hard, swearing he's a special case, and in this world that basically means totally unhinged. Cut to the planning session. Our boy is in the medical room, patching up Futa with some seriously shady healing magic. Futa's raring to go, but Masaru's still short on firepower, so he drags this absolute beast over and begs for introductions to other heavy hitters. Futa, pure peak protagonist energy, just scoffs like, "I've got this." But Masaru has to spell it out. First, they lure the giant moth into a huge cavern, then they trigger a catastrophic dust explosion, and for that they need a guide, a ridiculously fast one. He's even got a special lure lamp, handed to him by some breeder, and he's basically pleading with Futa to be the bait. The peanut gallery is straight up losing it. Futa, the elite and the fifth seat, was standing there, and just earlier, that spider monster absolutely wrecked him. Masaru just smirks and says Futa's been holding back, because this dude's got the ultimate anime weakness. He's a total emotional wreck, clueless with women, and somehow so pathetic it's perfect. Right now, the elf and her crew are staring at all of it unfold, then it hits them. Futa never once pulled out his signature skill. That's why they usually toss him lone missions. His power is pure chaos. And the name of that skill, Speed Sustain. Then Futa just flips the switch, 0 to 1,000 in a blink, turning himself into a full-on human missile that blasts a trench straight through the ground. Watch this skill guzzles mana instead of stamina, so it's made for a brutal long-distance kite run like this. After some brutal training, he shoved it to a whole new level. Now he doesn't even need to hit the gas anymore, he's already at top speed. We watch him glide in front of the giant moth like it's nothing, pure motion and mischief, luring the beast deeper and deeper into the trap. People say his skills are lightning fast, and honestly, That label's way too small for what he can do. He's a blazing comet, and he swings that sword like it's fate. He tears through the last corridor and dives straight into the kill zone. This op is in its final, no-turning-back phase. It's dead simple: lure the moth in, then collapse the entire cave on it. On the other end, Masaru's already waiting, acting like he didn't really expect Futa to pull it off, yet somehow he did. But right now he's got the giant angry bug breathing down his neck, right behind him. Masaru's eyes turn icy, like he's done playing. No mercy at all, not even like that time with the spider. Futa clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing like fire, and he roared, "Brace yourselves. I'm taking all of you down, your wings are done for." He plants his feet and winds up for a swing, so wild it looks impossible to even reach. And Masaru's companions are totally baffled. What the hell is he even doing? But our main man, he gets it. Futa has pushed his speed to the absolute limit, and drove that new skill right into the force of his sword swing. The silkworm moth disappears in a chaotic blur of slashing strikes. It's a secret sword technique, one instant where 1,000 slashes strike at once. Nothing gets away once it comes for you. He calls it the 9D, and folds slams it back, and the monster gets absolutely pulverized. Blinding strikes tear its wings apart until they explode into confetti. Futa crumples to one knee, wheezing hard. His muscles are drained, and that skill cost him everything, leaving him to cut only one wing clean off. But it's enough. Now the rest is on you, he gasps. And that's Masaru's cue: game, set, and done. He slings his hands out, blasting air magic to cage every speck of dust inside a glowing membrane around the grounded moth. Then he snaps with ignition magic, screams "Take this," and lights it up. The whole cavern explodes to life. First, the dust cloud catches fire, and then boom, the chain reaction finally ignites. It erupts into a total, catastrophic explosion, like the world just blew apart in one brutal moment. That blast is way bigger than our hero ever expected, and it's sucking his mana dry like a faucet with a broken seal. He just can't keep it up. His mana hits rock bottom, and he crumples to the ground. A brutal shockwave tears through the cave, blasting out like a tidal wave of heat and raw force. Masaru's getting absolutely wrecked. His throat's on fire and his eyes sting like crazy from the heat. Futa stared in disbelief, realizing they'd be toast if this wild plan hadn't worked. Masaru was the only shot they had. The city gets saved, probably, but right now the real crisis isn't survival or victory, it's whether his underwear survived that blast, because yeah, that's a true man of priorities. Right when they're cheering him like a hero, a voice slices through the smoke. "Yo, you're still alive, what's up, Futa?" It's our guy, just casually waving from the heart of the inferno, and right behind him, silkworm moth still very much alive. Once we roll back into town, we're hunting down something tasty, no debate. Masaru glanced over his shoulder at the monster bearing down, and his priceless, yeah, the most priceless, face was about to go down in history. The whole crew's, yeah, all of it, left everyone's jaw on the floor. There's no way, no freaking way. Today, the moth isn't just alive. It's crawling around while those sketchy black energy orbs swarm it from every side. Our main man finally clicks, and boom, he realizes the moth's been cheating the whole time with air manipulation magic, which is why it could still fly even with busted wings. The monster lunges again, ready to tear into round 2. But right then it stalls, because Masaru isn't the only one running on empty. His grin widens, and he realizes the moth is drained too. "Looks like we're even now," he laughs. So of course this guy thinks, "All right, let's do the logical thing," and he barrels in to throw a punch. He squares up, sets his stance, and drives a right hook to end it for good. But the moth just strolls right past him, totally ghosting our hopeless hero, its eyes locked on the exit like nothing else matters. This is horrible. If that thing slips free, everything they've busted their butts for will be totally wasted. Futa's been wrecked so hard he can't even budge, and Masaru's running on empty, no mana left for any real spells. All he's got is his spatial inventory, a magical fanny pack that basically turns into a pocket-sized storage god. He frantically rips things out, clawing through the mess like his life depends on finding anything that might work. He yanks together a mountain of junk from the last dungeon: swords, a shield, and even a busted cart. And then it hits him right there on the moth's wing. A tricycle axle jammed in place, forged from demonkin metal. A slow, unhinged grin creeps onto Masaru's face as memory slams him. Those moth's electric attacks, and the cold metallic tools strapped to its body. He starts cackling, blasting the monster with shouts, "Don't tell me." Then the Demon King slips into a mystery class. Without even flinching, our boy hurls the metal axle straight at the silkworm moth. "That's the silkworm moth-chan, yeah, now finish it." "Alright, let's crank the volume." Masaru's silkworm is pinned to the floor, but he's not done yet. He's smiling like a maniac because his wild little plan totally landed. And yeah, if that monster didn't have electric magic, Masaru would have been cooked. Futa's totally lost, staring in disbelief. trying to figure out what our main man could possibly do now that the bug is just stuck. Look, then the unsuspecting leads get hit with a brutal twist, terror crashing in as he screams, "Wait, hold on." His whole crew is just standing there, utterly clueless. Like, what even is that look? Seriously, it's not helping, my dude. And just like that, the pinned silkworm starts convulsing, screaming a horrific groan while dark energy blasts out of its body. So it still has that much power left. Masaru realizes it. This is his only shot, his one and only chance. With a violent roar, the beast tears itself loose from the iron spikes, and he rockets ahead at pure ludicrous speed. Food drops when his jaw hits the floor, because that thing is just as fast as he is. Because the monster is already on his heels, in the blink of an eye. But this absolute unit just smirks. Like, yeah, this is exactly the moment he's been waiting to hit. Now it's showtime for the grand finale. Masaru unleashes his final roar and fires off the ultimate attack. He backhands the air, fires off his enhancement magic, and traps the bug inside a crackling power sphere. That silkworm's probably going, "Dude, really? A tiny bubble." But while everyone else stared in confusion, our hero was playing 5D chess the whole time, and he still wasn't enhancing the electricity. He cranked the magnetic field up to a whole new level. Our boy then casually throws down an elementary science bomb, telling everyone how electricity in coiled wires sparks a magnetic field. Electricity surged through the monster's iron-laced body, and suddenly it wasn't just a beast, it was a gigantic, living electromagnet. And since the magic here is basically raw willpower, all he had to do was grasp the trick, then crank that magnet up to an insane, bone-rattling level. With one last, jaw-dropping declaration, he screams, "AT&DS," right like that. Instantly, every iron blade in the cavern snaps into motion, blasting back toward the silkworm like a furious swarm of hornets. But that's just the appetizer. This guy decides to yank every last bit of iron right out of the cave walls. The whole cavern starts to quake and fall apart as literal tons of rock tear out of the ceiling, all crashing down on the monster. Here, Masaru suddenly turns philosophical, basically telling everyone, "I'm just a modern guy, standing on the shoulders of giants." Then he snaps into an epic pose, and hands the silkworm a final note for its boss, "Send my regards to the demon lord, and tell him I stood my ground." Then he obliterates it, straight up. A literal mountain of stone and iron crashes down and smashes the silkworm under it, crushing it under a mountain of thousands of tons, like nothing could ever survive. The rubble even assembles into a gigantic stone fist, like it's ready for one last, earth-shaking epic punch. The whole rest of the team is freaking out, yelling for Masaru like their lives depend on it. They stood there, locked on Rubble's tomb, because that's where their friends had just disappeared. They're seconds away from a full-blown group heart attack. They stumble back, then it hits them. Voices are echoing from deep inside the pile. And from the chaos steps our boy, plus he's hauling Futa like a sack of groceries. Futa's already snapping, "I told you I was fine, could you have held me a little more gently?" At last, the whole squad explodes into cheers, because their chaotic duo is alive and breathing, and the danger finally vanished. When Masaru finally comes through, everyone swarms him, cheering like crazy, because yeah, he's still standing, even if he looks about 1 second away from keeling over. The elf queen snaps into place, saying enhancement magic twice has shoved him way beyond what he can handle. And that's Futa's cue. He starts snitching fast, telling everyone how Masaru stood there while the cave came crashing down. And just as Futa came storming in to save him, our hero actually snapped, "You're too slow, come on, save me faster." Then he brushed the dirt off like it was nothing and grinned, "See, everything's going exactly as planned." Man, the second they meet, they're already snapping at each other like a tired old married couple. Masaru locks in for a serious moment, nods at the team, and tells them straight up that none of this would have happened without them. And with that, the old-timers finally let out a breath of relief. Our main guy basically shrugs and admits, "Yeah, I'm no Lancelot," then tells you he's the one who forges the tools so everyone else can go swing first. And that's his fatal weakness. But the elf queen cuts him off on the spot. She tells him weakness is his secret weapon, because it's what lets him pass power to everyone else. And that's how their wild multi-species city was born. He gets totally flustered by that wildly forward compliment. And right there, with the fight finally done, they're pumped and ready to roll out, leaving the battlefield as true heroes. But wait, Masaru can still sense a faint jolt of magic in that silkworm. It's not dead. He realizes he can't just leave it there, yanks out his divine map with a smug grunt, and mutters, "All right, time to troll the gods." The scene snaps to the divine realm, where the gods are stuck in a dull meeting that's draining the life out of the air. Victini's getting hammered with non-stop notifications from Masaru. She's one breath away from blowing up. Then she reads the message. The underground mess is already handled, and her mind just goes blank. Then bam, another message flashes, sync the inventory. She grits her teeth, hits accept, and does it just to shut him up. An enormous, mangled heap of rock and iron, plus a half-dead monster, gets yanked through space and dropped into the divine meeting chamber in an instant, shattering their conference table into nothing. Victini's basically freaking out with a full-on mental meltdown, and the goddess beside her is laughing so hard she's on the verge of tears. But right in the middle of the chaos, a brand new player slides in. This shady god steps forward with a smug grin that screams trouble. He realizes this creature was twisted by the Demon King himself, and that could be the one golden clue that finally rips open the truth behind this brand new, unidentified Demon King. Who dares to pick a fight with the gods? Lie, all right, let's slam right back into the chaos. Up in the heavens, the gods are crunching numbers like crazy, and a goddess has just pulled out a fresh stash of special magical energy from a monster. And trust me, the results are wild. So she marches up and presents those findings right to Zeus, the big boss himself. Stares it down like it's nothing, totally unfazed. He's basically like, yeah, I figured, like he saw this coming from a mile away. Turns out, all of this is linked to Ostra's shady chief deity, and Zeus has been plotting his next move for ages. The goddess squares her shoulders and snaps to attention, refusing to be outclassed. Then she declares she's got her own countermeasures ready to unleash. First, put Masaru on the to-do list and get him in the loop. She's so sure her defensive barriers can take whatever the Demon King throws at them. For now, she lets them soak it in, lets the crowd celebrate their win and enjoy this victory party. And oh my, they're partying like there's no tomorrow. The whole city is throwing everything it's got into the celebration, soaking up this brand new piece like it's pure gold. Kids are tearing around to the music, and the whole crowd is going wild with cheers. And the whole place is buzzing with good vibes, because after all that chaos, this party is exactly what they earned. 3 days later, boom, the party's finished, and now we're down in the underground city, where Masaru Village, the one with the dark elves, is in serious trouble. Then we meet Futa, a brand new troublemaker on a mission for our guy. He's been stalking Masaru's name through the whole town, soaking up epic stories about him everywhere he goes. And it only cranks up his desperation to hunt the guy down. He's tearing through every usual hiding place, but somehow, no matter where he looks, our hero is nowhere to be found. Futa finally trips over Masaru's crew, only to find they're not planning war at all, just lounging under a blanket-draped table. They show him the ultimate human invention, the kotatsu, a magical heated table built for pure lounging, and Futa's left staring, totally bewildered but honestly hooked. The girls are freaking out over Masaru's ridiculous skills, but Futa's eyes are locked on the kotatsu's design. He yanks the blanket up, then his eyes blow wide open. He finally realizes the fabric was made on purpose, thin enough to pass unnoticed, and honestly, I'm here for the view. Then, right on cue, Masaru-sama bursts into an instant cackle. Those girls are absolutely mortified, while he gets his sweet revenge, tickled them back for being a shameless pervert. And after the chaos calms down, he demands again, where'd our boy go? Turns out our main man dropped a bombshell. He said they were about to lock in the trade deal at the council tower. FOOTA rockets over there on the spot, like he can't even wait. He bursts in, and there's Masaru, totally relaxed, hanging out with the town's top leadership. Futa blurts out an apology for barging in, then admits he was ordered to haul Masaru straight to the warrior corpse. The elder shuts it down and says the big deal is already locked in, so all they can do is sit tight and wait. But our boy just drops an absolute bombshell. This isn't some small deal. He casually says, like it's nothing, it's the founding of a nation. Futa's soul rips out of his body. He fully snaps in an instant. He screams, Gwawe Ari, willed you keep Such to handle something important but keep it secret. But then the dark elf snaps that the elders okayed the new nation, because it's their way of paying back the debt they owe Masaru. Turns out this trade deal is their first real move in foreign policy, setting up ties with Winteria, because they're hunting down silk thread for a festival. But here's the problem. Every local artisan is booked out solid for the next *2 years. Our hero, the ultimate fixer, throws in a smart compromise. No finished fabric. No problem. For now, they'll hand over the thread. Now he cracks open his past, back when he was a jack-of-all-trades handyman. So yeah, he's got real hands-on know-how when it comes to production. He offers to jump in and help, but only after he gets the grand tour of their silk factory. He pitches it like a can't-miss investment, and they all nod along right away. They sprint straight into the underground fabric factory. Masaru's jaw drops when he spots the looms. He honestly thought every thread here was stitched by hand. He watches one of the workers, eyeing them through a pretty basic setup. It's a plain, hands-on grind. Futa smirks and admits it's way trickier than it seems, and our boy is instantly blown away. Futa then drops the bomb. He's not only a warrior, he's also a craftsman, the ultimate jack of all trades. Our main guy smirks, because this isn't some clueless samurai. he's legit got real value. He might even end up as Lancelot's sparring partner. With these looms, our boy suddenly realizes he can speed things up like crazy. A wicked grin snaps onto his face and he says, "All right, first things first, what are we doing about that production capacity problem? How about we more than double it?" And then this absolute unit just rips a massive, intricate wooden machine out of thin air like it's nothing. Everyone just freezes, staring in total shock at the giant wooden box that suddenly shows up out of nowhere. Their minds are officially shattered. Masaru casually blurts it out, "Oh it's a hand-cranked machine that automates weaving. It's a loom, I remember it, watch closely." He lunges onto the machine, and he slams into the motion, cranking the foot pedals into action. The loom bursts into life and hurls out fabric at an insane speed, like it's weaving on its own, even though he never once touches the thread. He tells them the foot pedals jack the warp threads up and down, something they'd been tugging by hand just a few moments ago. Then he drops the real game changer, a tiny chunk of wood, the flying shuttle. This bad boy fires the weft thread across on its own, like it's got a mind of its own. He turns it into a simple, repeatable routine, and it crushes their old method by leagues. Futa can't even speak, because you're a once-in-a-generation inventor, but our boy just shrugs it off and says he's only handing over the knowledge people actually need. He locks eyes on the stunned chairwoman and Futa, and he already knows every thought racing through their heads. With a cocky smirk, this guy leans in and declares, "Your Masaru-sama's class isn't done yet." He pops up like a shot fired, ready to unleash the next jaw-drop bombshell, pushing history forward one more brutal step, straight into the future beyond the Industrial Revolution. "All right, hold up, let's dive straight back into the chaos. Our guy S been cooking up something big, and it's about to flip the game forever. He's not just spinning silk, he's stitching the future itself, igniting the Industrial Revolution all by himself." 3 days later, jump the clock forward. Our main guy stands in front of his magnum opus, grinning like a lunatic who just discovered sliced bread, then turns a whole river into hydropower. Turns out this absolute unit basically carved out a full underground factory, prepping to juice his brand new automated machines with nothing but raw force of nature. The locals are huddled here, totally thrown off and staring in pure confusion. And the second those machines roar to life, their jaws drop, because the looms start weaving cloth all on their own. They're scratching their heads trying to name this sorcery, while our guy just shrugs and lays it out. He builds a water wheel in the river, it spins an axle, that axle drives gears, and then a belt whips everything into motion to power the entire setup. Medieval-era automation, baby. He flat out admits it was brutal, because he had to build it from pure theory alone. But the locals are completely stunned, because they always thought automation meant backbreaking labor, yet this guy uses his massive brain to make a river do the work for him. Someone shoots him a question. Why didn't you just use magic stones that feed straight into the power source in this world? Our hero's tone turns razor-sharp as he explains it. Magic stones are running out, the world's own version of fossil fuels. He refuses to gamble their future on some cheap little, sure thing, that's only good until a conscience-blooded king comes for it. Honestly, you've got to love that. He whips around and fires a question at Foucault. How's this new mass production system holding up? And her mom, the chairwoman, is practically buzzing out of her skin. She's already fired up about how they can finally clear every back order with time to spare. And the surplus is so massive, they're not just saving it anymore. They're ready to start shipping it across the whole continent. She's totally blown away by his inventions, calling each one absolutely magnificent. Our boy and Pretty just bask in every last bit of praise. The chairwoman is so grateful she basically says, "Exporting our goods still won't be enough to pay you back." She jumps in, ready to help with anything he needs, especially his wedding, and the second our hopeless hero hears that, his soul practically rockets out of his body. Then he flails his hands like crazy, stuttering, There's no, not on my radar." Sure, he shoots a quick glance at Platty as he says it, and Platty just answers with that knowing smile. Man, he's awful at hiding it, like it hurts to watch. He's all flustered, scrambling to claim it's just different species and a different point of view, and yeah, sure buddy, we're totally buying it. He tries to dodge the whole conversation at light speed, then blurts out a brand new business idea. He's found a secret liquid in the underground city that can patch up cracks in wood like it never happened. It's spider silk made into a base that hardens like epoxy, perfect for building, and the man's brain never, ever shuts off. And that blazing, innovative energy spreads like wildfire. One of the kids spots the spinning gears and suddenly sees what they could become. He starts rattling off wild new ideas. Crush this, move that, make it do more. And turns out our boy isn't just building machines. He's lighting a spark that'll raise the next wave of engineers. Then he drags Foucault aside and leans in close to whisper a mind-blowing, top-secret idea. Yeah, whatever it is, She's locked in, eyes sharp, like she can't stop thinking about it. 2 days later, the moment finally hits, time to move out. The crew is breaking down in heartfelt goodbyes to the folks of the underground city, and man, this is so wholesome it almost hurts. They swore they'd come back later and throw them a real thank you ceremony. Right here, Platty's grinning like crazy. She can finally breathe because her home is safe, all thanks to our main man. But wait, Futa the samurai suddenly clocks that everyone's waving at him too, and his brain instantly fries. Seriously, why are they all watching and seeing me off? Our boy flashes a grin, because yeah, this is all part of the deal. They're running an engineer exchange program, and Futa's been handpicked to fly to Beacon City and study abroad. Futa immediately shoots it down, but Masaru just grins and trolls him, calling him a legit rival and telling him this is straight-up nightmare fuel, so savage it's unreal. The crowd surges in on him, mocking him non-stop for popping into the tea house so often lately, straight up to see Kosen. Amid the chaos, Futa thrusts a finger at the chairwoman and blurts, "Who are you?" And it clicks instantly. She's Fuko's mother. Futa is totally stunned. This woman looks way too young, and then she drops the bombshell. She's 39. He flips out, yells that they're both age fraudsters, and she just roasts him instantly over his ridiculous beard. This crew is straight up unhinged, like they're one bad decision away from total chaos. Then Masaru shrugs it off and says, from his status screen, he's 36, Plady is 23 in human years, and Lancelot's 30, so everybody's ages are wildly mismatched. But right when the banter heats up, a gut punch drops. Every dark elf in Stenzen has been wiped out. Now the whole city seems packed with breathtaking beauties, all crying out for help. Without even blinking, Futa's warrior spirit erupts, because as a man and as a fighter, he's got to step in and help them. Our boy just lets out a tired sigh and calls him a pervy turtle hermit type, because that bait was way too easy to fall for. With one absurdly simple reason fueling them, the crew rockets toward the new land, Venturelia. Foucault's mom watches them head out, and a proud smile lights up her face. She knows her son's got a full-blown simp streak, but don't worry, she's completely unbothered. Jade is dead certain that gifted kids like Masaru can't just sit still in one place. They've got to hit the real world, take on brutal challenges, and keep their skills razor-sharp. Because if he stayed underground, he'd get comfy, and complacency would swallow him whole. She can feel it in her bones. This journey is exactly what she needs, and nothing will change that. And honestly, she's basically salivating for the chaos. 2 days later, and there they are, right in Venturelia. The city sprawls for miles, buzzing with non-stop life like it's always on the verge of exploding with energy. Nothing feels better than coming back to your home turf. The welcome wagon is already there, and the bunny girls, along with the rest of his guild, are roaring as he comes back. But the second our boy nears his mansion, he freezes, because someone is up on the balcony, pouring tea like they own the place. His brain seizes up like it hit a wall, and the kids clock it instantly, because he's acting seriously creepy. He's locked on the scene, because Isla, his teacher, is right there, and so is Victinius, the Delph Queen. His mind's a sticky loop of gooey eyes, staring back at him like a nightmare on repeat. Victinius takes a calm sip of tea, glares down at him, and drops the most chaotic, reality-shattering bombshell you can imagine. I've decided I'm staying in this city for a while. Our hero's face is a total scream of raw panic, and his home just got invaded for real. A whole week whips past, and we kick things off on a calm, peaceful morning at the Venturelia temple. But inside, it's chaos, May's on a top-secret mission, tearing through a place that's definitely not her room. Suddenly, a voice slices through the silence. Me, it's Ryoryu. And when I look up, she's already glaring, like she can't stand the crawlers roaming the master's quarters. May tries to play it cool, saying she crashed here last night, but Ryoryu won't buy it, snapping that big bro said you can visit doesn't mean you get to tear through his room like a full-on raccoon. May finally drops the truth. She's on the hunt for a legendary tome called Advanced Shipbuilding Techniques ***. Turns out she's trying to flex at the next festival boat race, and she's straight up recruiting our boys' otherworldly know-how. Plus she sweet-talks Ryoryu with a bribe, premium sheep's milk from the hot springs, an offer so tempting you basically can't say no. While they're hunting around, they trip over something way cooler than some dusty old book, an insanely fancy box that screams, "This definitely has a ring inside." They start gossiping right away, because that outfit is way too fancy for our main man to be rocking, so who's the lucky lady he's dressed for? Ryoryu shuts down the ceremony theory on the spot, flaunting the custom design like proof, because this, my friends, is a tribute meant to honor a god. That's when May's brain snaps into pure, unhinged genius. She boldly claims that she'll become a god just to scoop up all the sweet offerings our boy Ryoryu gets, and Ryoryu just stands there, dumbfounded, calling her a dummy like there's nothing else left to say. Right as the chaos is peaking, boom, the door gets kicked wide open, and our poor unsuspecting hero, Masaru, storms in absolutely seething. Aura, where es Victinius? He rages, accusing them of snatching the crab hot pot that he had been patiently prepping and couldn't wait to eat. You girls are caught. May tries to wax poetic about how hunger comes and goes, while Victoria just cackles like crazy, thrilled by all this chaos in the room. Victinius is convinced. This electric, buzzing energy has to be a seriously good sign. Ryoryu jumps right onto that idea, nodding like, yeah, this energy's proof the city's pushing ahead, growing and leveling up. And yeah, she nails it. The story slams straight into the streets of Venturalia, packed shoulder to shoulder with people, buzzing with life like never before. Blacksmiths are hammering molten steel, elves are kicking back and laughing, and the entire city is roaring with action. This place is bursting at the seams with life and electricity in the air. The streets are buzzing, markets are booming, merchants are slinging goods left and right, and there's even this dude out there just chilling with a giant, fluffy ram like it's totally normal. Now we catch Masaru at the west gate, soaking up every second like a kid in a candy store, grinning so wide it hurts. He's totally in his element. But you don't get a second to breathe. This absolute unit just got crowned the city's official tour guide for a whole line of VIP visitors. A whole week has passed since that explosive return from the underground, and now the founding ceremony's construction is going at full blast. Masaru's drowning in work, but he'll admit it, this city's passion is contagious as hell. Still, there's one thing he can't seem to figure out. He glances up, and there it is. Victinia's getting practically worshipped by the everyday people. She carries herself like royalty, pure regal power radiates off her, and our hero can only sweat it out, staring in horror as she's still got everyone under her spell, even after she literally swiped his dinner. Right there she just suddenly shows up, flashes a greeting at the visitors, and then straight up launches her carriage out of there like, boom, gone. Back on tour duty, this guy's forced to escort a bunch of ultra-snooty dignitaries, scrutinizing everything down to the tiniest details, hunting for proof that Venturalia is truly a divine city. First, he hits the public baths. The second they spot those massive, magnificent hot springs, their jaws drop like bricks. This is development on a whole different level. Next comes the guest quarters. Its architectural style is so jaw-droppingly elegant that every guest starts doubting what they ever thought great design even meant. But the real kicker, someone's using the porcelain god for real, and one of the dignitaries snaps instantly, soul practically blasting out of his body as he watches it work. He's desperate to get that tech back home, like yesterday. But our main man isn't done flexing yet. He herds them into this colossal, roofed shopping street under a jaw-dropping glass ceiling. He orders them to kick back and soak up the revolutionary shopping arcade's energy. And the VIPs are totally stunned, scratching their heads like, how did we even build something this massive out of glass? Then our boy steps up and unveils a masterpiece. A table that looks like it has a whole swirling galaxy trapped inside it. He leans in and tells you it's a river table, poured with a special resin made from the threads of magical underground spiders. You just pour the liquid between the wooden planks, toss in a few ornaments, and boom, you've got a custom, top-tier piece that practically yells, yeah, I'm rich. For the grand finale, he steps up and unveils his ultimate creation, a divine doll of Victinius herself. The moment the guests lay eyes on it, they're hooked, until some sketchy mustached guy slides in and blurts the one question that matters. What's under the doll's clothes? Right on the spot, Masaru leans in and hisses that for the special customers, he'll set up a private session where he personally helps equip the undergarments for a cheeky little reveal. This guy's a marketing genius and an absolute menace. The rest of the crew storms in to chew him out, and he just shrugs like, hey, there's demand. The mustached dignitary goes speechless, staring in horror as he witnesses the moment. A brand new, completely unhinged civilization ignites from the ground up. As the tour wraps up, Masaru's playful grin drops off his face. Later that night, out on the edge of the city, the whole atmosphere turns dark and heavy. Right as he finally turns to him, Victinius steps in, and he flat out confirms her divine descent was approved for one extremely specific, no-nonsense reason. For a whole week, they didn't just raise a city, they quietly forged a deadly arcane railgun in the shadows. The one they finally tracked down deep underground, the same one they'd sworn was the Demon King. But Victinius shuts him down with bone-chilling authority. No Demon King here. The sky itself looks like it's cracking open, and then she finally reveals their real enemy, the fallen god. The countdown's over, now it's go time, weapons locked, and the real battle is about to explode. Alright, let's jump into this divine disaster, chaotic smackdowns and all, and it all kicks off with our goddess, Winteria, losing it in the best way. The demon lord they're about to face is actually that very same god from another world. Flashback to 2 weeks ago, when the gods were all crammed into a conference call, and guess who's at the head of the table? Zeus himself, cool as ice, like the end of the world wasn't even on his schedule. Zeus basically drops the hammer. If this new demon king is a fallen god from some other dimension, then screw the rules, because Zeus is stepping in himself. Another goddess pounces on him right away, yelling, "Dude, that's reckless." The other gods are already burning with jealousy because you keep messing with mortals, but even she has to concede. When a threat hits at a god level, you answer like one too. But here's the cosmic red tape. She tells Zeus he's not allowed to step into the final showdown with the Demon King. Zeus still has to keep things moving by the rules, at least a little, so he pulls a classic manager move. Points, delegates, and suddenly Victini, the divine god of Alstatia, is like, "You're up." He can handle it, and Victini snaps to attention with a sharp, "Yes." We slam back into the present, and Masaru's getting this heavenly debrief. Wide-eyed because they actually called a full-on meeting right after the silkworm moth incident. Then Tyria drops it like it's nothing. Zeus is totally reliable, right up until women get involved. And yeah, that's a timeless classic. She lays it out, divine non-interference. No matter how tempted the gods are, they don't get to swoop in and finish the job. This world's mess has to be handled by the people who live here. Basically, she's trapped playing support. She can sling buffs and slap up a barrier around a whole town, and that's where her power basically stops. Our main man is straight up losing it. How on earth can a bunch of mortals stand up to a lateral god? Then Tyria snaps in. She's a regular sin too, because her power gets channeled through him, her apostle. And right then, she orders him to check his build card. Then bam, check out this insane card build. It flips right in front of you, revealing he's an apostle, and his stats are so ridiculously broken they don't even feel real. The look on their faces is worth everything. Masaru and the very goddess backing him just made the tiniest collective gasp, and yeah, nobody expected a human body to carry stats this insane, not even the gods. When Tyria's still stunned, his skills shoot up like a rocket, and his mana almost hits the cap, then it clicks. Her eyes catch the truth. His reincarnated body is a special custom job Lord Zeus himself cooked up, and that's why he's got the cheat codes. This guy gets way too hyped, swearing his wild mana recovery and magic arsenal will make this a cakewalk, until Tyria yanks him back to reality, because nah buddy, it's not that easy, we're bringing more bodies. Speak of the devil, boom, Lancelot bursts in like a storm, and you can almost hear the crowd go, "Sean people, right." He's got that look like he was made for this exact moment. Our boy freezes when he spots the legendary hero, then Tyria just grins and admits it. She's the one who summoned him, and the ultimate backup has finally arrived. They're talking about how this world never crowned a true official hero, like everyone waiting for someone to finally step up. But if they ever had to take down a run-of-the-mill demon king, Lancelot was the one. No debate, no second thoughts. Masaru begs for his help, and this absolute unit is practically shaking with excitement. He grins and says, "Oh yeah, this is about to turn into one hell of a fun fight." We get a lightning-fast glimpse of the King of Greaters basically barking at Lancelot, "Go aid a god, show them our glory." And yep, this kingdom, it's packed with total battle junkies. Lancelot is locked in strategy mode already, laying out how they're going to plug every gap in their defenses. Masaru cracks a joke about Lancelot guarding him, and Lancelot's hero just bursts into a big, carefree laugh. But then his tone drops to stone. This isn't some random fight to him, it's the real deal. This is his first real fight, when he finally steps up as a true warrior, claws out, ready to protect what matters. He locks eyes with our hero and says, "This is the one time I'll risk everything for you." Then he grins and you realize it. The dude didn't just act, he finally found his purpose. Once the whole team's in place, Tyria makes it official. So the Demon King will almost certainly strike the most advanced cities within the month. And yeah, the clock's already screaming. The battle plan is locked in. Lancelot will charge in as the frontline tank, while Masaru darts in as a decoy and support striker. Alright, it's go time, let's grab this win. For the fate of the world to be decided, you've got that reincarnated dude, who came straight out of a home improvement store. A legendary hero with a literal goddess backing you. So tell me, what could possibly go wrong? Later, right at the main gate, our unsuspecting hero is standing there feeling wildly out of sync, hanging with a living legend like Lancelot. But they're stuck on one huge problem, figuring out what the Demon King is really plotting. When Tyria calls it shady, you know Demon Kings usually gorge on negative emotions, but this one is clawing at a world it's somehow tied to, and its motive is a complete blank. When Tyria zips off to dig deeper into more divine research, the boys are stuck handling recruitment. Our main guy needs to crank up the troops. He's desperate for more fighters on the front line. He pitches the idea of bringing in some grizzled old-school adventurers, so they won't have to weaken the city's main defenses. Honestly, that's a smart play. Lancelot drops the names right away, talking up Zars from the underground district, and throws in one of his own men too. But before they can even think about making a move, a massive commotion erupts right at the front gate. A bunch of unhinged lunatics are trying to barge in, screaming that divine judgment is coming. Their leader, smug as sin, perched in a ridiculous clown hat, announces their envoys from the kingdom of Stat. Yeah, so tell me who's keeping them busy. Tsar is the exact guy they were about to recruit, and when he dodges a wild sword swing, Lancelot clocks his sloppy technique instantly. Yep, this place is run by a pack of thugs, all chomping at the bit to plunder, while their shady king keeps the whole operation rolling. Tsar orders them to get lost, but they ignore him and won't listen. The leader erupts into a cackle and a scream about divine punishment, then launches himself straight at Tsar. This guy got screws loose, like he's definitely not playing with a full deck. Tsar snaps his defenses into place and parries the strike, but the force keeps shoving him back, step by step. The thug slams his advantage home, and Tsar's weapon gets knocked away. He's basically finished. Right as the worst is about to land, a brand new fighter bursts in out of nowhere and blocks the deadly strike. This newcomer doesn't even waste a weapon. He just kicks the guy's sword clean out of his hands like it's nothing. Then for the ultimate finisher, he slams a crate of fruit straight into the guy's face. Masaru is snapping right at the worst possible moment. Perfect timing. That's the skilled warrior we were just talking about. Futa is tonight's real deal, an underground powerhouse who's already grumbling that the surface is way too dangerous. He just showed up, and before he even catches his breath, he's already throwing fists in a full-on brawl. All Lancelot is absolutely blown away. So you dragged up another total maniac, huh? He tells Masaru. But as the praise hits, Futa totally panics, then awkwardly flings Tsar's sword right back to him. Lancelot, built like a tank, snatches the sword out of midair without even glancing. Oops, everything flips in an instant, because Futherhe is suddenly not the danger. The real threat is standing right beside him. Lancelot smirks and tells him, "You're good," then flashes a fast, food-driven grin like speed itself just got served. He clocks the new guy from head to toe, and for some reason, a minion of Zenoji somehow feels way more interesting than he should. Food is soul, or at least, that's what he just about drops as he feels it leaving his body, then gapes like, "What the heck is this muscle-packed sword fossil?" Power levels are so high they're basically unreal, and the real brawl hasn't even kicked off yet. Alright, let's jump right back into the chaos. Masaru's trying to play peacekeeper, but Tsar's, the town's resident musclehead, wants nothing to do with it. Masaru is getting blamed on the spot for panicking in the fight, while Tsar's is strutting and acting like he took the whole battle by himself. Honestly, this absolute unit wiped out an entire squad of level 30 fighters. No sword, no mercy, just pure domination. Tsar's tries to poke our main guy, but Masaru, always the pragmatist, just snaps, "Hey, shouldn't we deal with the citywide threat first?" Now the blonde strategist nods and calls the intruders shady to their faces, because they're steering clear of the top-tier fighters, and that can only mean one thing: they've got a plan. The Tsar's a solution. "I guess I'll get warmed up first. I'll go over there and smash everything before the real battle even starts." Yep, that's the kind of culture I respect. While they patrol the castle walls, our boys are lost in their Zazes, cooking up a wild philosophy for how to solve problems. He grins and thinks, easy, crush them. And the idea feels simple, brutally effective, and like the best way to shut down any future problems too. Speaking of crushing things, Zaz has a prisoner in his grip, and he's talking his way through interrogation. Just kidding, he's not asking nice at all. He's demanding to know where their base is. When the guy shuts his mouth, Zaz casually wrecks the stone floor an inch from his face. The moment his soul rips out of his body in pure terror, he panics and starts singing like a canary, and the other party just stands there like, wait, so who's really the villain here? Once intel's in his hands, Zaz grins and declares he's heading out to stir up some serious chaos, then promises he'll be back in just a few days. But hold up, he snatches Masaru out of nowhere and starts hauling him along, yelling that this is the perfect moment for our unsuspecting lead to finally prove just how strong he is. Then the big guy drops a jaw-dropping line of wisdom. Before you even step into a fight, you go all in beforehand. Leave nothing undone, don't let a single regret sit on the table. You may not be a warrior, but you live by that rule. Masaru gets shoved away by another knight, still reeling from the fact that that muscle-headed brute just laid down a brutal life lesson on him. And bam, right in the chest, this finally clicks for our boy. On the battlefield, death's pounding on the door, so you'd better make sure your business is settled before it barges in. Since he dropped into this world, this absolute unit has squared off against everything from rampaging moving statues to demon bears, and his reincarnation perks have kept him from ever hitting the ground, dead. But now, when he's staring down the demon king himself, everything feels different, like the air just got heavier. So what's he going to regret, watching it all crash down? Because right now, he can only think about the city he's building and the rabbit folk he promised he'd help. He can't stop thinking about Queen Victoria. And And in that single heartbeat, our main man locks in. He knows exactly what he has to do next. Forget training for battle. He's launching a huge citywide construction project, and the whole city needs to get ready fast. A few days later, Ryoryu gets pulled into a secret summons for a meeting that smells like trouble. She rushes to meet Mei, and Mei confirms, yep, that urgent call really did come straight from Masaru himself. Ryoryu is already letting out a frustrated sigh, because the second her master shows up, she just knows things are about to go absolutely out of control. They finally land on the exact plot of land Masaru demanded. Ryoryu slammed straight to the ground, boom. And suddenly you're staring at this massive, roaring construction site. We're talking warehouse steel frames, the whole industrial beast. This isn't some small job, it's basically an industrial revolution. They spot Masaru posted up in a temporary office, rocking shady sunglasses and lounging like some kind of Bond villain. Then the moment he opens his mouth, he drops the line, -points, before you come in, you're supposed to bow and say excuse me. Ryoryu is totally stunned, as this guy keeps up his unhinged CEO routine, slashing her imaginary points just because she didn't chat about the weather. Then he jumps straight into a no-jokes, full-on serious interview with the 13-year-old girl. He leans in and asks, so, how do you like the city now that your on-site training is finally done? Ryu shifts into play-along mode and drops a real, heartfelt truth, saying the city shines like hope, a real blueprint for lifting the slums. Everyone's got a real skill set, and most people are clinging to a steady life. She's got food on the table, a roof over her head, and real safety at last. She's got nothing to complain about. It's fun and she's made friends, but deep down, she feels something still missing. With a sinister grin, he leans in and fires the million-dollar question. Aren't we missing something? He understands it perfectly. The burning urge to build, to have your own workshop right in reach, packed with every tool you could ever want. I'm just glad you're here at the workshop with us. Stop, those words hit her like lightning, igniting a burning drive to forge what she wants, on her own terms, right on her own timeline. But she admits it, she hasn't been able to create at her own pace in ages. Time slips by, and with tears burning in her eyes, she finally gets it. This is what it truly means to love, to pour your heart into making something real. Bam! Masaru yanks the sunglasses off with perfect, jaw-dropping timing. Perfect, he snaps, good, and that's why I called you here. If you want a workshop, then I'll hand you one. He jabs a finger out the window at that monster rising from the ground. A massive logistics terminal, being built on a colossal scale. And part of that space is yours, so go on, Ryoryu. To you, our hopeless hero can't even hold it together. Tears of pure joy pour down, as he declares the arrival of a brand new kid manager. He lunges right into Ryoryu's face, a wild grin blazing across his features, gloating that her ultimate wish is about to explode into reality, while her face freezes in pure, unfiltered shock. Masaru shows up and hits Ryoryu with a total bombshell. He hands her a management role, and she's just standing there, totally stunned. Me, a manager. He fires back right away. This isn't some flimsy little workshop stunt, not even close. Nah, he's got bigger plans. Way, way bigger. This absolute unit drops his master plan. And boom, a massive trade corridor opens up as the region's main hub for every import and export. We're talking about a logistics giant that feeds specialty shops with every single thing people rely on every day. Think furniture, then stack up wagon parts, then toss in every tool you can name. They've got it all. Ryoryu suddenly clicks everything into place, and this starts smelling exactly like her master's old workplace. And Masaru, grinning like a chaotic genius, confirms it. He's about to build the ultimate isekai home depot. Ryoryu just stands there, staring up at the sky, imagining how insanely massive this ridiculous project really is. Her mind is utterly shattered, like it can't even handle what she just saw. She's staring in total awe. That's incredible, master. Nothing like this exists here. When the career stuff hits, she gets emotional fast. She's deeply moved that he trusts her with something this huge. But our main man shoots that down on sight with the coldest line ever. Nope, I don't trust you. Right when the feels hit hard, before Ryoryu spirals into a full-on crisis, he cuts in and says, this isn't trust you already own, it's something you'll build from here. He lays out the deal. If she works at the home center, she'll learn the real ins and outs of supply and demand for the whole town. This whole experience will hand her an A for what people need, and that center will turn into her own upgraded workshop. Honestly, it's a pretty sweet deal. A light bulb finally sparks in Ryoryu's head. This isn't just work, it's a trial waiting to test him. A shot to step into his path and level up into an even better craftsman. She fires up the moment, snaps her aim straight at him, and challenges him like she's daring him to go first. She snatches the contract without a second to spare, blurts, I'll do it, and slams her signature on the dotted line. No way she even glanced at the fine print. Flash forward to the next day. Ryoryu is at the royal palace, grinning as she flexes her brand new manager title. She's strutting up to Queen Adelina and the crew, bragging like she's finally one of the city's big shots, and the smugness just practically pours off her. Meanwhile, Adelina studies Masaru's plans, stunned by how lightning fast he's been pushing everything forward. Then her gaze slips straight to Roru's employment contract. She goes dead serious and just blurts, Rhea, what in the world is this? The queen locks eyes with her and drops the devastating truth. Masaru tricked you, because Prioryu's entire world crumbles in that single heartbeat. Adelina goes straight for the million-dollar question. Did you even read that document before you signed it? Ryorio fumbles and admits she just skimmed it. Rookie mistake. Take it, this contract is pure evil. It traps her in running the trade center full-time, then dumps a mountain of random chores on her too, so not a second is left for her own projects. She's trapped there the whole contract, and she keeps frantically ripping through the checklist every chance she gets. And there it is in bold, taunting her soul, 5 whole years. The entire courtroom just rips into her, dragging up that gap she was bragging about minutes ago. And yeah, the trolling is straight up legendary. Sorry, but when Ryorio is seconds away from a total system meltdown, the queen can't stand it, so she steps in, basically begs to find some people who can help. They're even gonna go hunting for skilled craftsmen, and dark elves too, to help carry the weight. But it's already too late. Ryorio is fully losing it, yelling that her master's a total weirdo who will never get a girlfriend because he keeps pulling stunts like this. She rockets out of the room, and the whole place freezes in stunned silence. Adelina snapped her head side to side, whispering that this shady scheme was on a whole other level, because even Masaru wouldn't usually pull something like that. Yeah, then Lancelot spots a tiny note wedged inside the report, and it's from our guy. It just reads, "Help Ryoyu out for me." Then it all clicks. Masaru's relentless pushiness isn't cruelty at all. It's his twisted way of showing he cares. He's not just messing with her, he's molding her, pushing Ryu to level up, grow stronger, and one day take his place as the next successor. Then the talk swings to a fresh report about the Demon King, and Masaru is clearly rushing, like something terrible is closing in. Then we get a quick flashback. This guy's casually like, relax, acting like it's no big deal even if a Demon King or some other monster crashes the party. Most of the knights are ready to believe it, but Delina isn't falling for it for a second. She points out the obvious. Masaru, the guy who reports everything, goes out of his way to say, "Don't worry," and that's the most terrifying sign in the whole world. Lancelot, always the hero, steps in to handle it, so her worries finally get crushed. And he leans in, tells her not to worry, and promises he'll erase every last fear from her heart. That banner is pure top tier. Now the mission is officially in motion. So Lancelot is gearing up to link with Cid and the coastal knights, right there to dig into what's going on. They're basically saying our hopeless hero is just as reckless as his dad, Statute. They say he's headed for the greatest spot on the map, but honestly, who knows where he's really going? Adelina smirks and goes, "I wouldn't be shocked if you wiped out the whole thing by yourself, because that's exactly the kind of monster you are." And speak of the devil, cut, the greatest region, where some poor soldiers are watching a one-man apocalypse unfold right in front of them. Lancelot's father, Stathit, is mowing down a whole horde of monsters by himself. Bro is a straight-up monster, wiping out the whole battlefield and leaving nothing but wreckage and bloodshed. Everything left behind is total, crushing wreckage. The whole enemy army got crushed flat, like someone erased them in one brutal sweep. Without breaking a sweat, he smirks at his subordinate and casually asks, "So you think the same, right?" Yeah, the poor guy's breaking down at the edge, stammering, "That Stat isn't a man, it's a monster." And the second he starts talking, it's like everything snaps. People burst into this wild battle cry, chanting it over and over. All right, let's jump into the aftermath of that brutal beatdown. Lancelot, the certified gigachat of this series, is right there supervising the cleanup crew. Future's still shaking from what he just saw, thinking, "I never imagined Zanj Sama's rival would be this unhinged." And yeah, our main man just wiped out an entire enemy base almost single-handedly. So how'd he pull it off? With a chill little move he called */ of freedom ***. That single strike didn't just crack the entrance, it annihilated half the fortress in one brutal blast. Lancelot smirks like none of this matters, and his subordinate just stands there stunned, saying he's never seen anything like it. Lancelot only clicks his tongue like it's a lesson. Then he admits there were more of them than he expected, and I'm like, "Bro, you missed it. You leveled the block." They crack the fight wide open. 2 top-tier officers charge straight at Future, who's only level 40, and that's basically a death wish, until the unsuspecting lead, the boy, steps in and wipes them out with his bizarre, off-the-wall skills. But hold up, this party ain't finished. A survivor heaves himself upright, eyes wild, looking absolutely feral. He glares at Lancelot, growling through his teeth. "So that's really you, huh? With that giant sword you're Lancelot, aren't you? The rumors about this absolute unit have totally blown up. Lancelot flashes a smug grin, and Futer's soul practically bolts out of his body. So now what? Someone's still standing. The survivor snarls and flexes, wrapped in some kind of wild aura, and Lancelot hears this guy could be around level 60, so of course he's not unimpressed. He just bursts into a maniacal cackle. "Oh, Brainold, I like your spirit." Then, like it's the most chaotic command ever, he snaps at Futer to finish him for them. Food on his face is straight up unfiltered panic. Go Wadger. And you can almost hear him shrieking inside his own head. As he climbs, Lancelot just folds his arms like he's locked in for a pay-per-view match. Yeah, that survivor, S for real. And even from here I'm betting he's already hit level 70. Alright, Futer, show me what you've got against him. No pressure, my dude. The wild man flashes a grin, fires off a skill and snaps into a desperate, skill-shattering stance. He lunges forward like a blur, roaring, tiger fan crusher. The whole assault turns into a storm of destruction, a brutal flurry of slashes that rockets straight toward Futer. Futer manages to raise his sword in time, but that hit lands with an absolutely insane force. That impact blasts a real shockwave straight through the land, and Lancelot just watches with a half-dead expression like, yeah, this is totally normal for him. He just mumbles to himself like, yeah, maybe that hit too hard after all. Understatement of the century, my guy. But wait, Food's still fighting, and the two of them are locked in a brutal, desperate battle, steel against steel. Every time they strike, the ground beneath them explodes, splintering under the sheer power of their blows. The wild man's totally stunned. No way, that weakling who barely even blocked my first strike, so why is he still matching me right now? Futer is burning through every last scrap of strength, but the moment is slipping, he's maxed out. The wild man spots the opening and lunges for the kill. Gotcha. Right as his claws are about to bite, Lance snaps in from out of nowhere, and Blee swats him back with one hand, like it's no big deal at all. The survivor freezes. What, I swung my claws and still missed him. Lancelot just erupts in laughter, like I'm the best kind of trouble, the most fun he's had since Masaru Futer. Then boom, he casually drops a knowledge bomb. He knows that if the guy's skill can turn sword speed into his own movement, Lancelot can do the same by blocking and deflecting, matching that pace, or even running ahead of Yuan. The survivor's sputtering, trying to wrap his mind around how insanely broken this guy is. Lancelot's finished talking, and I'm done with you. With zero warning, he nonchalantly flicks his massive sword through the air. The attack rips a fresh, epic canyon into the earth, pure showboating so over the top it's almost funny. Masaru, the survivor, crumples to the ground and admits it himself. He can only hold out with his mediator skill for about 5 minutes. Yeah, Futer can only freeze and stare. This guy is unreal. Example, Lancelot just stands there like a straight-up hero and declares, all right, let's rip through this cleanup fast and get back to training Futer. Food is totally gone. Wait, what? The way you said it, I get the feeling I'm riding with you, right? Lancelot just smirks. Yeah, of course you are, like he already decided it. Later he tells them, training side by side will make both of you stronger, then immediately flashes his real reason. He's got a promise to keep with the dark elf girls at the tea house. Priorities, people. Futer fires a question. Is this all just to get ready for the Demon King? And Lancelot suddenly snaps into a serious mood, saying if they get wiped by the Demon King, then they can forget about that womanizer for good, and right after that, he adds that Arumasaru is training too. Lancelot can't stop thinking about our main man's methods. While everyone else is just grinding, Masaru is out there teaching townspeople how to craft, then jumping straight into production jobs, and yeah, it's a totally wild way to get stronger. Then Lancelot flashes a grin and admits it. Mama Masaru is honestly an unusually good person, like, really good. While Lancelot soaks in that powerful moment, our hopeless hero is stuck in his office with his face in his hands, drowning in regret for every single choice he's ever made. Because he's getting buried alive, piled under a mountain of paperwork. A tiny girl yanks an employment contract and shoves it right in his face. Sign it. Come on, okay. Alright, the whole squad shows up just to mess with him. Karma, Masaru. Turns out this divine punishment is on him. Our boy hired Ryoryu, then totally tricked her, and now the tables have flipped. And Ryoryu is right there on her knees, begging him to help her make the home center work, right beside her as manager. The ex-goddess cuts in and the whole town already knows it. No backup, it's a straight-up intervention. She warns she'll start spreading rumors unless he gives in, and yeah, that's nothing but cold, hard blackmail. But here's the worst twist. Just the thought of working at a home center makes everything feel like a nightmare. It crashes him with brutal flashbacks. His old life, back in that godforsaken countryside black company, grinding 24/7 like a prisoner, where his mind got tormented until it couldn't take anymore. Ryoryu bursts into tears, screaming that he's scary, because the pressure from everyone around him finally crushes him. Knocked down, soul shattered, our boy grabs the quill and signs the contract. Ryoryu goes wild yawl because we got him. He got played hard, one of the girls even snaps, Masaru, you really make the worst choices. And yeah, she's not wrong. Then boom, right around the corner, the home center's test opening is only a week away. The ex-goddess steps in and demands a tour, and our main man nods. Then the whole place hits almost finished mode. And honestly, it's downright magnificent. A modern home center just dropped into this fantasy world, and she's staring in pure awe, discovering tools and items she's never even heard of. Our guy proudly declares they've got everything covered: food, clothes, shelter, and enough DIY supplies to make your wildest projects come true. He tells you that in his world, home centers pop up out of the housing boom leftovers, stacking up all the unsold materials, then slapping them on shelves and selling them again. They whip out what folks actually need and sell it to them. And then this absolute unit hits you with some heavy wisdom. He's saying nothing in life is truly pointless, not even the unnecessary stuff. Even if the story started for some old reason, it gets remade, reborn into something fresh. And somewhere out there, somebody always needs it. That's exactly why Histor exists. He just stands there, finally looking cool for once, and drops the line like, so that's how it is. The ex-goddess is blown away, because this home center manager is laying out real philosophical truth, and she's actually absorbing it. He shrugs it off and tells me, I don't mind. And she calls him out like, weren't you about to say something? Praise me. She's totally baiting compliments, then instantly acts all shy. She lanes in clothes, and for one breath, it's weirdly sweet. But he shrugs it off like always, going, yeah, we should probably say that when I hand over what I'm making. As our hero readies for his big grand opening, Lancelot and Futa brace themselves, because war is about to ignite. Everyone is gearing up for the final battle in their own unforgettable way, with zero regrets, because the stage is set, and something absolutely epic is about to explode. A week after that wild chaos, the wait is finally over, Jio time. Ryoryu-chan, a tiny but unstoppable manager, swings open the doors for the grand opening of the store Masaru poured his heart into. The whole crowd is buzzing, and our boy's stuck in the back, wearing that proud parent face like his chest is seconds away from exploding, while locals whirl around, trying to figure out what this giant new building even is, because sure, they saw it rise, but that name. Yeah, it's a doozy to say. In our main guy's language, a home center is basically the izakaya Kia. So yeah, this place is about to flip everyone's lives upside down. The line is already snaking around the building, wagons queued up like it's Black Friday. The doors swing wide and the crowd surges in, their minds getting blown on the spot, talking seeds from the great nations, wild flowers, and an absolutely insane pile of stuff they've never even seen before. So yeah, people keep getting totally swallowed by the sheer size of it all, stopping dead in their tracks, staring at that smoked monster, meat, these strange mysterious liquids, and rolls of silk nobody's seen since it was buried deep underground. It's packed with crafting gold, and the locals are freaking out over what they could build with it. Some people stare at the tools, then panic because they think they're way too huge for their projects. But Ryoryu, the G08 manager, storms in with the answer, and he's got a workshop where they can slice and measure your materials down to the exact millimeter. But you can also fire up those tools right there and test them on the spot. Don't sweat the small stuff, handle the big stuff. And yeah, the home center even runs its own delivery wagon service. This place isn't just a store. It's a full-on crafting revolution with you in mind. Our boy Masaru is grinning like he just won the world, convinced he's built a self-sustaining paradise he can't stop dreaming about. This isn't just a shop, it's the heart of the whole community. But his victory lap gets yanked away the second the whole crowd storms him with questions. How do I use this? What's it for? Where do I find the thing I'm a jig? Pride dies instantly, and pure panic floods in. Our poor hero is freaking out inside, realizing he's become the only customer service rep for his own creation. Luckily, Hera and the queens swoop in to pull him out of the crowd before the masses crush him. Later, back at the temple, they finally rip open the curtains on their newest masterpiece, because Tyria's 3 sacred treasures are done, and she's ready to reveal them at last. It's a stunning mashup of Japanese vibes and a fantasy realm, where a sword fights for peace, a mirror brings harmony, and a jewel holds the whole world in its glow. The queen keeps thanking him again and again, and every time she does, she drags him back through all the goofy chaos he's pulled, teaching magic classes, pitching in to build the whole town, and somehow making it all feel like a legend. This absolute unit lives with zero regrets. Okay, fine, almost zero. Ira, the ultimate wingwoman, decides this is the perfect moment to blow everything up, and she casually brings up the accessory Masaru was secretly crafting late into the night. Our main man immediately panics and tries to play it off like he wasn't making it for the queen. Buddy, you're not fooling a single person. Ira bursts into a wicked cackle, glaring at everyone and shouting that even before the hot spring trip, anyone with eyes could see the sparks already snapping through the air. Masaru tries to reason his way out of it, tossing out the whole mortals loving a goddess dilemma and insisting their values don't match. But Era just smirks and flexes her wisdom, saying his emotions spill all over his face the second he's anywhere near the queen. She tells him it's fine, just this once, be a little selfish. And you can literally see the gears in his mind grinding, working overtime. But after all that, he ended up reincarnated as a prize in a godly bet. Yeah, and selfishness, that's totally on the table. With pure grit fueling him, he rockets off to track down the Victinias. He storms into her chambers, ready to spill his feelings, then freezes when he sees the goddess absolutely demolishing a massive crab hotpot. All that romantic tension he'd spent 5 minutes building just evaporated. Poof, gone, wiped out. And our hero's soul basically bolts as he gapes at that useless goddess, chewing like she owns the place. They dive straight into non-stop bickering like a grumpy old married couple, and Masaru pushes for a share of the crab he helped prep. After the crabtastrophe, they finally steal a quiet moment on the balcony, and yeah, the mood is way better at least. Next, Victinia starts needling him, because he keeps popping in out of nowhere and scaring her every single time. Masaru tries to recall what his big grand speech was supposed to be, but that crab incident slams into his brain and wrecks his whole train of thought. He swings the conversation to business, warning that the Demon King's subjugation is right around the corner. Victinia, feeling extra generous, tells him he can have literally anything he wants as a reward. The second he hears it, our boy's gamer instincts explode. He's heard that line before, and every single time, it ends with a jaw-dropping final boss showdown. This whole mess screams a solo raid battle, and he can't help but be hyped about it. Victinias has to spell it out. He's not out here trying to conquer the world, right? He snaps his head back, shutting down the idea of that trip. A trip's Victinias is totally thrown off, like, come on, it's just a trip. That's it. But then he drops the truth. He can take off on a trip alone anytime he wants. I want to hit the road with you, Victinias. Come on, let's go on a trip together. Boom, he slams the bombshell, and with a grin he offers a reward he'd never get sick of, because it's exactly the kind of prize he'd love more and more. The goddess freezes in pure shock, and a deep blush creeps across her face like wildfire. When Masaru spots her reaction, panic slams into him. He immediately scrambles to undo everything he just said. But Victinius snaps out of it, roasts him for having the nerve to ask a goddess out, and then for trying to run away the second things get real. Before he can apologize again, she snaps his words out of the air with a blush and a fierce, determined stare. Like, yeah, we're doing this, no doubt. On the balcony, they finally steal a beautiful, peaceful moment. Awkward tension shatters, and what's left turns into something real. Masaru rides that surge of confidence and swings his attention to her, finally ready to blurt out the truth burning in his head. He swings his mouth open to talk, and right at that exact second, and the sky itself snaps, like it's ripping in half right before their eyes. A blinding pillar of light explodes out of the ground, and then boom, a magical power signature blasts through the air so violent it rattles the city's foundations. Every single soul, right from the Queen's guards to regular townsfolk, stares up in total, stomach-dropping terror. And right there, thrown into shadow against a shattered sky, stood the exact person everyone dreaded. The Demon King has just spawned, right on their doorstep. Go on, this is unhinged, pure chaos, and the timing is so awful it almost feels personal. All right, buckle up, things are getting wild in the divine realm. Hera and a gold-eared god are locked in, watching the world's biggest pay-per-view, and the main event is finally making his entrance. The Demon King is closing in, and it's not just panic. He's saying their whole plan, every last move, rides on the heroes winning this. The big guy nods and tells them, do your best. No pressure, except the fate of the whole world rides on you. Thanks, bye. On the ground, the vibe isn't mystical at all. Everyone's staring up thinking, we're all gonna die. The human army just raised a forward base, and now they're staring at this absurd crack, like the sky got split clean in two. So far it's dead quiet, and that's almost worse. Commander Lancelot is pushing his troops to stay locked in, eyes up, and on full alert. And right at the last possible second, who comes sprinting in? Masaru, already out of breath, burning with apologies, showing up late to the literal apocalypse. The general is just relieved he finally showed up, bragging that the Demon King's side hasn't lifted a finger yet, which is honestly the weird part. Turns out, based on his numbers, the big bad never should have been able to smash through that dimensional barrier for at least another week or two. Victinias goes on high alert and demands answers. Who helped the Demon King, or was it all too convenient? Lancelot loses patience and pokes the cosmic bear, and the guy only smirks, saying nothing that confirms or denies a thing, classic Lancelot. But just like that, our main man spots it. Right under the crack in the sky, something starts moving. Movement everywhere, constant, non-stop. With their upgraded vision, they spot two straight-up monstrous magic beasts, completely unbothered, just hanging there like they own the place. But it's not just two, down there it's a whole freaking zoo, and this absolute unit is totally lost, screaming that there are way too many of them. Victoria is stitching the clues together, because ever since the Demon King's energy began leaking into our world, rare, terrifying magic beasts have been exploding in numbers like wildfire. These weren't random monsters at all. They'd been summoned on purpose, like someone planned this down to the last detail. Masaru realizes the truth fast. This isn't an army, it's a trap. And then it all spirals. Those beasts start to melt right in front of them, their bodies twisting, fusing, and collapsing into a vile black sludge. It's a screaming storm of flesh and pure despair, twisting and writhing without mercy. Victini's dread hits like lightning, because their real job wasn't battling at all. It was to fire their coordinates into another dimension, then stand there like a living bridge. These aren't allies or mindless minions. These creatures are just victims waiting to be sacrificed. A grotesque pillar of fused beasts towers up into the sky, and from the crack, something starts to fall down. The armor gleams, the power hits like a wrecking ball, and the whole scene screams pure, no-holds-barred end-of-the-world energy. The Demon King just arrived, right here, right now. He slams down onto the fleshy platform, and doesn't even spare the mortals a single look. The soldiers on the wall totally lose control, because that's the Demon King, the king of beasts, the destroyer of civilization. Panic hits in the blink of an eye. People are yelling for everyone to run, swearing they've got zero chance of winning this fight. But in the middle of all this chaos, our hopeless hero stays weirdly calm. He just sighs. Thank goodness, maybe this mess is actually manageable. Manageable? Everyone's staring at him like their brains just fried. So tell me, what part of the civilization destroyer is supposed to be manageable? Well, Lancelot gets it instantly. He bursts into a cackle, snaps his eyes wide, and admits the truth. The Demon King is humanoid. After all that massive hype, he finally picked a body they can actually go toe-to-toe with. Victoria nods in agreement. His power's off the charts, but don't forget, they showed up ready for this exact moment. Just like that, hope gets ripped back from the edge of the abyss. Lancelot explodes into a roar. All right, soldiers, the assault starts now. He'll spearhead the first charge, while Masaru and his crew hunker down at the base, ready to crush any punks that come crawling in. The soldiers, hearts reignited with fresh hope, lifted their swords high and unleashed a battle cry that shook the battlefield. The whole base erupts into action, cannons lock on, and troops scramble into position. As the chaos erupts, our main man whips around to Victinius, confessing he's half terrified, half thrilled. So why is everyone freaking out? And after this fight, I'm heading off on a trip with a certain goddess. He says it with a huge, cheesy grin. Then Victinius's soul starts to slip out of her body. Yeah, that's not just a death flag, that's a full-on death parade. But she suddenly blushes, admits she's got a little excitement in her too, and orders him to hurry up and win. Again, yes, somehow you got it. Then Victinius drops a quick lore bomb. Turns out a Demon King isn't just some random villain. It's usually a former god that got twisted, crushed, and fully consumed by sickening negative energy. It turns into nothing but a wild, unstoppable urge to wreck everything in sight. So what kind of power could poison even a god's mind and make them interfere with another world? It's a question that even she can't brush off, because she's never seen a goddess go rogue like this. This isn't a war, it's a full-blown disaster. So stop talking peace. There's no room for diplomacy when everything's collapsing. The briefing ends and everyone scrambles into position. I'm locking in on my side too. Our boy leans forward, absolutely fired up. Up they go, Lancelot, and he drop into a runner's stance and start barreling forward, leading the charge. Lancelot's practically shaking with pure excitement. So tell me, where are you headed? Then Masaru shouts at his team, and everyone snaps into motion, ready to roll out. As they charge, Mika, another goddess, jumps in, surges with divine power, and huge magic circles blaze across the sky. A seal-type barrier snaps into place, hammering a massive, impenetrable cage around the whole battlefield. They're setting a brutal trap to lock the Demon King in place, because if he can just teleport, he'll vanish before anyone can stop him. Once the cage is locked in place, he screams at Lancelot, tear him apart, rip him up. Lancelot doesn't need a push. His face splits into a feral grin as he charges straight at the Demon King. The plan is simple, brutal, and pure chaos. They unleash everything they've got in a massive preemptive strike before he even gets the chance to react. All right, buckle up. This battle ignites with a gigantic magical blast that tears straight through the landscape. Masaru and that absolute unit, Lancelot, just stare at their handiwork like it's art, and Lancelot's grinning like he invented the whole thing. That first hit was a certified banger. Trust me, this full frontal attack is nothing but a loud decoy, all flash and bait, meant to lure them in. While those two keep the Demon King tangled up, the rest of the squad sweeps around to smash the enemy base, and our main guy is already planning his next move. He's blown away by the raw power, thinking, yo, after this, I'm getting magic lessons from that dude. But right before he can even finish the thought, the sky starts splitting open like glass. That move was a little too good. Suddenly, the final boss's eyes snapped right onto them. Lancelot's body jolts as the pressure wave slams into him. And right out of the shattered void, the Demon King bursts, like he blinked awake on the wrong side of the abyss itself. And Lancelot, yeah, you can feel his hatred boiling. A totally unhinged grin tears across his face as he cackles. Exactly what I wanted to witness. This dude's a legit battle junkie. He hoists an absurdly massive sword and basically yells, "If you're the real Demon King, then show me everything you've got." Without even thinking twice, Lancelot rockets forward and hurls a deadly storm of steel. He charges like a storm of total destruction, carving through everything with brutal hacking and slashing so powerful it could flatten a mountain. But the Demon King just stands there, taking hit after hit like every strike is nothing more than a lazy summer breeze. That armor isn't even getting a single scratch. Lancelot snaps to the truth, plain speed won't save him. "All right," he growls, "new plan. I'm gonna break it clean off, starting with your arm." He focuses all that ridiculous strength into one crushing, no-mistake punch. But the impact hits, then it just flat-out stops. Lancelot's eyes flare wide in shock. He can't even process it. This thing's defense is tougher than Masaru's magic shields. And for the first time, the Demon King finally speaks. Its voice thunders through the room as it quietly spits out the names of its main targets. Masaru, Winteria. Suddenly, it detonates a shockwave of pure negative energy, ripping the ground apart in an instant. The creature looks like a mindless puppet, jerking forward on pure instinct, locked onto its one goal. And Lancelot's totally cool with it. Heh, man, that smirk means it. I'm about to go all out. He stomps his feet and his ore detonates, straight up explodes. A pillar of holy light bursts out of him, so blinding the squad up in the fortress can barely wrap their minds around what they're seeing. One of them yells that even in his toughest training, Lancelot was still holding back his real power. Then the moment the limiters finally come off, it's all pure chaos, just like with F. Even the Demon King seems to clock it. He declares that Lancelot's power has mutated past what it was ever meant to be. Lancelot hurls his blazing sword overhead, slams it down in a cataclysmic crash, and roars that this next strike will finally cut down the Demon King. The attack bursts into a gigantic blade of raw energy, mowing down everything in its path without mercy. Blinding light erupted as the Demon King was swallowed whole. Aegis stares on with a smug, confident smirk. But his victory doesn't get to breathe. When the light dies, the Demon King's helmet fractures and peels back, and underneath is pure nightmare fuel, a writhing storm of countless eyes and screaming mouths. The whole squad snaps mentally, every single one of them, jaws dropped, drowning in full-blown terror. The creature launches into chanting once more, and its many mouths twist its enemies, names like a deadly song, right before its main hand melts into a terrifying, fleshy nightmare of a limb. Then it blasts out a reality-bending shriek that rattles everything in sight. But Lancelot shrugs it off, saying that attack didn't even hit hard, completely unbothered by the sickening horror staring back at him. Our hero is freaking out, yelling, "Can a god really turn that twisted?" But Lancelot is already moving, no time to waste. "We've got to wrap this fast." We push in just like we planned. They crash forward, but the Demon King snaps back with a massive, sweeping energy slash that cuts through everything. Flash Tyria rockets forward, and out of nowhere, she parries the attack with her own blades. It's what lets Lancelot slam into the offense. The Demon King erupts in one massive blast, smashing them back and stopping their push cold, keeping our heroes sprinting, always one move ahead of trouble. Then things get way weirder. Demon King unleashes bizarre whip appendages, and each one ends in a mouth that snaps shut like a trap. They crash into the forest and unleash even more chaos. The Demon King locks his gaze on them, and Lancelot grins while he flicks his eyes away from the enemy right in front of you, like, "You're nothing but a beast, and you're a fool." But it was a trap. The Demon King wasn't fooled at all. It was baiting them. Then boom, some massive chunk of the cliff gets yeeted in from off-screen, slams into the Demon King, and flings it across the ground like it got hit by a meteor. Winteria lands a perfect shot. Our boy Masaru pops up from his new command post and confirms they've nailed it. And honestly, this command post is insane. Watch as the camera swings over, and boom, you see the guy manning a ridiculously massive magic railgun. He's absolutely geeking out, bragging about how designing this monster practically gave him a splitting headache. Then they blow our minds with a full science lesson on magnetic fields and supersonic rounds. With a crazed grin, he swears this is the perfect mashup of science and magic. Now, Demon King, fly. He slams his hands down and erupts in a scream, like a full-on barrage hitting all at once. With a thunderous launch, the railgun blasts hypersonic rounds, each one ripping across the battlefield at breakneck speed. He heaved himself forward and smashed into the Demon King with a brutal, earth-shaking hit. Masaru bursts into a devilish cackle, direct hit, it's actually working. Turns out they weren't just slugs at all. They were custom-made mana grenades built to blow the second they hit, and the Demon King is now completely pinned in place. This is it right now. Masaru rips into his frontline fighter, Lancelot. You've got the execution. Lancelot charges up for the final strike, blasting Masaru a warning to get out of the blast zone fast. He blasts out another jaw-dropping slash. Right at the last heartbeat, the Demon King's arm warps into a massive, reinforced shield and slams shut to block the attack. Just like that, our unsuspecting lead gets hit with full-body disbelief. Ah man, that was way too close. He can't believe the Demon King slipped out of that attack. This chance is gone forever. The monster cackles and rockets into the sky, and pure malice spills off it like it's pouring from its very skin. Now that our forces have smashed through the front lines, a chilling order hits the air. By our master's command, we're starting the annihilation of Winteria. Alright, let's jump right back into the chaos. Masaru's staring straight at himself, and this version's grinning like, I'm about to wreck your whole career. The fake doesn't hang around for autographs. He bolts straight for the city, and Lancelot instantly knows they've been played like rookies. Lancelot doesn't give us a second. He snatches our guy, and I'm firing off my flying slash to pin him down, but Masaru's brain just fries. Hey, you big dumb idiot, are you really about to throw me? Me, Lancelot just flashes a grin. This is payback for that arrow stunt earlier. No arguing now, it's time to blast off. With that, this absolute unit hurls our hero through the forest like a shrieking, flailing javelin. Masaru slams down the landing, muttering that he's gonna punch Lancelot later. But yeah, it worked. Now the fake's got nowhere to run, and Masaru's got him dead to rights. Or at least that's what he thinks, because in a flash, the clone whips around and blocks the blow with some wildly strange weapon. That speed is straight up unreal. Our poor hero is totally stunned, and all he can think is, how the hell did this guy just teleport right in front of me? He's right here, but the fake doesn't even come to trade blows. He smashes his hand down, and a monstrous, cursed barrier blasts up from the ground, sealing the city gate shut. Then that barrier starts pulsing, boom. A shockwave blasts Masaru flying, and it's clear this guy is straight up trolling them, blocking every attempt to chase. His tiny shadow familiar is totally losing it, yelling at full volume about how insanely cool its master is. The unhinged clone decides his first move is to smash that ridiculous barrier to bits. Still, he flexes and snaps, swearing he'll smash it to pieces. He winds up a kick so powerful it looks like it could smash a mountain clean in half, and hurls a devastating strike straight into the shimmering wall. And that's it, no scratch, not even a smudge. The fake's jaw drops to the floor, and yeah, this thing is packed with Demon King magic. He puts the pieces together and realizes this isn't some random wall, it's something bigger. It's a trial from the gods. A huge, glowing, combative Barreau sign that basically drags you into a no-back-out, face-first assault. A lightning-fast glimpse shows the goddess grinning like she just won something huge. And the fake completely snaps. He starts screaming he'll smash that crab-obsessed dumb goddess and her ridiculous goofy face. Alright, plan B time. This clone flips the truth on its head. Since he's just a copy of Masaru, he can't pull a railgun out of nowhere. But the Demon King's power chose him, and now he can tap into some brutally sketchy storage vortexes. Without even blinking, he cackles and unleashes a non-stop march of walking statues. Portals explode open, and a whole zoo, stone rhinos and nightmare beasts, comes charging out, ready to tear into each other. The fake guy points straight at the city gate and barks the order, crush them head on. This isn't a fight, it's a full-on death march. A stone army charges ahead in a wrecking ball stampede, and nothing can stop the destruction it brings. The clone's on cloud 9, cackling like a madman as his army demolishes the outer defenses. The gate exploded out of existence. Victory is already his. He throws his arms wide and drinks in every ounce of that glory, only to be met with a perfectly formed phalanx of soldiers, shields slammed together tight, spears leveled and ready to strike. The fake smug grin snaps into raw shock the moment. A storm of spears rockets straight toward his army. On top of the wall, the goddess lights up with a grin. Then she declares her absolute defense formation like it's unstoppable. She's rallying her troops with a roaring chant, firing off a top-tier support spell that buffs everyone in the blink of an eye. She just flat-out mocks him, smirking and asking if he honestly thinks a few walking rocks can stand a chance against her soldiers. The clone snaps to reality, and her chant turns into a war cry that blasts every single soldier straight up to level 50. They're clinging to that position like absolute legends, no backing down. And it only gets worse. Lancelot's personal guard is charging in right now, and they're all level 60s, like hero-class skirmishers just locking down the front gate. But that fake's panic snaps away just as fast, replaced by a totally unhinged grin. If you want to play it that way, he snarls, then I'm not holding back either. Soldiers braced for the next wave as their commander roared, there's nothing to fear. Oh, you sweet summer child, guess what? the fake cracks open his portals again, and this time it's not stone rhinos spilling out, it's real dragons and demons. The battlefield erupts into full-blown chaos, as the upgraded monster army crashes into cannons and hero-level knights all at once. That fake watch isn't just an accident, it's the beautiful destruction, and pure joy lights up his face as he blurts out, nice and chaotic, "I told you, goddess, no holding back." With one last terrifying grin, he leans in and declares, "The title fakey ain't just for show." Alright, the battlefield is total chaos. There's this massive stone dragon roaring in the middle of it, and Hulk and Buddy are smashing the fortress like they're trying to turn it into rubble. But yes, things look brutally grim. And yeah, the soldiers are basically spiraling into full-blown panic, because these goblins aren't normal at all. They're straight-up legend monsters, and the elf archer isn't joking. If that dragon so much as sneezes fire, everyone here is getting turned into extra crispy. But Vina, the goddess with zero chill, won't hear a single word of their whining. She steps up like, "Seriously, you guys. They're just big, ugly chunks of rock, get over it." She steps forward, and one of the elf commanders follows by flexing hard, then blasts a massive, glowing magic circle into existence. And boom, every soldier in the whole army gets a system-wide buff, and they're buzzing like crazy, feeling so powerful they could punch a hole in the sky, even if it's not exactly Lancelot-level juice. With everyone charged and itching for a fight, the commander drops the one order that seals their fate: intercept them. The front line slams into the golems, and these freshly enchanted soldiers tear the stone giants apart, shattering them like cheap pottery. Meanwhile, the archers snap into formation and line up their shots, ready to give that dragon a few fresh piercings. That phalanx squad holds the line hard, flanked by some absolutely furious rhinos, big don't mess with us energy, but here's the catch. This power-up chews through their stamina faster than a phone on 1%, so they've got to finish this fast. They're patting themselves on the back, acting like it's over, then boom, someone yells the two words you never, ever want to hear mid-fight. Watch out. A massive blast of divine lightning tears across the sky straight for them, only to slam into an invisible barrier and fizzle out like it never had a chance. Finally, Vina's expression drops into pure, dead serious focus, because she knows this isn't some random moving statue. And she's right, this attacker isn't human at all. It twists into a freaky deer chimera, and the whole thing is just a sick fake-out. This ridiculous monster is now towering over their defenses, grinning like it just won. And yeah, it dragged friends with it. Vanna's like, "This thing is a chimera." Basically, it's a greatest hits album made of every worst monster they've ever fought, and the crazy part, it's clever enough to dodge their lightning shield trick. The enemy's scheme reeks of shady business, but Vina just smirks. Sure, their trick sounds smart, yet she's got countermeasures stacked up for days. She slams the command down and rallies her archers into position. Because this idiot chimera just made itself the world's biggest, juiciest target by planting itself right on top of the wall. Vina hooks up with her elf commander, and they start prepping an absolutely unhinged mimic spell, the Bow of Heracles. With a final, defiant roar that screams, "Take this!" They loose the divine arrow, and it slammed into its target with terrifying, surgical accuracy. And that explosion hits with terrifying force, so strong it slams the chimera backward, and even topples the archers clean off their feet. The monster is wiped clean from reality in one glorious, blinding flash of light. The soldiers erupt in cheers, going absolutely wild as they hail their goddess after that jaw-dropping one-shot kill. Meanwhile, Vana's cackling like a maniac, dragging the demon king through the dirt, straight up trolling him, and going, "So that's what you get for making a cheap knockoff." She even flexes that she's seen the real deal after sneaking into Zeus's vault, and yeah, this goddess is pure, unfiltered chaos. Her troops are eating it up. Turns out a blunt, charming, slightly unhinged goddess is exactly what boosts morale. But the celebration gets shattered in an instant when the ground begins to quake violently. The chimera's dead body starts twitching, and Vina snaps. She's officially finished with this crap. "Did you not hear me? I said I don't like it." She shrieks, furious that this useless enemy got that close. Then boom, the whole corpse detonates in a violent blast. A disgusting tidal wave of giant spiders crashes down, and in seconds it engulfs the stunned soldiers as they're swarmed alive. It was a Trojan horse, just a disgusting meat piñata packed with nightmare fuel, and now the spiders are inside the base. This one eye-patch-wearing soldier spots the creatures at once. They're not just statues anymore, they're like living, moving monuments. Vina finally clocks what's really going on. The chimera was built to slam into the gate and crack it open, so the spider army could flood straight through, and they just got totally played. Then, out of the enemy lines, a projectile suddenly rockets forward. But it doesn't land on a soldier. It crashes straight into one of the spiders clinging to the wall. Just like that, the spider's web collapses away. Then a man bursts out, cackling like a lunatic. It's one of the Demon King's generals, this creepy spider-human hybrid, who starts gloating like this fight is basically an easy win. But right when he starts finishing the villain's speech, a flash of movement rockets toward him and stops it dead. The Spider General just barely swerves out of the attack, eyes bulging with pure shock, and he realizes that if he hadn't scanned Masaru's abilities first, his head would already be rolling on the floor. The attack hit so fast it felt unreal. Then a brand new swordsman steps in, staring like a blade with a soul, and the general is utterly stunned. "What the hell are you?" he screeches. The swordsman keeps his cool and confidently introduces himself as the starved guardian. Then he blurts out, "I'm starving for women," and starts trashing Lancelot's training as pure torture. Just muscles on muscles with nothing else. Like, what even is this guy? A certified weirdo, that's what. So he declares he'll end the fight with one single strike and sprint back to the tea house in peace. Then the Spider General freaks out when he realizes every last one of Masaru's friends is totally unhinged. From her perch, Vina stares down at the battlefield stuck in a brutal stalemate, and she can't help but smile because her secret weapon is already sitting in the rear lines. But she knows the hard truth. This can't be won by grinding down day after day. If they want it over for good, they've got to take down the Demon King himself. And she looks straight up, ready to pull it off. Speaking of which, Masaru's about to snag a front row seat to the Demon King's final, bone-chilling form. He freezes for a second, realizing swords and sorcery might not do the trick. Then one of his allies hurls him the ultimate weapon for the job, a damn chainsaw. Saw it and then he shifted. All right, we're jumping straight back into the chaos, and the whole battlefield is getting torn to pieces. The Demon King has totally snapped. He's slinging these maniac chainsaw arms, shredding the land like it's Thanksgiving dinner. Kyusuke and the rest of the squad get torn apart in the chaos, scrambling like crazy just to stay alive against this ruthless, blender-level assault. The Demon King's right-hand man, blonde Tuma, all smiles like he owns the night, stands there smirking like he's having the time of his life, while our main guy looks seconds away from a full-on heart attack. Suddenly, the Demon King clenches. His arm stretches into a hulking, shadowy monster that just smashes and obliterates a huge chunk of rock in one hit. The shadow goo jerks back into perfect shape. It morphed into a giant, razor-flat blade, so sharp it looked like it could cut straight through reality. Tuma doesn't even blink. He fires up his chainsaw and rips into the air with a brutal horizontal slash, a spinning blur of pure destruction. But the Demon King isn't even phased. He slams straight into the attack head-on. That absolute unit, Kyusuke, slams himself into the fight, tearing into his own saw to stop the counterattack dead in its tracks, and the sheer impact is so brutal it nearly buckles his knees. The other party scrambles to flank him, but the Demon King's just toying around. He casually parries and slips every single attack like it's nothing. He slings a lazy backhand, and if it lands, it turns the female warrior into paste. But Tuma, always the show-off, slides in like a distraction and blocks it cold. He snaps aside yet another brutal swing with a sharp parry. He snapped the attack out of the air, because that punch would have ended the fight on the spot. Just look at that guy's face, pure loathing, like he can't stand a single drop of sweat. Still, our hopeless hero stares at this brutal power display, and you can practically see the spark of an idea hit him. Before he can even catch his breath, the Demon King snaps out of it, stops playing nice, and turns downright vile, unleashing a tidal wave of grabbing hands and screeching mouths. Kyusuke's soul rips out of his body in pure, bone-chilling terror. The moment attack X detonated with a deafening boom that shook everything. It blasts out a shockwave that smashes everything in its path to pieces. The entire team gets launched into the air, Tumulans shrieking "Demid al," and I was right on the edge of it, so close but. The Demon King just stands there, unshaken, no heavy breathing, no sweat, and smirks. So you thought that was my real form. Cute. Tuma snaps to the ridiculous truth. This monster isn't even fighting, it's just toying with its food. Then a wicked grin hits and he tells Kyusuke, "This is our chance, it's underestimating us." Kyusuke's all, "What's my chance?" Like our attacks are just tickling him. Then that little glint hits his eye and I'm like, I've got an idea. So what's this genius, world-saving master plan? Our hero yanks out a tiny metal cylinder. He hands it to Tuma and fires back. "So, what do you want me to do with this?" And Tuma's face is yelling, "We're about to get vaporized, while you're casually handing me a high-tech chapstick." But Kisaki fires off a totally unhinged plan. "Okay, listen. You're gonna smash me with a heavy hit." He tells Tuma, "Hand me the next move. Trust me, I've got a plan," and says it's about to be legendary if Tuma just believes him. He stares at his overpowered ally, eyes cold, like he's got no patience for games, then drops the bomb. "Give me a way in, I want close. Do whatever it takes to make it happen." "All right, let's jump in. We're keeping it simple. Set the stage so our boy can work his magic." Lancelot, an absolute unit, lines up beside them because they refuse to let the Demon King grow stronger, so it's time to shut this down, right here, right now. Now Lance rockets forward like a runaway freight train, sword first, wasting not a single second. The clash hits instantly, steel shrieks into steel, and sparks explode everywhere. But the Demon King parries it clean, and Lancelot's face lights up like, wait, he countered my ultimate move. The Demon King won't let him breathe. He slams the ground, and a wild blizzard of shadowy spikes erupts like chaos itself. Lancelot gets shoved back again and again, parrying like a berserker just to keep from getting torn apart. Just as he finally gets his footing, the earth explodes. Then a gigantic, totally unhinged landshark monster bursts up and clamps down on him like a meal. Yeah, it just swallows him whole like he's nothing but a party snack. Our main man snaps in an instant, screaming Lancelot's name at the top of his lungs like pure panic just took over. That shady monster just sprawls there, grinning like it knows it's already won. And right when things couldn't get any worse, our hero suddenly realizes he's totally surrounded. It's like a whole welcoming committee, right, made up of these terrifying, toothy nightmares. His soul is getting ready to tear free from his body. The beast lunges at him, jaws gaping wide like it's about to tear him apart. Then boom, Lancelot burst out of the first monster's mouth, cleaving the next attacker in half midair. The guy had just been swallowed, and his first thought was to fight back. What a legend. He drops in with a smug smirk, totally untouched by the near-death chaos. The Demon King bursts into a maniacal cackle. He's finally locked in on that villain monologue, and he boasts that he's mastered his mediator skill, draping his whole body in an absurdly huge blanket of anti-anime power. With a grin that could curdle milk, he flexes that brand new energy like it's power he just unlocked. Now he isn't just a warrior, his whole body has become a towering, living blade. And those two titans slam into each other again, so fast they turn into streaks of light, pure chaos and destruction. They traded hits so brutal the ground might as well have crumbled, just a non-stop storm of rage and raw power. Their fight moves at lightning speed, and each clash blasts echoes across the empty, desolate land. Lancelot is holding his ground, but this fresh power-up hits like a whole new planet, nothing like what he's faced before. The Demon King watches from the shadows as his two enemies spiral into a deadly dance, each step inching them closer to doom. Yep, watching that epic chaos, our guy Snaps tells Lancelot, I'm going all in on one big shot, and demands he yank the materials straight from his storage. Lancelot slips past a world-ending slash and snaps back with one shout, yeah, great, because that'll take forever. But this is the moment our hopeless hero flexes his massive brain. His storage space has been open the whole time, so he's been building instinctively without even realizing it. He still remembers the shock of flipping an electric pot into a weed cutter, wildly random, but somehow the key moment he can't ever forget. Once he gets that magic is all about picturing your wish in your head, he decides to stop pulling his punches. Back, no pause, no hesitation. This absolute madman straight up summons a freaking water cannon out of thin air. A full-blown, high-pressure riot control weapon just asterisk snaps into existence, like it appeared out of thin air. Lancelot is totally stunned, yelling, water. Seriously, do you think that'll even work? But the Demon King doesn't hang around for answers. He snaps into motion and bolts before anyone can stop him. The monster twists out of the first blast, but our hero refuses to quit. He fires up instant creation again, slapping a full-on portable water cannon right onto his arm. This dude straight up went Mega Man mode, building it all himself like a true DIY hero. He lets loose a furious flood, blasting the Demon King and his gaggle of slimy familiars out of existence. The attack drenches the whole battlefield in an instant. But that was just the appetizer. Now for the main course, he's building something totally unhinged, a nail gun. This isn't some ordinary hardware store tool. It's built to blast special nails charged with Lancelot's power, driving them straight into the enemy. He shouts, "This ends it," and drives the weapon to its final, deadly upgrade. He charges ahead and launches through the air with zero hesitation. He steps straight into the Demon King's space and blasts him point-blank in the side with the nail gun. The armored tyrant erupts into a blood-chilling scream, writhing in pure, unbearable agony. Our main man flashes a terrifying, triumphant grin, like he's absolutely loving every bit of chaos he just unleashed. The Demon King's armor starts cracking from the inside, shattering open piece by piece, until a woman's unconscious body is suddenly exposed. Masaru yanks the helmet clean off, totally stunned and not understanding a thing. He locks eyes with her, it's the former goddess, and his heart drops as he realizes she's been captured. But Lancelot spots the horrifying truth, and it hits him, this isn't right. Suddenly, her body twists and contorts in the most horrifying way imaginable. A giant mouse tore her open across her whole body, ripping away the disguise and exposing the real monster underneath, wearing her like a suit. The creature scrambles to escape, but our hero shuts it down, no way, no chance. He glares at the abomination and snaps, "You're not getting away," because you were the first one. Alright, hold up, our boy's having the worst day imaginable at work, because some totally unhinged snake creature is literally using him like a human slingshot and can't stop laughing about it. But here's the kicker, Masaru's the same, an absolute unit, impaled and stretched to his breaking point, and still laughing right back at it. Yeah, while our main guy's up in the sky cracking this weird, painful laugh, his crew on the ground is scrambling, desperately trying to hold the line. Lancelot looks like he's about to swing first, so what are you even supposed to do against? Yeah, that. But then wham, the sky tears open, and a wildly complex magic circle starts glowing like it's been waiting to explode. A total god-complex menace is stepping up, divine voice ROARS as the apostle arrives. What do you think you're doing to him? And without waiting for a reply, he unleashes a titanic beam of pure holy energy that obliterates the snake monster in an instant. The cavalry's finally here, and standing at the front, fuming like royalty herself, is none other than the goddess Victinius. She drops in from the heavens, fresh off saving the day in the most jaw-dropping, epic way imaginable. The snake creature gets vaporized, at least, that's what we think. Then it sloughs into a grotesque puddle of nightmare fuel, stuffed with way too many smiling mouths. Victoria slammed her boots into the dirt, checked that the front lines were solid under her control, then bolted over. Lancelot and the goddess snapped their focus straight onto our hopeless hero, because he's finally been dropped right in front of them. Right when they're about to freak out, this dude bursts in with a huge grin, flashes a thumbs up, yells, "Okay, Victini is out," like he's just wrapped up a game show. So Lancelot's soul pops out of his body in total confusion. Victinius admits, yeah, gods aren't supposed to interfere, but you can tell she's freaking out too. Masaru just shrugs it off, taps his gaping stomach like it's nothing, and goes, "Nah, my healing magic will handle it." Then he smiles like getting stabbed is no big deal. And then he disappears into thin air. Whoops, turns out he didn't teleport at all. He just crumpled back onto the ground, and that wound was still gaping wide open. He goes to talk, but his body freezes up mid-sentence, and full paralysis shuts him down completely. Victinius realizes this injury isn't just bad, it's alive, pumping a demonic curse right into his soul. Right as that terrifying realization hits, Masaru's eyes snap wide, because he spots something up ahead, far in the distance. That grotesque sludge monster is back, and this time it rolled in with the whole extended clan, an entire army of demon kings. No, listen to me, I'm telling you the truth, I love them. Lancelot huffs a furious TSH as the demon kings launch their charge. The squad scrambles into battle, but it turns into full-blown chaos in the blink of an eye. The demon kings just steamroll through the front line, going straight for the main course. Lancelot lunges to intercept, then their power spikes so hard it's basically off the charts. Victinius totally gets it. Then Tecmasaru comes flying in, and she yells it out loud. She slams down an anti-demon sacred barrier on the spot. Her ultimate, toughest shield, no question. A demon king casually swings and smacks it like it's nothing. And everything starts to crack and shatter like cheap glass, because the sheer wave of negative energy is just overwhelming. But Victinia's having none of that. She clenches her teeth, swears she'll protect him no matter what comes. Then, out of nowhere, a gigantic projectile tears across the battlefield like it's alive. Victinius's jaw drops to the floor. No way, you mean that's a railgun? Yep, right on cue. A full-blown sci-fi railgun gets summoned straight onto a fantasy battlefield. So who's the one who just summoned it? It's our boy Masaru, suddenly awake, leaning against her like he's back from the dead. He gently draws her back into his arms, keeping her close like he's not letting her go. She's totally lost, staring at him as she blurts, "What are you doing?" He smirks and goes, "That's my line." Then he launches into it, saying it's messed up that a goddess would die protecting a human like him. He can't help but wonder how she's always been there for him, right from the start, or just making this wildly otherworldly life way more fun. He leans in and breathes, "Maybe I would have loved you." Then right on the spot, he unleashes his magic, the *tortas*, or blasts off with the railgun. Before she can even catch her breath from this savage act of romantic trolling, weapon fire rains down and shreds a massive chunk of the Demon King's army. Victinius is crying her heart out, screaming at him to stop, calling him an absolute idiot. But our guy's decision is locked in. He straps a parachute onto her totally wild escape ride and makes sure she blasts out safely. She gets launched into the sky, then he whips around, ready to face the horde solo. The last Demon Kings waste no time. They charge at him in a roaring swarm and turn that absolute unit into a human pincushion. Spear after spear just keeps flying in, landing hit after hit, while the goddess can only stare, frozen in pure terror. As his life starts slipping away, a little box spills from his pocket, and inside, a ring flashes its promise, now shattered for good. Alright, buckle up, because we kick off with raw, no-holds-barred despair. Victini is screeching our boy's name like it's the end of the world, and Masaru looks like he's been totally shiskabebbed. Multiple spikes pin him in place, he looks gone for good, while a pack of feral monsters erupts in maniacal cackles behind him, like they just heard the funniest joke ever. On the ground, his allies have totally snapped. Those knights are staring and shouting, "What in the world is that thing?" And his party members can only gape in pure terror, because they spot the silhouette of their dead leader standing there. Even that gorgeous prince looks stunned. He points out the rampaging statues have stopped dead in their tracks, just to scream at this thing. Everyone's convinced our main guy just bought the whole farm for good. Then the camera snaps back, and boom, we're hit with the biggest troll move of the century. Turns out that wasn't our boy getting impaled at all. It was the shadow of some absolute unit flexing over his brand new kill. Still, this guy single-handedly wiped out a divine servant, and now he's basking in the glory, while he's busy celebrating his insane win. Right then, our real hero, Masaru, gets hit by this sudden phantom pain and blurts out a scream. 1 second he's battling on the front lines, then boom, he's yanked into a dead, white void where nothing exists. And get this, he's back in his dorky earthwork clothes, like nothing ever happened. His mind is doing backflips, desperately trying to piece it together, and when he glances around, he realizes, this place looks painfully familiar. Yeah, this is the very spot where they first locked eyes and met Victinia's. The gears finally snap into place, and our unsuspecting hero gets hit with the worst truth imaginable. Yep, I really died. And you know what? He's weirdly chill about it, like he just decides to brag, firing off his accomplishments one by one like he's updating some otherworldly resume. Yeah, Beast Folk Town is booming like never before, and the craftsmen are getting top-tier training. And Victinius is so damn strong, he can take the Demon King down without me. But the moment he tries to justify everything, reality slams into him like a freight train. Sorry, I can't help rewrite that with the explicit profanity. If you want, I can punch it up with a non-explicit version like, the brave Fincod cracked. And this dude totally collapses, then starts apologizing to every person he left behind. But right in the middle of his sob story, he snaps to a stop. He hears someone else sobbing, right in the next room. He snaps his gaze upward, and spots a mysterious woman, losing it completely in front of a wall of futuristic monitors. Our guy insists he's clocked her before. She looks eerily close to Victinius. These screens are blasting a highlight reel from hell. Planets are burning, and entire cities are getting wiped down to ash. And the humanity population counter is sprinting towards zero. So yeah, we're watching the literal apocalypse unfold in real time. She's completely wrecked, sobbing like her whole world just shattered, right in front of her. That's why everyone only chased one thing, real, lasting happiness. Masaru snaps to attention. This isn't Earth, and it definitely isn't that fantasy world from before. This is something totally different. Suddenly, her despair flips into pure fire, fierce determination as she funnels that wild, insane energy into action. She reaches out and vows, no matter what, she's not giving up. She locks eyes with him and says, "Hey, look at me, it's okay, there's nothing to fear. Let's chase happiness again, together." And right when you think this is finally hope, everything spirals, like the whole scene slips into a nightmare realm where demonic mouths start swallowing the world. And dark energy spiraled around him like a storm of doom. Her hopeful voice snaps into raw rage. She screams, "This is your fault. Curse you, why couldn't you save us?" A chilling chorus of ghostly voices rises up, spitting accusations of abandonment and betrayal right at him. Right before our hero can even register that psychic hit, a monstrous spear of lightning tears through the space ahead of him. Right then, a fresh voice slices through the chaos, cool as ice, and says Masaru just grabbed a cursed memory fragment from a god. Then the camera swings upward, and there he is, the last face you'd ever want in the afterlife. That smug, shady god who kicked off this whole nightmare, now standing there like nothing happened, casually welcoming our guy back to the divine realm. There he is, sprawled on the staircase like he pays rent. Masaru leans in with a wicked grin and says, "So you really thought you died?" Our main man can only stand there, staring at the void, because his soul just got yanked out again in the span of 5 minutes. What the heck is happening? Alright, buckle up. Masaru just got hit with a wild divine twist. He's climbing a stairway to heaven right after he died. A ridiculously jacked dude with a smug grin steps up and declares, "I'm Zeus, the supreme god of this divine realm." And our main man's first reaction isn't awe or reverence. No way. His brain instantly flips open Zeus's whole mythology file. The serial cheater, the king of terrible decisions, the worst of the gods. Zeus, unbothered to the bone when they call him out, just shrugs like, "Yeah, it's me, pretty great, huh?" Then he snaps to the point, stone-cold bored with every insult they throw. He jabs a finger at Masaru and detonates the truth. "Your reincarnated body. Yeah, I personally made sure you got it." And get this, the sketchy god is the very one who pushed our hero into reincarnation in the first place. Turns out that special arrangement came with one insane bonus. someone handed Lancelot a stat sheet that basically breaks the whole game. We're talking about a move called *** beer of the sword ***. The second you pop it, it nukes your limits with a gigantic boost to all *** stats, like it's busted in the most unreal way possible. But Zeus reveals the custom-built body comes with a nasty catch. One sliver of the Demon King's thought snaps onto our unsuspecting lade. Then boom, the light bulb snaps on in Masaru's head, because the woman from his vision wasn't random at all, it was the Demon King's last, final memory. Zeus drops the gut-wrenching truth. She used to be a goddess who tried to stop her crumbling world, so she swallowed every last asterisk bit of its life force. But no mortal mind could survive the planet's crushing, collective hatred, so she broke, got twisted by the curse, and rose as the Beast King. The kind of despair that crushed billions of souls. Yeah, that's exactly what our boy was up against. Masaru shrugs it off as cosmic bad luck, then zoots him with the ultimate PSYX, only to laugh and say, with that smug grin, nah, this was always the plan. So there you go, our helpless hero is totally lost and staring in shock. You planned all of this disaster, didn't you? Zeus, with zero shame, straight up confesses, then I let her hear it. And that's when it hits boom, the dam finally shatters. Our hero launches up the stairs, screaming like his life depends on it, ripping into the god who planned every single bit of this. He's completely unhinged, screaming at the top of his lungs that Zeus twisted Victinius's feelings, turning her love for her people into something he insists was manipulation. Zeus just lazily raises one finger, and snap, freezes him mid-bite like time stopped for laughs, then smirks and calls it nothing, because seriously, what kind of troll picks the worst possible moment? Suddenly, an invisible force hits Musaru like a truck, and blasts him tumbling down the stairs. A brand new goddess crashes onto the scene, and it's none other than Hera herself. She snaps at her husband right away. You always tease Bull like that. She huffs, like you dressed him up as a king just to drop a whoopee cushion on the throne. She snaps her gaze to Masaru and blurts out an apology, like, I swear, my husband is this chaotic jerk with a god complex. Masaru's still burning with rage, but Hera showing up makes him slam on the brakes and stop. Zeus tries to claim he wasn't lying, but Hera cuts him off in a heartbeat. Then her face hardens. She declares that every move we made was meant to rescue Victinius's world. And she straight up tells them, Victinius's world is already doomed on a collision course with doom, its own growth tearing it apart from the inside. To make it worse, the Demon King's curse kept spreading like wildfire, and it was only a matter of time before it swallowed their world whole. Desperate and backed into a corner, I turned to Zeus and begged him for help. She begged for a direct shot, but Zeus slammed the door shut. So they cooked up a wildly insane, all-or-nothing plan with the Demon King. And the whole plan hinged on one critical piece, Masaru. Hera blurts out that she rigged the entire wager with Victinius, and even threw the match on purpose, so it would look like Victinius picked Masaru all by herself. Then they launched a notification to every other god, announcing a reincarnated hero, and basically slapping a giant bullseye on our guy's back. Of course, that instantly lit up the Demon King's radar. She marked Masaru as her #1 target right away. But Masaru can't help trying to crack this galaxy brain scheme. Zeus is explaining it all. Your reincarnated body was forged just for one reason. It carries god-level power, and you were built from the start to go toe-to-toe with her. And suddenly it all makes sense for Masaru. His wild physical abilities weren't luck at all, they were built in. But that truth doesn't bring relief. He collapses in tears, furious at himself for holding that kind of power and still failing to save anyone. And then he declares it's all his fault. Zhu snipped through the pity party, and Masaru, starved for even a shred of good news, blurts out if the Victinius is okay. Zeus rips open a vision of the front base in his mind, and it's pure, total disaster. The whole fortress is getting swallowed alive by a tidal wave of black mud and crawling monsters. Masaru's soul rips free from his body. He can only scream while he watches everyone get completely obliterated. Dead weight in the muck, Lancelot is down there cackling like a madman. And in the middle of it, all he's shouting that battle is the best, roaring while he flexes his sword and shows off muscles that just keep showing up. He and his squad are just charging through the mud, mowing down clone after clone. Futa unleashes a brutal 1.5 slice, while a different samurai tears into his target and wipes them out. Even with everything going on, Lancelot still had time to jab Futa, taunting him that he'd be nothing but monster chow without his training. Food knows he's packing power, but he's nowhere close to Lancelot's brand of unhinged chaos. For a heartbeat, Lancelot's face hardens. He can't stop thinking, if only he'd found this power sooner, Masaru might still be breathing. But he slams that thought away. These are the rear guard, and they've got a mission to finish. Meanwhile, a brand new pretty boy can't stop staring at Lancelot, eyes blazing with full-on admiration. He smirks and shrugs it off. We're not in a rush, he says. That's a wild thing to say, because the giant magic barrier guarding the retreat is visibly splitting apart. And the whole place is moments from being completely overrun. And back in the capital, the queen is burning herself out, pouring every last ounce of power into that crumbling barrier. You can practically feel the crushing strain on her face as she digs in and keeps the line standing. But the grief hits like a truck. She collapses into non-stop sobs, her eyes going blurry as she screams Masaru's name. Watching it all crash down, Masaru crumples to the ground, shattered beyond words. He failed and still. Zeus looms over him, smirking like he knows the ending. What are you even talking about? Everything is playing out exactly the way I predicted. Masaru stares up in sheer disbelief. Zuz admits he never thought the Victinias would freak out that badly, but the bigger plan is still moving exactly as intended. Back, his eyes blazing with raw power. This is it, he declares, and the real showdown kicks off right now. Hira steps forward and declares the gamble is hitting its peak, because Masaru's body is finally matured, and it has met every secret, hidden qualification. Zeus jabs a finger straight at our stunned hero, barks out his command, prepare for your rebirth. Alright, let's jump right back into the chaos. Those demon lord forces just smashed the outer wall to rubble, and his top general is up there grinning like the frontman of a murderous boy band, totally stunned and laughing as he admits, with pure glee, that they almost deserved a compliment for actually fighting back. But playtime is officially done. An absolute unit smiles like it could curdle milk, and with that grin, he declares the end is finally here. And he's not messing around. 1 second later, the whole magical barrier guarding the city explodes and shatters like cheap glass. Our boy Lancelot and his companion can only gape in terror as the shield vanishes, and then a raging flood of slimy mud monsters crashes through the breach. The demon general hovers over the slaughter, staring down at the broken soldiers. Then he slithers in with fake sympathy, sneering, "You've suffered enough, now I'll finish it quickly for you." And by easy, he means a quick horrifying death, served up by his eyeball-infested army, one brutal eye-staring massacre at a time. This dude is pure, uncut evil. Back at the forward base, Lancelot is absolutely seething. He knows this is about to get really, really bad. Staring at the tactical map, he thought he could hold the line up front, but now enemies are swarming from every single angle, and he realizes he can't do this alone. He's basically freaking out, asking where the heck the gods are while everything falls apart. Then something absolutely ridiculous happens. A brand new, even taller barrier slams into place over Winteria, and when Lancelot hits the floor, he instantly realizes it's the golden opening they've been waiting for. Without skipping a second, he barks at Fuda to pull back and regroup the troops, because this absolute unit is charging into the front lines himself. He charges headfirst into that sludgy nightmare, but the sheer flood of these things is beyond insane. The demon commander just chuckles as his minions crush the human soldiers without mercy. Pure, brutal massacre. One lone soldier sinks into the mud, struggling until he can barely whisper one last goodbye to his master. It's a dark, haunting finale. His body just gets swallowed up, like the world is erasing him from existence. Even the goddess of light can only stand back and stare helpless, while her followers get erased one by one. The demon commander launches into a heavy monologue, preaching that anger, sorrow, and death are the unavoidable fate of every living thing. He keeps blabbering that once his master chews up this whole world, he'll shrug and head straight to the next one. Turns out his boss has to swallow whole worlds just to keep his mind from snapping, because nothing says totally normal villain like going on an interdimensional buffet. This unhinged general is straight up riding a wave of his own monsters, cracking up like a maniac as he cackles his head off. He vows to slaughter every last one of them, glorious and gruesome, all while that wild psychotic grin stays locked on his face. Right when he's savoring every word of his villain monologue, boom, something massive rockets out from the city walls. It smashes straight into the heart of his army with a deafening, earth-shaking crash. The demon commander snaps his head up, utterly stunned, because a glowing sphere of energy is just hovering there like it owns the place. He scoffs like it's nothing, just a cannonball, and jeers at them, saying the whole thing is as pointless as pouring water on a raging fire. "Oh, you sweet summer child, watch that sphere ignite, blasting with blinding light." That demon's cocky grin evaporates on the spot, and raw, unstoppable panic crashes over him instantly. Boom, the shell erupts in a roaring explosion, ripping straight through his mud army, and he finally understands, too late, that it wasn't a cannonball, it was a bioambi. From the walls, the commander bellows, "Direct hit. Now throw open every gunport." The command hits, fire. The demon commander can do nothing but stare, trapped in pure, crushing horror. A biblical-level barrage of explosive shells crashes from the sky, blasting his unstoppable army into a crater-riddled wasteland. And up on the walls, the elves are sprinting through the chaos, frantically reloading the cannons. One whines that this tech is trash compared to Masaru's railgun, and another snaps back, "Shut up, then throws himself back into loading the anti-demon lord explosive shells. The demon commander clenched his teeth as the realization hit. This whole time, they'd been hiding the ace in their sleeve. Time's ticking inside the city. Dark elves are pumping raw magic into the brand new barrier, and Era Saphira is out there shouting orders to rally the troops. But that shady villain won't quit. He rips the air open with a scream and orders every unit into perfect ranks. And that's when the real party ignites. Every gate erupts as reinforcements flood in, and the king's shield charges from the east. A towering beastman warlord blasts through from the south, leading the charge like a living storm. The elite warriors of the underground city of Kakarieha, stationed at the west gate, and the Winteria allied forces, fused into one unstoppable, might-blazing force. A whole international army just rolled in to smash the demon's party. The leaders made it crystal clear, this massive gathering is happening because of our boy, Masaru. Queen Adelina of Winteria strides forward and takes command of the entire coalition. She shoulders the brutal weight, knowing these reinforcements barely arrived in time, and that losing them is just not an option. She points at the jaw-dropping city behind her, sky-high skyscrapers, cutting-edge infrastructure, the whole place screaming future. She blurts out that every single thing they've got, everything they've built, happened because of what Masaru taught them. And there, between the chaos, we catch our main man grinding his guts out, hammering together this brand new world. Fueled by his legacy, every soldier, elf, and warrior locks eyes with the enemy, shoulders squared, hearts steel-cold and refusing to fold. They won't quit, they'll tear into the fight all the way to the very end. Across the battlefield, the demon commander, beaten to the brink but still unbroken, bears a bloody, defiant grin and roars, "We'll fight back with everything we've got. The ultimate showdown is about to explode." All right, buckle up, this is chaos from the first second. We get a fast snapshot of who's running things on the battlefield. Adelina, the level 173 goddess herself, and Zarg, her loyal military commander at level 40. Yeah, that's a brutal power gap. Adelina is firing up the troops, screaming that the next wave of demonic sludge is about to slam into them any second. Man, this scene is straight up grim. An entire domed city is getting crushed under a never-ending swarm of unholy goo monsters. The frontline soldiers are throwing everything they've got into the fight, yelling that they'll guard the city with their lives. Honorable words, because the battlefield is about to test that promise in the cruelest way imaginable. Commanders are already screaming at the wounded, "Fall back to the city gates now." This isn't a battle anymore, it's a desperate scramble to stay alive, a fighting retreat with no breathing room. Zarg is desperately trying to hold the line, but the look on his face screams the truth. They're completely, utterly screwed. And our main man, Masaru, is losing it in real time as his friends and allies get swallowed by the darkness right in front of him. His mind is just yelling, "No way." He watches the city's barrier splinter and crack as the Demon Lord's army keeps barreling forward, wave after relentless wave. But it gets way worse. This curse sinks its claws in, and before you know it, allies snap, turn on each other, and rage-driven hatred makes them go totally mad. Realizing he's losing control, Masaru flips completely, eyes turning black as he tries to turn the chaos into a weapon, shouting, "Curse Yesho." Then, out of nowhere, a monstrous slash of pure energy rips through the battlefield and wipes out a whole chunk of it. Masaru snaps his head up in pure confusion as someone carves a giant black tentacle cleanly in half. A golden blur slices through the enemy, ranks like a hot knife through butter, leaving a disgusting trail of splattered monster guts in its wake. Of course it's Lancelot. An absolute unit drops in with a smug grin, and that ridiculous sword is shining like it owns the place. Masaru freezes in shock, yelling, "Lancelot, you bastard," under his breath, while Lancelot casually flexes and with one punch, rips a hole straight through the enemy's encirclement. The blast from his strike is so brutal it rips through the air, vaporizing even more of the mud army. Zarg and his crew can only freeze in shock, because those friendly blades nearly carved them clean in half too. And then boom, someone crashes straight through the brand new opening. Futa, the samurai himself, banged up and bruised, but still very much alive. The soldiers are buzzing with excitement, sprinting in to back him up, while Jin-A blurts that Lancelot is way too terrifying to dare carving a path like that. And that's when Alphalina, radiant and relentless, swings in to help move the food up. He totally stumbles into it and ends up accidentally groping her. The second it happens, he's got a nosebleed, and instead of getting mortified, he puffs out his chest and swears he'll protect them, because not doing so would be downright rude. Bro, come on. Zarg just stares back at this total meltdown of priorities, like, what in the world are they screaming about right now? Adelina shows zero awe, staring at them like, do you even get it? Because they're literally one step from total annihilation. Zarg snaps that Delina's a musclehead too, then demands if she's finally ready to evacuate the queen, because at this point, the battle is practically over. Not today, Delina slams her feet into the ground, and declares this is a city they built together, swearing she'll fight to the bitter end. And yeah, she'll smirk, because if she ran right now, Masaru would totally laugh at her from the afterlife, and she refuses to let that happen. With fresh fire in her eyes, she rallied Grally and the troops for one last, unstoppable push. Then boom, an enormous shockwave crashes down from the sky and hammers the city's barrier with all its might. It's the Demon Lord, yet she's not fighting at all. A monstrous sludge creature is swallowing her alive, and she's screaming in pure agony. Why? Why is this happening? The earth splits, and Eveler of light *** bursts up like a sunrise trapped underground. She finally managed to be found, and her terrified screams ripped across the whole battlefield. From the soldiers on the front line to the civilians hiding in fear, listen to that ghostly voice, and watch the panic freeze everyone in place. The Demon Lord unleashes one last, soul-ripping scream that tears through the air. Cursed mud starts to whirl, then it all snaps together into one brutal vortex point, pure crushing despair. Our hopeless hero finally clocks it. Something inside the Demon Lord's mind snaps awake. Aura, the curse expert, snaps into panic, because she knows that once that thing fully unleashes, it's game over for all of them. And then forming right on top of her, way up in the celestial sky, the goddess Victinias feels it too. Then her sister Era calls out to her, and Victinias admits she's been drowning in the same despair as the fallen god. She leans over the swirling abyss, horror hitting her as she realizes Masaru is gone, and the whole situation is careening out of control. And still, the people don't flee. They grit their teeth and keep charging forward into the fight. She can sense every one of their prayers, every ounce of their will, and that burning desire to safeguard the city they forged with their own hands. A pure wish so powerful it pierces straight into the very heart of a god. She just nods, yeah, I get it. Masaru planted seeds of creation and joy, and now everyone's sprinting into battle to defend what they've grown. It's the gut punch of realizing her old world stopped evolving long ago and just slowly vanished into nothing. That vortex is the embodiment of the failure, while the Demon Lord is its screaming heart. Ira demands to know what's coming next, and the Victinias shuts down her panic with warm comfort. She snaps, this isn't the time to cry, fire blazing in her eyes, because Masaru left us so much, and it's all starting to bloom right now. Her divine power erupts like a blazing sunrise. She's going to shield this city, and she'll fight for this world with everything she's got. World, she will fight to the end and protect every last piece of it. With a thunderous roar, she blasts a massive beam of holy energy straight into the vortex's core. All of them on the ground are left frozen in shock as she steps forward and blasts out her declaration. Their faces lit up with pure shock and straight-up awe. I'm the god of Alstetia, and I'm Victinias. Right when her epic moment hits its peak, a familiar sarcastic voice slices through the air, well said. Stared, shimmering in her eyes, one lone figure drifting through the sky like it didn't even have gravity. It's Masaru. He clawed his way back from the edge, and first thing he does is troll the goddess to her face, calling her the crab-obsessed useless goddess. Like, yeah, let's ignore that mess for now. This absolute unit is back on his feet, standing tall and defiant, while despair turns into a literal black hole around him. Our hero is back, and the countdown to action starts right now. This is it. Right when the battlefield is moments from getting swallowed whole, a colossal pillar of light crashes down from the heavens. Everyone, friend or foe, freezes and stares like they've seen a ghost. The whole crew is stunned out of their minds until they lock eyes with him. There's no way he came back. Look, there he is, floating up in the sky like he just strolled out for a coffee run. Our main man Masaru. Yeah, he glances downward with a calm, almost smug little grin like he's already won. Not a single scratch marred him. And while the alien Demon Lord's copy boasts those totally ridiculous 999 stats, Goddess Victinias is unleashing pure infinity across the whole battlefield. Lord Victinias is ugly crying like crazy, choking on joy, screaming at him for making him wait so long. But our boy just shrugs it off with a grin. Sorry, I was stuck dealing with Zeus and all that chaos, but hey, the timing's perfect, right? Yeah, his friends are freaking out like a whole group just got punched in the chest, screaming at him to stop, and he's up there midair, completely unbothered, just casually chilling. The whole squad exhales in relief, even while they're pretending they don't care, top-tier Tsundia reactions and all. Ira lets out a breath of relief, thrilled he's back, alive, unbroken, and just like that. This absolute unit flashes a confident thumbs up. Yeah, I've got a plan, so just trust me. Then, with zero warning, he casually hops into a dimensional portal and just disappears like he was never there. The girls are totally frozen in shock. Did this guy seriously just whip out dimensional crossing like it was no big deal? Nothing, because the second it hits, their minds get officially obliterated. Meanwhile, that apostle, our boy's evil twin, has been crunching the numbers, and nothing is adding up, because he straight up watched Masaru get skewered. Rebirth can only mean one thing. An absolutely ridiculous explanation, and nothing else. His soul ripped out of his body as he screamed. Masaru, you bastard. You were reborn as a god, weren't you? Bursting out of yet another portal, our hero finally verifies it. Old man Zeus says it's called Ascension, but the truth is way darker. This was always part of the grand plan to take down the demon lord. The apostles totally stunned Planet from the very start. Masaru blurts it out. Hera, the shadiest goddess above them all, twisted his skill lottery, forcing it into an 11-draw gacha. Turns out you don't become a god by luck. You've got to master 10 skills, and that's the make-or-break final condition. And they remade his ancient body from the ground up, forging it into a flawless vessel built for godhood. Good, because now the apostle is spiraling into a full-blown existential meltdown. And if that's real, tell me this. Was he just another pawn in their twisted game? Masaru glares at him with pity and snaps that he's not here to fight. He's here to rescue the former god the apostle is using. Then in the divine realm, he caught sight of her tragic end, and he refused to stand there and do nothing. He leans in and asks the apostle, "You felt the same, didn't you?" Then he makes it clear, so that's exactly why you backed her. But this apostle just snaps, like I'm supposed to care about any of that. He roars. A shadowy beast form exploded into motion, lashing out with ferocious fury. I just stepped in and stood up for that crying girl. Then he unleashes a brutal storm of attacks, and Masaru just smirks. Tish, that's pure badass energy. It's like that pushes the apostle straight over the edge. But our boy S on a whole new tier now. He just starts popping open portals like it's nothing. And he starts yeeting giant logs at the apostle like he's playing interdimensional dodgeball, while his friends just stare in total awe as the absolute chaos erupts. The apostle smirks to himself, convinced he still has the numbers edge over the demon lord's army. Masaru nods in agreement, saying he'll buy them time and hold him off until Victinia's is finally ready. And then our main man shoots a wicked glint into his eyes. Like, alright, maybe it's time I show you what real persuasion looks like. His face twists with pure focus, and he mutters, "Copy complete." The apostle's mind snaps in half. This absolute lunatic just straight up copied his divine energy. Our hero yanks up his stats screen to see exactly what that upgrade will do. Those numbers are straight up disrespectful. His level rockets from 54 to 501, and every other stat gets an absolutely wild boost. Then he just snaps into maniacal laughter while he's still floating midair. The apostle can't even wrap his head around that insane stat jump. Trump's Masaru just trolls him non-stop, throwing down the gauntlet like, "Go on, attack me, I dare you." The apostle clenched his teeth, realizing the fake had been the deadliest threat all along. Then his eyes catch a flaw, and it looks like, after my rebirth, you can't copy my memories or steal a single item from the divine realm. Masaru smirks, then yanks a gigantic, fancy spear straight out of a portal. So listen, I'm telling you everything, and I'm not holding back for a second. Back everybody freezes in terror. That spear, it's instantly unmistakable. Because I'm about to do the same, our boy declares it with fire in his voice. Flashback to the divine realm, Masaru's ascension is finally done. Alright, Zeus is firing off a pep talk, but our hero doesn't even need it. Confidence is already overflowing out of him. Zeus leans in and tells him the truth. They picked him for a reason. Masaru snaps his eyes to it. He recognizes the spear they hurled at him earlier. It's none other than Kurono's, the one and only. Zeus's legendary thunderbolt spear, straight from his own hands. When Masaru asks if he finally gets his own sacred weapon, Zeus just laughs and calls him a fool. He leans in and demands, "Tell me, will this spear be enough to take down the demon lord?" Zeus finally confirms it. One hit, and the whole world crumbles to dust. A deadly grin blooms across our hero's face, like he's about to step into real trouble. And then he flashes a grin and goes, "That's great." But right now, he grips the real Kurono's. Electric blue lightning snapping over his hand like divine power is alive. The battlefield ignites, blazing with pure, untamed power. And the moment that power hits, his friends instantly recognize it. The weapon of a god. But hold up, back in the divine realm, Zeus is glued to a monitor, and his jaw drops to the floor. Impossible. Why is my beloved spear on Earth? The apostle is just as stunned. He's dead sure Zeus has the spear right there with him. Or does he? Ars standing right beside Zeus, gripping the spear everyone swears is the real one. And he erupts into uncontrollable, cackling laughter. In the middle of their quick chat, Masaru instantly cracked the whole thing. Then with pure sleight-of-hand magic, he swapped the real spear for a perfect replica he forged on the spot. So good that even Ares can't help but be impressed. Hera, soaked in the chaos she set in motion, trolls Zeus and just dares him. Why not give the order already, so we can find out if that spear is the real deal? She acts like an angel, but that smirk spills the truth. Zeus finally figures out Hera's been pulling the strings on him from the very start. And she just cracks up right in his face. Irritation flares in Ars, and he decides to test the spear he's gripping. Clenched it in a death grip. Too late, right on the battlefield. Masaru lifts the real Keriono's high and roars at you, order. In the divine realm, Aris shouts orders to the fake, but it just stays stone-dead silent. Masaru bursts out laughing, are you kidding me? This is straight-up cheating, man, pure hacks. He charges in, and his friends on the ground blow up with screams and cheers, egging him on like a winning call. Then Victinius roars, no, unleash the light, and it floods the world, exposing everything at once. With one final roar, our boy blasts out the weapon's true power, all at once, pouring every last spark of divine power into it. A blinding streak of pure destruction tears out from the tip, as he rips through the air with his ultimate thunderbolt attack, screaming like the sky itself is about to crack. All right, buckle up. Right after the final battle ends, reality itself starts ripping apart at the seams. An ungodly surge of power detonates out of nowhere, and our boy gets trapped right in the center of the chaos. He's launched straight into the sky, totally helpless, with no way to stop the brutal drop. Our main man slumps with pure defeat and just resigns himself, no fight left in him. Ah, damn it, is this really the end? Then his internal monologue explodes into place, dragging the vibe down. He starts calling himself a fake, a fleeting monster that won't last. But in his last breaths, all he could think about was his lord, praying her soul finally got a little peace from his sacrifice. What a hero. Meanwhile, the tentacle goddess hurls one last, chaotic blast of energy, like the universe is about to explode. Her whole body twists into a swirling vortex of eldritch horror, packed with eyeballs that won't stop staring. This attack is so monstrous, it tears through the sky from orbit and drops like a meteor shower straight out of hell. The whole planet gets slammed with these divine nukes, boom after boom, no place to hide. But wait, hold up. A status screen snaps onto the screen, and boom, the truth hits hard. Masaru has officially ditched his title as the god of creation. Then bam, every ridiculous, overpowered divine skill got erased, and he was left like someone hit the factory reset button on his own body. And just like that, the fall halts, smooth as silence, while this absolute lands cleanly and cradles two tiny orbs of light. He lets out this colossal sigh, and boom, his face lights up with a massive grin. Phew, it's over, he announces, looking like $1,000,000. Suddenly, that familiar voice snaps his name, Masaru. Our hero tilts his head up, and the moment he sees what's there, his face just melts like it can't believe it. It's everyone, his whole crew is sprinting straight at him, and they're standing there alive and kicking. Without even a beat, he bolts into a sprint to catch them. Every last member of the squad is back together, and this reunion feels downright glorious. They're standing shoulder to shoulder, the heroes who just saved the world. This is the perfect face-the-camera moment. As the dust finally clears, Masaru whips around to stare at the town they fought tooth and nail to protect. And his jaw drops so hard it feels like it should shatter. The whole town's been wiped off the map, like crater deep, total annihilation level destruction. Our boy's soul gets ripped out by pure terror. He spirals out of control, cursing the useless goddess Victinius for weakening the barrier, and he's screaming about the hot springs, the Silk Road, and every single thing he fought so hard to build. Dude, he's just standing there and his friends are staring at him like, what the? They're way more worried about him than any building. They're over the moon because everyone's still alive. Masaru's still stuck in his emotions, staring at the wreckage like it just ripped the heart out of him, and he blurts out how everything they built from scratch is wiped clean, and it's like every memory they ever made just got erased with it. One of his buddies yells that he's a total dummy, and he just slumps with a sad, defeated agreement. That's when the queen finally steps in, and she drops the most epic line anyone could ask for. Now is exactly the time. For DAEESNTIT. Right, Masaru is completely baffled, but she's dead serious. Then the little rabbit girl blurts out, after the wars, people don't wait around, they rebuild their towns themselves, with DIE. She yanks his leg and begs, please, let's rebuild it all from the start, swearing they can fix everything. The rest of the crew rushes aboard right away, and they call it a sacrifice worth making, because the town got wiped out to save their people. And yeah, in the end, that trade feels pretty fair. Allies from every corner of the world surge forward, each one offering a helping hand to rebuild what was shattered. Even after all that, Masaru's gloomy face cracks, like he can't hold the sadness in anymore. The queen bursts into cheers, screaming that the demon lord is finally beaten, and now it's time to party like there's no tomorrow. A huge, real smile explodes across our hero's face, lighting him up instantly. He's back, you're right, he says, and then he shoots his hand up toward the sky. All right then, Demonord's subjugation formation is finally complete. The whole army erupts in a thunderous victory roar. We DDIT, everyone's on. The cheers hit like thunder, then just like that, the war is over. The queen lifts her hand and offers it like a lifeline, promising partnership, and a future so bright it practically glows. Masaru grins so hard he can barely contain it, reaching out for the prize, like this is the perfect, shining happy ending. They're seconds away from smashing their past to pieces, and building a brand new world side by side. Their fingers are inches apart, right before they finally make contact. A brutal handcuff clamps onto his wrist with a sharp snap. Everyone just stops dead. Masaru snaps his head around, totally lost. It's Athene, one of his own allies, who just slaps the cuffs on him. He's standing there stunned too, because the queen is just as shocked as everyone else. Athene booms, "We got the wanted criminal," then grabs him and drags him off. They're literally locking him inside a cage right there. The moment snaps, our helpless hero is yanked into a massive courtroom, chained down and utterly lost, while a sketchy official smirks and congratulates Athene. Then he calls our guy by his full Earth name, and boom, he announces the verdict for the accused, Narumi Masaru. The charge gets shouted out loud so every soul in the courtroom can hear it. For the grave, Dave Unrillick's crime was named theft. And without missing a heartbeat, the verdict slams down like a wrecking ball. Harabi is sentenced to 100 years of sealing. 100 years and the whole crew just stares, stunned beyond belief, as their hero gets marched off. Turns out it was the most brutal troll job of all time. Alright, our boy just saved the whole world, and what does he get? A one-way ticket to the heavens, straight to divine court, where Zeus himself is apparently in a good mood, until the verdict slams down like a wrecking ball. 100 years locked away. Before he can even breathe, the guards seize our main guy and yank him away. He's completely unraveling, like his soul just quit on the spot. Pure airtight panic crashes in as he's dragged off, yelling that this has to be some insane cosmic joke. But nope, this isn't a joke, it's real life, or even worse, real god jail. The towering guard, I'm almost sure it's Athene, snaps at him to shut up and stay quiet, like silence is an order. She throws him the classic, "Don't pull anything," warning, but then she actually looks at his face, and you can tell he's 2 seconds away from a total meltdown. Down in his bones, our hopeless hero blurts out a desperate plea, screaming that it's downright unfair to toss him in a cell without even letting him explain himself. But his words just bounce off the massive hall, and a heartbeat later he's slumped on the cold jail floor, staring at his own bad choices. After all that chaos, after taking down a freaking demon lord, this is the thanks he gets. He starts muttering under his breath, scrambling to make sense of the whole disaster. Because apparently he's guilty of stealing the sacred artifact Koronos, and he insists he only took it in the moment, like an emergency move, so he wouldn't die. And on top of that, he sprinted off and left everyone in Winteria scrambling, with zero clue about what's happening to the town or the people. Then it hits him, bam, a light bulb flashes in his head. He remembers Divine Realm disaster insurance, and suddenly he's like, hold up, if something got destroyed and even the victims died, can they really be brought back? Realizing it, his despair flips into a flash of pure rage. He blasts out a curse at his goddess, Victinius, calling her a total cheapskate for not upgrading him to the premium plan, then straight up screams that she's a stupid, useless goddess with a DI brain, savage. And just like that, right when he thought it was over, who shows up outside his cell, calmly sipping tea like she owns the place? None other than Victinius herself, and it turns out she's in trouble too for messing with the mortal world. So now it's cuffs for both of them, 2 besties stuck under arrest, waiting for their punishment. And it's finally over. But our boy won't sulk for long. He tells her that battling the demon lord just showed him something huge. Right then, Victinius starts dropping this shockingly heartfelt speech about human happiness, turning it into one simple routine. You do your job right, you eat good food, you get real sleep. Just like that, you've got the recipe for a perfect life. Our main man actually goes, that's the usual way of thinking, but he makes it clear, just because it's common doesn't mean it's wrong. In the end, it all boils down to one thing, your quality of life. He explains that up until now, his DIY skills were only meant to upgrade their little day-to-day world. But now his eyes are set on something bigger, a full-blown roadmap for the next stage. This absolute unit is done holding back. He wants to blast his knowledge and creations past Winteria, forge a better world, and stop people from fighting over technology. Victinius is totally starstruck by that noble mindset, like it's the brightest thing in the sky. Right when it finally feels heroic, his dream gets yanked away, because he remembers, wait, I'm trapped here for a whole 100 years. Victoria's promise to come check on him is sweet until she goes full troll mode. She yanks out a ring and shoots him a look. So you were gonna give me this, right? Our hero's stunned, his brain practically short-circuits. Where the heck did she get that? She says all calm, I saw a tiny box in your pocket before the big fight. And he explodes instantly, screaming, no, that's a misunderstanding. He tries to brush it off like it's just a simple thank you gift. But if he'd known she'd go off like this, he would have handed her Kirub-flavored candy instead. Ouch, man, that was brutal. Victinius's face crumples, and tears spill as she blurts out the one question that freezes any man. Do you hate me? He panics instantly, and then it's no. I never once said I hate you. You catch her opening, she lunges forward, eyes blazing with hope, and then she drops the bombshell, do you like me? And the guy's faces go from pure terror to a full-on system crash. He squeaks out a shaky, maybe, and that single sound is all she needs. The two of them are gasping for breath, totally rattled by this wild, chaotic confession. This guy straight up admits he's awful at putting his feelings into words. He used to bombard her with pointless poems and calls to go hiking, and she thought it was wildly rude. Then he tried to hide behind the species difference like it could excuse everything. Finally, he steadies himself, and then drops the most ridiculous proposal ever. Wait, let me make a reservation. He tells her to leave the spot beside her empty until he figures out his feelings, straight up telling a goddess not to date anyone else while he rots in jail, and the audacity is unreal. It works, she nods and promises him the ring, as long as he keeps his word. Once the deal was locked in, he flashed a smile and swore he'd cherish her promise. Right when the romantic tension hits max, a sharp ahem slices through the air like a sudden alarm. It's Athene, cold, furious, and not impressed at all. She's been standing there the whole time, and when she finally speaks, she tells them they're busted, and that she came back with a summons. Vectenias. Since her meddling dragged an interdimensional demon lord into the mess, she's getting off with nothing but a written apology, just a slap on the wrist. So now every one of her way too many trips to the mortal realm is officially logged. Then she whips the conversation right back to Masaru. Rick races for a relic that's been stolen. Because Lady Hera pushed a petition, they're granting him a whole retrial. Athene snaps, you're good for now, go find Zeus. Our boy is on top of the world. Everything's finally turning around for him. Athene isn't done yet, and her timing is painfully perfect. She leans in and adds, oh, and about your little jailhouse exchange earlier. With zero emotion on her face, she shoots you a straight-up look and says, congrats on your engagement. And just like that, both of them totally crack, faces blazing, words tangled, insisting it's not like that at all, because that accidental witness just landed the final hit.